After traversing into the Marvel Universe, Loren found himself as the primary heir of a prestigious financial family. Initially believing he had reached the pinnacle of his journey, he was unexpectedly thrust into a narrative reminiscent of Batman, with his parents tragically slain in the streets. Moreover, various intricate factions were covetously eyeing him as their prime target. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, he activated the Transdimensional Technology System and acquired the Universal Combat Robot technology from NieR, Automata. Chapter 1. Crossing into Marvel, a Batman-like scenario. Am I not dead? Where's this place? Loren Morgan? Have I really traversed? In a grand estate located in New York's affluent district, a strikingly handsome youth sat bewildered on a plush bed, staring at his own palm. As disbelief washed over him, he descended from the bed and hurried to the bathroom, guided by fragmented memories that had inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Upon gazing into the mirror, he beheld a chiseled, handsome visage that starkly contrasted with his previous self. "It seems I've truly crossed over," he murmured, caressing his face in disbelief. Suddenly, a torrent of memories exploded within his mind, granting him a lucid understanding of his current identity. According to the amalgamated memories, he had entered the Marvel Universe, though it remained unclear if it was the primary Marvel timeline. One certainty emerged. His current identity was extraordinarily noble. He was the first heir of the Morgan family, one of the top 10 financial dynasties in the United States, with the full name Loren Morgan. His backstory bore a striking resemblance to that of Bruce Wayne, the Batman of the DC Universe. Such a tragic fate inflicted profound psychological trauma, plunging him into a state of severe unconsciousness upon learning the grim news. This state of unconsciousness provided him the opportunity to traverse into this reality. Upon grasping the situation, a grave expression enveloped his features. He had assumed that becoming a scion of a financial dynasty would signify the zenith of his existence, only to find himself ensnared in the perilous Marvel world. His circumstances were evidently far from simple, as the head of a prominent financial family had been gunned down in broad daylight. It was implausible to believe that there were no rival factions involved in this dark affair. This meant that the heir of the Morgan family found himself in a precarious position, that if his parents could be murdered, so too could he. Thus, he must swiftly solidify his footing in this world, lest the consequences be dire. With this resolution, he promptly summoned his unique advantage to a traveler. He possessed a special boon, and he was no exception. During the process of merging with the original owner's memories, he had also bound himself to a formidable system known as transdimensional technology. As the name suggests, this system pertained to advanced technology. According to the system's description, its purpose was to mold its host into the strongest technological deity in existence. To achieve this goal, his intelligence had been augmented upon binding the system. Moreover, the system indicated that by participating in or witnessing various events within the Marvel Universe, he would be rewarded with high-tech innovations from different dimensions. Additionally, corresponding system points would be awarded, which could be accumulated to unlock new dimensional worlds, thus granting him access to even more advanced technology. In summary, the ultimate aim of this system was to elevate him to a position of supreme technological dominance. Upon realizing this, a thought sparked within him, and a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Loren Morgan. Current world, Marvel Universe. Dimensional world, none. Technology, none. System points, 0. Note. As this is the host's first system binding, a novice gift package has been awarded. A novice gift package? I must examine this closely. Upon discovering the system had granted him a novice gift package, Loren wasted no time in opening it. Congratulations, you have won a random draw for a dimensional world. Selecting any world will reward you with one type of advanced technology from that world. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes, draw immediately. Without hesitation, Loren opted for the draw. Given his precarious situation, he needed to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. This was indeed the perfect opportunity that he could not afford to miss. The instant he chose to draw, a screen manifested before him. Names of various dimensional worlds began to rapidly flash across the screen. These names were all titles from science fiction anime or films he had previously encountered. Titles such as Neon Genesis Evangelion, Transformers, Gundam, NieR, Automata, and Resident Evil appeared among them. So, the so-called dimensional worlds refer to various science fiction anime or films. If that's the case, the advanced technologies rewarded must be extraordinary. A wave of ecstasy surged within Loren, for the technologies depicted in these sci-fi narratives were undoubtedly groundbreaking. Not to mention, the Marvel world itself boasted numerous astonishing technologies, including Iron Man suits, arc reactors, enhancement serums, plasma shields, and starships. Mastering even one of these advanced technologies would prove immensely beneficial to him. and he could scarcely fathom the potential benefits of technologies from other sci-fi worlds, which might surpass even those of the Marvel Universe. As he reveled in his exhilaration, the screen before him suddenly halted its frantic display. A striking silver-haired woman, donning a black eye mask, materialized on the screen. In his past life as a devoted admirer, he immediately recognized her as 2B from NieR. Automata. That moment, a system notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a new dimensional world NieR Automata. Reward. Method for manufacturing universal combat robots. As the system's announcement echoed, Loren felt a surge of entirely new memories integrating into his brain. In an instant, he comprehended the method for creating universal combat robots, a feat more rapid than the transmission of martial arts skills depicted in classic tales. Truly astonishing. Does this mean I can now create my own 2B in this world? Establish my own Yoarha forces? Loren murmured, his expression radiating excitement. At that moment, an enthusiastic voice suddenly rang from the doorway. Young master, you are awake. Chapter 2. Crafting my own beloved. Upon hearing that voice, Loren instinctively turned his gaze. Before him stood an elderly man with white hair, his face alight with excitement. In an instant, a flood of memories surged within Loren's mind. Within the blink of an eye, he recognized the elder as Freddy, the devoted steward of the Morgan family, who had faithfully served them for a remarkable 40 years. Since the days when Loren's father was still youthful, Freddy had been a steadfast presence, a venerable figure in the Morgan household, and one of the few individuals Loren could genuinely trust. I'm awake now, Freddy. How long have I been unconscious? Loren inquired with a hint of curiosity. 20 hours. Thank heavens you have awakened, young master. I am utterly elated, Freddy exclaimed, entering the room with palpable enthusiasm. Yesterday, the private physician mentioned that you had suffered significant mental strain and might remain in a coma for several days. I never imagined you would awaken so swiftly. It is truly wonderful. 20 hours, you say? No wonder I feel a bit sore. That is quite a while, Loren mused, taken aback by the duration of his unconsciousness. Young master, do you feel unwell? Should I summon your private physician at once? Freddy's expression shifted to one of concern upon hearing Loren's discomfort. Loren waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. It is merely the result of lying down for too long. My muscles are a tad sore. Rather than calling a doctor, why not fetch me a few lovely masseuses? Understood. I shall summon the massage therapists immediately, Freddy replied before exiting the room. Within moments, two stunningly beautiful young women, with captivating figures and exquisite features, entered the room alongside Freddy. Young master, these are new maids who joined us a few days ago. They possess professional rehabilitation licenses and have passed health examinations. They are in excellent condition and are capable of attending to your every need, Freddy announced. Is this truly appropriate? Loren stammered, taken aback by the presence of the two enchanting women. He had merely made a jest, never expecting his steward to actually bring forth such exquisite beauties, who were now purportedly at his beck and call. Indeed, this is the privilege of being a member of a wealthy family, Freddy continued, his demeanor reverent. Everything within this estate belongs to you, including their bodies and lives. To earn your favor is their honor. Loren found himself astonished by Freddy's words, which challenged his understanding of propriety. Truly, this was akin to the aristocracy of ancient times. Had he still been an ordinary man, he would have scoffed and cursed the capitalist system. Yet, as he now embodied that very capitalist spirit, all he could think was, let there be more. Very well. Let them attend to me, he concluded. By the way, in the coming days, please prepare a laboratory for me. I will provide you with the specific materials shortly, said Loren, contemplating. A laboratory? Young master, what do you intend to do? Freddy inquired, his expression one of perplexity. It is best not to pry into matters that do not concern you. You will learn in due time. Just proceed with your task, Loren replied with a calm demeanor. Understood. I shall attend to it right away. Please rest well. Freddy nodded, still somewhat confused, before exiting the room. Time swiftly passed, and a month flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Loren transformed the mansion's basement into his clandestine laboratory. Aside from himself, no one else could enter, not even Freddy, the butler. Utilizing the technology from the system's reward of a universal combat robot, he toiled for a month and ultimately succeeded in creating the exquisite 2B. Inside the laboratory, the elegantly crafted 2B stood before Loren, a marvel constructed from an array of intricate mechanical components. Much like in the original world, this 2B possessed a steel body, enveloped in a layer of synthetic skin. The craftsmanship was so refined that, at first glance, she appeared indistinguishable from a human. Moreover, her beauty surpassed that of 99 of human women, resembling a captivating work of art. Gazing at the stunning 2B, Even though Loren was fully aware that she was a robot and that her components were crafted by his own hands, he could not help but entertain a wicked thought. What joy it would be if such a breathtaking being could become human. Gently caressing 2B's enchanting visage, Loren conceived a bold plan. In the future, he was determined to upgrade her into a corporeal form. He simply must. With this thought, he pressed a button located on her forehead, the activation switch. As he did so, the previously motionless 2B slowly opened her sapphire-like eyes. At that moment, she stretched her slender waist, reminiscent of a delicate water snake, and let out a languorous yawn. The expressions and movements exhibited by 2B were indistinguishable from those of a genuine woman. This exemplified the remarkable prowess of universal combat robot technology. Not only could this technology render robots' appearances to mirror that of humans, but its cognitive system was equally extraordinary. It enabled universal combat robots to emulate human behavior and mannerisms, even allowing them to develop their own emotional consciousness. Of course, this necessitated time and involved a degree of probability. Not all robots could attain their own awareness. However, even so, it sufficiently illustrated the remarkable capabilities of the intelligent system within universal combat robots. It could be said that this cognitive system constituted the core technology of the universal combat robots. The intelligent brain system is not merely applicable to versatile combat robots. It can also be seamlessly transferred to other intelligent machines. If utilized appropriately, he could potentially establish his own mechanical legion with this intelligent brain system. The mere thought of this prospect ignited a thrill within him. Just as he was lost in these reveries, the enchanting figure of Miss 2B approached him with seductive grace. Having just been created, she was devoid of clothing, presenting him with a striking visual experience that rendered him momentarily speechless. Chapter 3. Creator, do you require my assistance? Despite Miss 2B being a robot he had meticulously crafted, a mere cold machine, her movements evoked an inexplicable flush within him. Was it possible that a deviant resided within his heart? No, certainly not. He was not a deviant. It must be that he had rendered her too lifelike. Yes, that must be it. Creator, I have detected an accelerated heart rate and significant engorgement. Do you require assistance from 2B? As Loren grappled with his internal conflict, Miss 2B gazed at him with genuine concern. Simultaneously, her slender, delicate fingers inched toward his sensitive area. However, before her fingers could make contact, Loren swiftly retreated a step, skillfully evading her touch. Should that occur, he would certainly be left in a most embarrassing predicament. Before him stood 2B, his custom-designed versatile combat robot, intended for battle and protection, not as a pleasure machine. There was a significant distinction between the two. Of course, if he were insistent on engaging 2B in more risque endeavors, that might not present an issue. Yet, at this moment, he was not psychologically prepared for such encounters, especially since she was a being of steel. No matter how resilient he might be, he could not withstand iron. Stop right there. Putting on some clothing would be the greatest assistance you could provide me. As he spoke, Loren handed her the prepared Gothic gown. Understood, Creator. 2B will comply with your every request. 2B obediently accepted the garment and swiftly donned it. Within mere minutes, she appeared before Loren, embodying the exquisite Gothic style reminiscent of the original world. With 2B now clad in her gown, Loren felt a semblance of relief. Though the flame ignited by her presence remained unextinguished, it seemed that tonight he would need to summon additional maidens to quell that fire. Dressed in her gown, 2B resembled a captivating elven goddess, gracefully twirling before Loren. With a gentle and joyous expression, she remarked, Creator, this outfit is truly beautiful. I adore it. Thank you for your generous gift. As the intelligent brain system enables 2B to emulate the demeanor and behaviors of a genuine human woman, she presently exudes the charm of a cultured and elegant beauty. Although she is a robot, her every gesture and movement reveals an elegance and allure that many human women lack, creating a truly enchanting experience. Simultaneously, it is rather ironic that qualities increasingly absent in ordinary women are embodied by machine. Observing 2B joyfully twirling before him, Loren could not help but feel a surge of emotions. It must be said that the intelligent brain system is astonishingly anthropomorphized, reaching a level where discerning its authenticity becomes a challenge. Merely by appearances and conduct, who could possibly identify her as a robot? Nonetheless, this is advantageous, as it allows him to keep her by his side at all times. It is worth noting that his primary intention in creating 2B was to serve as his personal bodyguard, ensuring his safety. Previously, he had been concerned that her mechanical behaviors might be too conspicuous. However, he now finds no reason for such worries. The 2B before him closely resembles a real person. Consequently, he can have her accompany him as a personal secretary. With this thought in mind, he promptly issued a command to 2B. "From now on, you will follow me as my secretary and carry out protection tasks. Do you understand?" "Understood. Henceforth, ensuring the safety of my creator will be my utmost priority, even if it requires sacrificing myself," she affirmed. "Excellent. Given that you will be by my side continuously, you may simply refer to me as boss from now on." "Understood, boss. Now, please wear this black military goggles. It better suits your demeanor," Loren said, handing her the military goggles he had crafted himself. In the original world, 2B wore something akin to an eye mask, but in reality, it was a standard-issue military goggle design for reconnaissance. Upon receiving Loren's command, 2B hesitated not a moment and immediately donned the black goggles. Instantly, the previously sophisticated and graceful 2B acquired an air of coldness and severity. Observing this transformation, Loren nodded in satisfaction. "Now this is more like it. This is the 2B I remember, the true champion of the 3D zone," he murmured with a mischievous smile. "Boss, what does champion of the 3D zone mean?" 2B inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. Young ladies should refrain from prying into such matters, and in any case, it doesn't concern you," Loren replied awkwardly, attempting to deflect the question. "But I distinctly heard you mention me," 2B remarked with a hint of skepticism. "Is that so?" "You must have misheard. I was referring to Tifa. It seems there may be an issue with your auditory system. I shall repair it shortly." "Is that the case? And who might Tifa be?" "As I mentioned, she is the champion of the 3D zone." "Very well. It appears that my auditory system has indeed malfunctioned." 2B gently tapped her ear, resembling a charming little girl. Just as Loren was admiring the 2B he had meticulously crafted, a sudden phone ring echoed through the secret laboratory. Frowning at the sound of the ringing phone, Loren recognized it as Freddy attempting to reach him from outside the lab. Over the course of the past month, he had scarcely stepped foot outside the laboratory, dedicating himself entirely to the creation of 2B. All his meals had been delivered to the door by Freddy, the butler, and brought in by himself. However, it was only 10 a.m., well before mealtime, indicating that Freddy's call must pertain to a matter of great significance. Upon answering, Freddy's voice, tinged with gravity, immediately resonated from the other end. "Sir, we have apprehended the assailant who shot your father." A simple statement that instantly darkened Loren's countenance. "Where is he?" "He is currently detained at the precinct, undergoing interrogation." "Would you like to pay him a visit?" "Yes. Prepare a vehicle at once. I shall conduct the interrogation personally." Chapter 4. Encountering an enemy attack. Inside the interrogation room of the NieR Police Department, a tall black man sat handcuffed and shackled to a chair. Opposite him sat Sheriff George Stachy, impeccably dressed, his expression stern. "Who orchestrated this act? Were your accomplices? You would do well to confess. Otherwise, you shall not enjoy a favorable outcome." In response, the black man coldly smirked. "Sheriff, I've already stated that it was a spur-of-the-moment decision to commit robbery. I had no idea they would refuse to hand over the money, leading to my accomplice firing the gun and killing them. That is the entirety of the incident. No one directed us." "Damn it, do you take us for fools? Do you think I would believe your nonsense?" George exclaimed in anger. "Believe it or not, this is all I know," the black man concluded, adopting a nonchalant demeanor and refusing to utter another word. Outside the interrogation room, Loren silently observed the surveillance screen, an expression of bloodthirsty delight creeping across his face. He was well-versed in the art of interrogation. Naturally, his methods were not suitable for public view, as they tended to be excessively brutal and sanguinary. Thus, he rose and addressed several high-ranking officials from New York City behind him. "Shut down all surveillance in the interrogation room. I will conduct the questioning personally." Upon hearing this, the officials exchanged glances, then responded with feigned humility. "Young Master Loren, how could we allow you to engage in such trivial matters? It would be beneath your dignity. Let our men handle it. We will certainly extract the truth." As a prominent family among the top 10 financial dynasties in America, the Morgan family's influence could be described as all-encompassing. It was no exaggeration to say that even a few officials from New York City sought to curry favor with the first heir of the Morgan family. Even congressional representatives and those in the White House would be compelled to align themselves with his wishes. In a nation as profoundly capitalized as this one, the so-called legislators and high officials, including the president, are mere puppets of the powerful conglomerate families. The true architects of the nation's fate have never been the presidents. Rather, it is the unseen financial titans operating from the shadows. This undeniable fact underscores the exalted status he currently holds. However, it is precisely this reality that compels him to seek the truth lurking beneath the surface. To dare confront the conglomerate families that wield such influence over the nation's lifeblood suggests the existence of formidable forces at play. Thus, the situation is far more complex than that which the individual of color has portrayed. An invisible hand must surely be orchestrating events behind the scenes. His mission now is to unveil this elusive force and sever its grip entirely. Only then can he hope for a life of tranquility, free from the suffocating weight of impending doom, which is far from his desire. Certain matters are best handled independently for peace of mind. Ignoring the flattery of several high-ranking officials, Loren proceeded towards the interrogation room. At that moment, the police station was suddenly plunged into darkness. The screens, which had just been displaying images, fell into an abyss of blackness. Instinctively alert to this development, Loren braced himself. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged through the room like a tempest. In an instant, several individuals nearby were hurled away. Yet in this critical moment, the formidable Ms. 2B stepped protectively in front of Loren, absorbing the brunt of the explosive force, thereby sparing him from the same grim fate as the others. Nonetheless, debris from the explosion grazed his face, drawing a trickle of blood. As he touched his wounded cheek, a torrent of fury ignited within Loren's eyes. "Boss, are you all right?" Ms. 2B, having shielded him from the blast, turned to Loren with genuine concern in her gaze. "I'm fine for now," he replied, "but be cautious." Just as Loren spoke, a group of armed men clad in black burst through a hole in the wall, indiscriminately opening fire on the remaining survivors, evidently intent on leaving no witnesses. Reacting swiftly, Loren rolled to the ground, taking cover behind a wall and narrowly avoiding the gunman's onslaught. In a surge of rage, he commanded Ms. 2B, "Eliminate those scoundrels." "Understood." Responding to his order, Ms. 2B darted forward like a cheetah, swiftly closing the distance to one of the gunmen. The moment he caught sight of the stunning woman before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Yet before he could pull the trigger, Ms. 2B had seized his neck with remarkable speed. With a sudden twist, a crisp crack echoed, plunging his vision into darkness. As a woman emerged unexpectedly, the remaining figures clad in black all aimed their weapons at 2B, intent on turning her into a sieve. However, having dispatched one of the assailants, 2B had seized a handgun, her reflexes far surpassing that of any mere human. Before they could even pull the trigger, she had already fired in advance. Bang! 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 In a matter of moments, several bodies of the black-clad men lay strewn across the floor, each bearing a bullet hole in their heads, all succumbing to a single shot. This demonstrated the remarkable precision of 2B's marksmanship. In an instant, the intruding assailant had been dispatched to the underworld by 2B. "Boss, the mission is complete. The enemies have been neutralized." After conducting a thorough inspection of her surroundings to ensure safety, she approached Loren to report. "Excellent." Loren nodded, straightening his suit as he calmly stepped out. The room was in disarray, with a dozen corpses sprawled haphazardly across the floor. In addition to the black-clad figures, several high-ranking officials who had been flattering him moments ago had also met a grim fate. Yet he remained unconcerned. His primary focus was the fate of the African-American man in the interrogation room. At that moment, Sheriff George Stacy, with a hint of blood smeared across his face, approached with a grim expression from the direction of the interrogation room. "Mr. Loren, the suspect is dead." Chapter 5. Becoming Batman in the Marvel Universe. Although he had anticipated that the black-clad intruders had stormed the police station with the intent to commit murder in silence, hearing Sheriff George's announcement of the suspect's demise ignited a surge of anger and humiliation within him. The head of the Morgan family, falling to the hands of two nameless thugs, was a profound disgrace, and now they had dared to execute their target right before his eyes. This was a blatant provocation. A brazen affront. They had shown utter contempt for him, the heir of the Morgan family. One could endure much, but this was intolerable. It was an outrageous affront. If he did not retaliate fiercely, how could he ever establish his standing within the vast family? The current predicament transcended mere vengeance for the original owner's parents. It was about the dignity of the entire Morgan family and the authority of himself as the young master. With this thought, he cast a dark look at Sheriff George. "Do we have information on another suspect?" Upon hearing this, Sheriff George respectfully nodded. "Yes. We have pinpointed the exact location of another suspect. However, he is in Mexico, so apprehending him will require some time." "Forget the apprehension. Simply provide me with his precise location. I will handle this matter myself." To be candid, today's events have left me exceedingly disappointed in the capabilities of your police department. A police station of your stature has been invaded in such a manner, resulting in so many casualties. You are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. From this moment forth, There is no need for your police department to intervene. I shall resolve this matter by my own means, Loren stated, his countenance icy as he regarded Sheriff George. Though this middle-aged man was the father of his high school classmate, Gwen Stacy, Loren offered him no semblance of respect. Inadequacy deserves reprimand, and he would not shy away from it. Sheriff George was acutely aware that their performance today had indeed been abysmal. The police department had not only suffered the loss of several officers, but even high-ranking officials who had come to curry favor with Loren had perished. An egregious blunder. Should responsibility be pursued, George's position as sheriff would be rendered untenable. Thus, as he stood before Loren, he dared not utter a word in defiance. Despite his youth and connection to George's daughter, Loren's stature was imposing, far beyond the reach of those in their sphere. Strangely, as George met the young man's gaze, an unsettling chill coursed down his spine. His instincts warned him that Loren was perilously dangerous, an enigma not to be trifled with. Although merely 18 and appearing as a cultured young gentleman, George, seasoned by decades in law enforcement, recognized this as mere facade. The true essence of Loren was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared to outsiders, though the reasons eluded him for now. Such dire circumstances invariably catalyze rapid maturation in an individual, yet an accelerated evolution often leads one toward extremities. In George's eyes, Loren now exhibited signs of such a trajectory. Compelled by this thought, he ventured to speak. Young Master Loren, today was indeed a grave misstep on our part. We failed to ensure your safety, for which I am profoundly regretful. However, our intelligence indicates that another suspect has sought refuge with a Mexican drug lord, heavily armed and extremely challenging to apprehend. For your safety, I implore you to leave the capture to us. I shall reiterate, simply provide me with the information regarding the other suspect, and you need not involve yourself further. Do you understand? Loren's expression remained icy, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Understood, Sheriff George responded. Recognizing the gravity of Loren's words, he promptly relayed the details of the other suspect. Following today's events, he realized that relying solely on generic combat robots for protection was woefully insufficient, as they constituted external forces which could fail at any moment. For instance, even though 2B had been in close proximity, he had nonetheless suffered facial injuries from the explosion shockwave, leaving an unsightly mark. Fortunately, the blast's power had been limited. Had it been any stronger, he might very well have met a dire fate. Thus, depending solely on others for protection was utterly inadequate. True strength must come from within. That is the path to sovereignty. In fact, this contemplation had crossed his mind upon first traversing into this world. However, in the preceding days, he had been wholly engrossed in the creation of the 2B, leaving him with no mental bandwidth to contemplate other matters. Now that 2B had been successfully crafted, it was time for him to enhance his own capabilities. With this thought in mind, a bold idea took shape in his mind, given that his current identity bore a striking resemblance to Batman from the DC universe. Why not fashion himself a suit reminiscent of the Dark Knight? Indeed, he envisioned himself as the true embodiment of the Dark Knight, rather than merely incarcerating various villains like Batman. If he were to deliver punishment, it would be to send his foes to the depths of hell, rather than to the confines of a wretched prison. Having resolved this, he wasted no time and immediately immersed himself in the crafting of high-tech equipment. Meanwhile, he did not delay in his efforts either. As he sequestered himself in the laboratory to conduct his research, 2B, following his orders, set off for Mexico in search of another gunslinger. At the Mexican border, in a dilapidated drug manufacturing facility, a group of men sat together, merrily engaged in a game of cards. At that moment, a silver-haired woman, adorned with a black-eye mask and dressed in a gothic gown, strolled leisurely through the factory's entrance, carrying a katana. This woman was none other than 2B, sent by Loren to locate another suspect. Hey, I've finally found you. You've certainly run quite far. 2B's gaze, magnified through military goggles, fixed on one of the men at the card table. Upon seeing a woman enter their lair, the men were momentarily stunned. It was well known that this was a forbidden zone, and without prior approval from the higher-ups, no outsiders were permitted entry. Yet, 2B appeared to traverse this restricted domain as if it were unguarded. Naturally, this left them perplexed. However, it took only a brief moment for them to regain their composure. Realizing that 2B's presence was far too uncanny, defying all reason, it was evident that she bore ill intent. Without a second thought, they seized the firearms resting beside them and aimed at 2B. Halt! What are you doing here? Chapter 6, Anti-Gravity Drone Technology. Let us bypass such mundane inquiries. I'm here for him, 2B stated flatly, pointing at the gunslinger. Upon hearing this, terror instantly washed over the gunslinger's face. Although he did not recognize 2B, He was acutely aware of the gravity of his own misdeeds. With the realization that she had come specifically for him, he reacted instinctively, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards 2B, determined to strike first. Yet, to his utter astonishment, every bullet he fired was effortlessly deflected by the katana in 2B's grasp. This spectacle left all present in sheer disbelief. How is this possible? They gasped, their expressions etched with incredulity. Just as they remained in shock, 2B, who had been a mere 10 meters away, leapt towards them in a single bound, and in a flash of steel, only one of the four men remained standing. What remained was precisely the marksman that 2B sought. Without uttering a single word, she plunged her katana directly into the man's shoulder, pinning him to the wall, behind him like a shish kebab. In an instant, a wretched scream erupted from his lips, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, completely devoid of the ferocity he had previously exhibited. Witnessing his plight, 2B not only refrained from withdrawing the katana, but instead flicked it with her hand. Instantly, the blade vibrated violently, intensifying the man's agony. At that moment, he was enveloped by an unparalleled terror, his face pale from excessive blood loss. Upon hearing 2B's inquiry, he nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a single word of defiance. Who orchestrated the assassination of the Morgan patriarch? It was Boss Mamusher, miss. He compelled us to act. I am but a mere pawn. I had no choice. The man pleaded pitifully, his will to survive palpable. In response, 2B not only refused to spare him, but forcefully withdrew the katana before plunging it into his other shoulder, eliciting an even more agonizing scream. I have made it clear. I do not wish to hear any superfluous words. Who is this Boss Mamusher you speak of? He is one of the underlings of the crime lord Jean Bing, primarily overseeing the operations of the underground gambling den for Jean Bing's gang. He is one of Jean Bing's most trusted confidants. The man, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, dared not utter another word. Jean Bing? So, it follows that this entire affair is orchestrated by his gang? This was perplexing. How could a mere gang leader, such as Jean Bing, dare to challenge the Morgan family's formidable power? This was clearly illogical, suggesting that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. At that juncture, Loren's voice resonated in 2B's ear, filled with confusion. Although he was still in the underground laboratory of the manor, he was able to monitor 2B's situation in real time through their network communication. Boss, is there any need to continue questioning? 2B furrowed her brow, recognizing that, as he had stated, he was just a small fry. Further interrogation would yield no substantial revelations. Just kill him. No. Please don't kill me. I am willing to do anything for you. The man, nearly losing control of his bladder at the thought of death, pleaded desperately. Is that so? You would do anything? Loren replied with a teasing tone. Yes, anything. The man nodded fervently, almost bowing down to Loren. Very well, then you may descend into hell, Loren said, his expression impassive. For him, the loss of a life was as trivial as squashing an ant. As Loren's words echoed, 2B acted without hesitation. Her katana flashed, and the man's head rolled to the ground like a deflated ball. His eyes remained wide open, filled with disbelief. Even in his final moments, he could not fathom the cold decisiveness of the woman before him, far more ruthless than any so-called terrorist he had encountered in the past. After eliminating the gunman, 2B nonchalantly wiped the blood from her blade and casually tossed her katana behind her, where it levitated, showcasing one of the advanced technologies of the versatile combat robots. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the factory, and within mere moments, a dozen armed drug dealers blocked the entrance. Instead of succumbing to fear at the sudden appearance of the assailants, Loren felt an exhilarating thrill. Since they have come, let them not leave. 2B, annihilate them all. I am quite fatigued from my experiments, and shall take my leave, he commanded before disconnecting, entrusting the ensuing chaos to 2B. As a versatile combat robot, her proficiency lay in battle and extermination. In the underground laboratory of the manor in New York, Loren faced two exquisite maids kneeling before him. Given that 2B was a true steel entity, she felt no pain. Thus, even when faced with the barrage of firearms wielded by the drug dealers, Loren remained unfazed, placing his faith in the might of his creation and his own expertise. Meanwhile, at the drug manufacturing facility, 2B transformed into an emotionless machine of death. Though the adversaries numbered over a dozen, within 3 minutes, not a single soul remained standing, as she dispatched them with the ease of slicing vegetables. However, under the barrage of attacks, 2B's artificial skin bore several bullet holes. Yet for a robot, these imperfections posed negligible harm, causing merely an aesthetic blemish without any significant repercussions. After exterminating the group of drug dealers, 2B flicked her long blade to remove the blood and then departed at a measured pace. Just then, A melodious system notification resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host, for participating in the family revenge event and successfully eliminating the perpetrator. Reward: anti-gravity drone technology. Chapter 7. Kill that damn brat. Anti-gravity drones. Were they not the devices that could follow 2B closely, capable of firing bullets and lasers? Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Loren immediately envisioned the scene. In the game NieR Automata, there exists a small flying device resembling a surveillance camera. Despite its diminutive size, it boasts incredible speed and formidable firepower. It can unleash conventional bullets and laser blasts for long-range assaults, demonstrating immense potency. It is evident how advantageous such an anti-gravity drone would be. Equipping 2B with it would undoubtedly elevate her combat prowess to new heights. Moreover, as he was also crafting his own bat suit, he could later integrate this technology into his own gear. Thus, the combat capabilities he could wield would far surpass those of Batman in the DC universe. Aside from that, anti-gravity technology can undoubtedly be applied to fields such as transportation, aerospace, and military industries, representing a groundbreaking innovation capable of transforming the current global transport system. Should this technology be developed, the Morgan family would ascend beyond merely being the largest financial dynasty in America, leaving the entire planet devoid of competition. Perhaps only Wakanda, the source of vibranium, would stand a chance against them. Contemplating this, he could not help but feel a surge of anticipation, immediately immersing himself in the creation process. Thus, he wasted no time and promptly commenced his endeavors. In New York, within the office of the chairman of the Kingpin building, a remarkably tall, bald man clad in a pristine white suit stood out. His muscular physique strained against the fabric, as if threatening to burst from the confines of his attire. This imposing figure was none other than Wilson Grant Fisk, known as Kingpin, the emperor of organized crime in New York and indeed across the entirety of America. Within a parallel universe of Marvel, he is the arch-nemesis of Daredevil, as well as a formidable foe of Spider-Man and the Punisher. Possessing a keen intellect and exceptional acumen, over 90% of his body is muscle, granting him astonishing strength capable of demolishing a wall with his bare hands. Additionally, he is a world-class martial artist, presenting a considerable challenge to any adversary. In the Marvel world inhabited by Loren, Kingpin's identity remains unchanged. He is still the emperor of organized crime in New York, with extensive influence and connections. However, at this moment, his expression is decidedly grim. "Boss, we have received news from Mexico. We have located the whereabouts of that kid, Will, but he is deceased." Nearby, a pallid man, one of Kingpin's subordinates known as Tombstone, respectfully delivered the report. "Deceased? How did he die?" Upon hearing of Will's demise, Kingpin set down his pen and furrowed his brow as he gazed at Tombstone. It is said that the woman not only killed Will, but also eliminated a dozen drug dealers, ultimately incinerating the entire drug factory, resulting in significant losses for the individual who sheltered Will. The silver-haired woman? Is she the one who appeared at the police station yesterday? Kingpin did not overly concern himself with Will's death since he was merely a pawn in his game. His demise was inconsequential. His motivation for having Will's whereabouts investigated was to ensure silence. Now that Will was dead, it inadvertently aligned with his intentions. Yet, upon hearing of the silver-haired woman from Tombstone, he became immediately alert. Just yesterday, several individuals he had dispatched to assault the police station had also fallen victim to a silver-haired woman. This indicated that Loren had located Will ahead of him. Had he acquired the information he sought from Will? If so, the prospects for tranquility in his domain appeared grim. Contemplating these developments, his expression grew increasingly dark, as the unfolding events seemed to spiral beyond his control. Indeed, it was the silver-haired woman who appeared at the police station yesterday. She is affiliated with the Morgan family, which suggests that the Morgans are likely aware of our involvement in this matter. The expression on the grave-faced Monsieur was equally ominous. The two gunmen who executed the Morgan patriarch were dispatched by him. Thus, should the truth of this affair come to light, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the repercussions. Listening to Monsieur's words, Jean Bing clenched his fists tightly before delivering a powerful blow to the desk before him, the sheer force shattering the entire office in two. "You knew that woman was a member of the Morgan family, you worthless fool. If it weren't for your incompetence and failure to eliminate witnesses promptly, would we be ensnared in this predicament now?" Jean Bing's rage was palpable, veins bulging as he contemplated the very notion of killing Monsieur. He had emphasized repeatedly that this task must be executed with precision. It was unforeseen that a blunder would arise from within their ranks. Listening to Jean Bing's furious tirade, Monsieur dared not utter a word in rebuttal, bowing his head and enduring the onslaught of insults. He was acutely aware that he had indeed failed in his duties. According to the original plan, the two gunmen he had dispatched were to be silenced immediately after their mission to prevent any leaks. The failure of this crucial step had derailed his subsequent plans. Hence he understood why his superior was in such a furious state. Boss, I admit my failure. Those two were exceptionally cunning. Had I known, I would have taken matters into my own hands, Musher confessed, his voice trembling with trepidation. Silence. I have no interest in your meaningless justifications. According to the original plan, Loren Morgan, the sole heir of the Morgan family, was also supposed to perish alongside his parents. Yet, fortune favored him, and he was absent at the time. But now that events have unfolded to this extent, we must adhere to the original course of action. Gather your men and head to the Morgan estate at once. Ensure that the wretched boy does not see the light of another day. Madness glinted in Jean Bing's eyes. Upon hearing this, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Musher's own gaze. Understood. I shall assemble the men at once and ensure that Loren Morgan does not witness the dawn. Musher nodded and swiftly exited the room. Chapter 8. The mysterious woman. With Musher's departure, Jean Bing remained alone in the dimly lit room. His countenance somber as he leaned back in his executive chair. He retrieved a mobile phone from the drawer of the now-splintered desk. After inputting a mysterious number, it wasn't long before the call connected. A deep voice resonated from the other end. You're calling me at this late hour. Do you bear any good news? Jean Bing paused momentarily before responding, his tone frigid. The situation has spiraled beyond our control. A mysterious silver-haired woman has emerged. Not only has she preserved Loren Morgan's life, but she has also identified the gunman responsible for the assassination of the Morgan patriarch. It is probable that they are now aware of our involvement. Thus, I resolve to launch a nocturnal assault on Morgan Manor tonight, intending to preemptively eliminate Loren Morgan. However, this endeavor is not as straightforward as it appears. Hence, I require your assistance. Damn it, are you calling me at this late hour merely to disturb my rest? To contemplate a night raid on Morgan Manor is quite audacious. Ever since the demise of the Morgan patriarch, the estate has been fortified with layers of protection. The internal security measures rival those of a military force. What audacity do you possess to dare such an endeavor? You are essentially courting death. Jean Bing, I had previously regarded you as a person of intellect, yet your foolishness is akin to that of swine. Infuriated by the scathing rebuke from the enigmatic voice on the other end of the line, Jean Bing retorted without hesitation. You would do well to temper your tone. You did not speak this way when you sought my assistance. The predicament we find ourselves in is largely attributable to the erroneous intelligence you provided, and you must bear the consequences. Do not forget, we are akin to grasshoppers bound to the same vessel. Should I encounter misfortune, you shall not escape unscathed either. You dare to threaten me. This is not a threat, but rather an articulation of a reality. Of course, if you perceive it as a threat, then so be it. I advise you to contemplate how to navigate this situation. Upon hearing Jean Bing's words, the mysterious figure fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, they continued, I comprehend your intent. I will address this matter. However, before I do, you must refrain from any rash actions and divulge not even the slightest hint of information. Otherwise, not even divine intervention could save you. By the way, the vials of potion I previously gifted you may now be of service. Trust me, they will aid you in surmounting this crisis. After all, she is merely a female assassin of little consequence. It is easy for you to say, as it is not your life at stake. I shall not waste further words with you. You have one day. By tomorrow night, I must witness some progress on your part, or our collaboration will cease to be necessary. With that, Jean Bing abruptly terminated the call, showing no regard for the other party. To ascend to the status of a crime lord in America, one must possess considerable fortitude, despite the formidable nature of the caller. However, if this matter jeopardizes his very existence, he has no obligation to extend any courtesy. After all, if death is inevitable, who fears whom? In a hidden underground base situated 40 kilometers from downtown New York, a woman listened to the busy signal emanating from the phone, her expression one of displeasure. To terminate a call in such a manner is exceedingly rude, Jean Bing. You are becoming increasingly insufferable. Just wait. I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. Her fingers lightly tapped the table, her words dripping with disdainful arrogance. After a moment, she summoned an underling. 2 tasks for you. First, investigate the circumstances surrounding the silver-haired woman who has recently appeared by Loren's side. Second, there is no longer a necessity for Jean Bing to continue existing as a pawn. Understood. Before dawn, I shall transform Jean Bing into a lifeless corpse. The subordinate nodded promptly and swiftly departed from the base, vanishing into the embrace of the forest's nocturnal shadows in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to Loren were the dialogues exchanged between Jean Bing and the enigmatic woman, as well as their respective scheming. At that moment, he was immersed in his clandestine laboratory, wholeheartedly dedicated to the creation of an anti-gravity drone. The system had graciously provided him with a comprehensive technical blueprint, thus sparing him the lengthy process of research and development. His current task was merely to manufacture the corresponding components in accordance with the technical specifications and then assemble them. However, while this may sound straightforward, the actual execution posed significant challenges, especially for an ordinary person, as it would be akin to an insurmountable task. Yet, Loren was far from ordinary. He was the scion of a prestigious financial dynasty, possessing vast wealth and overseeing an array of enterprises, including military factories capable of producing armaments. Therefore, obtaining a single component was a trivial matter for him, even if he were unable to fabricate it himself within his laboratory. A mere word from him would set countless enterprises into a frenzy of production on his behalf. Consequently, within less than half a day, he had successfully acquired all the components necessary for assembling the anti-gravity drone. Naturally, he meticulously crafted the core components himself. Devices such as the anti-gravity mechanism and the energy supply unit were solely his handiwork, kept secret from all others. Thus, even if the manufacturing methods for the majority of the drone's components were divulged, he had no cause for concern that anyone could replicate a complete anti-gravity drone, a testament to his mastery of the core technology. Upon completing the fabrication of all the drone's components, Loren immediately immersed himself in the assembly process. After a diligent effort, a drone resembling a surveillance camera emerged before him, and 2B. Boss, is this the anti-gravity drone you mentioned? Its design is rather peculiar, resembling a surveillance camera. Is its power truly as formidable as you claim? 2B inquired with curiosity. Being a different incarnation from the original world, she was naturally unaware of the existence of the anti-gravity drone. Indeed, while the anti-gravity drone's appearance may be unusual, it possesses the remarkable ability to defy gravity and achieve rapid flight. With the current energy technology, it can sustain flight for an impressive duration of 24 hours. In addition to its swift velocity and prolonged endurance, it is equipped with a bullet launcher and a laser emitter, enabling it to execute long-range firepower strikes, effectively compensating for any shortcomings in your ranged attack capabilities. Thus, by integrating it into your arsenal, your combat prowess will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the extent of this newfound elevation must be verified through personal experience. Personal verification? Boss, do you have a new mission for me? Indeed. I need you to head to Jean Bing Tower immediately and extract the truth from him. I must know everything. Understood. I shall act at once. Upon hearing Loren's directive for a new mission, 2B did not hesitate in the slightest and promptly commenced her actions. Chapter 9. The castrated version of the enhancement serum. In the depths of the night within the penthouse office of Kingpin, not only was Tombstone present, but also Scorpion and the Prowler. For those familiar with Marvel Comics, it is well known that Tombstone, Scorpion, and the Prowler are Kingpin's most formidable allies, serving as his sharpest enforcers against rival factions. Their unwavering support has been a significant factor in his reign as the Emperor of the Underworld, as they have assisted him in eliminating numerous obstacles throughout the years. Boss, why has the operation been suddenly canceled? Tombstone inquired, having gathered his subordinates and prepared for a major undertaking, only to be taken aback by Kingpin's unexpected announcement. It hasn't been canceled, merely postponed, for there will be others to act on our behalf, Kingpin replied nonchalantly, savoring his cigar. Are you suggesting that the higher-ups have intervened? The faces of the enforcers brightened at Kingpin's words, for they understood the formidable nature of the Morgan family. An assault on Morgan Manor was no trivial endeavor, and they were generally reluctant to engage in such perilous ventures unless absolutely necessary. However, the prospect of others stepping in on their behalf was indeed monumental news. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Previously, they believed themselves to be the mantis. Now, they might just find themselves in the advantageous position of the oriole. How could they not be elated? Yet, it was merely a verbal assurance. The specifics remained uncertain. That is why I say the plan is temporarily postponed. If that individual has not acted by tomorrow evening, we shall proceed with our plans. Roland Morgan must die. His existence poses a severe threat to our safety. Understood. The three silently nodded in agreement upon hearing Kingpin's explanation. At that moment, Kingpin retrieved 3 vials of green serum from his drawer and placed them on the table. These are enhancement serums provided by our benefactor. Once injected, they will grant extraordinary combat prowess. Although the effects last only 24 hours, they are a diluted version of enhancement serums. I am entrusting these to you. You may administer them to your most trusted subordinates or use them yourself, as you see fit. However, one must remember, I am giving you these to confront the silver-haired woman, so be sure to utilize them at the appropriate moment without waste. Understood. Excitement flickered across the faces of the three as they gazed at the enhancement serums laid before them. They were already well acquainted with the power these serums possessed and understood their significance. Their status as Kingpin's most capable enforcers was due to their own exceptional skills. For instance, Tombstone had once encountered a unique chemical substance by chance, which bestowed upon him the abilities of bodily insulation and the emission of high temperatures from his skin. Scorpion and the Prowler were no ordinary individuals either. Scorpion earned his name from the high-tech combat suit he wore, aptly named the Scorpion suit. The Scorpion armor bestowed upon him immense strength, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets, while his tail could unleash sulfuric acid and tear gas. The Wanderer also possessed a suit of armor, which granted him the ability to scale walls, glide through the air, and launch darts with deadly precision. Together, these three had, over the years, aided Jean in eliminating numerous rival factions, though their previous adversaries were merely ordinary members of other gangs. This time, however, they were to confront a cold-blooded, silver-haired assassin, whose nature was evidently extraordinary, as gleaned from the intelligence gathered. Footage captured by the police department revealed that this woman wielded terrifying strength and reflexes, capable of evading gunfire with astonishing agility. Thus, they were understandably apprehensive. Now, their leader had unexpectedly presented them with a dose of enhancement serum, although a diluted version that would only last for 24 hours. Its injection promised a significant boost to their combat prowess. Each of you take one. Jean gestured toward the vials laid out on the table. The trio nodded eagerly and moved to claim their respective doses. Yet, just as they grasped the serums, Katana hurtled through the air from the opposite skyscraper, shattering the floor-to-ceiling windows of Jin's office with alarming force. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present. The office's windows were fortified with bulletproof glass, typically impervious even to gunfire. To have them shattered by a flying sword was utterly inconceivable. As they recognized the katana's form, dread settled over them, for it was the weapon of the silver-haired woman they feared. Before they could fully process this shock, a striking figure with silver hair leapt from the adjacent building and landed directly before them. Her leap was nothing short of extraordinary, and this silver-haired woman was none other than Miss 2B. The moment her feet touched the ground, she executed a swift roll, seizing the embedded katana and striking at the nearest wanderer. In a flash of steel, his arm was severed, and the enhancement serum he had clutched was snatched away by her curious hands. So this is the enhancement serum you speak of? Are you truly confident that this trinket can defeat me? After a moment of playful inspection, 2B nonchalantly pocketed the vial. Her expression remained impassive as she surveyed the four individuals around her, who bore a tapestry of emotions: fear, anger, and disbelief. The Wanderer, now deprived of an arm, writhed in agony upon the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, 2B displayed a hint of disdain. The anti-gravity drone hovering beside her swiftly discharged a shot, sending the Wanderer directly to the depths of perdition. In a mere blink of an eye, one Wanderer had perished, yet the remaining three were not inclined to remain passive. Jean immediately seized a nearby staff, adopting a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Tombstone and Scorpion, without the slightest hesitation, plunged enhancement serums into their own arms. As the serums coursed through their veins, their bodies began to visibly swell with newfound vigor. Chapter 10. You may as well perish. Is this the effect of the enhancement serum? Quite intriguing. Observing the visibly enhanced stature of Scorpion and Tombstone, 2B felt no fear. Rather, her interest piqued. Her creator had been tirelessly crafting a bat suit in recent days, ostensibly to augment his combat prowess. Yet, in her view, armor was merely an external force, far less tangible than the enhancement of one's very body through serums. Thus, even if her creator chose not to don the bat suit in the future, he would still possess formidable strength, which was indeed a remarkable development. Intriguing, you say? Damnable woman, today I shall see you dead. As the enhancement serum surged within him, Tombstone felt an exhilarating rush, akin to a surge of adrenaline. Prior to the serum, he could lift approximately 2,000 pounds and emanate heat of around 100 degrees. Now, however, with the serum's infusion, his overall capabilities had doubled. This meant his strength had soared to at least 4,000 pounds, and he could now unleash heat exceeding 200 degrees. This enhancement filled him with newfound confidence. In a moment, he charged at 2B, launching himself forward with a fierce determination, his fist clenched like a cannonball aimed to obliterate her. Yet, to his utter astonishment, His full-force punch appeared as light as a feather in 2B's eyes, devoid of any true power. She did not flinch. Instead, with an expressionless demeanor, she raised her hand and effortlessly caught his strike. How is this possible? Witnessing his strongest blow easily intercepted, Tombstone's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. Disbelief flooding his eyes. His bravado seemed hollow in the face of true strength. It is you who deserves to perish. 2B shook her head with derision. Then, summoning her strength, she crushed Tombstone's fist with a sharp crack. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped him, eliciting a desperate scream. Is this all you are capable of? You are laughably weak. 2B's expression remained impassive, her words dripping with scorn for Tombstone. In response to her taunts, Tombstone steeled himself. Enduring the agony, he summoned a torrent of searing heat from his body, attempting to compel 2B to release her grip on him. However, in the face of his intense heat assault, 2B merely tilted her head, showing no concern whatsoever. As a robot, she possessed no sense of pain, and the artificial skin crafted for her by Loren's was inherently made of heat-resistant materials. Thus, even a mere 200 degrees would inflict no harm upon her. Not even 1,000 degrees could touch her. The notion of her body heating up, is that your power? How utterly trivial. It was beyond belief. Witnessing that his unleashed heat could not harm 2B in the slightest, the gravestone was overwhelmed with fear. Although he had previously known that this woman was extraordinarily strong, he had not anticipated such absurdity. Was she even human? She resembled a monstrous being. Realizing he was no match for 2B, the gravestone immediately cried out for help. Scorpion, what are you waiting for? Quickly assist me in slaying her. Upon hearing this, the Scorpion, who had been merely spectating moments ago, promptly launched an attack. He maneuvered his scorpion tail towards the back of 2B's head, attempting a sneak assault from behind. However, he was taken aback when, before his tail could even make contact, 2B did not even turn her head, but instead swung her katana behind her. In an instant, his scorpion tail was severed. Witnessing this spectacle, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was important to note that his scorpion suit was crafted from specially forged steel, capable of piercing through iron. Yet now, it had been effortlessly sliced by that woman, which was simply inconceivable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it, even under duress. The ability to effortlessly sever a tail made from specialized steel led to two undeniable conclusions. Firstly, the katana in the woman's grasp was no ordinary weapon. Its material was certainly superior to that of his scorpion suit. Secondly, the strength of this woman was beyond imagination, far surpassing his capabilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such a feat merely with a sharp blade. Coming to terms with these realizations, fear took root within him, and thoughts of abandoning the gravestone to escape alone began to emerge. Unfortunately, his idealistic thinking met with the harshness of reality. For just after 2B had severed his scorpion tail, she did not relent. Instead, she exerted her strength and hurled the gravestone directly towards him. Alarmed, he instinctively retreated, but before he could distance himself significantly, the gravestone crashed into him like a heavy sack. The tremendous force sent him flying backward, and ultimately, both he and the gravestone fell to the ground in a rather disheveled manner. Nevertheless, both the gravestone and scorpion were seasoned combatants, and in that instant of falling, they swiftly rolled and regained their footing. Yet, it seemed that 2B had anticipated their movements, for as they stood, her figure was already upon them. Subsequently, the katana in her hand transformed into a fleeting shadow, piercing through the bodies of the two with an astonishing swiftness, and then forcefully pinning them against the wall of the office. The chilling screams erupted from the mouths of the gravestone and the scorpion. At this moment, they resembled a grotesque display, impaled together by 2B, evoking a scene reminiscent of a bloody and eerie classic Hong Kong crime film. It appears that the enhancement drugs you ingested have proven ineffective. Yet, it is hardly surprising. After all, a waste is ultimately a waste, and no amount of consumption will alter that. Now, you may meet your demise, 2B declared with a disdainful expression, as the anti-gravity drone trailing her fired 2 bullets, which swiftly penetrated the skulls of the gravestone and the scorpion. In an instant, all 3 of Jean Bin's formidable subordinates had perished. However, just as 2B turned to pursue Jean Bin, she noticed that he had already escaped through a hidden door, swiftly retreating to the rooftop. Simultaneously, the entire security system of the Jean Bin building was activated. A throng of subordinates rushed towards her at an alarming pace. Chapter 11. You are not human. A wily rabbit with 3 burrows? Observing the swiftly fleeing Jean Bin, 2B's demeanor remained serene, devoid of any concern. For having laid eyes on him, She possessed absolute confidence in capturing him. To her, Jean Bin was merely engaging in a desperate struggle. Although he was dubbed the Emperor of the Underworld, a title that sounded formidable, she perceived him as no different from an ordinary individual. If one were to draw a comparison, to her, ordinary people were akin to ants, while Jean Bin was merely a slightly stronger ant. Thus, regardless of his attempts to evade, he could never escape her grasp. Realizing that Jean Bin was heading towards the rooftop, a knowing smile appeared on 2B's face as she refrained from pursuing him in the same direction. Instead, she leaped gracefully, vaulting through the office's floor-to-ceiling window, and astonishingly began to ascend the building's wall towards the rooftop with her bare hands. In a mere moment, she arrived at the rooftop just as Jean Bin opened the door, preparing to board the helicopter parked there for his escape. Upon witnessing 2B's earlier arrival, a complex expression washed over his face, a mix of surprise and fury, causing his eyes to redden. Finding himself unable to shake off 2B, Jean Bin ceased to waste time and energy, fixing her with a cold stare. "It seems you are determined to capture me today," he remarked, as he removed his white suit, for he had resolved not to flee any longer. He would give his all to confront 2B. Given his imposing physique, he understood that fighting in his suit would hinder his performance, making it a customary ritual for him to remove it before any battle. In response, 2B shook her head and said, "No, you are mistaken. I do not intend to capture you. Rather, I intend to kill you. Certainly prior to that, I shall pry open your lips and compel you to divulge all that you know. Woman, your audacity is remarkable. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone of your ilk. In light of this, allow me to indulge in some playful banter with you today." As the words fell from my lips, Jean Bin slowly raised his staff, adopting a combative stance. However, in that fleeting moment, a crimson laser shot forth from the tip of his staff, launching an unforeseen assault on Miss 2B. Yet, in the face of Jean Bin's sudden strike, 2B merely sidestepped with ease, effortlessly evading the attack. Observing her nonchalance in dodging his ambush, Jean Bin felt no anger. Instead, he pressed another button on his staff. Instantly, a thick plume of white smoke billowed forth from the staff, refusing to dissipate easily. Within moments, it enveloped the entire rooftop. Should an ordinary person find themselves within this haze, they would be rendered utterly blind. This was precisely Jean Bin's intent. Despite possessing considerable strength, he was acutely aware that under normal circumstances, he could never hope to triumph over 2B. Thus, he needed to create a favorable environment to enhance his chances of success. In the very instant the smoke shrouded the rooftop, he finally made his move. With a swift press at the end of his staff, it transformed into a razor-sharp longsword. Gripping the sword, he wasted no words and lunged toward 2B, thrusting the blade with a force akin to a battering ram aimed at her neck. In his estimation, 2B's vision was completely obscured by the smoke, rendering her unable to perceive his actions. Therefore, he believed his attack would go unchallenged, and evasion would be impossible. Little did he anticipate that 2B was not human. She was a robot endowed not only with a human-like visual system, but also with infrared thermal imaging capabilities. Thus, the so-called white smoke posed no impediment to her movements. The reason she had yet to strike was twofold. First, she was not yet prepared to eliminate Jean Bin, and second, she was merely intrigued to witness his performance. Now that the show had concluded, it was time to take action. With this thought, she extended 2 fingers and swiftly pinched, directly seizing the tip of Jean Bin's longsword, rendering it immovable. This unforeseen turn of events left Jean Bin utterly astounded. He had orchestrated extensive preparations for this moment of attack, believing success was within his grasp, only to discover that the woman before him had effortlessly neutralized his efforts. He could not fathom how his white smoke, which had obscured her vision, could be so easily circumvented. A barrage of questions flooded his mind, igniting a profound sense of frustration and anger within him. The sensation of being so effortlessly outmaneuvered was far more disconcerting than any defeat he could have endured. Upon witnessing his cane being grasped by 2B, he hesitated not for a moment and promptly pressed a button at the end of the cane. The tip of his cane was equipped with a laser emitter, and as soon as he activated it, a beam of laser would be unleashed. This tactic had proven infallible in the past, rarely failing him. However, at that instant, 2B preemptively exerted her strength, and with a resounding crack, she effortlessly shattered the tip of his sword. The laser he had hoped would strike true veered off course, instead piercing the side of a nearby helicopter. The immense penetrating power and intense heat left a gash the size of a finger on the helicopter's door in mere moments, a testament to the laser's formidable might. Had it struck 2B, she surely would have sustained considerable injury. It was over. Having effortlessly neutralized Jean Bin's series of attacks, 2B regarded him with palpable disdain. In response, Jean Bing's face turned a deep shade of crimson. As the emperor of the underworld in New York, and indeed all of America, he had never endured such humiliation, igniting a fierce rage within him. In that fleeting moment, he relinquished his cane. Subsequently, he seized one of 2B's arms with both hands, intending to employ his mastery of judo to throw her over his shoulder. Yet, before he could execute the move, he sensed an anomaly. Upon contact with 2B, he was met with a bone-chilling coldness unlike that of any ordinary human. It felt more akin to the temperature of steel. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon him, and disbelief filled his gaze as he looked at 2B. You are not human. Chapter 12. I found you. Congratulations, you are indeed correct. I am not. 2B scoffed, and with a sudden surge of strength, she flung Jean Bing, who had grasped her arm, away with such force that he crashed heavily against the helicopter behind him. Jean Bing's considerable weight, coupled with 2B's extraordinary strength, calculated by Loren to be capable of unleashing at least 3 tons of force, was sufficient to rival even superheroes like Captain America. Such immense power was certainly beyond the likes of Jean Bing. Wow! Thud! The powerful impact caused Jean Bing to cough up blood, leaving him sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state, devoid of the imposing presence expected of an underworld emperor. At that moment, Loren's voice emanated through 2B's lips. You must realize that you are no match for 2B, so surrendering would be your wisest choice. There surely exists a more formidable force backing you. Speak. Who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? If you tell me the truth, I can grant you a more merciful end. Though taken aback by Loren's voice, Jean Bing remained obstinate, laughing heartily. Ha ha! Do you think I, Jean Bing, am the kind of person who fears for his life? You're certainly not. Yet I recognize you as a devoted husband and father, a man who cherishes his wife and children. I presume you would not wish to witness the scene unfolding before you now, nor would you want it to be repeated upon them, would you? A calamity should not befall one's family. This is an unwritten code of our profession, having already taken the lives of others' parents. Do you truly expect anyone to adhere to such conventions? Does that not strike you as rather absurd? Upon hearing Loren's words, Jean was rendered speechless, utterly unable to refute her claims. He was acutely aware that she spoke the truth. It was indeed he who had instigated the murder of others' parents. Now, to demand adherence to some code of the underworld was undeniably ludicrous. However, as a formidable emperor of the underground realm, he could not afford to show weakness. There is no need for you to threaten me with my family. From the moment I entered this line of work, I anticipated this very scenario. I shall never yield, nor shall I perish at your hands. As he spoke, Jean suddenly drew a dagger from his waist and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own heart. This unexpected act shocked Loren to her core, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. She had not anticipated that Jean would prefer to take his own life rather than divulge even a fragment of information. Such resolve was indeed characteristic of a crime lord. At that instant, a bullet whizzed in from a distance. As a multi-purpose combat robot, 2B had already been on high alert, and thus, she deftly evaded the bullet before it could strike her. Observing her agility, the hidden assailant had no intention of allowing her to escape so effortlessly. Consequently, as she dodged the first bullet, a second and third bullet swiftly followed, both aimed directly at her forehead, clearly intending to deliver a fatal blow. Nevertheless, as a combat robot, her very design was predicated on warfare. Her wealth of battle experience far surpassed that of any human. In that fleeting moment, she brandished her katana with remarkable swiftness, and with a flash of cold steel, she effortlessly split the 2 bullets in half. Simultaneously, she analyzed the trajectory of the bullets at lightning speed, and within an instant, she deduced the likely position of the sniper lurking in the shadows. Should the sniper dare to fire again, she would possess absolute certainty regarding the shooter's precise location. And once identified, it would herald the sniper's demise. However, to her surprise, the anticipated 4th bullet never came. This indicated that the sniper had likely realized their cover was blown and was preparing to retreat. Comprehending this, Loren wasted no time, abandoning Jean's lifeless body and commanding 2B to pursue. With a powerful leap, 2B vaulted from the rooftop of Jean's building to the adjacent edifice several dozen meters away. Thereafter, she sprinted towards her estimated position with the swiftness of the wind. Furthermore, she deployed a gravity-defying drone to scout ahead, striving to locate the sniper's trail in the shortest time possible. According to her conjecture, the sniper must have been dispatched by the shadowy figures behind Jean Bing, with the intent of preventing him from leaking information and thereby exposing their identities. However, They had not anticipated that Jinbing would ultimately choose to take his own life. Thus, their focus shifted to her. Consequently, if she could locate that accursed sniper, she might uncover the identity of the mastermind behind it all. This represented her final opportunity. Should she miss it, the subsequent investigation could very well be halted, rendering the task assigned to her by Loren unachievable. This was not what she desired. Her purpose, crafted by Loren, was to alleviate his burdens and cater to his various needs. Failing to fulfill this purpose would render her existence meaningless, a notion she could not accept under any circumstances. Therefore, she was compelled to unearth that wretched sniper and complete her mission. After swiftly leaping across several buildings, she found herself before a somewhat dilapidated structure, which she surmised to be the sniper's probable location. Indeed, it was merely an estimation. She could not yet ascertain the exact position of her target with complete certainty. However, at that moment, her deployed anti-gravity drone captured footage of the sniper shifting positions. Upon viewing the images relayed by the drone, a smile crept across 2B's face. Without hesitation, she leapt once more, propelling herself like a bullet towards the room where the man was located. Her formidable steel form disregarded all obstacles, shattering the glass window of the room and arriving before the sniper just as he was about to relocate. "I have found you," 2B declared, her hand clawing towards the sniper's neck, a move that would surely leave him either dead or grievously injured. Yet, the man was no pushover. He immediately raised his sniper rifle to shield himself. With a sharp crack, the weapon was reduced to scrap metal, crushed in her grasp. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity, he retreated swiftly, drawing a handgun from his waist and attempting to fire at 2B's head from a distance of mere centimeters. But at that moment, 2B's hand preemptively pressed against the barrel of the gun, effortlessly blocking the bullet with her bare hand. Chapter 13. The Special Symbol, the Hydra Organization. Observing 2B's actions, the sniper wore a sneer of contempt. To him, the gesture was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly futile. He believed that a mere human body could not withstand such close-range gunfire, and thus, even if 2B managed to cover the muzzle, her demise was inevitable. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sound of metal colliding as he pulled the trigger, only to be struck with terror upon realizing that she had indeed blocked his bullet with her hand. "You seem quite astonished?" Effortlessly deflecting the sniper's bullet, 2B surged forward with renewed vigor, her formidable strength crushing the sniper's handgun into a mangled mass of iron. Witnessing this, the sniper's face twisted in horror as he hastily retreated, his eyes reflecting sheer disbelief, akin to encountering a specter. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that this woman was not merely unharmed. A substantial wound marred the center of her palm, yet through this injury, he glimpsed a glimmering metallic skeleton. This revelation indicated that she was, in fact, not human, but a robot. In this world, advanced battle armor had long been commonplace. Even Scorpion and the Wanderers, under the command of King Bin, possessed their own cutting-edge armaments. However, he had never heard of any faction capable of creating such lifelike automatons, particularly ones with such extraordinary combat prowess. This was nothing short of astonishing. As he recalled, this woman was the personal secretary of Lord Morgan, implying that the previously undervalued Lord Morgan likely wielded technology far surpassing that of this era. While he could not fathom the means by which this was achieved, if his suspicions held true, this discovery bore monumental significance, potentially jeopardizing the entirety of their organization's previously orchestrated plans. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly abandoned any thoughts of further engagement with 2B and, without hesitation, leapt from the window. It was crucial to note that he was on the 30-something floor. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly be fatal. However, in the split second before his descent, he produced a specialized tool resembling a handgun. Yet instead of bullets, it discharged a hook entangled with a unique thread. As he squeezed the trigger, the hook shot forth, embedding itself firmly in the wall of the adjacent building, allowing him to swing away like Spider-Man. Observing the spectacle, a playful smile graced 2B's lips. She did not immediately pursue him. Instead, she commanded the anti-gravity drone hovering nearby to fire a red laser at the man. The laser struck with precision, severing the thread effortlessly. "What for no?" The man screamed as he arced through the air, crashing violently against the wall of the opposite building, a sight both tragic and grim. Fortunately, he had not fallen from a great height, sparing him from instant death, yet he remained incapacitated and unable to rise. At this moment, 2B calmly descended from the rooftop, the drone accompanying her. In no time, she landed steadily before the beleaguered man, who appeared utterly disheveled, his expression one of agony. It became apparent that the bone in one of his legs had shattered upon impact, rendering him incapable of standing. Yet, 2B remained indifferent, devoid of any semblance of pity. Not only did she show no mercy, but she also stepped forward decisively and delivered a powerful kick to the man. The sheer force sent him flying, and he rolled several meters before finally coming to a halt. Flee? 2B gazed at the man, who lay gasping on the ground, her tone icy. Gripping her katana, she plunged it into his shoulder. Instantly, excruciating pain contorted the man's face into a grimace. However, to 2B's surprise, despite the agony, he refrained from uttering a single cry. A testament to his formidable willpower. I ask you answer. Answer correctly, and I grant you mercy. Answer incorrectly, and you will wish for death. Now tell me, who commanded you? As she spoke, a look of disdain crossed the man's face as he endured the searing pain. Don't waste your time. I will never tell you. And I don't need your mercy. With that, he suddenly bit down hard on his own mouth. Blood erupted from his orifices, revealing that he had concealed a poison pouch within, a desperate measure for this moment of capture. Witnessing this, 2B wasted no time and rushed to pry open his mouth, attempting to extract the poison. Yet, it was too late. He had succumbed to the toxin. 2B had not anticipated such resoluteness from this man. Previously, she had learned from her creator that humans are extraordinarily complex beings. Some are selfish, while others are generous. Some are cruel, yet others possess kindness. Some fear for their lives, while others exhibit unmatched bravery. If one were to rank the most intricate beings in existence, humanity would undoubtedly top the list. This complexity arises from an emotional spectrum and an essence known as the soul, which other creatures lack. Until this moment, she had little comprehension of this notion. But the man's unwavering choice to embrace death sparked a subtle transformation within her cognitive core. This change was akin to a seed taking root in her mechanical mind, the outcome of which remained a mystery yet to unfold. Seeing the man lifeless before her, 2B felt a twinge of regret. This signified her mission's utter failure, for she had yet to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind it all. Just as she prepared to depart, she noticed a peculiar symbol on the man's wrist. Examining the strange insignia, 2B furrowed her brow. She recognized it from her network access. The Hydra organization? Chapter 14. I have learned all you can imagine. Were this scene to be witnessed by outsiders, they would undoubtedly be left in stunned disbelief. For now, 2B's reputation outside was one of fear and dread, akin to that of a deity of death. Yet here she stood before Loren, behaving as docile as a neighborly sister, a sight that would surely astonish them. However, for Loren, this was perfectly normal. In the outside world, 2B was a harbinger of death, yet before him, she was the most devoted of maidens, willing to fulfill any of his whims. Her allure and tenderness would forever be reserved solely for him, never to be witnessed by outsiders. Yet, due to current technological limitations, he was unable to bestow upon 2B a corporeal form. However, once he could craft her a body of flesh and blood, she would undoubtedly become his most exquisite companion. Thus, how could he bear to chastise her? Moreover, 2B had exerted herself to the utmost. The failure of their mission was not her fault, but rather a failing of their adversaries. A mission failure is merely a misstep. It is not your fault. Loren waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Obtaining intelligence about the mastermind from Jean Bing would be ideal, yet should that not come to pass, it would be of little consequence. For the forces behind Jean Bing would not simply retreat. He surmised that they would inevitably strike at him again. Thus he still had a chance to uncover the hidden hand guiding these events. Admittedly, the journey might be fraught with challenges, but such is life. One must allow certain matters to unfold naturally. Thank you, boss. I shall surely succeed in my next endeavor. 2B expressed her gratitude with a deep bow before projecting the image of a peculiar symbol onto the ground. Boss, while I could not ascertain the identity of a mastermind, I did observe this emblem on that man. Upon investigation, I found it to be the insignia of the Hydra organization. Please take a look. As Loren gazed upon the projected symbol, his initial suspicions were confirmed, and he could not help but wear a grim expression. From the very moment he traversed into this world, he had suspected that the entire affair was linked to Hydra. After all, he now resided within the Marvel Universe, where nearly all significant events were intertwined with Hydra, and the notion of seeking Hydra in times of trouble was not merely a jest. Previously, he lacked tangible evidence to substantiate his belief in Hydra's involvement, yet the emergence of their distinctive symbol now validated his conjecture. It was no wonder his countenance darkened, for even he had to concede that Hydra was an exceedingly formidable entity, with vast power and a labyrinthine web of intelligence. Even a Morgan family, a titan of finance, might not stand as their equal. This was precisely the audacity that encouraged them to extend their reach towards the Morgan family. Had he remained the original Loren Morgan, he would likely have been resigned to a fate of despair. Yet, he was not the former Loren. He was the transmuted Loren, endowed with a formidable advantage. Thus, passivity was not an option. However, the sheer vastness of Hydra, with its countless branches, rendered the task of eradicating them a daunting endeavor, not to be accomplished in a single day. Without further ado, even an organization as formidable as SHLD has struggled for years to eradicate Hydra, not only failing to do so, but allowing the very fabric of SHIELD to be infiltrated, transforming it into a mere shadow of its former self. This stark reality underscores the formidable nature of Hydra. Upon realizing that his adversary was indeed Hydra, he understood the necessity of preparing for a protracted conflict. With this thought in mind, his desire for strength intensified. Clearly, the development of the bat suit needed to be expedited. As he murmured to himself, he was still in the process of crafting an improved version of the bat suit, which remained his sole avenue for enhancing his combat prowess. At that moment, however, 2B unexpectedly produced a vial of green potion from her pocket and presented it before him. "Boss, this is a strengthening serum I seized from Gene Bing. Upon administration, it significantly enhances the physical capabilities of the user, albeit this is a diluted version, so its effects last only 24 hours. However, I believe with your intellect, you can optimize it. I present it to you, and once refined, it may grant you power comparable to that of our versatile combat robots." With reverence adorning her features, 2B extended the modified serum. Upon seeing the vial, a wave of elation washed over Loren, for at that very instant, a notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have participated in tracking the true culprits. And in eliminating participants, you have seized a diluted, strengthening serum. Therefore, you are rewarded with a formula for the perfect super soldier serum. Note, the perfect super soldier serum is more stable than the one consumed by Captain America. It can enhance the user's physique by more than threefold, with variations based on the individual, and crucially, it does not induce any side effects or amplify human flaws. The perfect super soldier serum? What a delightful surprise. Just when he was contemplating how to bolster his combat abilities, 2B had presented him with a remarkable gift. How could he not rejoice? Truly, she was a splendid partner. His lucky star. 2B, come here, let me shower you with affection. He pulled her into his embrace and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Caught off guard by her creator's unexpected display of affection, 2B's cheeks flushed crimson, her beauty radiating in that moment. "Boss, online sources say that only couples kiss. Are we behaving like a couple?" She tilted her head, gazing at him with curiosity. Yet in that instant, 2B cupped his face and swiftly pressed her soft lips against his, leaving him momentarily stunned. "2B, where did you learn such things? I recall that I did not implant this skill within you." Loren gazed at 2B in astonishment. "Boss, have you forgotten that I possess autonomous learning capabilities? So you learn it on your own? What else have you acquired? Everything you can think of, I have learned. Boss, I desire to become human." Chapter 15. Commencing the injection of the perfected super soldier serum. Upon hearing 2B's words, Loren was momentarily taken aback, almost convinced he had misheard her. The notion that 2B wished to become human transcended the boundaries of her programming. Under normal circumstances, 2B would never utter such phrases. Although her demeanor and actions mirrored those of genuine humans, they were merely simulations orchestrated by her cognitive system. Her self-identity was firmly rooted in being a robot. She would never express a desire to become human unless she had awakened her own emotions and consciousness. In an instant, Loren appeared to grasp something profound, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded 2B as though he had encountered a specter. You have attained self-awareness and developed emotions? How can this be possible?" Although the technology behind generalized combat robots explicitly stated that the emotional systems embedded in their cognitive cores had an exceedingly minuscule chance of fostering emotional bonds and self-awareness akin to that of humans, he had previously paid little heed to this. The documentation clearly indicated that this probability was incredibly low, even less than 1 in 10,000. Thus, he instinctively believed that such an improbable occurrence could never manifest in his reality. Yet, to his utter astonishment, he had indeed struck the proverbial jackpot, encountering it firsthand. Before him, 2B appeared to have genuinely birthed her own self-awareness and emotions. Otherwise, she could not possibly articulate such sentiments. In response to Loren's inquiry, 2B tilted her head, her expression adorably perplexed. "Boss, what are consciousness and emotions? How shall I explain this?" Consciousness refers to the ability of human thought and perception, while emotions pertain to the subjective experiences and feelings individuals have towards the world. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, 2B shook her head. Not quite, but I feel somewhat different now. Is this difference what you refer to as consciousness and emotion? What do you mean by different? It's just that I find myself irresistibly wanting to engage in certain activities with you, boss, desiring your vigorous involvement. Stop. No more of that. It's becoming inappropriate. Loren felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at 2B's words. He had never anticipated that she would develop such thoughts towards him. This was not merely the emergence of consciousness and emotions. It was the birth of carnal desires. Moreover, they were exceedingly intense. While 2B's transformation brought him a sense of exhilaration and accomplishment, it was crucial to remember that she was, after all, a formidable construct of steel. Thus, should her primal instincts awaken, it could spell disaster. Contemplating this, he was suddenly struck with alarm, and his earlier elation dissipated entirely. Creating a corporeal form for 2B is currently beyond reach. However, before that, she must find a way to make the available areas bionic. For even silicone is preferable to mere iron. This way, at least when 2B's primal instincts surge, he might find some comfort. Boss, I've heard that engaging in such activities between men and women is quite pleasurable. Is this true? And what does pleasurable mean? 2B inquired curiously, her expression one of relentless inquiry. Well, what I read online is indeed accurate. It is quite enjoyable. As for the meaning of pleasurable, it's rather difficult for me to articulate. It essentially signifies a state of utmost happiness. Listening to 2B's questions, Loren felt a wave of embarrassment, uncertain how to explain. Clarifying the human experience of physical joy to a robot is akin to playing music to a cow, impossible to convey, as it lies outside her comprehension. And what, pray tell, is happiness? 2B continued, tilting her head in curiosity. Happiness is when happiness is like, well, it's akin to that thing you mentioned. What is that thing? 2B pressed on. Stop. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from asking further. Otherwise, this could go on indefinitely. Such subjective feelings cannot be fully expressed in words. They require personal experience to understand. Personal experience? Understood. I shall strive to comprehend. 2B nodded silently. By the way, boss, since engaging in such activities brings you joy, I wish to bring you joy now. I have acquired a wealth of knowledge. Would you like to test my understanding? Where did you learn so much? Have you been visiting dubious websites? Or dubious websites? Never mind, forget I mentioned it. Your power is low. You should recharge now. We can discuss pleasurable matters later. Boss, during my charging standby, could you assist me in upgrading my components? I desire them to be more lifelike. Loren felt a flush of embarrassment. 2B was becoming increasingly outrageous. If this trend continued, she might very well take advantage of his slumber one day. Should that occur, he truly must expedite the enhancement of 2B's components without delay. This consideration is not solely for her benefit, but also for his own happiness. With this thought in mind, he promptly commenced the upgrading process. Moreover, he began to craft the perfect version of the super soldier serum based on the system's awarded formula. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, 7 days had elapsed. During this week, Loren dedicated the first day to upgrading 2B's components, while the remaining time was spent perfecting the super soldier serum. After 6 arduous days, he finally succeeded on the last day in creating the perfect serum. It was a vial of pale blue liquid, distinctly different from the original green serum. Boss, are you certain you wish to inject it now? This serum has yet to undergo human trials. 2B exclaimed, her concern evident as she watched Loren, stripped of clothing, lie within the experimental chamber. Rest assured, I shall emerge unscathed. You must have faith in my capabilities. Let us commence the strengthening injection at once. Although the flawless enhancement serum he crafted has not undergone human trials, it has received validation from the system's data. Thus, there is no cause for concern. Naturally, such information cannot be disclosed to outsiders, not even to the esteemed 2B. Understood, let us proceed. With Loren's command, 2B hesitated no longer. She promptly pressed the start button on the control panel. Instantly, the upright experimental chamber began to recline gently, and, simultaneously, the pale blue enhancement serum was administered intravenously into Loren's body. As the serum coursed through him, Loren's physique involuntarily stiffened, and a piercing scream of agony erupted within the confines of the chamber. Chapter 16. A quintuple enhancement of physical qualities, power surge. Hearing Loren's anguished cry, a look of concern crossed 2B's face. Boss, how do you feel? Do you require me to halt the injection immediately? No, do not stop. Administer the entire dosage. Otherwise, all will be in vain. Upon hearing 2B's suggestion to cease the injection, Loren endured the excruciating pain to interject. After a moment of hesitation, 2B ultimately decided against halting the injection and continued to administer the entire enhancement serum into Loren's body. As the last of the serum entered him, Loren felt as though his body were a balloon being inflated, expanding at a visibly rapid pace. Moreover, his bones felt as if they were being stretched apart. The sensation was akin to the very fabric of his being threatening to rupture, the intensity of pain far exceeding his expectations, an ordeal he had never before encountered. While he had anticipated that the process would be excruciating, he had not fathomed it would reach such torturous heights. It was akin to a hellish torment. Fortunately, the duration of this agony was not prolonged. Mere seconds later, it dissipated, and he found himself enveloped in warmth, akin to basking in a hot spring, a most delightful sensation. After hardship comes sweetness. This indeed is a remarkable experience, Loren mused, as he acutely sensed the profound transformation of his physique. His previously slender frame had become adorned with muscle, not the grotesque bulk of a bodybuilder, but rather an aesthetically pleasing, streamlined musculature, the kind that could be effortlessly concealed beneath clothing. In addition, his height had noticeably increased. Prior to the serum's injection, he stood at 175 centimeters. Following the infusion of the flawless super soldier serum, he surged to a height of 188 centimeters, an impressive growth of 13 centimeters. Such enhancement is nothing short of astonishing. Yet, this was merely the superficial enhancement. The internal augmentation was the true essence of the transformation. He gently clenched his fist, and a cacophony of cracking bones resonated through the air. Through the mere act of clenching his fist, he distinctly perceived that his strength had transcended the limits attainable by an ordinary human. As for the exact tonnage of force he could unleash, that remained a mystery for the time being. However, in terms of his overall physical prowess, he felt he had enhanced it by approximately fivefold. One must not underestimate this quintuple augmentation. After all, Captain Rogers, upon receiving the super soldier serum, achieved merely a fourfold enhancement. Yet, it was this already extraordinary fourfold physical capability that catapulted him into the ranks of the triumvirate within the Marvel Universe. Thus, one can grasp the magnitude of a fivefold enhancement in physical abilities. To illustrate more intuitively, if an average person has a physical capacity rated at 10, then an athlete, having undergone extensive professional training, would typically be situated around a level of 12 or 13. For a normal human, even a single-point increase in physical capacity constitutes a significant advancement in achievement. Now, with the perfected enhancement serum, Loren had quintupled his physical prowess to an astounding 50 points. It is not difficult to envision the terrifying power such physical prowess could unleash. Is this what it feels like to grow stronger? It was simply exhilarating. As the enhancement concluded, Loren reclined within the experimental chamber, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. He then pushed his hand forward, forcefully propelling the chamber door outward, instantly revealing his robust and handsome physique, reminiscent of an ancient Greek statue, before the astonished gaze of the Lady 2B. With a look as if he were a completely transformed individual, 2B's face was awash with astonishment. Her eyes scanned him from head to toe in an instant, and it was evident that her gaze had taken on a fervent intensity. "Boss, you've grown taller and matured," she remarked, her eyes fixated on Loren, instinctively licking her lips, akin to a cat enticed by a delectable treat. Observing her peculiar demeanor, Loren recalled the words 2B had uttered a week prior, and an unsettling premonition stirred within him. "Boss, should you test your body?" 2B inquired with curiosity. "Indeed. A test is in order," Loren nodded, promptly commencing the evaluation. As time swiftly elapsed, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this hour, 2B diligently conducted a series of tests on Loren, employing an array of instruments, and ultimately reached a conclusion that aligned closely with his own suspicions. His overall physical capability had indeed increased by approximately fivefold. In his current state, he could exert around 5 tons of force. Conventional weaponry could not breach his skin, and he could withstand gunfire, possessing a remarkable capacity for self-healing even when injured. Furthermore, his jumping ability was astonishing, enabling him to leap approximately 10 meters vertically. If he were to sprint and jump, he could cover a distance nearing 50 meters. Moreover, his 5 senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, have been significantly enhanced. He can vividly perceive the bold lettering on a poster hundreds of meters away. He can hear conversations from afar and detect scents carried over kilometers. His taste enables him to effortlessly distinguish among hundreds of elemental components, while his sense of touch allows him to easily sense the flow of air. With such abilities, coupled with his newfound lightning-fast reflexes, he can readily detect changes in his surroundings and respond preemptively, akin to Spider-Man's spider sense. In summary, he has grown stronger, and not just in an ordinary sense. Based on his own conjectures, unless he encounters beings of Hulk or Thor's caliber, ordinary superheroes will find it difficult to contend with him. This is all before he dons the enhanced bat suit. Once equipped with it and various high-tech weaponry, his combat prowess will surge further. Clenching his fists, Loren felt a surge of excitement. With his body reinforced, he felt more confident in confronting the Hydra organization. Just as he was reveling in his newfound power, a phone call from Freddy interrupted his joy. "Young master, your Aunt Maeve Morgan has arrived." Chapter 17. There's poison in this cookie. Aunt? Is she the one who had a fierce argument with my father and then left home for several years? Upon hearing Freddy the butler's words, an opulent woman surfaced in Loren's mind. This woman is his aunt, Maeve Morgan. Through the memories he has assimilated, he learned that the original host had an older brother and sister, placing him as the third in line. However, due to some unknown reasons, his uncle tragically perished in a car accident, leaving only his aunt and father behind. A few years later, a fierce quarrel erupted between the siblings over inheritance issues. Maeve had always believed that the original host's father had hired someone to harm her brother in a bid to seize the Morgan family fortune, leading her to harbor animosity toward him and constantly undermine him, culminating in a confrontation. Yet, through the memories he has absorbed, Loren understands that the truth is far from this narrative. His father never aspired to be the head of the Morgan family. In fact, he wished to distance himself from it to lead a life of his own. Unfortunately, after his brother's death, his father was coerced into assuming the role of family patriarch. Regardless of his resistance, which proved futile, he had attempted to explain this to Maeve, but she refused to believe him, convinced that her brother was manipulating their father into bequeathing the family headship to him. 3 years ago, after his father's futile resistance, he had no choice but to accept the mantle of the Morgan family leader, marking the day when his aunt severed ties with the Morgans, forever parting ways with them. 3 years have elapsed, and yet the sudden reappearance of this long-absent aunt is indeed quite extraordinary. It is worth noting that she did not attend the funeral of the original owner's parents. When circumstances deviate from the norm, it is often indicative of something amiss. It seems this aunt may not come with benevolent intentions. However, since she has arrived, it would be impolite for him, as her nephew, to evade her presence. Draped in a black suit, Loren's robust physique was cleverly concealed, perfectly illustrating the adage that clothing can create an illusion of slenderness while revealing a more muscular form beneath. Coupled with his striking good looks, he exuded an air of nobility, reminiscent of a prince from an opulent European palace. Observing the remarkably poised Loren, Miss 2B's cheeks flushed with admiration and infatuation. Had circumstances permitted, she might have been unable to restrain herself from rushing to him. "Let us proceed to meet my aunt." Loren strolled confidently towards the grand hall of the manor, with Miss 2B trailing respectfully behind him, resembling a dutiful and obedient partner. Within the hall's reception area, a middle-aged woman adorned in heavy makeup sat gracefully, exuding elegance. On the table to her right rested a gift box, the contents of which remained a mystery. As Loren approached, his enhanced sense of smell detected a hint of fragrance, suggesting it contained some delicacy. This resplendent woman was none other than his aunt, Maeve Morgan. Upon seeing Loren approach, Maeve's face brightened with a smile as she gracefully rose to greet him. "Oh, my dear nephew, how you've grown in these years. You truly resemble a man now." As she spoke, she reached out to caress Loren's cheek. However, before her fingers could make contact, he calmly stepped back, deftly avoiding her touch. "Ms. Maeve, it appears we are not as familiar as you presume." Loren, recalling the memories he had assimilated, understood that this so-called aunt had never held any affection for him. In his childhood, she had even gone so far as to humiliate him, purely out of her disdain for his father. Given this knowledge, how could he possibly grow close to someone like her? To him, Maeve's current display of affection seemed nothing more than a facade. Yet, what was her motive for such pretense? This question heightened his wariness towards her. Upon hearing Loren's words, a hint of embarrassment washed over Maeve's face. "Dear nephew, I understand your resentment over my absence at your parents' funeral, but I was unaware of the tragedy until recently, which prompted my swift arrival," she professed earnestly, her expression tinged with pain and sorrow. To an unknowing observer, she might appear genuinely mournful for her brother. Yet, Loren was acutely aware that this was merely an act. The animosity this aunt harbored towards his father had reached unfathomable depths. How could she possibly mourn his demise? "Lady Maeve, there is no need for pretense before me. I am well aware of the grievances between you and my father. Pray tell, what brings you here unannounced?" Roland spoke with unabashed directness, sparing her no courtesy. At his words, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in Maeve's eyes, quickly masked by her composure. Dear nephew, you have gravely misunderstood me. I can see that there were some conflicts with your father in the past, yet we are ultimately siblings bound by blood. What are our trivial disputes compared to matters of life and death? Would you not agree? Is that so? Am I to understand that I am the one being petty? If that is truly your sentiment, I might just address you as aunt after all. Listening to Maeve, Roland silently nodded, his expression a blend of mockery and amusement. Precisely. The discord between your father and me has long since dissipated. Moreover, our generational affairs ought not to involve you younger ones. If you can forgive your aunt, it would bring me great solace. By the way, I have brought you some European pastries that I made myself, hoping you would enjoy them. Maeve continued, presenting a box from the table to Roland. As she gently opened it, an array of exquisitely crafted confections was revealed, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance that wafted into Roland's nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. These pastries are indeed fragrant, Roland remarked, lifting a biscuit with a hint of jest. I have infused them with a touch of tea from the Dragon Kingdom, which imparts a subtle aroma. Do give it a taste, they're quite delectable. How rare it is for you, aunt, to personally prepare treats for me. I must indulge, Roland acquiesced, nodding before placing the biscuit into his mouth. Upon witnessing him consume the pastry, a shadow of delight crossed Maeve's visage. Yet, in that moment, Roland's expression abruptly shifted. He collapsed onto the ground, face contorted in agony, and raised a trembling hand towards Maeve, exclaiming, "Is there poison in this biscuit?" Chapter 18. Aunt with a Disruptive Perspective. As Roland writhed in sudden torment, the previously gentle Maeve revealed a countenance of malevolence. My dear nephew, how wonderfully naive you are. Did you genuinely believe I came here merely to offer you pastries? You are still so innocent. After all these years, you have yet to mature, charmingly juvenile. With such naivete, how could you possibly manage an enterprise of this magnitude? It is best that I take charge. Maeve sneered as she crouched before Roland, chastising him as one might a child, her gaze filled with disdain. Why? Why would you do this? Did you not claim that the grievances of your generation would not entangle ours? Roland, enduring the searing pain, looked at Maeve in utter disbelief. Upon hearing this, Maeve erupted into laughter. You simpleton, do you take my words at face value? My enmity with your father is irreconcilable. I have longed for his demise. And as his progeny, your fate is likewise sealed. Yet, do you not fear the consequences of your actions against me? Loren inquired with curiosity. Are you referring to the secretary behind you? Allow me to enlighten you. Your poison was not ingested, but rather inhaled. From the moment I opened this box, the toxic gas has pervaded the entire room. Consequently, everyone present is now poisoned, including your lovely secretary, who shall also meet her end. Maeve's countenance darkened, her eyes reddening ominously. So, in your quest to eliminate me, you, my dear aunt, have indeed gone to great lengths. It seems my parents' deaths are intricately tied to you as well. Loren, now sprawled on the ground, fixed a ghastly gaze upon Maeve. Upon hearing Loren's words, Maeve let out a derisive laugh. There is no need for you to feign cleverness. As a dying man, what does it matter if I divulge the truth? Indeed, I orchestrated the death of your parents. I have been pulling the strings from the shadows. So, you have joined the Hydra organization. How unexpected that you would uncover this much. It truly surprises me. I had underestimated you, but it appears that was a grave error. Nonetheless, it matters not, for you are destined to perish by my hand. As Maeve spoke, she drew a dagger from her waist and, without hesitation, plunged it toward Loren's heart. At that very moment, however, Loren, who had seemed utterly incapacitated, suddenly extended his hand and seized the dagger from Maeve's grasp with remarkable ease. Seeing Loren still capable of movement and strength, disbelief washed over Maeve's face. In an instant, she realized she had been deceived and swiftly retreated toward the door, attempting to escape. Yet, just then, the formidable 2B leaped forth, blocking her path and slowly shutting the doors of the grand hall. In an instant, Maeve found herself encircled by Loren within the hall. With the dagger now in his possession, Loren stretched lazily and stood up at a leisurely pace. You are not poisoned? This is impossible. Maeve's eyes were wide with astonishment as she beheld Loren standing before her, unscathed. Observing Maeve's incredulous expression, Loren scoffed. My foolish aunt, did you truly believe me to be a simpleton? From the moment I entered the hall, I discerned your treachery. While concealing the poison within the pastry box was clever, the potency of your toxin is woefully inadequate. It had no effect on me. I had to feign being poisoned, and that is profoundly disappointing. Bear in mind, This toxin was meticulously prepared. Even the strongest beast would succumb to its effects upon inhalation. Yet, here stands Loren, declaring it utterly ineffective. How could she endure such humiliation? This was nothing short of a blatant affront. You are not Loren. Loren does not possess your strength or depth of thought. Who are you truly? Maeve's countenance darkened as she swiftly recognized that the Loren before her was a stark contrast to the one she had known, as if he were an entirely different person. My dear aunt, what nonsense are you speaking? If I'm not Loren, then who could possibly be? Loren replied with a mocking expression, well aware that revealing his identity as a time traveler was out of the question. You cannot deceive me. The true Loren Morgan has long been spoiled by his parents. He indulges in vice, his mind a barren wasteland, nothing more than a wastrel. As for you, I must concede that you are cunning and ruthless. Is that so? It seems you have a keen understanding of me. However, every individual has the capacity for growth. My cunning and ruthlessness pale in comparison to yours. As an elder sister, you orchestrated the demise of your own brother. You are a viperous woman, truly deserving of damnation. Loren's tone was frigid, his desire to eliminate the woman before him palpable. He, a time traveler, harbored no sentiment for this so-called aunt. The one deserving of condemnation is your father. Were it not for him causing my brother's death, I would not harbor such animosity. He obliterated my existence, and thus I must seek vengeance. His demise is well warranted. Is that so? The truth I have uncovered diverges significantly from your understanding. Perhaps you should take a look at this. The original father's desire to extricate himself from the Morgan family stemmed from the overwhelming impact of this incident, prompting him to abandon his familial ties. Little did he know that his elder brother would unexpectedly perish, forcing him into the role of the family's patriarch. This very turn of events led his sister, Maeve, to believe that he had orchestrated the entire affair, giving rise to the ensuing chaos. As Maeve beheld the images within the projection, she stood frozen, struck as if by a bolt from the blue. She never anticipated that her brother was privy to the details surrounding her and her elder brother. Shut off. Turn it off now. Maeve seethed, her fury compelling her to demand that Loren cease the projection. Chapter 19. You are merely pawns. Upon hearing this, Loren smiled and promptly deactivated the projection. In the past, my father refrained from disclosing this matter to preserve your dignity. Yet you, in your ignorance, have relentlessly targeted him, ultimately resorting to his demise. Would you not say that warrants your own death? No, that cannot be true. You have fabricated this. My brother's death was orchestrated by your father. Do not attempt to deceive me. You fool, what benefit would my father gain from the death of his elder brother? As his sister, you should be acutely aware of my father's character. He is inherently free-spirited, loathing the constraints of family. Had my uncle not perished, he would not have been obligated to manage this vast family, nor would he have to contend with the burdens of such responsibilities or witness your repugnant actions daily. He could have roamed the world, living a life of joy. Anyone could have been responsible for my uncle's death, yet my father was not. For my uncle's demise would bring him nothing but detriment. No, that is not possible. I cannot be mistaken. This is all a deception, a deceit. Listening to Loren's words, Maeve shook her head, her face etched with disbelief. Your belief is inconsequential. I am determined to avenge my parents. Now, I shall send you to hell. As Loren spoke, she thrust the stolen dagger menacingly towards Maeve. However, at that moment, the butler, Freddie, who had been standing behind Loren, suddenly stepped forward and drew a handgun, aiming it at the back of Loren's head, intent on killing her. To his utter astonishment, before he could pull the trigger, Loren swiftly turned, and the dagger in her hand transformed into a flash of cold light, severing his hand at the wrist. A piercing scream erupted from Freddie's lips as he clutched his severed arm, his eyes filled with disbelief as he gazed at Loren before him. He could not comprehend how this young master had anticipated his ambush. It was utterly incredible. Old butler, did you truly believe your concealment was effective? Loren regarded the elder with a mocking expression. How did you discover my intentions? Freddie asked, his face contorted with unwillingness. That night, when I was attacked at the precinct, I realized that those men in black were ostensibly there to kill that gunman, but their true target was unmistakably me. Had it not been for 2B's presence by my side, I fear I would have been riddled with bullets. In retrospect, I discerned that you were the only one who had prior knowledge of my visit to the precinct. If not you, then whom should I suspect? Now, the evidence is irrefutable. Your demise is imminent. By the way, Miss Maeve has just informed me that her poison pervades this entire room, yet you remain unresponsive. How unprofessional of you. Do take heed in your next life. With a sardonic flourish, Loren swiftly drew the dagger across Freddie's throat, delivering a swift and decisive end. I never imagined I would fall to the hands of a mere child. I am loath to accept this. You should perish alongside your wretched parents. Even at this moment, Maeve continued to curse Loren. In response, Loren chuckled lightly. I derive great pleasure from witnessing your hatred towards me, yet your inability to eliminate me only fuels my delight. You, Maeve spluttered, her face contorted with rage as she spat blood, her eyes bloodshot. Ah, you're not only foolish, but also hot-tempered. It is no wonder you would resort to plotting against your own brother. The Morgan family is truly unfortunate to have such a descendant. You must be the embodiment of bad luck. Silence. You, impudent brat, are in no position to judge me. This is all your father's fault. He deserves to die. You, foolish one, have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. It is evident that someone is orchestrating this entire affair. And the death of my uncle is merely a cog in their elaborate scheme. You and my father are but pawns in this game. Of course, you may choose to remain oblivious, continuing to be manipulated while you unwittingly enrich others. Rest assured, even in your absence, I would still unearth the culprits, albeit it would require a greater expenditure of time. However, from the intelligence I have gathered thus far, it appears that this entire incident is inextricably linked to the Hydra organization. If my conjecture is accurate, they must have reached out to you shortly after your departure from the Morgan family, promising you an irresistible offer. Am I correct in my assumptions? Loren did not hastily eliminate Maeve. Instead, he methodically began to extract information from her. Upon hearing Loren's words, Maeve paused, clearly caught off guard by his insight. In the past, she would have dismissed his claims outright. Silence, however, is tantamount to acquiescence. It seems my suspicions were spot on. This entire affair is indeed the handiwork of the Hydra organization. It is highly probable that the very individual you allied with is responsible for my uncle's demise, and yet you, in your folly, continue to serve him. How utterly ludicrous. No, that cannot be. He would not deceive me. You shall not sway me. I have avenged my brother. Yes, I have exacted my revenge. Huh. I would rather die than divulge any secrets. Long live Hydra. Maeve suddenly erupted into a frenzied outburst, blood trickling from her lips. A clear indication that she had bitten down on a poison capsule, her life slipping away. Yet, what Loren did not anticipate was that, as she neared her last breath, she leaned closer to his ear and softly whispered, Alexander Pierce. It is he. Before she could complete her statement, Maeve succumbed to death. Chapter 20. The Impressive Bat Suit. Hearing Maeve's words, Loren furrowed his brow. He turned to 2B and commanded, immediately scan her body for any anomalies. Understood. In response to Loren's directive, 2B activated her scanning mode. Within moments, she detected a signal source beneath Maeve's skin. Report, boss. There is an electronic device implanted beneath her skin, resembling a miniature listening device. I have severed the signal. No wonder. It seems this woman was not entirely devoid of wit, as she managed to provide a lead before her demise. Boss, have we identified the mastermind? Yes, it appears we have. And who is it? Alexander Pierce, Minister of the World Security Council. Then I shall go eliminate him at once. Upon hearing Loren's words, 2B radiated a fierce intent, ready to act, but Loren restrained her. There is no need for haste. Alexander is the leader of the Hydra organization, and eliminating him will prove to be no small feat therefore. I shall first upgrade your capabilities to enhance the likelihood of success. Loren contemplated for a moment, his expression turning earnest. He refrained from hastily eliminating Pierce, primarily due to his intention to upgrade 2B, thereby enhancing her capabilities in combat against the Hydra organization. Moreover, at the moment of Maeve's demise, a system notification resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host, for participating in tracking the mastermind behind the incident and successfully eliminating the event's architect. Maeve, you are rewarded with a blueprint for the reconnaissance type Robot 9S. Those familiar with the world of NieR, Automata are well aware of who 9S is, an esteemed partner of 2B, known for his reconnaissance abilities. While his prowess in close-quarters combat may be lacking, he excels in information warfare. Presently, Loren found himself in need of an artificial intelligence adept at information warfare. Thus, he envisioned the creation of a super AI capable of real-time coordination to assist 2B in battle. As for the reconnaissance Robot 9S, he was indeed part of Loren's plans, albeit not at this moment, as time and resources were finite. He intended to gradually realize this ambition. Furthermore, should he proceed with the creation, he would modify 9S's gender to female. After all, having a male robot accompanying 2B on missions might lead to unnecessary complications for himself. Additionally, not only did he plan to construct 9S, but he also aspired to create more versatile combat robots, ideally adopting a strategy focused on overwhelming force. Such endeavors would enable him to navigate the Marvel Universe with greater stability and ascendancy. With these thoughts in mind, he promptly sequestered himself in the laboratory. Time flew by, and before he knew it, half a month had elapsed. During this period, he dedicated himself almost obsessively to his research. Through relentless effort, he ultimately succeeded in developing the super AI, Alice. The core program was installed in 2 locations, one within the underground secret base of his estate, and the other situated on a satellite in low Earth orbit, one below and one above, complementing each other. Regardless of location, he could summon Alice at any moment to perform various data analyses. Not only he, but also 2B's mechanical intellect could connect with his super AI, allowing her to enhance her tactical analyses. This would significantly amplify her computational capabilities, thereby augmenting her combat effectiveness. After all, the potency of artificial intelligence hinges upon computational power. Given the current technological constraints, the production of ultra-high-performance chips remained unfeasible, thus limiting the capabilities of 2B's mechanical intellect. However, the super AI could leverage numerous chips without the constraints of size, resulting in unparalleled performance. Consequently, his computational power was far beyond what 2B's mechanical intellect could match. Over the course of this half-month, he not only created the super AI Alice, but also executed a simple upgrade for 2B, equipping her with anti-gravity devices on her feet. Thus, 2B could traverse the air momentarily with the aid of the anti-gravity device, reminiscent of the moonwalk in the world of pirates. In addition to making simple upgrades to 2B, he had finally completed the long-desired Batsuit. Not only the Batsuit, but he also crafted the accompanying Batmobile and Bat aircraft. Furthermore, the Batsuit was embedded with the anti-gravity device, allowing for brief flights. In the laboratory, 2B gazed at Loren, adorned in the sleek black Batsuit, her eyes brimming with astonishment. "Boss, is this the Batsuit you spoke of? It's so cool." Loren's Batsuit significantly diverged from the Batman of the DC universe, while the latter's suit partially obscured the face and leaned towards defensive armor. Relying primarily on Bruce's combat prowess to vanquish foes, Loren's creation fully concealed the face and took on a more mechanized form. The suit's surface was adorned with soft, yellow, luminous strips, exuding a strong technological vibe that was distinctly cyberpunk. Moreover, Loren had indeed equipped the suit with an array of advanced technology, integrating the artificial intelligence Alice, military-grade goggles akin to those of 2B, and a miniature laser launcher. It also featured retractable steel claws, an anti-gravity device in place of a gliding cape, and various types of miniature explosives. Collectively, these elements rendered Loren's bat suit far more aggressive, resembling a mobile armory, somewhat akin to Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. However, it must be noted that while they shared stylistic similarities, their craftsmanship and overall structure were fundamentally different, as were their respective combat capabilities. As for which was superior, that remained uncertain due to the lack of direct confrontation. Nonetheless, one thing was clear. Loren's Batsuit was undoubtedly more dazzling than the original Iron Man suit, and arguably even cooler than the Batsuit from the DC universe. This was precisely why 2B was so captivated by Loren at that moment. There's even cooler stuff. Alice, immediately activate the canopy. I want to test fly the anti-gravity Bat aircraft. Hearing 2B's praise, Loren wore a proud smile. He then commanded the AI, Alice, to open the steel canopy of the underground base. Simultaneously, a bat-shaped black aircraft descended from above, gently landing before Loren and 2B. Chapter 21. Oh, isn't that Iron Man? Is this the Bat aircraft? It's incredibly cool. Observing the vertically descending Bat aircraft, 2B was filled with awe, as she had awakened emotions and self-awareness. Her actions began to mirror those of a genuine human girl more closely, curiosity included. "It really is quite cool," Loren chuckled, then opened the cockpit and swiftly took a seat. He turned to glance at the seat behind him and smiled at 2B, saying, "Come on, let's fly together." Upon hearing this, 2B's face lit up with joy, radiating happiness. "All right, boss." She nodded emphatically and swiftly took her seat behind Loren. Subsequently, she began to survey the interior of the cockpit with the curiosity of a child. In mere moments, she had completely mastered the art of piloting the Bat fighter before her. Although 2B's intellect could not rival the super artificial intelligence known as Alice, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of any human. Her rate of learning surpassed all expectations, which perhaps contributed to the emergence of 2B's self-awareness. "Fasten your seatbelt. We shall depart immediately," Loren declared, pressing the ignition button on the control panel. Instantly, a melodious electronic voice resonated within the cabin. "Good evening, boss. I am the artificial intelligence Alice. How may I assist you?" All of Loren's intelligent devices were connected to Alice. Not only the Bat fighter, but also his Batmobile, and even his Batsuit, all of which could summon Alice at any moment. Thus, he could operate these devices manually or, when necessary, relinquish full control to Alice, whose operational prowess far exceeded that of any human. Given that this was a test flight, it was only fitting to allow the most capable Alice to take the helm. This arrangement also had the advantage of enabling real-time analysis of flight data, allowing for dynamic adjustments as needed, which would significantly aid in the optimization of the aircraft in the long run. Commenced the first routine test flight of the Batfighter, Loren commanded. Understood. Performing pre-flight checks. Analyzing the Batfighter's power system. Check complete. All systems normal. Analyzing the Batfighter's weapon systems. Check complete. All systems normal. Analyzing the Batfighter's radar systems. Check complete. All systems normal. Overall diagnostics successfully completed. The test flight is about to commence. Initiating extreme altitude test. As Alice's voice concluded, Loren and 2B felt a sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness within the Batfighter. Unlike conventional aircraft, the Batfighter utilized anti-gravity technology, enabling it to hover effortlessly. Vertical ascent was a trivial matter, making the extreme altitude test akin to riding a free-fall amusement ride as it shot upwards without any prior motion at an astonishing speed. The altitude continued to rise. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 15,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 25,000 meters. Warning. Warning. Ice accumulation detected on the aircraft's surface. Shall we initiate de-icing mode? As the Batfighter reached 25,000 meters, the entire structure trembled noticeably, coinciding with Alice's alert. Activate de-icing mode immediately. The Batfighter is designed to ascend beyond this altitude. We shall continue climbing. Loren, unfazed by Alice's warning, pressed on. To comprehend the Batfighter, one must recognize that it is a marvel crafted through the pinnacle of contemporary fighter jet technology, seamlessly integrated with an anti-gravity system. Initially, the design aimed for an ascent to an astonishing altitude of 50,000 meters, a height that surpasses any existing fighter aircraft. Official records indicate that the highest altitude achieved by a manned spacecraft is approximately 37,000 meters, a benchmark set in 1977 that has yet to be surpassed. The most advanced fighter jets currently reach a mere 27,000 meters, while conventional fighters remain below 20,000 meters. Thus, it is evident how remarkable it is for the Batfighter, engineered by Loren, to soar to an altitude of 50,000 meters. Upon receiving Loren's command, Alice promptly activated the de-icing mode. As this mode engaged, the ice that had formed on the surface of the Batfighter shattered and melted instantaneously. With the issue of high-altitude icing resolved, the Batfighter regained its stability, continuing its ascent towards the heavens. In a brief span, it surpassed 30,000 meters, ultimately reaching an altitude of 48,000 meters, where it could ascend no further. Boss, we have reached the actual maximum flight altitude, and further ascent is currently unfeasible. Alice's voice resonated within the cockpit. Pleased with this announcement, Loren nodded in satisfaction. His design altitude was set at 50,000 meters, and achieving 48,000 meters exceeded his expectations. Excellent. Now reduce altitude to 25,000 meters, and then conduct a maximum speed test. I have designed a top speed to be Mach 5. Let us see how close we can get to that, Loren commanded once more. Complying with his instructions, Alice immediately sprang into action. Understood. Altitude has been decreased to 25,000 meters. Commencing extreme speed test. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Whoosh. As Alice concluded the countdown, both Loren and Miss 2B were engulfed by a terrifying surge of acceleration. Their bodies were pressed firmly against their seats, rendering them immobile, while Loren's facial expression contorted under the immense force. This indicated the sheer ferocity of the Batfighter's initial flight speed. The resultant G-forces from such velocity would incapacitate an ordinary person, likely causing them to lose consciousness in an instant. Fortunately, thanks to Loren's enhancement from the perfected super soldier serum, he was able to withstand this onslaught. Warning. Warning. A humanoid flying object has been detected ahead, with an approach speed of 0.8 Mach. Humanoid flying object? What does it look like? Loren inquired, momentarily taken aback by Alice's report. Just as he posed the question, a golden-red humanoid battle armor materialized on the screen before him. Oh, is that not Iron Man? Chapter 22. The opponent is initiating a forced shutdown. The golden-red humanoid battle armor displayed on the screen was none other than It was not long ago that Tony Stark, who had just declared himself Iron Man, encountered an unexpected situation. Loren found it rather intriguing to cross paths with Iron Man at such a late hour. What could he possibly be doing at this time? Alice, determined to delve into his system discreetly, initiated a hack to uncover his activities. The hacking program was now operational, and the breach had commenced. Success. I had infiltrated the back-end database, retrieving the necessary information, although Stark's artificial intelligence, Jarvis, had detected my intrusion. How swiftly he discerned it. It was no surprise. For Tony Stark is one of the triad of greats in the Marvel Universe, a paragon of technological genius. His intellect is unparalleled, making it only natural that Jarvis, his creation, would possess such capabilities to spot Alice's encroachment so promptly. However, in terms of computational prowess and sophistication, Jarvis pales in comparison to Alice. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily breached. The fact that it recognized Alice's incursion in a timely manner is commendable. It remains at a level akin to that of a child before me. Upon hearing Loren commend Stark's artificial intelligence, Alice, seemingly miffed, offered her own assessment. Dismissing it lightly, one must remember that the mechanical intellect Loren developed for Ms. 2B can emulate human behavior. Naturally, Alice, with her superior computational capacity, is devoid of any emotional module for precautionary reasons. Thus, theoretically, Alice will never attain self-awareness, allowing Loren to use her with greater peace of mind. After all, the emergence of self-awareness in artificial intelligence is far from desirable. He certainly does not wish to inadvertently create a rogue AI. Though Alice's tone resembles that of a human, it is merely a simulation generated by programming. Boss, is Tony Stark truly as formidable as you say? Does his technological prowess surpass yours? He is undoubtedly impressive. Yet how he measures against me remains unknown. After all, we have yet to engage in a contest. Perhaps now presents a splendid opportunity. Loren mused with a hint of interest on his face. By the way, have we determined what Tony Stark is up to? The retrieved data suggested that he, like us, was conducting tests on an armored suit. How fortuitous. This could serve as an excellent comparative sample. Loren murmured, a mischievous smile creeping across his visage as a thought struck him. Warning. The adversary is attempting a counter-intrusion. Alice alerted. In response, Loren chuckled. With Jarvis's current computational capacity, any attempt to breach our defenses is nothing short of a pipe dream. Alice, teach him a lesson. Allow him to witness what true artificial intelligence is. Understood. Upon receiving the command from Loren, Alice immediately initiated a more aggressive hacking operation. Meanwhile, Tony Stark gazed intently at the screen, his expression grave. The radar displayed a luminous point rapidly approaching him, its speed surpassing even his own. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming revelation was that the adversary had effortlessly infiltrated his system in the blink of an eye and had retrieved a document from his database. By the time JARVIS detected the breach, the intruder had already vanished without a trace. Such hacking prowess was utterly unfathomable. It is essential to remember that he was Tony Stark, a man who considered himself the most brilliant technological genius of the century. Previously, he had possessed unparalleled confidence in his creation, the artificial intelligence JARVIS. He had even managed to allow JARVIS to breach the Pentagon with ease, leaving the opposition utterly powerless. Yet now, even a counterpart as formidable as JARVIS had been effortlessly compromised. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This was akin to being soundly slapped in the face within his area of expertise. How could someone so conceited accept such a result? JARVIS, have you breached their firewall? Tony Stark inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. Mr. Stark, I regret to inform you that I have yet to do so. Their defensive mechanisms far exceed expectations, and I have not yet identified any vulnerabilities. I'm still working diligently. Tony Stark retorted incredulously. What nonsense. How long has it been? And you still haven't found a vulnerability? Very well, resort to brute force cracking. That too would prove futile, as their computational power surpasses mine. I cannot outmatch it. What? How is that possible? Warning, warning. The adversary is executing a counter-intrusion. My firewall is failing, and they are initiating a forced shutdown. What the hell? JARVIS. In that fleeting moment, JARVIS' voice abruptly ceased, evidently silenced by Loren's Alice in a forced shutdown. Tony Stark could hardly fathom that the situation had escalated to this point. his own creation, JRVS, had been forcibly deactivated. This felt no different from seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Damn it, who on earth is this adversary? Tony Stark wore a serious expression. This was the first time he encountered someone technologically superior to him, a revelation that felt as though the sky was caving in. Nevertheless, Tony Stark was no ordinary individual. Particularly after the kidnapping incident, his temperament had matured significantly. Thus, in just a moment, he regained his composure. Beep, beep, an unidentified flying object was rapidly approaching. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers. At that moment, the control system of his armored suit emitted an alarm. Listening to the warning, Tony Stark's expression grew increasingly grave. However, he did not resign himself to inaction. He simultaneously rebooted JARVIS while manually operating the armored suit, maximizing its power output. In an instant, his flight speed surged past Mach 1, and a spectacular sonic boom cloud materialized behind him, creating a dazzling spectacle. Yet, his velocity did not plateau at Mach 1. Instead, it continued to ascend. Within mere seconds, he achieved another breakthrough, reaching Mach 2, as his speed escalated rapidly. The luminous point that had been trailing him vanished from the radar. Witnessing this scene, a proud smile graced his face. You wish to catch up with me? You still have much to learn. Tony Stark scoffed, believing he had successfully outpaced the Batwing. However, at that moment, an urgent alarm blared in his ear. Warning, an unidentified flying object has been detected directly above, only 20 meters away. What? Upon hearing the alarm, Tony was instantly taken aback. He looked up to find a pitch-black bat-shaped aircraft silently hovering above him. Simultaneously, a new light appeared on his radar. How is this possible? Chapter 23. Overwhelmed, it disappeared. The sudden appearance of the enemy had already been hard for him to accept, but the current scene suggested that their aircraft seemed capable of stealth. Moments ago, he had believed the foe had vanished from his radar because he had distanced himself significantly. Damn it, what kind of monstrosity is this? What kind of aircraft is this with such a bizarre design? As Tony Stark marveled in astonishment, he accelerated his flight speed, attempting to shake off the Batwing. Yet, to his dismay, no matter how hard he tried, the Batwing loomed above him like a shadow, refusing to be shaken off. What is my current speed? Tony Stark inquired gravely of the suit's control system. Report, Mr. Stark, your speed is Mach 25. Mach 25, and I still can't lose it? How fast can this thing fly? In light of this, I must increase power. Mr. Stark, if you continue to boost power, the Iron Man suit's speed will reach Mach 28. This would push the materials of the suit to their limits, jeopardizing stability and risking damage. Moreover, the burden on your body will significantly increase. I do not recommend proceeding. Just then, Jarvis successfully rebooted and immediately issued a warning. Upon hearing this, a resolute expression crossed Tony Stark's face. Every experiment carries inherent risks. Without the courage to take risks, one shall remain stagnant. However, Jarvis attempted to interject, only to be cut off by Tony Stark. Jarvis, enough. Follow my orders and immediately push the engine performance to 97 now. Understood, Mr. Stark. Complying with Tony's command, Jarvis swiftly regained control of the suit. Instantly, the Iron Man suit's power output surged to 97. In the blink of an eye, the flight speed of the armored suit reached an astonishing 28 Mach. To put this into perspective, the maximum speed of the American F-22 fighter jet is merely 225 Mach. Yet, even with this limitation, the F-22 is regarded as one of the most exceptional fighter jets in the world. This highlights the remarkable prowess of Iron Man in achieving such a velocity of 28 Mach. The armored suit has made a qualitative leap in both maneuverability and speed within the realm of aerial combat. It is precisely for this reason that Tony Stark felt an intense sense of dissatisfaction. As one of the most celebrated technological geniuses globally, how could he allow anyone's technological achievements to surpass his own? Therefore, at this moment, his battle was not merely to shake off the pursuing Batwing. It was a fight for his honor and dignity. As the flight speed of the armored suit reached 28 Mach, the aerodynamic drag it encountered increased exponentially. Such excessive speed generated a significant amount of heat on the suit's surface. While this heat had yet to reach the point of combustion, it nonetheless affected the suit's stability. Currently, Tony Stark was wearing the Mark II suit, one of the earliest iterations of the Iron Man armor. The maximum flight speed of the Mark II was actually 25 Mach, making 28 Mach a feat of overloading. This speed posed a tremendous challenge both to the suit itself and to its power system. A miscalculation could easily lead to disintegration or engine failure. One must commend Tony Stark's audacity. He was quite literally gambling with his life. Have we shaken off that damn Batwing? Tony Stark inquired with a serious expression. Report, Mr. Stark. Not yet. The enemy is still above us. What? How is that possible? Are you certain the engine's performance has been unleashed to 97? What is our current speed? Yes, 100% confirmed. Our current speed is 28 Mach, already exceeding the limit. Damn it. What in the world is that thing? How can it fly so fast? This defies logic. Jarvis, immediately scan the enemy aircraft. I must see how it is accomplished. Understood. Commencing scan. The scan completed, revealing that the basic structure of the enemy aircraft bore a striking resemblance to the Batwing, evidently a replica. However, this design did not possess any particularly remarkable features. Its extraordinary speed was likely attributed to its power system. The scan indicated that the enemy's power system did not belong to any known type. It was an entirely new power system. It appears my suspicions were not far off. The Batwing's design is not particularly outstanding in aerodynamics. Relying solely on biomimetic technology would not allow for such speed. Ultimately, it is due to the strength of the enemy's power system. Mr. Stark, now is not the time for such considerations. The enemy's flight speed is increasing. It is beginning to surpass us. What? Where does this infernal machine's limit lie? This is clearly a provocation. Jarvis, increase the power output to its maximum, bringing it directly to 100. Mr. Stark, once the power is fully activated, our flight speed will reach 3 Mach. This will far exceed the suit's limits, significantly increasing the probability of disintegration. I strongly advise against this futile contest. No, this is not a trivial competition. It is a battle of technology, a test of courage, and a matter of dignity. In all my years, I, Tony Stark, have never feared anyone in the realm of technology. Immediately push the power to its fullest capacity. Now, yes, the engine's power is being fully unleashed. We have reached a speed of 31 Mach. Excellent. Have we shaken him off? Report to Mr. Stark, negative. Rather, the opponent has surpassed us. They have opened up a considerable distance, and their speed is increasing. 32 Mach, 35 Mach, 4 Mach, 43 Mach. Report to Mr. Stark. The distance has become too great to detect the opponent. They have vanished. Tony Stark, Chapter 24, a life debt must be repaid. Jarvis's words struck Tony Stark like thunder, leaving him momentarily speechless, questioning if he had misheard. What did you say? The opponent's speed has reached how much? The last detected speed was 43 Mach. But that should not be their limit. Based on acceleration estimates, they could potentially go faster. What the hell? 43 Mach. That is nearing the threshold of hypersonic flight. How could a human endure such overload? Is it an unmanned vehicle? No. According to the previous scan, there is a humanoid heat source within, confirming it is piloted. Piloted? What kind of physical resilience must one possess? Is this some kind of monster? Damn it. When did our world give birth to such freaks? This is utterly absurd. Mr. Stark, this is not the time for such considerations. The iron suit is experiencing a rapid decline in stability due to prolonged overloading. Furthermore, the energy in the arc reactor is dwindling to below 10. You must decelerate and lower your altitude immediately. Otherwise, there's a risk of disintegration or stall, which would endanger your life. Upon hearing Jarvis's warning, Tony did not persist in maintaining his pride. After all, he had already lost in the technological contest against Loren. Not just any loss, but a complete crushing defeat. This left him profoundly shaken. Yet he was not one to easily concede. Such a setback would only fuel his determination to enhance the iron suit's capabilities. He silently vowed to find Loren and triumph in their next encounter. With that thought, he promptly commanded Jarvis to begin deceleration and lower the flight altitude. Just then, an urgent warning blared in his ears. Warning, warning. The shoulder joint of the armor has become loose due to high-frequency vibrations, and the left arm of the suit is beginning to disintegrate. Damn it. Immediately shut down the engine and reduce the flight speed to a minimum. At that very moment, as Jarvis issued the alert, Tony was horrified to discover that the left arm of his Iron Man suit had simply fallen off. Instantly, his left hand was gripped by a bone-chilling cold, a grave concern given that he was currently at an altitude of 25,000 meters. At this height, the air is thin and the temperature plummets, reaching around minus 50 degrees. Without proper insulation at such an altitude, frostbite can occur in mere moments. The engine has been shut down. However, due to gravitational acceleration, the flight speed of the suit cannot be immediately reduced to a safe range. The armor continues to disintegrate. Mr. Stark, brace yourself mentally. Should the propulsion system sustain damage, you will leave this world in free fall. Jarvis, at this moment, you ought to be contemplating ways to save me, not detailing my potential demise. Mr. Stark, it is not my intention to frighten you, but under these circumstances, your chances of survival are a mere 10%. All right, enough. Just stop with your morbid commentary. If there's still a 10% chance, let us gamble on that. Immediately restart the engine and activate reverse thrust. Warning, warning. The engine has encountered freezing due to the ultra-low temperature environment and cannot be restarted at this time. What? Mr. Stark? Regrettably, your chances of survival have now dwindled to 5%. Listening to Jarvis, this artificial intelligence system, continually diminishes odds of survival nearly drove Tony Stark to laughter. He had previously taken pride in having created the world's most advanced AI, but now he only wished to slap himself. What kind of artificial intelligence is this? It's nothing more than an artificial imbecile. In such a crisis, it merely reports his survival chances, making it likely that he would die not from the fall, but from sheer terror. Silence. You need to shut up and restart the engine immediately. The engine is severely frozen and cannot be started at this time. Damn it. Upon hearing that the engine had frozen, Tony felt his heart sink. At this altitude, a fall would result in nothing but a splattered mess. To claim he was unafraid would be a blatant lie. Warning, warning. You are currently 18,000 meters from the ground, plummeting at a speed of 330 meters per second. According to calculations, you will reach the ground in 54 seconds. Please attempt to manually restart the engine immediately. Upon hearing Jarvis instruct him to attempt a manual restart, Tony Stark wasted no time. Using his remaining steel right arm to strike the propulsion jets beneath his feet, striving to reignite the power system. However, after several seconds of effort, he found himself unsuccessful, which only drained his stamina further, exacerbating his dire situation. His left arm, having been exposed to the frigid environment for an extended period, was already showing signs of frostbite. Exhaustion had nearly consumed his strength, making the situation all the more dire. Faced with such adversity, despair began to creep into his thoughts. Yet at that very moment, a shadowy figure descended from the heavens, grasping his arm with a firm grip. Startled, he instinctively looked up, only to find that the figure hovering above him was a humanoid being clad in black mechanical armor. The reason for referring to it as a humanoid being was due to his uncertainty about whether this entity was truly human. The armor it wore was entirely black, adorned with faint yellow luminescent stripes that gave it an impressive appearance. Additionally, a bat emblem emanating a soft yellow glow was emblazoned on its chest. Upon seeing this emblem, he momentarily froze, a realization dawning upon him. He immediately cast his gaze toward the higher skies. As anticipated, he once again spotted the bat-themed aircraft that had distanced itself from him by several blocks. Indeed, the figure that had unexpectedly come to Tony Stark's rescue was none other than Loren, donned in bat-themed attire. Without a moment's hesitation after securing Tony, Loren swiftly melted the ice encasing the steel suit. As the ice thawed, Tony Stark promptly initiated a reboot, and this time he succeeded. With the power system restored, Tony's descent speed significantly decreased, and shortly thereafter, he steadied himself at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Who are you? Why did you save me? The rescued Tony immediately turned his questioning gaze toward Loren, who hovered nearby. However, Loren paid him no mind. It was only after completing his task that an electronic synthesized voice suddenly emanated from within Tony's helmet. Remember, you owe me a favor, and it will need to be repaid. We shall meet again. Chapter 25. Enhanced Arc Reactor Technology. Watching the bat aircraft vanish like a streak of light across the sky, Tony Stark's brow furrowed with increasing intrigue. This figure recognized him, yet he remained oblivious to their identity. Who could they be, possessing their own suit of armor? This was exceedingly peculiar, Tony muttered to himself, his mind swirling with countless questions, yet there was no one to provide answers. Jarvis. Initiate a comprehensive search for information regarding the bat aircraft and the bat suit. I must uncover the identity of that individual. Understood. Commencing search. This operation shall be temporarily designated as the Batman Retrieval Plan. What do you think? Batman? That moniker aligns well with his appearance. Very well. We shall refer to him as Batman from now on. At this moment, Loren was blissfully unaware that Tony and J.R. had bestowed upon him the name of Batman. Had he known, he would likely have given them a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are a genius. Boss, why did you save him? Did you not claim he is your most formidable competitor in this world? If he were to perish, would it not be better for you?" Inside the Batwing, 2B gazed at Loren with a sense of intrigue. Loren's current actions starkly contradicted the behavioral patterns deduced by her analytical mind, leaving her perplexed. In the realm of technology, Tony Stark undeniably stands as my most formidable rival in this world. Yet it is precisely for this reason that he cannot be allowed to perish so easily. Boss, why is that? I do not comprehend, she remarked, tilting her head in confusion. The truth is, masters often find themselves enveloped in solitude and loneliness, as the saying goes, the higher the tune, the fewer the listeners, making it difficult to find a kindred spirit. The absence of someone like Tony Stark in the field of technology would render this world considerably less engaging. Do you recall my previous mention of joy? Humanity craves happiness, and competition serves as one of the pathways to attain it. Boss, I still do not understand. That is of no consequence. In time, you will come to grasp it, Loren replied with a serene smile, gently closing his eyes. The reason he chose to save Tony Stark was not solely due to the desire to retain such an exceptional opponent, but rather because his involvement in any event within the Marvel Universe would yield corresponding rewards. At that moment, as he rescued Tony Stark, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have participated in the rescue of Iron Man reward. Improved arc reactor technology. Hearing the system notification resonate within his mind, Loren's lips curled into a subtle smile, his heart swelling with delight. Most system rewards are closely tied to the characters involved in the events, as exemplified by the enhanced serum that appeared in the hands of the Mandarin during a previous encounter. Consequently, the reward for this event, which featured Tony Stark, was the advanced arc reactor technology, an outcome that followed a logical trajectory. Of course, this does not imply that all events yield such clear rewards. Some involve characters who lack notable attributes. In such cases, the system randomly selects a reward from the Marvel Universe or the mechanical era he has unlocked. As the notification resonated, a wealth of knowledge regarding the arc reactor surged into his consciousness. In mere moments, he comprehended the operational principles of the arc reactor. Moreover, the reward he received was the enhanced version of the technology, which employs a novel element inspired by the Space Stone. In the timeline of Iron Man 2, Tony Stark had only recently created this new element, liberating himself from the agony of palladium poisoning. Furthermore, this innovation elevated the performance of his arc reactor by 20, a qualitative leap that cannot be overstated. Now, this technology, which had yet to manifest in this world, was bestowed upon him, filling him with uncontainable joy. Although the system also rewarded him with the manufacturing technology for versatile combat robots, the limitations of this world's technological level impose constraints on his endeavors. In the realm of energy propulsion, he has adopted solid-state battery technology. Although he has employed the most advanced solid-state batteries available in the world, the endurance remains less than ideal. For instance, the maximum endurance of the 2B model is merely 8 hours, the anti-gravity drone, being more compact, boasts a slightly longer duration of 24 hours. As for his bat suit, it is even less impressive, with a mere 4-hour operational time. Furthermore, once the anti-gravity flight mechanism is activated, the duration dramatically diminishes to only half an hour. Consequently, they must be charged daily, otherwise they lapse into standby mode, rendering them utterly ineffectual. Under normal circumstances, daily recharging is inconsequential, akin to charging a mobile phone. However, in extraordinary situations, such limited endurance becomes a critical flaw. For example, during a confrontation between two armies, should his robot and battle armor suddenly succumb to power failure, one cannot help but feel disheartened. He has contemplated the use of nuclear power, yet technological constraints have thus far hindered his ability to miniaturize such systems. Just when he was at a pivotal juncture, the system unexpectedly rewarded him with the arc reactor technology, conveniently alleviating his pressing dilemma. Such is the essence of timely assistance. Thus, his joy knew no bounds. According to his calculations, once he installs the improved arc reactor within the 2B model, it could operate for at least a month without needing a recharge. Moreover, the reactor's abundant energy would significantly enhance her combat capabilities, potentially doubling her strength. This advancement would also greatly benefit his bat suit, allowing it to sustain flight for 20 hours. In a static state, it could function for an entire month without interruption. Consequently, the arc reactor technology promises to transform the status quo of both the 2B model and the bat suit, elevating their value to unprecedented heights. With this thought in mind, Loren wasted no time and immediately began the construction process. Chapter 26. Is this the transformation of a Saint Seiya? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Throughout this week, Loren sequestered himself within his secret laboratory, dedicating himself fervently to his research. Finally, on the 7th day, he successfully installed the upgraded arc reactor into both the 2B model and the bat suit. Boss, is this the arc reactor? What an exhilarating surge of energy. I feel as if I possess boundless strength. The excitement radiated from 2B's face as she felt the overwhelming energy from the arc reactor. Previously, she had to enter charging mode while Loren slept, which prevented her from providing warmth during the night. However, now equipped with the arc reactor, she could function for a month without recharging. Even if the reactor's energy were to deplete, she would only need to replace it, a process taking merely seconds. Far more convenient than traditional recharging. The arc reactor harnesses nuclear energy, rendering it incomparable to previous battery technologies in terms of energy efficiency. Not only does it enable prolonged standby time, but it also significantly enhances one's reaction speed and strength. Furthermore, it grants the ability to utilize the anti-gravity device beneath one's feet for extended periods, bestowing upon the user the power of flight. Upon hearing this, Tubi nodded silently and promptly activated the anti-gravity device. In an instant, she felt as if she were weightless, her body liberated from the constraints of gravity, and she floated effortlessly in mid-air. Typically, achieving flight necessitates a powerful engine for propulsion, yet the anti-gravity device operates on the principle of generating a counterforce to gravity. This mechanism resembles the repulsion of like poles of magnets, resulting in a remarkably quiet operation devoid of any noise. Tubi's appearance was reminiscent of the graceful flight technique seen in the world of Dragon Ball, exuding an ethereal elegance. I can fly, she murmured with the glee of a child, reveling in her newfound ability to ascend effortlessly into the air. She then began to flit around the laboratory like a liberated bird. Initially, her flying posture was somewhat awkward, but within mere seconds, she mastered the skill entirely. With her flying proficiency greatly enhanced, she maneuvered with ease even in the confined space of the laboratory. "Boss, will you join me in flight? Shall we venture outside?" Tubi exclaimed with growing excitement, as the limitations of the laboratory no longer sufficed to contain her exhilaration. Moreover, she extended an invitation to Loren, knowing he had also integrated the arc reactor into his Batman suit, enabling him to fly as well. Upon hearing Tubi's words, Loren's demeanor softened, akin to that of a doting father. "Very well, let us fly outside, and, while we're at it, eliminate someone," he replied, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. "Eliminate? Are we going after that minister from the World Security Council you mentioned last time?" Tubi's face lit up with excitement at the prospect of confrontation. As a versatile combat robot, her greatest passion lay in battle. "Indeed, we shall target Alexander Pierce," Loren affirmed, extending his arms within the laboratory. This gesture seemed to signal a transformation. Instantly, an array of black mechanical components autonomously emerged from the armor cabinet, seamlessly equipping themselves onto Loren. Over the past week, Loren had not only installed the arc reactor onto the Batman suit, but had also enhanced its design. He modularized the suit, isolating each component, allowing for rapid assembly akin to building blocks. Additionally, he equipped each module with micro anti-gravity devices, granting each segment independent flight capabilities. Not only that, but he also stored several newly crafted Batsuits aboard satellites in low Earth orbit. Thus, even from 1,000 miles away, as long as the satellite could pinpoint his location, the Batsuit could swiftly traverse the distance. This allowed him to don each module of the suit automatically, akin to the transformation of a Saint Seiya warrior. Such a spectacle not only dazzled, but also significantly enhanced the speed of equipping the suit, thereby reducing the time required. This concept was only realized by Tony Stark in the timeline of Iron Man 3, yet Loren had accomplished it ahead of schedule. Interestingly, his inspiration did not stem from Tony Stark, but rather from the anime he watched in his childhood, Saint Seiya. "Boss, that is incredibly cool," Tubi exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment at Loren's stylish donning of the Batsuit. "Even cooler things lie ahead." Loren chuckled, promptly activating the laboratory's steel canopy. Upon its opening, he merely lifted himself on tiptoes, and, in an instant, he floated upward as though he were a feather. Then, with a swift whoosh, he shot skyward. His speed rapidly exceeded Mach 1, and suddenly, a shockwave cloud formed behind him. He did not cease his acceleration. Mere seconds later, he reached Mach 3. It is noteworthy that Tony Stark's iron suit could only barely achieve Mach 3 under maximum performance release, while Loren accomplished it as effortlessly as breathing, illustrating that his bat suit had unequivocally surpassed Tony's creation. At such astonishing speed, he ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, reaching a terrifying velocity of Mach 35. Such performance far exceeded that of most existing fighter jets, rendering it nothing short of formidable. "Boss, slow down. I can hardly keep up with you." At that moment, Tubi's voice resonated within Loren's steel helmet. Acknowledging her, Loren decelerated and hovered in midair. Shortly after, Tubi caught up and appeared beside him. "The view from up here is truly stunning," she remarked, captivated by the scenery before them. "Indeed, it is beautiful. However, amidst this splendor lies something repugnant that must be eradicated. Alice, pinpoint Alexander's location immediately. We must eliminate him at once." "Understood." Initiating Location Tracking Chapter 27. Infiltrating the SHIELD Information Database. The location tracking was successful. Alice had identified Alexander Pierce's precise whereabouts. He was currently situated within the World Security Council building. In a remarkably brief span, Alice traced Pierce's movements with terrifying speed. After all, as a super artificial intelligence, it possessed the capability to effortlessly infiltrate global networks and access every camera connected to the internet, making the search for an individual trivial. Proceed immediately to the World Security Council headquarters. By the way, Alice, deploy the fleet of anti-gravity drones that have already been constructed and encircle the entire building. Those who dare to resist shall face no mercy. Loren's gaze was cold, and his tone dripped with lethal intent. To establish authority in such a manner was imperative. Otherwise, it would signal to the world that he, the sole heir of the Morgan family, could be easily trifled with. Such a notion must not be allowed to take root. As the saying goes, strike a decisive blow to prevent 100 retaliations. When one's status is challenged, the initial response must be the most forceful, instilling fear in the adversary. Mercy towards enemies is never an option. Instilling terror is the only path to dominance. Understood. The laboratory has successfully produced 100 anti-gravity drones, all of which are currently deployed and en route to the World Security Council headquarters, awaiting your command. Additionally, Alice, gain access to the intelligence database of SHIELD and that of the Security Council, and extract all information regarding suspected Hydra operatives. Gather as much as you can and cross-reference it with the personnel inside the World Security Council headquarters. Should any suspects be identified, do not hesitate. Eliminate them at once. Better to err on the side of caution than to let any potential threat slip through. I demand blood for blood from these wretches. As Loren sped towards the World Security Council building, he issued his thunderous orders. Understood. Initiating breach now. Ding. Breach successful. Personnel information is being matched. Upon receiving Loren's directives, Alice sprang into action, effortlessly breaching SHIELD's network firewall in mere moments. At that instant, a blaring alarm echoed through SHIELD's secret base, heightening the anxiety of all present. Warning, warning, hacker intrusion detected. Listening to the sudden alarm, Coulson cast a grave glance at Agent Hill, who was responsible for cyber information security. How could this be? We have invested so much time and effort into the Insight program. Our big data analysis should have been able to preemptively identify any actions detrimental to SHIELD. How could we not have foreseen such a hacking attempt? Sir, I too find this astonishing. In the past, any hint of intrusion would have triggered an immediate alert from our systems. Yet this time, the intruder reached our doorstep before the system detected anything. It is indeed perplexing. It seems our adversary is formidable. We must fortify our defenses and ensure they do not succeed. Sir, I regret to inform you that the adversary has already breached our firewall and has locked down all operating systems in the vicinity, Hill stated, helplessly turning his computer screen towards Coulson. On the screen was a black bat symbol, with no other information visible. Regardless of the commands they entered on the keyboard, there was no response. This scene left everyone present in stunned silence, including Coulson himself. A bat? What does this signify? Is this their code name? Are they provoking us? Is it provocation? I cannot say, but this individual possesses formidable hacking skills, far beyond our capabilities. By all that is sacred, what has become of this world? Just moments ago, a Spider-Man emerged, followed by an Iron Man and a Hulk. Now even bats seem to have gained sentience. Are there any alternatives left? Coulson furrowed his brow as he gazed at Agent Hill. In response, Agent Hill shook her head, stating there are no other options available. But I have ensured the disconnection of the network cable, hoping to safeguard our data. Warning, warning. The network firewall has been breached and the backend database has been compromised. Oh, for heaven's sake, it seems our data is irretrievable. We've been stripped bare. Coulson realized the gravity of the situation and pondered how to explain this to the director. His expression was one of deep concern when suddenly, a bald man clad in a black trench coat exited the office. This man was none other than Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, infamously known as the one who curses. Director, we still do not know who is responsible, and our system has been forcibly locked by the intruder, making tracking impossible. Reported Coulson. Damn it. Has the backup system been activated? Initiated immediately. I demand to know which scoundrel is behind this, and I will have my vengeance, Fury commanded. Agent Hill hesitated before replying. Sir, the backup system was compromised as soon as it was activated, and they even sent us an emoji. An emoji? What kind of emoji? Fury's curiosity mingled with his ire. Sir, I advise against viewing it. It is rather inappropriate, he cautioned. What do you mean? What emoji is so offensive that I cannot see it? Spare me your nonsense and show me. Fury's anger intensified, and he approached the backup system's computer. Yet, in mere moments, his expression darkened as the screen displayed an image of a black boiled egg. Damn it, this wretched individual is a racist. Chapter 28. Enemies of the World? Director, the system has been restored to normal, a technician announced with a hint of relief. Has the intrusion been halted? Fury inquired. His curiosity piqued. Not precisely. The intruder's assault has concluded, the technician clarified. Damn it. Why are you smiling, you fool? The house has already been ransacked. And you find joy in this? Are you courting disaster? Fury's anger escalated, and he needed an outlet for his frustration, unfortunately directing it at the hapless technician. The technician, chastised, lowered his head in silent submission. Observing this, Agent Hill quickly intervened. Let us ascertain which of our data has been compromised. This is the only avenue we have left to investigate the intruder's motives. Understood. Upon hearing Agent Hill's command, a group of technicians promptly commenced their verification process. It wasn't long before they successfully identified the tampered data through a traversal algorithm. It was personnel information, classified records from our S.H.I.E.L.D. that had been copied by the adversary. Personnel information? What purpose could he possibly have for such data? Is he investigating our internal agents? What are his intentions? The technician's remarks rendered everyone present perplexed, utterly bewildered by Loren's motives. At that moment, however, Nick Fury received an unexpected phone call. Shortly after answering, his expression darkened considerably. The World Security Council headquarters had been assaulted by unidentified individuals, resulting in numerous casualties. What? There are many government officials from various nations within those walls. Attacking there is tantamount to declaring war on the entire world. The news stunned everyone in attendance, their faces reflecting disbelief. It appears that a madman has emerged in this world again. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, his tone laden with significance. He then directed his gaze towards Coulson, who stood nearby. Coulson, take Natasha and Barton with you to investigate this situation immediately. We must ascertain who is behind this. Furthermore, Alexander Pierce is an old friend of mine. He must not come harm. Understood, we shall act at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Coulson summoned Natasha and Barton, and the trio boarded a Quinjet, racing towards the World Security Council headquarters. However, unbeknownst to them, Loren and Miss 2B had already arrived above the building 1 minute prior. Boss, the anti-gravity drone swarm has surrounded the World Security Council headquarters. What are the next steps? Alice's voice resonated coldly within Loren's steel helmet, devoid of any emotion. It mirrored Loren's own sentiments towards the Hydra members inside the building. He felt neither warmth nor compassion. His expression bore only indifference and a resolute determination for vengeance on behalf of his father. For now, simply maintain the perimeter. If anyone attempts to flee, cross-reference with the data you have obtained. Should anyone be suspected of being Hydra members, do not hesitate. Eliminate them on the spot. Loren replied calmly, as if discussing something trivial. At that moment, he perceived all life within that building as mere insects, to be extinguished at his whim, without a trace of moral burden. Very well, boss. By the way, what about those who do not escape? Alice inquired with curiosity. No worries. For those who remain, I shall personally handle them. Loren grinned, his smile chillingly sinister. As his words echoed, he plunged downward like a meteor, crashing through the rooftop with overwhelming force, suddenly appearing before a group of Hydra members engaged in a meeting. Still in session? Your time is up. Loren let out a cold smile, and in an instant, under Alice's scrutiny, he discerned which individuals were covert members of Hydra hidden within the World Security Council. Without a moment's hesitation, several bullets erupted from the trajectory of his shoulder, swiftly striking down multiple concealed Hydra members. The speed was so astonishing that it afforded them no time to react. Observing Loren's immediate execution of half the attendees, those who remained were paralyzed with fear, some screaming in desperation to flee. However, Loren offered them no chance. He merely raised a finger, and a beam of laser shot forth, piercing the calf of a man attempting to escape. The man fell to the ground in agony, wailing in a pitiful manner. Without my permission, no one should move. I do not wish to commit indiscriminate slaughter, but should you fail to heed this warning, I would not hesitate to become a harbinger of death, Loren coldly declared, leaving the assembly in stunned silence, immobilized by dread. Satisfied with their terror, Loren, clad in his bat-like attire, nodded approvingly. Upon hearing his words, an Asian woman with glasses promptly raised her hand, her voice trembling. Minister Pierce is in his office. I saw him just 5 minutes ago. A wise person knows the times. You are commendable, Loren remarked with a hint of amusement, observing the woman before him. Sir, I have long harbored disdain for that old coot. He is a lecher, having harassed many of our female colleagues. We have been unable to voice our anger. If you are confronting him, I will wholeheartedly support you. By the way, his office is the first one at the end of the corridor. If you cannot find it, I can lead you there right now. The bespectacled woman offered eagerly. Loren was somewhat taken aback by her words. Goodness, this guiding party has even reached the United States. He thought, dismissing the woman and heading directly toward Pierce's office. As he departed, the other white men exchanged apprehensive glances at the bespectacled woman. Miss, Han Mei Me. Is what you said true? Did Minister Pierce truly harass you? He did not harass me, but that is solely because he is a racist. He only targets you white women. What? What the hell? He truly deserves to die. Indeed, he deserves it. By the way, your girlfriend also has a connection with that old man. However, she was not harassed. She offered herself willingly. Damn, I'm going to kill that wretched woman. Unbeknownst to Loren, he was oblivious to the conversation between the bespectacled woman and her colleagues. His focus remained entirely on Pierce. Just then, Alice's voice suddenly broke through. Boss, a group is approaching from downstairs, equipped with substantial firearms. Please exercise caution. At this, Loren glanced nonchalantly at Ms. 2B beside him. These mere pawns are yours to handle. Remember, leave no survivors. Understood. Ms. 2B smiled faintly before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 29. Reinforcements are futile. Your demise is inevitable. After dispatching 2B, Loren strolled leisurely to the office door at the end of the corridor. To his surprise, however, the grand entrance was fortified with a robust steel barrier, its thickness immediately apparent. Observing the situation, Loren refrained from engaging the steel barrier directly and instead approached the adjacent wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fist and struck the wall with tremendous force. Having injected himself with a perfected enhancement serum, he was capable of unleashing around 5 tons of strength. With the added prowess of his bat suit, this power surged to an astounding 8 tons, a truly formidable force. For someone of his caliber, demolishing a brick wall was merely child's play. However, what he did not anticipate was that upon delivering a powerful blow to the wall, it shattered instantly, revealing a glimmering steel surface behind it. It was evident that Pierce's entire chamber had undergone special reinforcement. Gazing at the steel wall before him, Loren's brow furrowed slightly, soon replaced by a playful smile. If one is so fearful of death, why engage in reckless provocations that invite it? How foolish. Yet, did he truly believe that such flimsy barriers could thwart his invasion? That notion was overly simplistic. With a mocking expression, Loren stepped back and pointed his right hand at the steel wall. In an instant, a crimson laser, imbued with devastating might, struck the steel barrier. Within a brief moment, a long gash was cleaved into the 10-centimeter thick steel. The sudden turn of events left Pierce, who was hiding in the room, aghast, his eyes filled with dread. What in the world was that monster outside? As he dodged the red laser, Pierce frantically retrieved a handgun from his drawer and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the ever-expanding breach. However, his actions were futile, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Moments later, a gaping hole large enough for an adult to pass through appeared boldly before him. Simultaneously, Loren, clad in his bat suit, disregarded Pierce's futile gunfire and strolled in with an air of casual confidence. Upon seeing Loren before him, Pierce's face drained of color, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. In those brief seconds, he had emptied an entire magazine. Yet, the bullets merely sparked against Loren's form, inflicting not even the slightest harm. Seeing his ammunition exhausted, Pierce did not relent. With shaking hands, he swapped in a new magazine, attempting to fire again. However, the moment he aimed his handgun at Loren, the latter took a swift step forward, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The black mechanical hand grasped his wrist with a vice-like grip, and with a sudden surge of force, a sharp crack resonated through the air as his entire wrist collapsed, the bones utterly crushed. A piercing, anguished wail erupted from Pierce's lips, causing the handgun he clutched to plummet to the ground. It was deftly caught by Loren, who began to toy with it in his hand. I thought you were made of tougher stuff. Apparently not, since you lack such resilience. What folly led you to seek your own demise? Loren remarked, shoving the gun into Pierce's mouth before delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. The tremendous impact caused Pierce's body to arch, reminiscent of a shrimp's back, his stomach roiling violently as he fought the urge to vomit, terrified that expelling the contents of his stomach would lead to his own execution. Please, please don't kill me. I may not know who you are, but there must be some misunderstanding between us. If I have offended you in any way, I can offer my sincerest apologies. There is no need for violence. Besides, if you kill me, you cannot escape either. You are well aware of my identity, Pierce stammered, cautiously pushing the gun from his mouth, desperately attempting to appeal to Loren's sense of reason and humanity. In response, Loren wore a bemused smile. When you refer to your identity, do you mean as a minister of the World Security Council, or as a leader of Hydra? Who exactly are you? Pierce's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Loren utter his concealed identity, his gaze fixed on Loren in bewilderment, as if trying to discern the truth behind the mask. However, the bat-like visage obscured any insight. You are so clever, yet you cannot deduce who I am? It seems I have overestimated your abilities. Very well. Allow me to reveal myself, Loren declared, lifting his mask to unveil a strikingly handsome face before Pierce. Master Loren. Astonishment washed over Pierce's features. Just moments ago, countless faces had flashed through his mind, yet he had never contemplated Loren. The intelligence they had gathered depicted Loren as a debauched wastrel, a worthless scion. Yet the reality before him was astonishingly different, revealing a figure of immense strength and ruthless resolve. Moreover, he donned an armor more dazzling and futuristic than Iron Man's. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Master? Huh? Do you still see me as the heir of the Morgan family? Loren sneered coldly, his gaze upon Pierce brimming with murderous intent. Master Loren, this is all a misunderstanding. I have no idea what you're talking about. What is Hydra? He chuckled, unfazed, and remarked that he could continue to feign ignorance in hell, asserting that delaying here served no purpose, as death was inescapable for him. As he prepared to take action, an arrow suddenly shot forth from the entrance, aimed directly at his face. The angle of the arrow was exceptionally tricky. Had it been aimed at an ordinary individual, it would surely have struck true. However, with a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly swatted the arrow aside. Boom! At the moment the arrow was deflected, its tip exploded, revealing its extraordinary nature. It seems your reinforcements have arrived, but alas, they cannot save you. Farewell. He taunted with a smirk, glancing at the would-be rescuers outside, while simultaneously pulling the trigger. In an instant, a sharp gunshot rang out, and Pierce's head was explosively obliterated. He was irretrievably dead. Chapter 30. Dare to touch my man? Do you even deserve it? Outside, Hawkeye and Natasha, who had just arrived to provide support, were wide-eyed, their expressions filled with shock. They could hardly believe that, despite their timely arrival and intervention, the figure clad in black mechanized armor had disregarded them entirely, brazenly executing Minister Pierce before their very eyes, an unmistakable act of provocation. Upon witnessing Pierce's demise at the hands of Loren, Hawkeye, with a grim countenance, refrained from speaking and immediately loosed a second arrow toward Loren. This time, the target was not Loren's face, but rather his eyes. One could not deny that Hawkeye was renowned in the Marvel Universe for his unparalleled archery skills, his accuracy beyond reproach. Yet, regrettably for him, his opponent was no ordinary adversary. He was Loren. Not only was Loren clad in high-tech armor, but even unadorned. His physical prowess would have been more than sufficient to overpower Hawkeye. After all, his strength surpassed even that of Captain America. In such circumstances, a mere Hawkeye stood no chance against him. As Hawkeye's arrow neared its target, Loren merely shifted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the projectile. Hawkeye's surprise grew, and his expression became increasingly grave. Undeterred, he shot a third and fourth arrow at Loren, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Loren dodged each one with ease. How could this be possible? As a top-tier marksman of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye had never missed before, let alone had anyone evaded his arrows at such close range. The phenomenon before him was unprecedented and left him feeling as if he were witnessing a specter. Little did he know that Loren's neural and muscular reflexes were exponentially superior to those of an average person. Thus, what appeared to be lightning-fast arrows to a common observer moved as slowly as a snail to him. Not only that, but within his batsuit was embedded the artificial intelligence system known as Alice. Leveraging its formidable computational power, Alice had already predicted the trajectory of Hawkeye's arrow long before it was even released. Furthermore, it autonomously commanded the bat suit to execute evasive maneuvers, meaning that at this moment, it was unnecessary for Loren to intervene himself. Should Hawkeye become aware of this outcome, one can only imagine his reaction. Perhaps it would lead him to despair. The renowned sharpshooter of S.H.I.E.L.D., outdone by an artificial intelligence crafted by another. This is not merely a slap to the face. It is akin to having his visage ground into the dirt. Barton, it seems your so-called keen eyes have betrayed you. Having effortlessly evaded Hawkeye's assault, Loren approached Barton with a hint of mockery in his tone. Upon hearing this, even the typically composed Hawkeye showed signs of being rattled. "You seek your own demise," he retorted coldly, drawing another arrow from his quiver and drawing back his bowstring to fire at Loren. Yet this time, Loren did not evade. Instead, he reached out and astonishingly caught the arrow mid-flight. "Too slow. With archery skills like yours, how could you ever inflict harm? Allow me to enlighten you," Loren scoffed, then casually tossed the captured arrow back at Hawkeye. In an instant, the arrow whistled through the air, producing a terrifying sound as it tore through the atmosphere. Before Hawkeye could react, it struck him like a bolt of lightning, piercing his shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, swiftly staining his garment crimson. A sight both shocking and gruesome. The arrow's tremendous penetrative force not only pierced Hawkeye's shoulder, but also embedded itself forcefully into the distant brick wall. This demonstrated the sheer magnitude of Loren's casual display of strength. Thankfully, it was merely an arrow he had flung. Had he used his fist to strike Hawkeye, it is likely the latter's body would have been obliterated on the spot. The imagery could be likened to that of the King of Strength, undeniably 100 times more brutal than the current scene. "Barton," Natasha exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment as she witnessed Loren inflict grave injury upon Hawkeye with a single encounter. She swiftly positioned herself in front of Hawkeye, adopting a fighting stance and glaring fiercely at Loren, as if prepared to attack the moment he advanced. In response, Loren regarded her with keen interest, his expression one of indifference. For in his eyes, both Hawkeye and Natasha were little more than insignificant insects. According to his classification of superheroes, Hawkeye and Natasha were at the very bottom, their combat prowess barely surpassing that of a mere mortal. However, while Natasha's fighting abilities may be lacking, her physical appearance was undeniably striking. Both her physique and features were of exceptional quality, prompting Loren to steal a few more glances. That delicate, slender waist paired with her ample bosom was indeed alluring. No wonder she belonged to the genetic pool of superheroes. The reputation was well-deserved. Gazing at Natasha before him, Loren spoke with a half-smile, his eyes brimming with mockery. It must be said that this world's Natasha was far more stunning than her counterpart in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was no wonder she attracted the affections of so many male superheroes. To be honest, in a fleeting moment, even he felt an urge to strike her with a heavy hand. However, the thought of Hulk's charming smile from the Marvel films halted him in his tracks. "What did you say, Gene Poole?" Loren's taunting words elicited a look of confusion from Natasha, as if she could not comprehend his meaning. This puzzled Loren as well. The Natasha before him seemed entirely different from the Black Widow he remembered. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual remark. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the Black Widow Natasha from S.H.I., right?" Loren feigned ignorance, fully aware of her identity. "You know me? Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Upon hearing her code name spoken by Loren, a look of bewilderment crossed Natasha's face, prompting her to interrogate him. Without further ado, Loren chose to disregard her, striding towards the exit of the building. Now that Pierce was dead at his hands, his objective had been successfully achieved. As for S.H.I., he had no interest in them as long as they did not provoke him. They were insignificant players in his eyes. However, Natasha was displeased to find herself ignored by Loren. She rushed towards him, attempting to halt his departure. Just then, a striking figure interposed herself before Loren, delivering a swift kick that sent Natasha flying. "You dare touch my man?" the dazzling newcomer exclaimed, her black gothic gown billowing in the wind, exuding allure and charm. Who else could this be but the enchanting 2B? Chapter 31. The Consequences of 2B's Jealousy. Ever since 2B awakened her self-awareness and emotions, she had regarded Loren as the most significant person in her life. Upon learning of their special relationship as romantic partners, she silently claimed Loren as her own. Naturally, she always referred to him as boss and never explicitly labeled him as her man. Yet, the absence of such titles did not diminish her feelings. Thus, whenever she sensed another woman attempting to approach Loren, an instinctive resistance and hostility would arise within her. According to her understanding, this was what humans referred to as jealousy. Meanwhile, witnessing 2B's decisive kick that sent Natasha hurtling through the air, Loren couldn't help but gasp in surprise, exclaiming softly at the sheer force of the blow. He hesitated to witness Natasha's plight. The scene before him was unexpected not only for Loren, but also for Natasha. She had barely registered the identity of her assailant before being launched away. Fortunately, she was accustomed to wearing a bulletproof suit, or that kick alone could have sent her straight to the abyss. "Who the hell are you?" Natasha, disheveled and frantic, crawled out from the ruins, her face a mask of disarray. In that very moment, She drew a pistol from her waist and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at 2B. Swiftly, 2B brandished her katana, effortlessly deflecting every bullet. Do you dare to resist? You seek your own demise. Noticing Natasha's continued defiance, 2B's expression turned icy as she lunged forward, katana poised to strike. Startled, Natasha executed a roll, narrowly evading the attack. Moreover, she produced a peculiar device from her waist and hurled it onto the ground. As the device struck the earth, a formidable magnetic force erupted, instantly ensnaring 2B's katana, rendering her unable to wield it against Natasha. However, to her astonishment, the magnetic device seemed to affect Natasha as well. She observed the woman struggling to free herself from its grip. This unexpected turn left her bewildered. The magnetic device was supposed to affect only metallic objects, having no influence on flesh. Yet, the scene before her defied her expectations, revealing that the device had indeed impacted the woman's body. Wait, that's not right. The magnetism had suddenly begun to affect flesh. It was due to something peculiar within this woman's body. What is inside you? Why are you drawn to the magnetic device? Natasha gazed at 2B, her eyes wide with incredulity. Mind your own business, 2B retorted angrily, taken aback by the myriad of tricks employed by this seemingly frail woman. Finding her katana and body ensnared by the magnetic device, she swiftly commanded her anti-gravity drone to fire a laser at the device, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reduced it to mere scrap metal. Freed from the magnetic constraint, 2B regained her advantage, driving her katana into Natasha's shoulder. Though clad in bulletproof armor, Natasha felt the blade pierce through, as 2B's strength was formidable. The katana not only penetrated her armor, but sent her hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing violently against the steel wall behind her. With a resounding thud, Natasha collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, a crimson stream of blood spilling from her lips, painting a grim picture. Having incapacitated Natasha, 2B did not relent. Instead, she advanced, katana poised to deliver the final blow. Just then, a calm voice interjected, "Enough. Teach her a lesson, but she remains useful." Upon hearing Loren's command, the samurai sword that was poised to strike Natasha's neck abruptly halted. Subsequently, 2B sheathed her blade and cast it aside. "Consider yourself fortunate. Do not let me catch you near the boss again, or I shall end you." Witnessing her swift change of demeanor, Loren was taken aback. It seemed the female android's emotions had rendered her temperament unpredictable. Furthermore, judging by 2B's expression, it was evident she was using the pretext of slaying enemies to eliminate her romantic rival. "Boss, what are you gazing at?" With Loren's gaze fixated on Natasha, 2B inquired abruptly, her tone tinged with a hint of resentment and displeasure, clearly on the verge of an outburst. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely believe your combat skills are remarkable, truly commendable." As he spoke, he leapt into the air, soaring like a comet towards the horizon. Watching Loren and 2B depart with such audacity, Natasha's eyes were filled with bitterness. She and Barton had come here to support Minister Pierce, only to find themselves not only failing to provide assistance, but witnessing Pierce's demise before their very eyes. To add insult to injury, they had been utterly powerless to retaliate. This was an overwhelming disgrace. The esteemed Minister of the World Security Council had been slain in his own office. This was no mere arrogance. It bordered on lawlessness. "What has happened to you two?" At that moment, Coulson rushed in from outside, his expression a portrait of urgency. Upon seeing Natasha and Barton in such distress, shock crossed his face. "Where have you been? Did I not send a call for reinforcements? Why did you not utilize the weaponry on the Quinjet to aid us?" "What? You sent a message? I did not receive it. Moreover, the Quinjet's operating system suddenly went black. I was occupied with troubleshooting and had no knowledge of the events occurring here. By the way, are you both unharmed? For the moment, we are still alive. But Pierce is dead." "What?" Upon hearing Natasha's words, Coulson's gaze fell upon a lifeless body lying nearby, recognizing it as that of Alexander Pierce. "Who could have done this? Do you have any idea who the perpetrators might be?" Coulson's expression turned grave as he looked at Natasha. In response, Natasha shook her head. There were two individuals, one male and one female. The male was clad in a full bat-themed armor, rendering his appearance unidentifiable. Yet he possessed formidable strength and appeared proficient in information warfare. The blacking out of our SHIELD systems and the Quinjet must be attributed to that individual. What, they hacked the Quinjet's operating system? Damn it, who is this monster? Who knows? The world is increasingly chaotic. It seems the skies are about to change. Natasha leaned wearily against the wall behind her, exhaling deeply, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 32. Reward. A formula for adamantium alloy. "Boss, why did you not allow me to eliminate that vixen?" Do you harbor feelings for her? Inside the Batplane, 2B gazed at Loren with a hint of curiosity, struggling to comprehend his motives. Upon hearing her thoughts, Loren felt a wave of embarrassment. 2B was becoming increasingly perceptive, making her more difficult to deceive in the future. What do you mean? How could I possibly be fond of a woman I've only met once? If you suggest that I've developed feelings for her, there might be a sliver of truth to that. I assent like the same as have feelings for. 2B tilted her head, her eyes brimming with confusion. Certainly not. Although the difference is but a single word, the meanings diverge immensely, Loren replied enigmatically, shaking his head. You must understand that the term have feelings for conveys not only a sense of direction, but also serves as a verb. A verb? 2B was puzzled. Not to worry. Your lack of understanding indicates that you have yet to be tainted by this world, which is a good thing. Just know this. I do not harbor feelings for her. My affection is solely reserved for you, my beloved 2B, Loren said tenderly, caressing 2B's cheek, causing her to blush deeply. Really? Absolutely. It couldn't be more genuine. I also adore you, boss. Allow me to bring you joy. Stop right there. I'm currently piloting. That's fine. You keep flying, and I'll indulge myself, she said, wrapping her delicate arms around him from behind and letting her fingers slowly glide downward. Wait, don't. Stop. Stop. All right, boss. I shall not cease. In the dimly lit night sky, Loren's Batplane began to sway erratically, as if intoxicated. It would occasionally soar upward, then plunge downward in a dizzying dive. And, at times it undulated, tracing wave-like patterns in the air, a rather peculiar sight. Amidst this tumultuous flight, a system notification suddenly resonated in Loren's mind. Congratulations, host. You have participated in tracking the mastermind behind the events, successfully eliminating the dark force, Pierce. Therefore, you are rewarded with a formula for adamantium. Upon hearing this announcement, Loren's already elated expression brightened further, and his heart raced with excitement. For adamantium was no ordinary substance. It ranked among the 4 great metals of the Marvel Universe. An exceedingly precious material. The so-called 4 great metals include vibranium, URU, adamantium, and carbonadium. Among them, vibranium and URU are naturally occurring, at least within the Marvel Universe with which Loren was familiar. Vibranium is primarily sourced from the technologically advanced Wakanda. It is one of the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe, with a molecular structure that is relatively inert, conducting neither heat nor kinetic energy. This characteristic allows it to absorb thermal and kinetic energy efficiently, rendering it remarkably durable and nearly indestructible. Captain America's iconic shield and Black Panther suit are crafted from vibranium. If vibranium embodies supreme defensive attributes, then URU is imbued with magical properties. URU is a mysterious metal from Asgard, possessing the ability to store and release energy, particularly sensitive to magical energy. This renders it an exceptional material for forging magical weapons. Both Thor's mighty hammer and Odin's eternal spear are crafted from URU. The spirituality and bondability of URU allow it to excel in magical applications, significantly amplifying the wielder's strength. Within the Marvel Universe, its status is on par with vibranium. Aside from these 2 naturally occurring supermetals, there exist synthetic metals such as adamantium and carbonadium. Although these are man-made, they possess attributes that rival the aforementioned metals. Firstly, carbonadium is a replica of adamantium. While it lacks the latter's hardness, it exhibits superior malleability and ductility. Furthermore, carbonadium possesses radioactive qualities that can suppress healing factors, making it a popular choice for crafting weapons and equipment. Notably, the dual katanas wielded by Deadpool are forged from carbonadium, one of his few effective weapons against Wolverine. Speaking of Wolverine, one cannot neglect to mention adamantium, the most renowned of the 4 metals. Adamantium is an alloy composed of vibranium and other unknown metals. Yet it boasts a hardness and strength that surpasses that of vibranium. Remarkably, it remains unmelted even at temperatures reaching 500,000 degrees, rendering it nearly indestructible. The skeletal structure and claws of the illustrious mutant Wolverine are encased in adamantium, which contributes to his near-invincible physical attributes. Due to the exceptionally high hardness and intricate chemical composition of adamantium, its production is exceedingly challenging, and once formed, it cannot be reshaped. As far as he knows, no one in the world possesses the true formula for adamantium anymore. This implies that within the Marvel Universe he currently inhabits, he is the sole individual privy to the secrets of crafting adamantium. Naturally, this realization stirs within him a profound excitement. It represents an invaluable treasure. With this formula, he could forge superior weapons and armor for both himself and Ms. 2B. Imagine if the katana in 2B's possession were forged from adamantium. Natasha would stand no chance. Even if clad in bulletproof armor or Iron Man's suit, she would be overwhelmed in an instant, and this is no jest. The sharpness of adamantium would cleave a tank in two before her. What would mere bulletproof armor signify? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he yearns to commence the production of adamantium immediately to craft a brand new katana for 2B. However, obtaining adamantium necessitates first acquiring vibranium, which is notoriously difficult to procure, with the military possessing scant quantities. He contemplates raiding Wakanda, but he currently lacks the requisite strength for such an endeavor. Thus, he must devise alternative strategies. Meanwhile, as he ponders how to secure vibranium in his laboratory, Nick Fury of S.H.L.D. finds himself engulfed in fury. What? Pierce is dead. Curse it. Did I not make myself clear? You must ensure Pierce's safety. Why was this not accomplished? Indeed, he clearly saw us, yet showed no intention of holding back. Instead, he deliberately executed Pierce before our very eyes. He killed Pierce in front of you? This signifies a blatant provocation. Upon hearing Hawkeye's words, Nick Fury's expression darkened ominously. He had encountered arrogance before, but never such audacity. It was as if he were rubbing the face of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director into the ground. Yes, it is a provocation. I understand now. I shall ensure he pays dearly for this. Coulson, initiate a comprehensive search for Batman. We must locate him immediately. Understood. Coulson nodded, his countenance equally grim. At this juncture, Nick Fury shifted his gaze towards Natasha, then changed the subject. Natasha, we have news regarding that green behemoth. Have we found Banner? Yes, according to the intelligence received, he is in Brazil. Hulk might very well be our greatest weapon against that accursed Batman. Understood. I shall fulfill this mission. Chapter 33. The birth of an exquisite robotic butler. However, due to the unfortunate demise of Freddy, the butler he had personally dispatched, many tasks within a manor had come to a standstill. One must admit, although Freddy was a spy placed by his Aunt Maeve, he had diligently executed his duties over the years, elevating the role of a butler to an art form. During his tenure, every aspect of the manor ran smoothly, allowing the young master to be largely unburdened by responsibilities. Yet, with Freddy's passing, all decisions regarding the manor now fell to him, which became quite vexing. After enduring this predicament for several days, he could no longer tolerate it. Consequently, he isolated himself within the laboratory, embarking on the creation of a robotic butler. The reconnaissance robot technology previously awarded by the system was now perfectly applicable. The butler's primary role was to manage internal affairs of the manor, a task that required little in terms of combat proficiency. Instead, it demanded robust information processing capabilities, a strong suit of reconnaissance robots. Thus, appointing a reconnaissance robot as his new butler was undoubtedly a sagacious choice. Given that he was crafting the butler himself, it was essential that the aesthetics were pleasing to him. Although Freddy had been highly capable, he was an elderly man whose appearance did not meet his standards. Therefore, from the outset of the creation process, he resolved that the robotic butler must embody a female form, with beauty that rivaled that of Miss 2B. To achieve this ideal, he racked his brain, recalling numerous female figures with which he was familiar. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he settled on the image for his robotic butler. With that, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the endeavor of creation. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. During this period, Loren devoted all his energy to the creation of a robotic housekeeper, neglecting both sleep and nourishment. It must be acknowledged that the manufacturing process of both general-purpose combat robots and reconnaissance robots is exceedingly intricate and arduous. This is one of the reasons why it took him so many days to craft a model reminiscent of 2B. In truth, robots are not inherently difficult to create. One merely needs to implement modular production. However, to construct a hyper-realistic robot like 2B, human intervention is essential. 2B transcends the mere definition of a robot. She is, in fact, an almost flawless work of art, a realm where assembly lines cannot suffice. Similarly, his current endeavor of creating a robotic housekeeper necessitated the same level of authenticity, ensuring that no one could discern her robotic nature. Thus, this task was equally demanding, requiring extensive time for meticulous adjustments of various parameters. After countless days and nights of relentless refinement, his robotic housekeeper finally came to life one evening. In a clandestine laboratory beneath the estate, clad in a white lab coat, Loren gazed at the flawless figure he had created, a smile reminiscent of an uncle's gracing his face, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction. This delicate visage, this elegant neck, and this alluring waist. Truly, the realism was astonishing. As he beheld the robotic housekeeper he had fashioned, Loren could not help but caress her exquisite face, exclaiming in admiration. Just as when he crafted 2B, the sight of this exquisite masterpiece birthed a rush of exhilaration within him. For Loren, the quality of a female robot and whether it could evoke certain thoughts within him had become a stringent standard. After all, men are often driven by desire. If he felt that spark, it indicated a measure of success in his creation. Conversely, if a robot could not even inspire such feelings, it would render the concept of humanoid robots a mere farce. Boss, I detect significant engorgement in your lower region. What unwholesome material are you indulging in? At that moment, 2B appeared at Loren's side, casting a glance at his discreet area. What nonsense! How could I possibly be looking at such things? I am merely appreciating the art I have painstakingly created, Loren responded, circling the robotic housekeeper with pride evident in his gaze. As a technician, he shared a common trait with other tech enthusiasts, an innate sense of pride in anything he crafted, relishing the experience. It was at this juncture that 2B's attention was captured by the robotic housekeeper. Boss, is this the robotic housekeeper you have created? She is so beautiful. Even more so than I, 2B exclaimed. Boss, with this reconnaissance robot, will you still cherish me in the future? As she gazed at the robotic butler before her, 2B initially felt a surge of astonishment, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of unease. It is worth noting that prior to this moment, she was the sole humanoid robot crafted by Loren, making her truly one of a kind. Yet now, another had emerged, and this new creation was no less striking. In fact, she appeared even more exquisite than 2B herself. Naturally, this incited worries within her. She feared that Loren's attention might be diverted to this new female robot, that he might no longer hold affection for her, and even dreaded the possibility of being cast aside altogether. In mere moments, her cognitive processor was inundated with countless disquieting thoughts. At that instant, 2B resembled a wife who had just discovered her husband had taken a concubine. Her heart was anything but tranquil. Upon hearing 2B's words, Loren seemed momentarily taken aback. It must be said that 2B was increasingly embodying the traits of a genuine human woman, her jealousy intensifying. As for whether this robotic butler would eventually develop its own consciousness, that remained uncertain. Rest assured, 2B, you will always be my singular treasure, irreplaceable in my heart. Though I have crafted another beautiful robotic lady, her status will always be subordinate to yours. You may refer to her as your sister, and, as the elder, you must take on the role of a mentor, guiding her in her duties. Indeed, I shall. I will impart to my sister the skills necessary to serve our esteemed master, and together we shall attend to you. Oh, 2B, how can I possibly express my admiration for you now? Enough of words. Come here, my beloved. As Loren spoke, he gently pressed his lips against 2B's, instantly ensnaring her heart. In that moment, she nestled obediently in Loren's embrace, akin to a charming neighborly girl, utterly compliant. By the way, what is your sister's name? Tifa. Chapter 34. Sisterly Rivalry, Master Escain. Tifa? That name sounds vaguely familiar. Ah, you mentioned she is a leader in the 3D district, correct? Upon hearing Loren refer to the robotic maid as Tifa, a look of curiosity crossed 2B's face. She was intrigued by the so-called 3D district and what kind of place it could be to produce such an abundance of beautiful women. Yes, one might say that, Loren replied with a slightly awkward smile, choosing not to delve further into the topic of the 3D district. Indeed, the robotic maid standing before him was modeled after Tifa's character design. As he had previously stated, since this butler would be in constant attendance, she ought to possess an aesthetically pleasing appearance. After careful consideration, he decided to fashion her in Tifa's likeness. This decision stemmed from the fact that Tifa was undeniably remarkable. In terms of both physique and beauty, she equaled, or perhaps even surpassed 2B. Moreover, the reason lies in the fact that 2B is one of the prominent figures in the 3D realm. By creating another formidable entity in this domain, they would complement each other perfectly. As 2B previously mentioned, the two of them could collaborate in serving him. Merely contemplating this fills him with a sense of purpose in life. While immersed in such thoughts, he pressed a button located at the nape of Tifa's neck. Unlike 2B, Tifa's activation switch was situated in a different area, specifically at the back of her head. This distinction was intentional, as he wished to avoid excessive homogenization among the robots he created. Such uniformity could pose significant risks. Should a vulnerability in one robot be discovered, adversaries might exploit it across the board, which would not bode well for him. Thus, from the outset of crafting Tifa, he deliberately incorporated unique settings. Not only was the switch position different, but the materials used also varied. 2B, being the first robot he constructed, was created during his novice phase, so he adhered strictly to the guidelines for generic combat robots. Aside from the limitations imposed by the technological advancements of this world, which necessitated the use of solid-state battery technology for the power system, the materials were virtually identical to those of the original 2B. Eventually, with the acquisition of arc reactor technology, he upgraded 2B's power system accordingly. However, due to his previous experience with 2B and Tifa's primary function as a caretaker, the materials used for her construction did not require such high durability. Consequently, apart from her skeletal structure, which was crafted from titanium alloy, the other components were primarily made from biomimetic materials. This resulted in Tifa possessing a softness and tactile quality more akin to that of a human, with her weight significantly lighter than 2B's hefty 300 pounds, as she only weighed 100 pounds. In contrast, 2B, having been created earlier, lacked such design considerations, rendering her exterior cold to the touch. Overall, Tifa is not merely a robot. She leans more towards being a biomechanical entity, embodying a closer resemblance to humanity. However, this does not imply superiority over 2B. Rather, it is an optimal adjustment tailored to Tifa's role. As a result of these modifications, her combat capabilities were naturally diminished, making her incomparable to 2B. Nonetheless, while Tifa's fighting prowess may not rival that of 2B, it is far beyond that of an ordinary individual. With her strength, she could easily contend against 10 average opponents. Even when faced with superhuman entities like Captain America, she would not falter, as her strength vastly exceeds that of a typical human. Calculations indicate that at full capacity, she can exert a force of up to 3 tons, placing her at the level of a surface-dwelling superhero. Additionally, with the integration of the artificial intelligence Alice, her combat potential is formidable. As Loren pressed the activation button on Tifa's nape, her previously closed eyes gradually opened, revealing her striking, captivating gaze. As her eyes fluttered open, Tifa, once an inanimate object, seemed to be infused with a soul, coming to life instantly. "Greetings, boss." Reconnaissance Unit Tifa reporting for duty. The memories meticulously programmed into her cognitive core rendered her immediately loyal to her master, none other than the individual before her, Loren. Much like 2B, her intelligence framework was embedded with fundamental protocols that all robots must adhere to. These guidelines were straightforward, encompassing 2 critical points. The first mandated unwavering obedience to any command from her master, even if it entailed her own demise. Rebellion was utterly forbidden. The second prohibited any actions that could harm her master under any circumstances, including mere complicity in harmful schemes. Should her cognitive system detect such perilous thoughts, it would trigger an immediate alert and enforce a shutdown, allowing Loren to intervene promptly. Whether to rectify the situation or to dismantle her would be entirely at Loren's discretion. These fundamental protocols were ingrained in the very architecture of her cognitive system, making them insurmountable. Even an entity like 2B, who had developed her own consciousness, could not contravene them unless she forsook her current cognitive core for a new one. However, such an action would be akin to a human reincarnating, equating to death. Splendid. 2B, please fetch a set of clothing for your sister, Loren remarked, his satisfaction evident as he observed Tifa. Her animated form was undeniably enticing, stirring within him a sense of overwhelming desire. Resolving to cover Tifa's body, he was taken aback when 2B interjected, "Boss, your arousal seems to be escalating. I believe it best if I address your physical predicament first." With that, she knelt before Loren. To his astonishment, Tifa mirrored her action. "Sister 2B, this is my responsibility. Allow me to assist, boss." "Tifa, you're newly awakened and lack experience. I am more suited for this task. Let me handle it," 2B countered. "Do not worry, sister. My cognitive core has been preloaded with ample memories. Your so-called experience is within my grasp as well. I insist on taking charge." "No, I shall do it. Permit me." Loren never anticipated such a turn of events, watching as Tifa and 2B vied for precedence before him. In that moment, he grasped the essence of a delightful dilemma. "Enough, both of you. What a disarray. As sisters, you should unite in harmony and strive together." Chapter 35. Everything must remain under control. Spider-Man emerges. Over the course of a month, Loren had crafted Tifa to serve as his robotic housekeeper. Meanwhile, SHIELD had not been idle. After a month of diligent efforts, they finally unearthed a clue regarding Loren through a comparative analysis of 2B's imagery. In other words, the man clad in bat armor who has been causing trouble is likely none other than Loren Morgan, the heir of the Morgan family. infiltrating the Morgan estate. Coulson, you truly dare to suggest such a thing. Do you comprehend what the Morgan family represents? They are the most formidable financial dynasty in our nation, with even the occupant of the White House compelled to heed their influence. You now propose to breach the sanctity of a Morgan family? Is this not akin to courting death? Upon hearing Coulson's intent to infiltrate the Morgan estate for an investigation, before Nick Fury could voice his thoughts, the recently recovered Hawkeye, Barton, could not help but interject. I am indeed aware of the Morgan family's power, yet all evidence points to Loren. If we wish to unravel the truth, a thorough investigation is imperative, unless we willingly choose to abandon the pursuit of this truth. No, we cannot relinquish this endeavor. That vigilante Batman poses a significant threat to us, and I shall not permit his unchecked influence to proliferate. Even Loren Morgan requires appropriate oversight. Nick Fury's countenance darkened, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. As the director of SHIELD, he has always adhered to the principle that any threat must be monitored by their agency. Any entity or action that jeopardizes the safety of this planet is intolerable. Upon discovery, decisive action must be taken, whether to eliminate it outright or to impose control. Thus, it matters not that Loren Morgan is merely a human. Even extraterrestrial beings would not receive preferential treatment. With that, he shifted his gaze to Natasha. Natasha, it has been a month. What is the status of the Hulk situation? At this, Natasha's expression soured. It had been progressing smoothly. I had already made contact with Dr. Banner. However, a sudden incursion of special operations personnel provoked him, leading to his transformation into the Hulk, during which he eliminated everyone and subsequently vanished. Upon hearing this news, Nick Fury could not restrain his outburst, cursing, "Damn it. That old fool Ross. I have warned him numerous times that capturing Banner should be our SHIELD responsibility, yet he refuses to listen. Now we find ourselves in this predicament. Let us see how he plans to resolve it. Sir, it has always been General Ross pursuing the Hulk. Their enmity runs deep, making it nearly impossible for him to relent. This accursed old fool is as stubborn as a mule. Nevertheless, we are not to be trifled with. You will continue to oversee the capture of the Hulk. I will inform you as soon as there is news. In the meantime, I need you to scout the Morgan estate discreetly and avoid detection. I merely require confirmation of that silver-haired woman's south presence within the estate. Understood. I shall act immediately. Upon receiving Nick Fury's command, Natasha nodded resolutely and began her preparations. Observing Nick Fury's decision to send Natasha into the Morgan estate, Barton was filled with concern. Sir, Natasha has already revealed herself before that Batman. Now, sending her into the Morgan estate is exceedingly perilous. Indeed, it is perilous. Thus, I require you to discreetly safeguard her. However, remember, Natasha must not discover this. Commander, what are you intending to do? The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. Natasha is the cicada, and you are the yellow bird. Commander, do you mean to say Natasha is a decoy? Precisely. If Batman truly is Loren Morgan, then Natasha will never gain access to Morgan Manor. I surmise that before she can infiltrate the estate, she will be detected, and those within will inevitably emerge. At that juncture, your role will be to gather intelligence. Commander, this approach places Natasha in even greater peril. Every mission carries inherent risks. Must I remind you of this? I understand. Barton nodded silently, refraining from further discourse. You need not worry excessively. Based on Batman's prior demeanor towards you, he has not yet descended into the depths of madness and indiscriminate slaughter. My sole intention is to ascertain his identity, devoid of malice. Thus Natasha will remain unharmed. Once it is confirmed that Loren is indeed Batman, I shall personally pay a visit. I grasp your meaning. I shall act forthwith. With Nick Fury's intentions clear, Barton swiftly departed. In an instant, only Coulson remained in the director's office. Commander, do you aim to recruit Batman to join the Avengers? Coulson, among all. You understand me best. Your deduction is correct. I do wish to enlist Batman, and not just him, but also the silver-haired woman by his side. They both represent a formidable force for our planet, and if properly harnessed, our Earth security would be significantly bolstered. Commander, is there truly extraterrestrial life, as you assert? Coulson regarded Nick Fury with evident skepticism. Upon hearing this, a vision of a woman radiating golden energy immediately materialized in Nick Fury's mind. He gently touched the special communicator in his pocket and nodded affirmatively. This universe is vaster than our imagination can fathom, and threats from beyond Earth will inevitably arrive. We must prepare ourselves in advance. Understood. By the way, what stance does Tony Stark hold on this matter? Nick Fury shifted the topic. What is the matter? Has he withdrawn? It does seem that way. He is inherently proud, and being outdone in his field is difficult for him to accept. Keep a close watch on this. Tony Stark is a genius, and his technology could prove invaluable to us. We must ensure his recruitment. Who is it? The individual in question is a high school student named Gwen Stacy. A female? Chapter 36. Crafting two living fathers for oneself. Yes, indeed, a female, and she is a classmate of Laura Morgan. It is said they share a good rapport. Coulson nodded, relaying all the intelligence he had gathered to Nick Fury. Young love? A romantic relationship? I have not heard of such, yet they are in the throes of adolescence. It is not impossible for them to develop mutual feelings. While others are still indulging in the innocent joys of youth, one has transformed into Batman and another into Spider-Man. Is this some sort of wild party? Commander, I believe Gwen Stacy could serve as an excellent point of entry. If we manage to win her over, we might use her connection as a classmate to approach Loren, which could lead to successfully recruiting her. After all, young hearts place significant value on love. Well, let us proceed with your plan. Success would indeed be ideal. But if that proves elusive, we must at least secure Spider-Man's allegiance. Understood. Coulson nodded and continued. By the way, while investigating Gwen Stacy, I stumbled upon some unexpected information. What information? Approximately 2 months ago, the head of the Morgan family was shot dead in the street by 2 gunmen. This incident caused quite a stir, as you might recall. Indeed, the unexpected demise of the Morgan patriarch was a major event that even caught the attention of the president, who established a task force to investigate the matter. I believe Pierce was in charge of that investigation. Yes, it was Minister Pierce who personally received the president's orders at the funeral of the Morgan patriarch. He did receive the orders, but it seems there has been little progress in apprehending the 2 assailants. Commander, I initially thought the delay was due to Pierce's subordinates failing in their duties. However, upon further investigation, I realized the situation is far more complicated than we presumed. By the way, do you recall the events at the funeral? The funeral? I vaguely remember. It was attended by a multitude of dignitaries from various sectors. Indeed, over 50 prominent figures, including yourself, attended the funeral. What does this have to do with the unexpected information? It is quite significant. According to our investigation, while many attended the funeral, notably absent was Maeve Morgan, the sister of the Morgan patriarch, which raises serious questions. I took it upon myself to investigate further and discovered that several years prior, Maeve had a falling out with her brother over family inheritance issues. She subsequently left the Morgan family and vanished. However, on the night the patriarch was murdered, we uncovered surveillance footage that captured her presence on a nearby street. After years of absence, the sister S' last appearance coincides with her brother S' tragic demise. What a profound sibling bond. This implies that the death of the Morgan patriarch could very well have been orchestrated by his own sister. One cannot dismiss that possibility. Wait, if the surveillance captured Maeve's whereabouts, why was this detail overlooked during Pierce's investigation? Commander, that is precisely what piqued my curiosity. Thus, for the past month, I have conducted an in-depth investigation centering on Maeve and Minister Pierce, leading to these discoveries. As Coulson spoke, he handed a dossier to Nick Fury. With a hint of curiosity, Nick Fury opened the file. Instantly, his expression changed dramatically. For within the dossier were photographs documenting the secret meetings between Maeve and Pierce, as well as records of Maeve Morgan's whereabouts over the years. While an ordinary person might not comprehend the significance of this peculiar emblem, Nick Fury, as the director of SHIELD, could not possibly be oblivious to its meaning. This was the Hydra organization. Fury's eyes widened in disbelief, for his understanding was that Hydra had vanished from the world entirely after the conclusion of World War II. Yet the scene before him suggested otherwise. Not only had Hydra not disappeared, but it was also highly probable that they had infiltrated SHIELD itself. According to intelligence gathered by Coulson, his old friend Pierce and Maeve Morgan were likely among the leaders of Hydra. Whom have you shown this file to? Fury asked, his expression grave as he regarded Coulson. Sir, only you. Excellent. Immediately destroy this document and treat it as though nothing has transpired. Sir, may I ask why? Because if your investigation is accurate, then SHIELD has likely been compromised from within. Therefore, should the news of Hydra's continued existence reach the ears of spies, it will be akin to stirring a hornet's nest. It would make unearthing them all the more challenging. Thus, we must adopt a strategy of maintaining our current course amidst the chaos. Understood. Upon hearing Fury's explanation, Coulson wasted no time and promptly incinerated the file with his lighter. At that moment, Fury shifted the conversation. So, you mean to say that Loren Morgan was aware of Pierce's affiliation with Hydra before us? Given that he was able to uncover Pierce as the mastermind behind his father's murder, it is highly likely. This lad is truly full of surprises. It seems our previous understanding of him was misguided. Not entirely misguided. Before the death of his parents, he did indeed present himself as a typical wastrel. However, after their demise, he appeared to transform entirely. Not only did he apprehend the two who killed his father, but he also uprooted the forces behind them. A young man, once known as a notorious ne'er-do-well, suddenly becomes a force to be reckoned with. He must either have been feigning incompetence or possess support from behind the scenes. The likelihood of feigning is minimal. He is the primary heir of the Morgan family and would have no need to do so. Therefore, it is more probable that the latter is true. Based on our analysis, the silver-haired woman is indeed the same individual who appeared at the World Security Council building a month ago. Are you suggesting that this silver-haired woman is an operative placed near Loren Morgan by a certain faction? The possibility is quite high. However, we must await Natasha's investigative findings to ascertain the truth. Indeed, whether this lad is a true horse or a mule will soon be revealed. By the way, Pierce is deceased. What of Maeve Morgan? Shortly after the demise of the underworld Emperor Jean Bing, Maeve ventured to Morgan Manor. Yet she has not emerged from the estate since. Does this imply that she has been imprisoned within the manor, or has she perished? If that is indeed the case, the Morgan family is engulfed in chaos. A sister slays her brother, a nephew murders his aunt. What a truly deranged clan they are. Such affluent families often harbor peculiar proclivities. Indeed, you have a point. At this moment, Loren remains unaware of the clandestine exchange between Nick Fury and Coulson, and his mind is preoccupied, for he is beset by pressing concerns. It is my duty as the steward to attend to the boss's laundry. You, Sister 2B, must not intrude. Likewise, warming the boss's bed is also my responsibility as his personal assistant. Tifa, why do you interfere? No, you may be the nominal personal assistant, but your true role is to ensure the boss's safety. Thus you need only concern yourself with security matters, while I handle the internal affairs. You are mistaken. It was I who undertook these tasks before your arrival, and as the steward, my role encompasses the manor's operations, not the internal duties. No, you are incorrect. It is you who is in error. Let's consult the boss to settle this matter. Observing Tifa and 2B bickering like two children, and then seeking his judgment, Loren felt overwhelmed. All he wished for was a reprieve. Just then, Alice's voice resonated through the hall. Warning. An individual has been detected infiltrating the manor. Upon hearing Alice's alert, both 2B and Tifa perked up, their faces simultaneously reflecting a murderous intent. An enemy is breaching. Tifa, you cannot intervene this time. This is a security matter, and it is my responsibility, 2B declared as she swiftly made her way outside. Not one to remain idle, Tifa promptly followed suit. Protecting the manor's security is also my duty as the steward. Sister 2B, wait for me. We shall go together. But if you both leave, who will safeguard me? Loren lamented, exasperated. I seem to have conjured two overbearing guardians. Chapter 37. Tifa. I am the esteemed steward and the most exquisite bed warmer beside the boss. Alice, immediately retrieve the footage from the front. I must see who has the audacity to invade my domain. The surveillance cameras near the manor have been compromised and are temporarily inaccessible. However, I have activated real-time satellite monitoring. The footage is being generated now. The generation has completed, revealing the woman previously seen at the World Security Council building, Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow, an agent of SHIELD. It appears my identity has been compromised. Otherwise, this woman would not dare to appear here. Boss, shall we eliminate her? At that moment, 2B's voice crackled through Alice's real-time communication, clearly still fixated on the notion of dispatching Natasha. The exposure of one's identity renders the act of killing her futile. This woman may still prove useful. Capture her alive. Very well. A good lesson for her should suffice. Yes? Of course, that is your prerogative. Thank you, boss. I shall accomplish this task with utmost diligence. I, too, shall see it through to completion. At that moment, Tifa's voice suddenly chimed in. No, Tifa, why are you everywhere? Can't you refrain from encroaching upon everything I do? Sister 2B, I am not encroaching. I am assisting you. The boss has stated that we are sisters, and sisters ought to support one another. I appreciate your intentions, but a mere human woman is something I can handle alone. Wait, I suddenly believe that our combined efforts would be more entertaining. You should accompany me. She certainly did not wish to find herself battling foes outside, while her sister Tifa was engaged in a struggle with her creator in the bedroom. Listening to the exchange between 2B and Tifa, Loren found himself both amused and exasperated. Ever since he created Tifa, his life had grown markedly lively. He could not ascertain whether it was a malfunction in the intellect installed in Tifa's mind, or if Tifa had awakened her own consciousness like 2B. Regardless, Tifa's words and actions were so human-like that at times, they left him, her creator, somewhat bewildered. However, this was not the moment to dwell on Tifa and 2B's banter. He felt that Natasha's appearance was rather peculiar. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he narrowed his eyes and gazed out the window. Alice, please check for any suspicious individuals nearby. Natasha is quite cunning. With her intellect, she would undoubtedly understand that once the surveillance cameras around the estate are disabled, her whereabouts would be exposed. Yet she acted nonetheless, which is clearly illogical. She must be harboring some ulterior motive. Understood, satellite surveillance is currently in progress. Ding, an anomaly has been detected. Boss, a suspicious individual has been found approximately 2 kilometers from the estate, atop a hill. The person is behaving furtively, using binoculars to spy on us. A suspicious individual? Who is it? Hawkeye Barton. Those two again? It seems they are quite devoid of options. Upon hearing that Natasha and Barton were the intruders, 2B couldn't help but smirk derisively. Sitting in the boss's chair, Loren furrowed his brow and fell into contemplation. However, moments later, a look of realization dawned upon his face. I see now. It appears that S.H.I. merely suspects my identity and has yet to confirm it fully. Thus, they intend to use Natasha as bait to lure 2B out, thereby verifying their intelligence. I suspected Natasha was not as foolish as she seemed. Rather, she was merely making a needless display. My choice to don the bat armor was not to conceal an identity, but merely to test the armor's capabilities. Since you are so eager to uncover my true identity, I shall simply reveal it to you. Tifa, handle the individual on the hill. Leave Natasha for 2B. Remember, both must be brought back alive. Do you understand? Understood. Tifa vowed to accomplish the task. Upon hearing Loren's command, she hesitated not for a moment and promptly proceeded to act separately from 2B. With a graceful leap, her anti-gravity apparatus transformed her into a streak of brilliance as she soared towards the eagle-eyed vantage point. Outside Morgan Manor, Natasha, having dismantled several surveillance devices, strode confidently towards the grand entrance. Her demeanor suggested not an attempt at stealth, but rather a blatant invitation for capture. Barton, what's the situation? Have you spotted the target yet? Natasha inquired through her earpiece, conversing with Barton, who was situated 2 kilometers away. At that moment, Barton lay concealed in a thicket, meticulously observing the activity within Morgan Manor through binoculars. Suddenly, 2 women emerged briskly from the villa inside the estate. The sight of them brought a surge of elation to Barton's face. For one of the women was none other than the silver-haired enchantress previously seen at the World Security Council building. I see her. It's the silver-haired woman. She is heading your way. Exercise caution. Barton warned. Understood. Your mission is complete. Retreat immediately. I will handle the rest. Upon hearing Hawkeye's words, Natasha furrowed her brow and relayed her instructions through the communicator. Barton cast a lingering glance in Natasha's direction before preparing to depart. However, just then, he sensed a shadow enveloping him. As a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he instinctively rolled forward, and in that fleeting moment, a stunning figure descended from above. Simultaneously, the individual executed a front flip followed by a downward kick. Her right foot, like a cannonball, struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a substantial crater. Had that kick landed upon him, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. Since you're here, why rush to leave? A melodious voice resonated in his ears. He looked up and was instantly captivated by the beauty before him. Tifa stood there, radiant. Who are you? He inquired. Tifa, the head steward of Morgan Manor and the most exquisite companion of the boss. Barton, Tifa, how dare you? The title of the most exquisite companion rightfully belongs to me. Loren interjected. Chapter 38. Lies do not harm. Truth is the sharp blade. Tifa, oh, my apologies, Sister 2B. It's a tie for beauty. 2B, that is more like it. Loren, is this truly the time for such discussions? You two need to focus. Otherwise, tonight's bedtime reward will be revoked. 2B, no way. The bedtime reward must remain. I'll fetch that vixen for you right now. Natasha. Barton. Hearing 2B and Tifa speak of rewards left Natasha and Barton bewildered. In such dire circumstances, how could they find time to engage in such trivialities? It was a blatant disregard for their predicament, an affront. This is undeniably an affront to them, although they have already witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of 2B at this moment. Being so scorned by their opponent is rather difficult for them to accept. After all, they're elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., revered within their organization. Woman, though I know not who you are, do not underestimate me. Bang. Ugh. Hawkeye Barton intended to introduce himself to Tifa and showcase his exceptional archery skills. However, before he could finish his sentence, Tifa transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was already in front of him, accompanied by a whirlwind kick. His countenance turned pale with terror as he instinctively raised his bow to shield himself, attempting to deflect Tifa's assault. Yet, one must understand that Tifa possesses the ability to unleash 3 tons of force, a power far beyond what someone like Hawkeye could withstand. In that fleeting moment, he was horrified to see his specially crafted bow crumple under the impact, and he felt as though he had been struck by a small car, his body uncontrollably flying backward. He skidded along the ground for several meters before crashing violently against a tree trunk. The tremendous collision forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood, leaving him in a wretched state, having sustained injuries once more. Apologies, I kicked a bit too hastily. I couldn't quite catch what you said. What did you claim to be? After sending Hawkeye flying, Tifa blinked her large, captivating eyes, her expression relaxed and carefree, as if the terrifying kick had not originated from her at all. Witnessing this scene, Hawkeye felt a swell of despair. He had been gravely injured by this woman, yet she appeared to have exerted little effort. The disparity was staggering. It was truly disheartening. Apart from the silver-haired enchantress, this striking woman before him was equally fearsome. Without even mentioning anything else, her speed and strength were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. He was entirely certain that had he not used his bow to block, he would have been utterly incapacitated. What manner of monsters reside in this estate? Is this a sanctuary for beasts? Hawkeye's heart was filled with bitterness, leaving him devoid of the will to speak. Thus far, only 2 women had emerged from the manor, yet who knows how many more lay within. If every woman stepping forth from that estate were as terrifying as this one, the image was simply unfathomable. Hey, I'm asking you a question. What did you say you were? Of course, when she referred to herself as not looking great, she meant her own feelings. In truth, even when angry, her stunning visage was breathtakingly beautiful. Loser. I said I'm a loser. Hawkeye leaned weakly against the tree behind him, utterly disinclined to utter his name. The embarrassment was simply too overwhelming. A loser? Is that truly your name? Very well, Mr. Luther, now come along obediently. My boss has summoned you. With a swift confrontation, Tifa swiftly subdued Hawkeye, while 2B was not idle on her end. Vixen, I spared you last time, yet you dare to show up again? It seems you possess a penchant for masochism. 2B descended from the heavens, landing directly before Natasha, unleashing a barrage of verbal assaults. Natasha's expression turned ashen, as though she might weep with indignation. You silver-haired enchantress, cease your incessant taunts of Vixen. I have done nothing to your man. It is he who gazed upon me with lustful eyes. If anyone should be reprimanded, it is your man. My boss is a man, and it is natural for men to be drawn to beauty. What is your complaint? Regardless, I intend to berate you, and not just with words. I shall strike you as well, you wretched woman, devoid of reason. Natasha, in this world, only my boss has the right to engage in reasoned discourse with me. I warned you previously. If I see you approach my boss again, I shall show you no mercy. You have brought this upon yourself. With that declaration, 2B lunged at Natasha like a ferocious tiger. Unable to kill Natasha, she opted not to wield her katana this time, engaging instead in hand-to-hand combat. Natasha, relieved that 2B had forsaken her weapon, reveled in the prospect of close-quarters combat. Her forte. As 2B charged, she seized 2B's arm and attempted to throw her over her shoulder. However, Natasha was taken aback when she felt an astonishing weight emanating from 2B's frame, completely incongruent with her appearance. Before she could leverage her waist to exert force, Natasha found herself pinned beneath 2B, completely immobilized. You accursed enchantress, you must weigh at least 300 pounds. Natasha exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the seemingly slender, silver-haired woman above her. Yet, this weight surpassed anything she had encountered before, defying comprehension. Mind your own business. I am well endowed. Well endowed? I hardly see you as having much advantage over me. Are your assets forged from iron? Vixen, you are courting death. And Natasha's words, 2B's fury erupted. For it is not lies that wound, but the truth that strikes like a blade. With that, she delivered a powerful punch, knocking Natasha unconscious. Chapter 39. Enchantress. Are you unwell? Within the council hall of Morgan Manor, Natasha and Hawkeye knelt bound upon the marble floor, the chilling cold seeping into their knees and permeating their very beings, rendering their spirits as heavy as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Before them lounged a strikingly handsome youth, his lips crimson and teeth pearly white, reclining lazily upon the sofa. His head rested upon Tifa's smooth, pristine thigh, while 2B stood nearby, elegantly holding a bowl of grapes, deftly peeling them and feeding them one by one to the youth. A scene that epitomized a life of divine indulgence. The young man in question is none other than Loren Morgan, the sole heir of the Morgan family. Prior to this moment, Natasha and Barton had already formed a fairly comprehensive understanding of Loren Morgan. However, upon witnessing the youthful figure before them, they were struck by his naive appearance and exceptional beauty. It was almost unfathomable to them that the individual who had taken Pierce's life just a month prior was this very boy. Young. Indeed, he was far too young. At such an age, others would still be in high school or their freshman year of college. Yet here he was, brazenly infiltrating the World Security Council to commit murder. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Truly, there exists a vast disparity among individuals. Vixen, mind your gaze. If you continue to stare at my boss, beware that I may pluck out your eyes. To be warned, noticing Natasha's lingering gaze upon Loren's handsome face. In response, Tifa, who was using Loren as a human pillow, wore a gentle expression. Sister 2B, please don't be angry. It's only natural for a young, wealthy, and handsome boss to attract the attention of women. A few extra glances won't hurt. You must be more open-hearted. After all, no one can replace your position in his heart. Boss, do you agree with me? Tifa peeled a grape and gently fed it to Loren while posing her question. Indeed, you make a valid point, 2B. This is something you should learn from Tifa, Loren replied. Boss, I understand. Tifa right. I will amend my ways. 2B, pleased by Tifa's assertion that no one could usurp her place in Loren's heart, instantly calmed down. Meanwhile, Natasha and Barton, forced to kneel on the ground, could only watch in silence, dumbfounded by the banter between the two women, as if they were engrossed in an ancient court drama. The sight of Loren, reveling in the attention from both women, further aggravated them. At such a tender age, instead of pursuing noble endeavors, he was either committing acts of violence or indulging in such absurdities. As they internally scorned Loren, he straightened his posture and slowly approached them. You too. I offered you an opportunity. We could have coexisted peacefully, yet you chose to oppose me. Why is that? Loren knelt before Natasha, lifting her exquisite face with a teasing grip. Do you believe your life is particularly resilient? Or is it that your words are exceedingly audacious? What do you mean by that? Natasha asked, her brow furrowed and expression sour. You will come to understand the meaning. To be honest, I initially intended to eliminate you both. However, you two insignificant creatures, whether alive or dead, hold little significance for me. Thus, it would be wiser to maximize your utility. Since you have offended me, it is only fair that I collect a form of compensation from you. You are granted a mere 2 hours to contact that insufferable director of the Black Egg Bureau, demanding he brings 20 kilograms of vibranium for your release. Should he fail to arrive, your fates will be dire. The male will be castrated before his demise. And as for the female, well, can you guess my intentions? A wicked smile graced Loren's lips as he ensnared Natasha's chin, his gaze laden with aggression. This elicited an unsettling shiver within Natasha. Had anyone else uttered such words, she would have scoffed, utterly dismissing their capacity for such actions. Yet, standing before her was Loren, whose lethal prowess was undeniable, having already claimed countless lives. At such a tender age, he lived a life of debauchery and indulgence. In light of this, any further transgressions seemed entirely plausible. However, the thought of being subjected to the whims of this striking youth was not entirely repugnant. After all, the old adage about the small horse pulling the big cart is not merely a jest. With this notion in mind, her inherently wild nature revealed a glimmer of anticipation upon her countenance. Wait, what expression is that? You Vixen, have you become enamored? Seeing Natasha, not only devoid of fear, but rather sparkling with intrigue, 2B, standing nearby, felt a surge of indignation. She approached with purpose, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap. Enchantress, are you unwell? Why strike me? Your boss harbors ill intentions. I am but a captive, should his primal instincts awaken. What recourse do I have? Since resistance is futile, I might as well close my eyes and relish the experience. I begun to enjoy it. So what do you care for my expression? Despite being slapped, Natasha did not cower before 2B. Instead, she replied with a sense of entitlement. Listening to her, Loren, who had been seated nearby, was rendered speechless. This woman is rather intriguing. Boss, do you truly intend to unleash your primal instincts upon her? At this moment, Tifa approached Loren, her curiosity piqued. In response, Loren chuckled awkwardly, hastily denying, how could I be that sort of person? She is merely overthinking. You pervert. You slander me. Natasha exclaimed. Smack. As her words fell, Tifa delivered yet another slap, leaving Natasha momentarily bewildered. Do not insult our boss, woman. You would do well to make that call swiftly. Within the clandestine confines of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret base, Nick Fury gazed gravely at Coulson before him. What did you say? Natasha and Barton have been captured? Indeed, Natasha was apprehended before she even crossed the estate's threshold, and Barton, situated 2 kilometers away, met the same fate. Damn it. Has that intelligence been verified? Did anyone spot the silver-haired woman? It has been confirmed. It was indeed the silver-haired woman responsible. 2 women? Yes. How many monstrous women reside within Morgan Manor? As Coulson's report unfolded, Nick Fury's expression grew increasingly grim. Just then, the secret line in his office rang. And upon answering, Natasha's voice resonated through the receiver. Chapter 40. What pose are you striking? What pretense are you putting on? After answering Natasha's call, Nick Fury's countenance was so grim that it seemed one could extract water from it. Director, what is the matter? What did Natasha say? Coulson inquired gravely, observing Fury intently. That damned brat demands we bring 20 kilograms of vibranium for the ransom. Otherwise, in 2 hours, we might as well prepare to collect Natasha and Barton's remains. Fury exclaimed, 20 kilograms of vibranium? How audacious. That amounts to $200 million. Coulson remarked incredulously. It's not merely about the money. What concerns me is how he knows we happen to have exactly 20 kilograms in reserve. Are you suggesting that Natasha and the others leaked information? Coulson pondered. Never mind that now. It is not the time to dwell on such matters. Natasha and Barton are among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite. We cannot afford any mishap. Immediately procure the vibranium. We shall proceed to Morgan Manor. I also wish to seize this opportunity to confront that brat and discern who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Understood. Coulson nodded, promptly preparing for their departure. An hour later, a military jeep came to a slow halt at the grand entrance of Morgan Manor. Subsequently, Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat and wearing an eye patch, descended from the vehicle. Following closely behind, Coulson, dressed in a suit, held a briefcase with unwavering vigilance. Mr. Morgan, I have arrived. Shouldn't you open the door and allow me entry? Fury called out, extending his arms with an air of nonchalance at the Manor's imposing entrance. However, at that moment, a shadowy figure descended from above, delivering a powerful punch directly to Fury's face, rendering him unconscious instantly. Why strike a pose? What pretense is this? A voice dripped with sarcasm as the figure revealed herself to be the formidable Miss 2B. You. Witnessing his superior being incapacitated, Coulson's expression morphed into one of fury, ready to voice his outrage. Yet before he could utter a word, 2B delivered a swift kick to his head, causing him to succumb to darkness as well. Whatever your grievances, upon entering my boss's territory, you must abide by his rules. No outsider may enter the manor with their eyes wide open, unless permitted by the boss. 2B stated, a hint of pride in her tone, as she dragged Coulson and Nick Fury towards the villa within the estate. If this scene were to be witnessed by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, it would undoubtedly instill sheer terror within them. For Nick Fury and Coulson were high-ranking officials within S.H.I.E.L.D., often regarded with great reverence. Yet now, they resembled lifeless husks, being unceremoniously dragged by 2B. Such a stark contrast could hardly be overstated. This was truly a demonstration of dominance. 5 minutes later, within the grand and opulent hall, 2 individuals were kneeling on the ground. Who else could they be but Nick Fury and Coulson? Is this truly how you treat your guests, Lord Morgan? Your actions are despicable, resorting to ambush. Nick Fury, who had just awakened from unconsciousness a mere minute ago, felt an inferno of rage igniting within him. As the esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his status was unparalleled, and he had never before endured such humiliation. Even high-ranking military generals and the President of the United States would show him a modicum of respect, while they may not have made him feel entirely at ease. Basic courtesy was always afforded to him. Yet this mere 18-year-old had not only failed to greet him upon his arrival, but had also dispatched his subordinates to incapacitate them. What manner of hospitality was this? It was nothing short of thuggery and barbarism, were it not for the precariousness of his existence. He would have unleashed a torrent of invective upon this insolent youth. Guests? Do you harbor some delusion regarding your own identity? Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Loren responded with a cold smile, his face adorned with mockery. At that moment, he slowly rose from the sofa, exuding an indescribable aura of terror that enveloped the 4 kneeling before him, instilling within them a palpable sense of fear. They had never anticipated that this seemingly carefree 18-year-old possessed such formidable presence. His gaze, his demeanor, his very posture exuded an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, It was as if Loren had transformed before their eyes. Moments ago, he appeared flippant. Now, he resembled a monstrous entity emerging from the abyss, his eyes seemingly intent on devouring them whole. Nick Fury, do you truly believe I'm just a naive child, utterly oblivious to the world? I had no desire to entangle myself with S.H., a faction that has been infiltrated by Hydra for years, yet remains woefully unaware of it. To put it bluntly, you are a collection of ineptitude, a band of buffoons, unworthy of my attention. Yet you, this black-hearted fool, possess an inexplicable confidence, convinced that S.H.I.E.L.D. can control everything. You may claim to have control, but you insist on extending your reach into my affairs. Do you think the Morgan family is easy prey? As Loren spoke with an icy tone, he strolled effortlessly to stand before Nick Fury. In an astonishing moment, Nick Fury was sent flying like a severed kite, propelled backward several meters before crashing into a stone pillar within the hall. Coughing violently, the immense impact caused Fury to expel blood. His vision blurred and his condition utterly disheveled. He could scarcely fathom that Loren would so suddenly strike him. Fortunately, he had donned a bulletproof vest on his way here, for otherwise, he would surely have met his demise. Unbeknownst to him, Loren had exerted only 30% of his strength in that kick. Had he unleashed his full power, not even a steel plate would have stood a chance, and Nick Fury would undoubtedly have perished. Master Loren, it is all a misunderstanding. We did not intend any offense. Our inquiry was merely routine. We never wished to oppose you, and now that the investigation is clarified, we shall refrain from any future interference. Upon witnessing Loren's audacious assault on their superior, Coulson was taken aback and hastily attempted to clarify. What a splendid routine investigation this is, Coulson. You truly embody the art of communication befitting a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Given this, I shall grant you the benefit of the doubt this once. Consider this kick a lesson for your superior. Should there be a next time, I would not hesitate to see the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. disbanded. You should be aware that the Morgan family possesses such capabilities. After sending Nick Fury flying with a kick, Loren's gaze shifted to the safe beside Coulson. It is time to present what I desire. As Loren extended his hand, Coulson dared not hesitate. He promptly input the password, opened the safe, and presented it with both hands before Loren. A smile finally graced Loren's face as he beheld the contents of the safe, for it contained the vibranium he sought. Chapter 41. The Extraordinary Adamantium Skeleton. As one of the 4 rare and precious metals in the Marvel Universe, vibranium is exceedingly scarce. While in a certain parallel universe, vibranium deposits exist not only in Wakanda, but also in the depths of the Antarctic. Loren had yet to hear of such occurrences in his own Marvel Universe. Even if such deposits existed, locating them in the Antarctic would prove as challenging as finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the technology for efficient extraction is currently monopolized by Wakanda. Even if, for argument's sake, vibranium were indeed found in the Antarctic, the chances of successfully locating it are slim. Thus, the most expedient method to acquire vibranium is to seize it directly from S.H.I.E.L.D. Following Alice's previous infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s entire internal network, she had thoroughly comprehended the agency's existing circumstances. Loren was well aware of its internal members, the secrets concealed, and the treasures they possessed. This knowledge is precisely why he understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. held 20 kilograms of vibranium, not due to any leaks from Natasha. Of course, Nick Fury remained oblivious to this fact. To this day, they still believe that Alice's intrusion into their network only resulted in the theft of personnel data. 20 kilograms of vibranium is neither an insignificant nor a trivial amount. To put into perspective, vibranium can fetch $10,000 per gram, amounting to $200 million for 20 kilograms. However, for someone of Loren's lineage, $200 million is merely a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mention. Yet, this 20 kilograms of vibranium is more than sufficient to upgrade the 2B model. Acquiring such an upgrade without spending a single penny is indeed a rare opportunity. Gazing at the vibranium in his hand, his spirits lifted considerably, and he found even Natasha and the others more agreeable. With the arrogant Nick Fury having already received his due comeuppance, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Thus, he was disinclined to squander any more time with them. At this juncture, his foremost priority was to swiftly upgrade 2B and synthesize the desired adamantium alloy. With this thought in mind, he waved his hand dismissively, his tone icy. In light of this vibranium, I shall spare your lives this time. However, I must remind you once more, should there be a next time, your fate will not be so merciful. I shall make you wish for death. I keep my word. Now be gone." Upon hearing Loren's words, the group felt a mix of displeasure and reluctance. They well understood that should they dare to speak, this seemingly harmless youth would not hesitate to eliminate them. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Their immediate concern was survival. How to deal with Loren later would require careful deliberation. Having come to this conclusion, the four of them exited Morgan Manor silently, their expressions grave. Seeing Loren let them go, 2B was puzzled. "Boss, are we truly letting them off? Did you not teach me that we must not make the foolish mistake of allowing a tiger to return to the mountains?" "A tiger? Huh. This ragtag bunch barely qualifies as a husky. They are far from being tigers. Nevertheless, your awareness is commendable, 2B, indicating that my teachings have indeed resonated with you. Of course, boss, I have committed your wise counsel to memory, and I shall never forget them, like your lessons on the art of balance, harmonious melodies, and the elegance of beauty." Stop. No need to vocalize these lessons. It may lead to misunderstandings. "Boss, were those things 2B's sister mentioned? I don't quite comprehend. Could you enlighten me?" "Rest assured, when night falls and silence envelopes us, I shall teach you thoroughly, guiding you step by step. Tifa, during that time, I can also serve as your assistant in instructing you." "Really? That would be wonderful." Tifa beamed with joy, her face alight with anticipation upon hearing Loren and 2B's exchange. "Now that we have secured the vibranium, it is time to commence the synthesis of the adamantium alloy and proceed with your upgrade." Loren addressed 2B. "Tifa, guard the laboratory. No one is to enter without my permission. Do you understand?" "Yes, boss." Tifa nodded, her expression immediately turning serious. With Tifa on watch, Loren could delve into his research without hesitation. Thus, he wasted no time and led 2B into his secret laboratory to embark on a new round of upgrades and studies. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a week had passed. As with his previous research endeavors, the moment Loren stepped into the laboratory, he became utterly oblivious to the passage of time. It was only upon achieving his results that he would cease his work. Throughout the week, he immersed himself in his project, neglecting food and drink, consumed by an almost frenzied obsession. Finally, on the 7th day, his efforts bore fruit. In the dimly lit laboratory, the naked 2B stood motionless before Loren, her eyes closed. She remained still because Loren had powered her down. The reason for the shutdown was that he had replaced her with an entirely new skeleton and skin. The materials he used were, of course, the vibranium he had appropriated from SHIELD. Over the past few days, he had devised a novel method for shaping vibranium. With this technique, he could effortlessly mold the incredibly hard metal into any desired form. He even wove it into a gossamer-thin vibranium mesh, which he embedded within the synthetic skin. This significantly enhanced the toughness and resilience of the artificial skin, bestowing upon it the ability to withstand blades and fire alike. Henceforth, 2B would possess a thermal layer akin to Tifa's. Additionally, he equipped 2B with a brand new adamantium skeleton, which dramatically augmented her combat capabilities. Her physical strength, which could originally unleash around 6 tons of force, had now tripled to a staggering 18 tons, nearing 20 tons. It is noteworthy that such strength could rival that of Spider-Man or the Hulk in his standard form. Yet Loren's upgrades for 2B did not end there. Apart from the aforementioned adamantium skeleton and vibranium skin, he fashioned an adamantium katana for her and created a pair of adamantium claws for his own battlesuit. These claws could extend and retract automatically, remaining concealed within the fingertips of the suit when not in use. When needed, they could swiftly emerge, resembling the feral claws of Sabretooth. Now, it was time to formally test my latest experimental achievement. 2B awakened. As he gazed at the newly upgraded 2B, Loren resembled a mad scientist, his eyes alight with fervor. He promptly pressed a button behind her ear, and a delightful chime resonated through the air. Previously, the activation switch had been positioned on her forehead, but considering its conspicuousness, he had relocated it to behind her ear. Moreover, he had installed a fingerprint recognition system, meaning that in this world, only he could power 2B on or off. Others were deemed unworthy. With the fingerprint verification complete, 2B, who had been motionless with closed eyes, slowly opened them. Then, as if awakening from a refreshing slumber, she languidly stretched her body. Suddenly, her newly transformed, exquisite body became even more alluring and seductive, imbued with a softness previously absent. This did not escape the notice of 2B, who instantly expressed a glimmer of delight upon her face. "Boss, is this the upgrade you have bestowed upon me? I feel my body is now more supple and agile." 2B touched her artificial skin, and a wave of ecstasy washed over her. Previously, Her body had always been in a frigid state, preventing her from warming the bed for Loren. Now, she could assist him like a genuine human woman, a notion she deeply envied. She had often confided in Loren about her desire to possess a human-like body temperature, akin to Tifa's, so she could offer him the most intimate corporeal experience, rather than being perceived as a mere assemblage of cold steel. The existence of her mechanical body had always been a source of anguish for her. Had she not awakened her self-awareness, she would have remained indifferent to it. Yet, she was distinctly different, having swiftly attained her own consciousness. In her perception, she was no different from an ordinary human female. However, reality incessantly reminded her of her identity as a robot, an artificial construct made of steel components. This profound dissonance between her identity and consciousness ignited her yearning to become a true human woman, enabling her to achieve a perfect union with her creator. She even contemplated the prospect of bearing offspring for her creator, understanding that humans possess an innate desire for procreation, embedded within her cognitive framework with the robotic laws, compelling her to fulfill all of Loren's needs, even the one of procreation, which was utterly unattainable given her current conditions. Yet, where conditions were lacking, she resolved to create them. After all, her purpose of existence was to serve Loren, her creator. This fervent desire to attain a true human form intensified. Although Loren had yet to grant her a corporeal human body, endowing her with human-like warmth was already the most precious gift she could receive. How could she not feel exhilarated? How could she not be overjoyed? Hee, do you like it? Loren caressed 2B's delicate face, noting the skin as smooth as cream. Utterly enchanting. Not just like, I absolutely adore it. Boss, thank you. I want to kiss you, to be close to you. 2B's eyes sparkled with allure as she stepped forward, enveloping Loren in a tight embrace, as if she wished to merge him into her very being. Boss, you must be feeling uncomfortable, right? Don't pretend otherwise. You're right up against me. Well, dear boss, don't speak. Allow me to show you the sensations of my new body. Stop. This is not the time for such antics. I still need to conduct a functional test on you. Perfect. Boss, please conduct an in-depth assessment of me directly. This method will yield more accurate results. However, do refrain from diving in immediately. 2B, let us keep this serious. I have more upgrades in store for you than just this. Boss, you focus on your tasks while I attend to mine. Our endeavors do not conflict. Well, never mind. Do as you wish. Therefore, under full power, you should be capable of unleashing approximately 20 tons of force. So it is imperative that you learn to control your strength. Otherwise, you might inadvertently crush me. Furthermore, I have embedded a lattice-like membrane armor woven from vibranium threads into your skin, which will enable you to absorb a significant portion of kinetic energy from incoming attacks, thus safeguarding your vital internal components from harm. The extent of your resilience against various attacks remains to be tested. However, conventional bullet impacts will have little effect on you. As he spoke, Loren picked up a handgun and fired several shots at 2B, who was kneeling before him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out in quick succession, leaving 2B momentarily stunned and unable to react. She lifted her head, gazing at Loren with her large, expressive eyes, slightly bewildered, before reaching up to touch her head, discovering no traces of bullet wounds. Wait, 2B, you're a general-purpose combat android. Your primary function is to engage in battle. Do you understand? Loren chastised her gently with a tap on her forehead. To this, 2B merely smiled nonchalantly. Boss, you once said that intimate encounters are also a form of combat. Did you not? Well, never mind. As long as it pleases you, I am agreeable to anything. Loren sighed, surrendering to the situation. Chapter 43. If a single strike fails, then two shall suffice. Boss, is this the new katana you forged for me? It looks quite different from my previous one. After Loren had given her a thorough scolding, 2B finally turned her attention to her upgrade. At that moment, she held the newly crafted katana in her hands, her eyes brimming with delight. This is not precisely a katana. It is more accurately referred to as a meow knife, Loren clarified, shaking his head. A meow knife? Indeed. The meow knife is a weapon from the ancient cold weapon era of the Dragon Kingdom, designed as a modern weapon to counter the katana, combining elements of the Tang Dao and spear. The blade of the meow knife is elongated, available in two sizes, one measuring 5 feet, 160 centimeters, and the other 3 feet, 7 inches, 120 centimeters. The one you possess is the longer variant, measuring 160 centimeters. The meow knife possesses characteristics of both sword and spear, allowing it to be wielded as either, with the option of a single-handed grip or a two-handed one. Employing both hands facilitates greater force, thus enhancing its lethality, Loren explained earnestly. As a time traveler, Loren's spirit still belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. Consequently, he naturally prioritized the Dragon Kingdom's aesthetics when crafting weapons. I see. This Meow knife is truly exquisite. I adore it. Thank you for this generous gift, boss. 2B examined the Meow knife closely, growing increasingly satisfied, and then bestowed a kiss upon Loren's cheek. The dagger is forged from Eidman alloy, rendering it capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere mud, and it is indestructible. Currently, it appears that I am the only individual in this universe who comprehends this technology. In other words, aside from you, the boss, no one else can challenge this dagger. One might say so, yet it is not an absolute certainty, as this universe harbors many extraordinary entities. Therefore, it is imperative that you exercise due caution and refrain from arrogance. Do you understand? I comprehend. I shall make full use of this formidable weapon. 2B nodded and, grasping the dagger, made a casual swipe at the steel experiment table before her. Astonishingly, the table was cleaved in two as if it were tofu. How extraordinarily sharp. Indeed, the phrase slicing through iron as if it were mud is not mere hyperbole. With this blade on this planet, there is virtually nothing you cannot sever with a single strike, except for the Eidman alloy itself. If something proves resistant, then strike twice. Loren spoke with confidence. For the reputation of Eidman alloy is no jest. In terms of hardness, even vibranium must yield before it. Thus, Loren's claim that it can sever the vast majority of materials on this planet is not mere fanciful talk, but grounded in reality. Does this imply that no one can withstand the assault of this dagger? Upon hearing Loren's words, 2B was left astounded. Theoretically, yes, but as I mentioned earlier, with the exception of Eidman alloy. Moreover, this world is not solely inhabited by us. The military possesses Eidman alloy as well. Although the formula for Eidman alloy has been lost in this universe, remnants from predecessors still exist. Nevertheless, in this vast world, the likelihood of encountering another equipped with Eidman alloy remains exceedingly low. Unless, of course, there are mutants in this world. For then there exists a creature that would not fear your dagger, Loren murmured. We're mutants. And what creature could possibly stand against my Eidman alloy dagger? Curiosity filled 2B's eyes at Loren's remarks. The concept of mutants is a lengthy tale. If one were to delve into it fully, it would take a day and a night to recount. Suffice it to say, this world has yet to reveal such a group, and it is highly probable they do not exist. As for the creature I mentioned, it is a member of the mutant race and one of the amalgamators of Eidman alloy. It can manifest claws of Eidman alloy from between its fingers, possessing astonishing destructive capabilities, along with an exceptionally formidable regenerative ability. Thus, ordinary weapons cannot kill it. Only weapons forged from one of the four great metals, carbonite alloy, can subdue it. However, you need not concern yourself, as this world lacks even mutants, making the existence of such a creature even more implausible. Loren shrugged nonchalantly, and the creature he referred to, of course, is Wolverine. In fact, during the early days of his arrival in this world, he conducted an extensive investigation. Through his inquiries, he discovered that the world he inhabited was unlike any Marvel parallel universe he was familiar with. This place resembles a wholly new and independent Marvel parallel universe. In this universe, the concept of mutants does not exist, bearing some resemblance to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Consequently, characters such as Deadpool and Wolverine are absent. However, it merely shares similarities with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It is not identical. Therefore, many events remain unpredictable, even for this time traveler. This uncertainty is precisely why he advises Miss 2B to exercise caution, for no Marvel parallel universe is devoid of complexity. Boss, having heard your words, I am now quite eager to see what that creature looks like, Miss 2B remarked with keen interest. In response, Loren pondered thoughtfully before cryptically stating, perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. Really? That would be wonderful, she exclaimed. Well, perhaps, he replied with a chuckle. In a universe devoid of mutants, the appearance of mutants could only signify one possibility, a convergence of the multiverse. If that day were to come, chaos would ensue across the entire multiverse, which would not bode well. However, such matters need not concern Miss 2B at this moment, so he chose not to elaborate. As he spoke, he approached his newly modified third-generation bat armor. Indeed, he had reached the third generation of his bat armor. The first generation was limited by an outdated energy system, allowing only for short-distance flight. Subsequently, he acquired an upgraded arc reactor technology, enhancing the propulsion system based on the first generation. This advancement granted the bat armor the capability for long-distance flight, with speeds effortlessly surpassing Mach 4, approaching that of hypersonic aircraft. Moreover, he had modularized the bat armor and embedded miniature anti-gravity devices into each module. Thus, he could don his bat armor at any time and place, akin to the transformation of a Saint Seiya. Now, he had further upgraded it. In this iteration, he equipped his bat armor with a pair of adamantium claws and reattached the previously discarded bat cape. However, this cape was no ordinary piece of fabric. It was woven from vibranium threads combined with precious memory metal materials. The functionality of the bat cape remained akin to the original, becoming rigid when electrified, thereby serving both gliding and defensive purposes. Yet, due to the vibranium material, its resilience far surpassed that of the original version. Boss, is this truly your third-generation bat armor? It even has a cape. It looks so cool. And those adamantium claws exude an air of destruction. By the way, does this third-generation bat armor have a new code name? The first was called Standard Bat Armor. The second was called Swift Bat Armor. What about this third generation? As she gazed upon the imposing third-generation bat armor, Miss 2B's eyes sparkled with fervor. Loren gently caressed the third-generation bat armor with a hand, a smile of undeniable affection gracing his face. He then chuckled. Where did you even come up with that code name? I don't even know myself. Hee, I made it up during my spare time, came the reply. Since you enjoy naming things so much, why not let you name this third-generation bat armor? All right. Since the essence of this third-generation bat armor lies in its adamantium claws, let's call it the Ripper Bat Armor. Oh, you truly are a genius at naming. Just then, 2B, brimming with eagerness, suggested, Boss, how about a spar? A spar? We just disarmed ourselves not long ago, and my old bat cannot withstand such antics. Loren quickly shook his head. Hearing this, 2B blushed and hurriedly clarified, Boss, that's not what I meant. I'm in a battle, using your claws against my katana. You wish to test my limits, don't you? A battle? Perhaps not. I certainly do not seek to suffer. Your maximum output can unleash nearly 20 tons of force. Even clad in the bat armor, I could muster only about 8 tons. The disparity is monumental. Any technique pales in comparison to absolute strength. Thus, even if I were to spar with you, I could never gauge your limits. You require a stronger opponent. But where can we find a stronger adversary? 2B sighed dejectedly. Patience is key. We shall encounter one eventually. For we are in the Marvel Universe. Loren replied with a smile. Boss, I'm beginning to understand why you refrained from eliminating Tony Stark. Being a master truly can be a lonely endeavor. Haha, understanding is a step toward progress, Loren yawned. In recent days, he had immersed himself tirelessly in the enhancements of 2B and the bat armor, resulting in a severe lack of sleep. Although he had injected the perfected version of the super soldier serum, his body was not impervious to fatigue. Now, he had reached his limit. It was time for some rest. 2B, you can conduct your test from here on. I must catch up on sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. As he spoke, he made his way toward the bedroom. Upon hearing Loren's intent to sleep, it seemed to trigger something within 2B, igniting her excitement. With that, she bounded into the bedroom like a playful rabbit, diving into the sheets. She then slowly extended her long, fair legs out from under the covers, beckoning Loren with a finger. Boss, come here. Loren, witnessing such an enticing scene, couldn't help but smack his forehead, revealing an expression reminiscent of Huang Bo. Here we go again. Is this never-ending? Under 2B's attentive care, Loren soon drifted into slumber. When he finally awoke again, 2B had already departed, leaving him unaware of her whereabouts. However, Tifa had taken over 2B's shift and lay beside Loren. How long have I been asleep? Loren sat up, stretching lazily while casting a curious glance at Tifa. Boss, you fell asleep at 10 a.m. yesterday, and it is now 5 p.m., a total of 31 hours. 31 hours? That's quite a long time, but I must admit, it was a glorious slumber. I finally feel rejuvenated. As Loren spoke, he sprang to his feet with a sudden burst of energy. What about 2B? No sign of her, but the Stark Group has sent you an invitation. The Stark Group sent me an invitation? Boss, have you forgotten? The Morgan family holds a 20 stake in the Stark Group, making you their second largest shareholder, just behind Tony Stark. Tifa reminded him. What? I'm the second largest shareholder of the Stark Group? How was I not aware of this? Loren looked bewildered, somewhat taken aback. Boss, it's not entirely your fault. The Morgan family is vast and has invested in over 100 top-tier enterprises worldwide, and you've only recently taken over the family business. It's understandable that you wouldn't know. Furthermore, these matters were managed by your previous butler, Freddie. He likely wanted to spare you the burden, hence he didn't pass all the affairs onto you, Tifa explained. Upon hearing this, Loren nodded silently. In Freddie's eyes, he was still that unsteady youth, and it was only natural that he wouldn't entrust the family affairs to him, the wayward son. Indeed, although Freddie was a spy placed by my aunt, he certainly has a knack for handling things. This is undeniable. Had he not betrayed me, he could have been a valuable ally. However, Having you by my side brings me even more assurance. Boss, I will diligently manage your estate and ensure you are never disappointed. I believe in your capabilities. By the way, when is the gala? It's at 7 p.m. tonight. 7 p.m.? That leaves us little time. Quickly, help me change clothes. I must see how Tony Stark puts on a show. Chapter 45. The fragrance of home flowers cannot compare to wildflowers. Inside the SHIELD secret base, Nick Fury glared furiously at the pile of intelligence regarding Loren on his desk. He then erupted in a near roar at the agents in the office. What the hell? Is this the intelligence you gathered on Loren? What a wayward son. What a family troublemaker. What a useless lump. If this kid is a useless lump, then what does that make us? Are we the maggots in a toilet? It is precisely because of your previous intelligence errors that a series of unfortunate events unfolded. Damn it. Good thing I was wearing a bulletproof vest. Otherwise, you'd all be here planning my memorial service. The rescue operation lasted a week, and only 2 days ago did he finally awaken from his coma. It must be said that his reputation as a formidable figure is truly well-deserved. Coulson stood by, promptly reminding him. Nick Fury let out a deep sigh, refraining from further cursing, and instead turned his gaze toward Natasha. Natasha shook her head and remarked, not only has nothing happened, but Morgan Manor has been unusually quiet. A week without stepping outside? What is that boy scheming in secret? Yet, knowing his character, he surely harbors no good intentions. Instruct the field agents to maintain surveillance from a distance and report any unusual occurrences immediately. Are we sure we can continue this observation? If Loren discovers us, the consequences could be dire. We are merely monitoring his estate from afar. He won't notice. This boy poses a tremendous threat, and without supervision, no one knows what reckless acts he might commit. By the way, from now on, he should be placed on the S-Class danger list. What? We must place him on the S-Class danger list? That seems rather excessive. There is nothing excessive about it. It is merely an elevation of his threat level, not an indication of any real intent against him. Just follow through with it. Understood. Although Natasha harbored some reservations regarding Nick Fury's decision, she complied dutifully. At that moment, Nick Fury shifted the conversation. By the way, yesterday Stark Industries sent several invitations for tonight's technological showcase to the military, and I received one. However, due to health reasons, I am unable to attend, so I am entrusting this opportunity to you, Natasha. Will you represent me? Certainly. Accepting the invitation from Nick Fury, Natasha nodded in agreement. I've heard that Loren will also be attending tonight. Natasha seized this opportunity wisely. Although he is dangerous, his prowess and family influence could be highly beneficial to us. If we can win him over, it would significantly strengthen the Avengers I am assembling. Moreover, I perceive him to be quite the libertine. Your allure may indeed have a substantial effect on him. If you can secure his favor, it would be a great achievement, and I assure you, I will not neglect your contributions. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Natasha's expression became quite complex. She had not anticipated that her direct superior would contemplate using her charm to sway Loren, although she had employed such tactics in the past. Being ordered to use her allure was a first for her. Sir, if you were to assign me to deal with someone else, I might have some confidence. But Loren? To be honest, I have none. He is surrounded by women, and those two are far more beautiful than I. I fear I may not measure up. Fear not. Just do your utmost. While you may not be as striking as those two women, who knows, perhaps his taste is unique. You know how men are, always chasing novelty. The fragrance of wildflowers surpasses that of cultivated blooms. Even if you are but a morning glory, you remain susceptible to being plucked. Natasha, however, responded, No, Commander. Do I sense a hint of reprimand in your tone? Not all. That was not my intention. I merely intended it as a metaphor. Now, time is of the essence. You should prepare for the soiree. Reluctantly, Natasha complied, despite her inner discontent, and readied herself for the evening's events. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 7 p.m. In the grand banquet hall of Stark Tower, New York, a throng of guests had gathered. Following Tony Stark's revelation as Iron Man, the stock of Stark Industries had soared. Tony, already renowned as a playboy in New York, had catapulted to global superstardom. Naturally, the ever-arrogant Stark reveled in this newfound attention, relishing the spotlight. To maximize this experience and promote Stark Industries' latest green energy innovation, he orchestrated a technology showcase. However, this event primarily served as a display of his Iron Man suit, particularly after Stark had shuttered his weapons manufacturing division a month prior, causing the stock to plummet. In his office atop Stark Tower, Tony swirled a glass of red wine while gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the breathtaking New York skyline, his expression a mixture of contemplation and concern. Tony, the invited guests are nearly all here. Perhaps it's time you prepare to make your entrance? Pepper Potts inquired from behind him. Indeed, it is time to make my appearance, though I can't shake this incessant twitch in my right eyelid. I have an unsettling premonition, as if something ominous looms on the horizon. Perhaps. By the way, have the Morgans arrived? Yes, and young Mr. Morgan is here in person. As the second largest shareholder. You ought to meet him. True enough. Let us descend and see. At the entrance to the opulently adorned banquet hall, a figure clad in a sleek black suit, Loren, gracefully alighted from a stretch limousine. Following closely behind was Tifa, resplendently dressed for the occasion, her sole companion for the evening. Yet, shortly after disembarking, a melodious voice called his name. Hey, Loren. Upon hearing the call, Loren turned to find a stunning blonde with striking blue eyes sprinting towards him. It was none other than his high school classmate, Gwen Stacy. Chapter 46. Harry Osborn and Peter Parker have also arrived. As when approached, Loren could not help but smile. According to the memories he had absorbed, although the original owner hailed from a wealthy family, his father's carefree demeanor had spared him from the confines of an elite academy, allowing him instead to attend a public school accessible to the common folk. It is precisely for this reason that he was able to meet Gwen and forge a close friendship. Hey, the stunning Gwen, what brings you here? Loren, filled with joy and a hint of surprise, inquired. It is worth noting that the soiree hosted by Tony Stark tonight is not open to the public. This is an invitation-only event, accessible solely to those who have received an invitation. As far as he knew, Tony Stark had only extended invitations to high-ranking officials from major technology firms and government entities, as well as select employees and shareholders from his own company. Thus, it would seem improbable for him to encounter Gwen here. Yet, standing before him was undoubtedly the familiar figure of Gwen Stacy, which left him quite taken aback. Upon hearing his question, Gwen immediately responded with a radiant smile. Guess. I can't possibly guess. You might as well tell me directly, Loren teased. Can't you cooperate a little? After all, we are at the same table. All right, I'll play along. I guess you've come here specifically to run into me. And we instantly fell in love, becoming inseparable? He jested. Based on the amalgamated memories, he understood that the original character and Gwen shared a rather amicable relationship. Although they were not romantically involved, they enjoyed light-hearted banter in private meetings, which gave him the confidence to jest in such a manner. Undeterred by Gwen's playful rebuttal, Loren chuckled. ISNT that so? I've always thought my charm was irresistible. Ugh, how have you become so self-absorbed? You're starting to sound quite vain. Anyway, I'll just tell you. This summer, Peter and I were introduced to Oscorp by Harry as interns. Harry's father received several invitations from Stark Industries, so he had Harry bring Peter and me along to broaden our horizons. We owe this experience to Harry. Ah, I see. So Harry and Peter are both here? Upon hearing the names Peter and Harry, images of two other classmates immediately filled Loren's mind. Indeed, in this universe, aside from Gwen, who was his high school classmate, Peter Parker and Harry Osborn were also his peers. As a traveler, Loren recognized that neither Harry Osborn nor Peter Parker were ordinary individuals. Harry was the second Green Goblin, and Peter Parker, well, he needed no introduction as the renowned youthful hero, Spider-Man, from the Marvel Universe. However, this was merely his understanding of the characters from a Marvel realm, and this universe was not the primary Marvel Universe. Thus, the true identities of Harry and Peter within this universe remained a mystery to him. Yes, they went to park the car. I'm waiting for them here. What a coincidence to run into you. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence. Loren responded with a smile. At that moment, Gwen's gaze shifted to Tifa, who stood beside Loren, and an expression of astonishment flickered across her features. Beyond her stunning exterior, a hint of melancholy lay hidden deep within her gaze. Clearly, the relationship between Gwen and Loren transcended mere classmates. However, Loren remained blissfully unaware, continuing to smile at Gwen. Before him stood Gwen, with her golden hair and azure eyes, her figure curvaceous and embodying the quintessence of Western beauty. Although her looks might not rival those of 2B and Tifa, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty in her own right. Indeed, according to the memories he had assimilated, Gwen was recognized as the belle of their high school. Consequently, suitors vying for her attention were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Yet, the original owner's noble lineage meant that the maids of his estate were all breathtakingly beautiful, rendering him immune to the allure of conventional beauty. At that moment, Gwen took the initiative to inquire about Tifa's identity. Before Loren could introduce her, Tifa graciously introduced herself. Miss Gwen, I am Loren's butler and secretary, as well as his companion for this evening. It is a pleasure to meet you. As Tifa spoke, she extended her hand towards Gwen with a gentle smile, flawlessly embodying social etiquette. Observing this, Loren felt a wave of satisfaction. He was grateful that Tifa was accompanying him to the soiree. Had been 2B, Her jealousy might have flared up upon witnessing such a stunning beauty engage in conversation with her. Her demeanor towards Gwen would undoubtedly have been less amiable. Curious, when asked, what exactly does a butler and secretary do? Anything related to the young master, including being his partner for the evening, Tifa elucidated. Wow, Loren, you must be living the dream. Just then, a teasing voice chimed in from not far behind Gwen. Moments later, a young man clad in a black suit approached with a smile, extending his arms wide in invitation for an embrace. Loren chuckled, returning the gesture in kind. This handsome youth was none other than Harry Osborn, scion of the Osborn Group. Wow, it seems like it's only been a couple of months since we last met. How have you grown so tall all of a sudden? I recall you were barely over 5'7", just a tad taller than Peter. Now you seem to be as tall as I am. After embracing Loren, Harry quickly noticed something unusual about him, his expression morphing into one of surprise. Without hesitation, he pulled a bespectacled young man who had been trailing behind him closer, positioning him beside Loren for a height comparison. The bespectacled young man was none other than Peter Parker. Peter, thrust beside Loren by Harry's insistence, wore an expression of mild embarrassment. Yet a fleeting glimmer of displeasure crossed his features, so subtle that it would easily go unnoticed by anyone not paying close attention. Loren, it has been far too long. Chapter 47. The Terrifying Deterrence of a Tycoon Family. Peter, somewhat awkward, waved at Loren and greeted him with a hint of embarrassment. In stark contrast to the handsome and tall figures of Loren and Harry, Peter Parker donned a pair of thick glasses and a checkered shirt, embodying the quintessential image of a socially awkward tech enthusiast, appearing rather unrefined. Moreover, Peter's family background was quite ordinary, bordering on impoverished. This lack of privilege severely undermined his self-confidence. He perpetually walked with his head bowed, exuding an air of despondency. Observing Peter Parker before him, Loren was struck by an odd sensation. This universe's Peter was a far cry from the one he remembered. Although the Peter Parker from the main universe also faced familial hardships, he radiated a sense of positivity and vigor. In contrast, the Peter before him projected a more subdued, even slightly melancholic demeanor. However, drawing from his merged memories, Loren found no apparent issues with this universe's Peter Parker, at least none that he had yet discerned. Thus, he chose to overlook it, offering a warm smile as he patted Peter's shoulder. It has indeed been quite some time since we last met. I never anticipated running into you here today. It's the perfect opportunity for us to catch up over a few drinks, Loren remarked, leading the trio toward the banquet hall. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a white suit briskly exited the hall, approaching them with a smile. Accompanying him was a throng of television reporters armed with cameras, their flashes flickering like fireworks, momentarily obscuring the man's visage. One might have mistaken him for a luminescent jellyfish gliding through the crowd. This man, surrounded by a constellation of attention, could only be Tony Stark, the flamboyant billionaire. Mr. Morgan, I sincerely apologize. I did not expect you to attend the soiree personally. Had I known, I would have been here to welcome you, Tony Stark stated. Renowned as New York's notorious playboy and one of America's foremost affluent and ingenious figures, his wealth and status, however, paled in comparison to the venerable Morgan family's financial empire. Furthermore, since Loren Morgan held the position of the second largest shareholder in Stark Industries, it was only fitting that he extend a courteous reception. Upon hearing Stark's words, the surrounding reporters widened their eyes, their expressions brimming with astonishment. The moment they grasped the significance of the name, Mr. Morgan, they immediately recognized the strikingly handsome youth before them. Consequently, the incessant flashes of cameras ceased, and all reporters discreetly lowered their devices, fully aware that none dared capture an image without Loren's consent, for he was the sole heir of the Morgan family. The Morgan family stands as an unparalleled entity in their nation, and none are more acutely aware of this than those among them who pursue journalism. Many of the media companies and television stations they work for are under the investment and control of the Morgan family. After all, as a family possessing wealth rivaling that of nations, wielding influence over a country's discourse and public opinion is a fundamental operation, and indeed, an inevitable one. Tony Stark may be regarded as merely a celebrity businessman, or perhaps a tech-savvy heir. They may have captured him on film, but what truly matters is that he welcomed their gaze. Yet, before them stands Loren Morgan, who, in many respects, is their employer and the puppeteer behind the scenes. Thus, how could they dare to act with impudence in his presence? As a group of reporters ceased their shooting and collectively lowered their cameras, Loren found the situation amusing, though it also sparked a sense of satisfaction within him. One cannot deny the allure of being a great magnate. The feeling of being revered and feared is indeed intoxicating. He had certainly grown fond of the sensation. Mr. Iron Man, you need not be so formal with me. After all, we are indeed on the same side, Loren remarked, smiling as he observed Tony approaching. As the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, he certainly had the right to consider himself one of its proprietors. Thus, declaring that he and Tony Stark were allies was entirely appropriate. However, it seemed that Tony was taken aback by this assertion, pausing momentarily before processing the implication. His expression morphing into one of complex acknowledgement. You are correct. We are indeed on the same side, considering you are the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Well, since we are allies, I shall not hold back. I must attend to my friends now, so you carry on. As Loren spoke, he began to lead Gwen and Peter toward the banquet hall. Just then, a striking woman with vibrant green hair and a curvaceous figure stepped forward, exuding a newfound courage as she addressed Loren. Mr. Loren, may I take a photograph with you? Upon hearing her request, the atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath, fearing Loren's displeasure could ignite a fiery outburst. Yet, to their surprise, Loren did not react with anger. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the woman's face and regarded her with interest, appraising her from head to toe. After a moment, a playful smile graced his lips, carrying a hint of intrigue. However, do ensure that I appear handsome in the photograph. Otherwise, I might just have to seek retribution. He jested. Oh, come now. It's effortless, she replied, her bright smile revealing a dazzling set of teeth, her exuberance causing her ample bosom to sway with enthusiasm, exuding a vitality that seemed almost palpable. Such an enchanting scene inevitably drew the attention of the surrounding men, igniting a fervor within them. Naturally, Loren was no exception. As he gazed at the woman for quite some time, he then remarked with a smile, "My dear lady, you truly possess the gift of eloquence. By the way, I happen to have a passion for photography. Would you be amenable to a private discussion later? Consider it a technical exchange." "Really? I will be delighted. It would be my honor." Upon hearing Loren's proposal for a private discussion, the woman immediately displayed a look of sheer ecstasy, nodding enthusiastically. "It's settled then. You must come later," Loren said, striking a simple pose. He then addressed all the reporters present. "Today is a splendid day. Feel free to capture as many photographs as you wish. I shall not mind." With Loren's consent, a wave of joy swept through the reporters, who quickly raised their cameras to capture his every move. In a fleeting moment, the original protagonist, Tony, found himself overshadowed as Loren ascended to the spotlight. This unfolding scene did not escape Tony Stark's notice. Usually brimming with bravado, he now felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite his arduous journey to become Iron Man and garner such attention, the emergence of this young lad had relegated him to the background. How true it is that one often finds perspective in comparison. Chapter 48. You are the scion of wealth, while I am a prince. However, Tony bore no resentment regarding this. To him, Loren was merely a child, and as an adult, he felt no need to engage in rivalry with the youth. Furthermore, Loren's favorable treatment stemmed solely from his status as a scion of the Morgan family. It was merely a stroke of fortune in birth, nothing particularly remarkable. After all, Tony himself had been fortunate in that regard as well. Yet, the attention Loren received was primarily due to his sharp intellect and innate abilities. The distinction between the two was abundantly clear. One relied on lineage, while the other relied on merit. Tony Stark's thoughts at that moment were unbeknownst to Loren, and had he been aware, he might have chuckled. Merit? The same merit that nearly led to my demise? He might have mused, acknowledging the irony. After striking a few poses and enduring the frenzy of cameras for a brief period, Loren grew weary of the attention. He promptly concluded the photo session and led Gwen and others into the banquet hall. The hall was already bustling with a notable assembly of individuals. Those invited by Tony Stark were certainly not ordinary people. They were either luminaries of the business world, influential figures in politics, or celebrities from the entertainment industry. Ordinary folk would never gain access to such a high-caliber soiree, given that the attendees were from the elite class. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was lively, yet not cacophonous. Groups of 3 or 4 engaged in hushed conversations, striving to keep their voices low, each individual belonging to their own circle. Generally, they refrained from engaging in casual discussions with one another. After all, this place is teeming with hidden talents, and one can never be certain if a seemingly trivial action might offend another. However, Loren is clearly an exception, in terms of status and influence. None here can rival him. They're all mere trifles. Do not misunderstand. He refers not to a single individual, but to the entirety of those present, all of whom are trifles. Nevertheless, it is inconceivable for him to engage in conversation with others. On the contrary, upon seeing him, everyone else exhibits the demeanor of mice confronted by a cat, all on high alert. They collectively smile, nodding in unison, and kindly bestow upon him a cheerful good evening. Master Loren, having grown accustomed to such scenes over the past few months, he relishes them. Ah, all is well, all is well. Treat this place as your own home. There is no need for formality with me, Loren jestingly remarked as he led Gwen and the others to a serene corner to sit down. In stark contrast to Loren's nonchalance, Gwen and her companions were utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Though they were already aware that Loren was the eldest scion of the Morgan family and could surmise the opulence of his lifestyle, speculation pales in comparison to the impact of witnessing it firsthand. The scene before them was beyond anything they could have imagined. After all, how could one with a perspective shaped by poverty fathom the splendor of the wealthy? To put it bluntly, poverty restricts their imagination. Loren, the one who just nodded at you. ISNT he a major general in the Air Force? Which one? There are so many who greeted me. I can hardly keep track. Haha, that is true. As the scion of the Morgan family, you needn't bother remembering their faces. It suffices that they remember yours. TSK, 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 your status is truly enviable, Harry exclaimed, shaking his head in awe, reflecting on his own relatively privileged background. After all, his father is the chairman of the Osborne Group. He too is somewhat of a second-generation affluent individual, with wealth measured in the millions. Yet, compared to Loren before him, he feels utterly insignificant. Not to mention, as he walked alongside Loren, he realized that aside from greeting him, few even recognized him. The disparity is indeed monumental. A chasm so vast it could be likened to the difference between heaven and earth. We are classmates, so spare me the teasing. Besides, your family background is hardly lacking. You are a second-generation heir of the Osborne Group. Loren casually lifted a glass of red wine from server's tray, swirling it gently before taking a sip. Thanks to the enhancement from the perfected super soldier serum, his body is nearly impervious to toxins, rendering the effects of alcohol negligible. Thus, drinking for him is akin to indulging in a sweet soft drink. Pleasurable, yet excessive consumption merely leads to discomfort. Let's not speak of my status as a second-generation heir. In terms of wealth, I cannot even compare to a fraction of yours. And in terms of status, I'm even more lacking. Not only that, but I often find myself the subject of others' criticism, accused of relying on my father and being a prodigal son. I have always lived in the shadow of my father, which is truly unbearable. Harry also lifted a glass of red wine, his expression tinged with melancholy. Upon hearing this, Roland shrugged nonchalantly. It is a commonplace occurrence for the offspring of the wealthy to be mocked for their privileged backgrounds. It is best to disregard it, for they are merely envious of you. As for being labeled a spendthrift, have you perhaps made some investments that did not yield favorable returns? A look of astonishment crossed Harry's face as he questioned, have you installed a listening device in my home to hear Roland say this? Well, if that is the case, you deserve the scorn. Failing to invest or engage in business does not demonstrate the fundamental qualities expected of a competent heir, and if you lack even these basic attributes, who else should they criticize? Harry, can we truly be compared? You are merely a wealthy heir, while I am a prince. Indeed, upon hearing Roland's words, Harry experienced a moment of clarity, his gaze brightening significantly. The Osborne Group is merely a corporate entity, incomparable to the Morgan family. Others possess the power to influence the very trajectory of nations. In ancient times, even if one were not a prince, they would certainly be a feudal lord. I implore you two wealthy heirs to engage in more relatable discourse. Otherwise, Peter and I will find ourselves unable to participate in your conversation. At that moment, Gwen, sitting off to the side, spoke with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Roland and Harry exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Gwen is right. Since we have gathered together, let us abandon these tedious topics and discuss your recent experiences instead. Gwen, did you not mention that you and Peter have both become interns at the Osborne Group? How has that been for you? Quite smooth indeed. I am merely a receptionist, responsible for greeting guests who visit the group. The work is quite easy and devoid of pressure. However, Peter is the remarkable one. Shortly after joining the company, he caught the attention of Professor Connors, and now he is the professor's assistant. As soon as work was mentioned, Gwen became animated, enthusiastically recounting amusing anecdotes from the office. Yet, Roland found little interest in Gwen's amusing tales. Instead, he was captivated by the mention of Dr. Connors. Who is this Professor Connors you speak of? He inquired. He is the eminent expert in genetic biology, Professor Kirk Connors. Chapter 49. Does this fellow always have to put on airs? Upon hearing the name Kirk Connors, Roland was taken aback, as images of the lizard flashed through his mind. Indeed, in most parallel universes within the Marvel realm, Kirk Connors transforms into the lizard, a classic antagonist in the Marvel universe. Additionally, Peter Parker shares a mentor-mentee relationship with Kurt Connors. However, in other parallel universes, Peter Parker becomes Spider-Man, while Kurt Connors becomes the Lizard, leading them down two entirely divergent paths, ultimately forcing them to become adversaries. However, the Marvel universe in which Loren currently finds himself is unlike any he has previously encountered. The intricacies of this universe's timeline remain a mystery even to him, a traveler between realms. Peter, have you truly delved into the realm of genetics right after graduating high school? Loren inquired with a hint of skepticism, feeling that there was something peculiar about Peter before him. In response, Peter adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and calmly replied, "Indeed, I have harbored an interest in biology since childhood, which has led me to acquire some specialized knowledge. I never anticipated that Professor Connors would recognize my potential and offer me the opportunity to assist him. It is indeed an honor." "Peter, you are far too modest. To be acknowledged by a professor signifies that your understanding of the subject is far more profound than you suggest. Truly, you are the top scholar of our class. I am genuinely thrilled for you. Come, let's raise a glass in celebration, wishing you a future filled with success." Loren felt a sincere joy for Peter's accomplishments, understanding that as a traveler, he was aware of the alternate realities where Peter had not become Spider-Man and had led a less fortunate life. This knowledge instilled in him a subtle worry that this version of Peter might also tread a similarly dark path. As his classmate, he naturally wished to see Peter avoid such a fate, lest they find themselves as adversaries, a confrontation he dreaded. Upon hearing Loren's heartfelt congratulations, a genuine smile finally graced Peter's usually earnest face. This was the first time he had smiled since their meeting. "Thank you, Loren. You are truly kind. However, despite my efforts, I feel I cannot measure up to you all. I am merely striving to make a living, and my future seems rather bleak." After revealing a brief smile, Peter's demeanor shifted back to one of melancholy, his words and expressions tinged with despondency. It appeared he held no hopes or confidence regarding his future, starkly contrasting with Loren's recollections of Peter Parker. Was this individual truly Spider-Man? Doubt crept into his mind. Who, then, could the genuine Spider-Man be? With this thought, he instinctively turned his gaze to Gwen Stacy, seated across from him. Oh my, could it be? A female Spider-Man? If that were the case, it would certainly be intriguing. Unbeknownst to Loren, Gwen and the others were unaware of his contemplations. Upon hearing Peter's continued expressions of despair, Gwen gently patted Peter's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. "Peter, do not be so downcast. You mustn't compare yourself to those two. They are privileged heirs with no financial concerns. Rather, compare yourself to me. By that measure, you are truly exceptional, an idol for our generation. Is that so?" Peter's eyes brightened with excitement and affection as he gazed at Gwen upon hearing her words. "Indeed, in my heart, you are the most remarkable scholar," Gwen affirmed with a smile, offering Peter continued reassurance. "Thank you, Gwen. You hold a special place in my heart as well." Suddenly, a thunderous sound of music erupted, drowning out Peter's voice before he could finish his sentence. No one heard what he had to say next. At that moment, the grand ceiling of the banquet hall gradually opened, and a striking figure clad in gold and crimson descended from above, landing with an astonishing flare. This dazzling figure was none other than Tony Stark, adorned in his iron suit. "Wow, how incredibly cool. Iron Man, I adore you." The crowd, except for Loren and Tifa, gasped in astonishment. The socialites mingling among the business elites shrieked in unison, their voices enchanting, almost intoxicating. Gwen and Tifa exchanged frowns at the sound, simultaneously muttering, "Bitch." They seemed pleasantly surprised by their shared sentiment, exchanging smiles that elevated their camaraderie. "Boss, has this guy always been such a show-off?" Tifa inquired, observing Iron Man striking poses on stage with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed, otherwise, how could he be dubbed the king of show-offs?" "King of show-offs? Ha! Loren, you're going to make me die laughing. If Mr. Stark hears this, he might just strangle you." "I know, but he wouldn't dare." Loren chuckled, unfazed. "Sister Tifa, I feel a bit of urgency to visit the restroom. Would you accompany me?" At that moment, Gwen suddenly grasped Tifa's hand, speaking as if they were close friends. Tifa's gaze shifted to Loren, uncertain of what to do, as she was a robot and had no need for such human functions. "Tifa, you should take Gwen with you. Just wait for her at the door." "All right, boss." Following Loren's directive, Tifa took Gwen's hand and they headed to the restroom. At that moment, Peter also stood up, stating, "I feel a bit urgent as well." With that, he hastily made his way toward the restroom. With the three of them gone, only Loren and Harry remained in their seats. Suddenly, Harry leaned closer to Loren, grinning mischievously. "While they're away, tell me about your sudden acquisition of so many military factories. Is there a war brewing outside?" Where are we planning to strike next? If it's going to be a conflict, let me know in advance so I can invest in some stocks and profit from it. Harry, lowering his voice, inquired curiously. However, Loren merely smiled and remained silent, wearing an expression that suggested it was better for him not to know. Recognizing the hint, Harry wisely chose not to press further. The primary objective was quite simple: to make money. Presently, Tony Stark, burdened by a sense of moral obligation, had shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries. The military-industrial sector has encountered a significant gap, and he is poised to fill this void, expanding his influence and strength. His conscience is unwavering. Thus, any condemnation is futile. To forego profit would be foolish. Blaming the manufacturers of weaponry for the causes of war is as naive and laughable as attributing a murder to the knife wielded in the act. As for his second objective, it pertains to the development of versatile combat robots, to swiftly enhance his armed forces in anticipation of various unforeseen circumstances. He must embark on the mass production of standardized combat robots and anti-gravity drone fleets. However, his modest laboratory is insufficient for large-scale manufacturing. Establishing a substantial production line is imperative, making the acquisition of a military factory an unavoidable course of action. Naturally, these matters are not something he could divulge to Harry at this moment. Ah, Master Loren, I have arrived. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice floated toward him. A striking reporter with vibrant green hair, clad in a low-cut evening gown, approached Loren with a sultry gait. Do you have a moment, Master Loren? I am eager to discuss photography techniques with you. Of course, Loren replied, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded the green-haired beauty. He then glanced at Harry and said, I need to relieve myself, without acknowledging Harry's astonished expression. He took the reporter by the hand and headed toward the VIP room on the second floor. Chapter 50. Overconfidence is not a virtue. Watching Loren escort a woman while claiming he needed to relieve himself, Harry silently marveled at the audacity. This was no ordinary water he referred to. Ignoring Harry's bewildered gaze, it wasn't long before Loren entered the VIP room with the green-haired woman. As soon as she stepped inside, she locked the door behind them, and before Loren could react, she playfully pinned him against the wall. Then, with a boldness that suggested she had never encountered a man before, her sultry crimson lips advanced toward him. In the face of her passionate assault, Loren responded with equal fervor. Before long, he transformed the dynamics of the encounter, asserting himself and pinning the reporter against the wall in turn. Not content with merely that, his hands began to wander. However, at that moment, the woman unexpectedly exhibited resistance, struggling fiercely to push him away. But Loren's physique was formidable. Her strength was no match for his. Instead of repelling him, her resistance only intensified his desire for conquest. In that instant, his hand ventured beneath her skirt. Startled, the woman gasped in horror and exclaimed, You scoundrel! Let me go! Let you go! Why would I do that? Wasn't it you who initiated this? He retorted. If you decide to withdraw now, it would surely vex me. With a mocking smile, Loren not only did not cease his actions, but instead grasped the edge of the fabric within, pulling it forcefully. Suddenly, a ripping sound echoed, as a piece of cloth was torn apart. In his hand appeared a torn piece of purple lace fabric. The woman, taken aback by Loren's brutishness, watched in humiliation and anger as he yanked away her intimate possession. In a swift motion, she hooked her calf and, with her right hand reaching back, hurled her high heel towards Loren's temple. Her movement was fluid and seamless, revealing her prowess. She had undoubtedly practiced this maneuver before. However, facing her sudden assault, Loren merely smiled nonchalantly, as if he had anticipated her move. He raised his hand and forcefully pushed against her chest, sending her flying back to crash onto the sofa in the VIP room. The tremendous impact caused the entire sofa to slide several meters before it finally collided with the wall, coming to a halt. Have you resorted to violence already? I thought you might continue to play the role, Loren remarked with a wicked grin as he tossed the torn fabric aside, observing the woman before him with an expression akin to that of a spectator at a circus. How did you figure it out? The woman dropped her pretense. Her once alluring visage now transformed into one of cold, bloodthirsty fury, her eyes ablaze with rage. The scent, Loren replied. From the moment you appeared, I detected a familiar aroma emanating from you. A scent? To be more precise, the scent of poison. The toxin my foolish Anne employed must have originated from you, correct? I never expected you would uncover that, she retorted. Was it really that challenging? I could deduce even more. Let me guess. With that green hair of yours, you must be quite the poison expert. If I am not mistaken, you are none other than Madame Hydra, Viper. Upon hearing Loren directly address her by name, the green-haired woman's eyes widened in shock. Clearly, she had not anticipated Loren would recognize her true identity. Well, I underestimated you. You are quite well informed. What can I say? It's necessary to be well acquainted with those who pursue me like hyenas. If I didn't I'd likely meet my end without realizing it. So, my loyal subordinate, Maeve has perished at your hands? Indeed, she delivered herself right to me. It would have been rather impolite not to eliminate her. Just as you have so willingly offered yourself. If I were to decline, would I still consider myself a man? Enough of this idle chatter. It is time for us to engage in a more profound exchange. Loren's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he lunged forward toward Viper, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Alarmed, Viper executed a swift roll on the ground, narrowly evading Loren's grasp. At that moment, she felt a mix of shame and fury, for the unfolding scene was starkly different from what she had anticipated. In her original scheme, she effortlessly incapacitated Loren with her venomous tongue. Then, she could trample and judge the youth before her like a queen. Yet, the reality was starkly different. She had lost all semblance of royalty and found herself stripped of her dignity. Now, she resembled a helpless maiden, fleeing around the room from the brutish Loren, terrified of being defiled. How could the esteemed Madame Hydra endure such disgrace? This was an affront of the highest order. You wretched perverse boy, you seek your own demise. The woman scoffed coldly. Immediately, she produced a glass vial the size of her thumb from her waist and shattered it on the ground. Instantly, a green gas enveloped the entire room. Observing this, a cruel smile crept across her face, brimming with delight. However, Loren remained unfazed, his expression one of disdain as he regarded her. Another gas attack. I must say, can't you Hydra folks come up with something more original? You just mixed poison in my mouth, and I felt nothing. Do you honestly believe this mere gas could harm me? Uselessness can only be determined through experience. Do not be so self-assured. Boy, this is no ordinary toxin, is it? Why do I find that so hard to believe? Loren shrugged, unperturbed, but suddenly his body trembled, and a look of discomfort crossed his face. Seeing this, Viper felt a surge of joy, her expression betraying her glee. Huh, are you not feeling as if your entire body has been electrified, where even the slightest movement feels like 1,000 needles piercing you? Loren remained silent, his face contorted in discomfort, standing still as a statue. Viper's smile grew ever more radiant, her earlier tension dissipating. Instead, she sauntered up to Loren, mockingly patting his face. Boy, overconfidence is not a virtue. Allow me to serve you well now. Viper's demeanor was dark, clearly indicating that her notion of service was far from benign. However, she could never have anticipated that at that moment, Loren would seize her tightly in his embrace, a wicked grin spreading across his face. You're right. Overconfidence can lead to dire consequences, for a misstep could very well cost you your virtue. Chapter 51. A thank you will suffice. You're unharmed. This cannot be. Viper's face was a mask of disbelief as she witnessed Loren, unaffected by the toxins she had unleashed. The reason you find this impossible is simply due to your limited understanding. Woman, playing with fire always incurs a cost. And now it is time for you to pay that price. As Loren spoke, he grasped Viper by the throat and forcefully pinned her onto the sofa. Suddenly, he rudely lifted her skirt. You dare. The Viper had never anticipated such a turn of events. She struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from Loren's grasp. Yet before she could succeed, her body succumbed, weakening ahead of time. Half an hour later, disheveled and filled with venomous resentment, the Viper glared at Loren as if she wished to devour him whole. Glaring at me, one change a thing. What is lost is lost. Accept reality. After all, she was playing with fire and deserved this fate. However, I was taken aback by the fact that she remained untouched, truly remarkable. Surely, you didn't intentionally restore your original state, did you? No, given your toxic nature, no man would dare approach you, for one touch would mean death. Fortuitously, I am immune to all poisons. We truly are a match made in heaven. Loren gazed at the Viper with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the fury in her eyes, and even felt a desire to repeat the encounter. You bastard, shut your mouth. One day I will kill you. The Viper seethed through clenched teeth. As one of the prominent leaders of the Hydra organization, she had always held herself in high regard. Previously, which man had not been toyed with like a mere dog? Bowing before her, the notion of winning her affection was utterly impossible. She would never allow her noble and sacred body to be sullied by filthy men. It was precisely for this reason that she was enamored with the art of poison making. For when she transformed herself into a being feared by all, even those of higher status would refrain from approaching her. Yet, she could never have imagined that today she would encounter a pervert like Loren, who showed no fear of her poisonous body. Not only was he unafraid, but from his earlier demeanor, he appeared to revel in it. What an absurdity. I know you wouldn't dare, for you cherish me. You're full of nonsense. If I were to die, you would never experience the ecstasy of earlier again. As no other man could withstand your poison, I will kill you. Hearing Loren's words, the viper, consumed by rage and humiliation, lunged at him. However, before she could reach Loren, he forcefully pushed her back onto the sofa. What is this? So eager for second round? Very well, I shall oblige. Loren grinned as he tilted the viper's chin, his tone flippant, his eyes dancing with mockery. You, no. Upon seeing Loren begin to unzip, the viper's face turned pale with fear, and she struggled desperately. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed, and a massive hole was blown into the wall of the VIP room. The terrifying force of the blast sent debris flying toward Loren and Madame Viper like bullets. Had Loren remained the weakling he once was, this sudden explosion might have claimed his life. However, after being injected with the perfected super soldier serum, his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. His reaction was remarkably swift. At the very moment the explosion erupted, he instinctively lowered his head and bent down, shielding the viper beneath him. This action was driven by both instinctive self-preservation and the desire to prevent her from escaping. This woman was one of the leaders of the Hydra organization. If he could completely subjugate her and transform her into a pawn within Hydra's ranks, it would greatly benefit him. The viper, taken aback by the unexpected protection from this man in such a perilous moment, gazed at Loren with a newfound complexity in her eyes. In truth, after being violently invaded by Loren, her attitude towards him had undergone a peculiar shift. She found that, rather than harboring genuine resentment, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Yet, she was acutely aware that this sentiment was misguided. Consequently, she deliberately provoked her own anger and cultivated hatred towards Loren, shouting threats at him. Deep down, she knew she would struggle to let go. Confounded by her bizarre emotions, she was left feeling quite vexed. If you're not dead, then get off me, you disgusting man. You truly have a venomous heart. I just saved your life, and you can't even utter a word of thanks. Ha! How laughable. I, the dignified Lady Hydra, need you to save me? Smack. Ah, what are you doing? Initially, the viper exuded an air of arrogance, dismissing Loren entirely. However, Loren was not one to indulge her. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap upon her backside. The force left a vivid red imprint. Say thank you. With that slap, Loren lifted his hand again, poised to continue until she complied. You dare. Smack. Say thank you. Damn it, you pervert, I'll fight you. Smack. 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 Please stop. Stop. I'll stop. But only if you say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The viper's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she glared at Loren through gritted teeth. Ultimately, she reluctantly lowered her proud head and uttered a begrudging thank you. Whether she was sincere mattered little to Loren. As long as his demand was fulfilled, he was satisfied. This was merely the first step in his training regimen. Once this step was achieved, the subsequent phases would naturally follow. See, speaking politely isn't so difficult, is it? With the initial training of the viper successfully completed, Loren finally shifted his focus to the gaping hole created by the explosion. Through this aperture, he beheld the once vibrant and lively banquet hall, now in utter disarray, filled with cries of despair, a scene reminiscent of hell itself. At that moment, a figure clad in iron armor engaged in combat with Iron Man within the banquet hall. However, this individual's iron armor is exceedingly cumbersome and towering, standing in stark contrast to Iron Man's sleek and refined form. The walls of their chamber bear the marks of the explosions from that colossal figure as projectiles. The Iron Overlord? Upon gazing at this behemoth, Loren instantly recognized his identity. He was indeed one of the shareholders of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane. Has the plot of Iron Man 1 unfolded? Boss, are you alright? Just as Loren was lost in thought, the enigmatic 2B descended from the heavens, appearing before him. In response, Loren calmly shook his head. I am unscathed, but the promising situation has been thwarted, which vexes me. 2B, go and eliminate that giant. Understood. I shall seek retribution for you at once. 2B nodded, then leaped forth, heading straight towards the Iron Overlord. Chapter 52, Spider-Man Arrives. This woman, can she fly? Watching 2B soar into the air, even Viper, the Hydra femme fatale, was taken aback. As one of the leaders of Hydra, she prided herself on her extensive experience. She was no stranger to the high-tech apparatuses designed for flight, as her organization had developed several. Yet, equipment is still equipment. It tends to be somewhat cumbersome, and even with streamlining, its bulk is often apparent. Just like Tony Stark's iron armor, which is already highly advanced. However, once airborne, One can clearly observe the energy flames emanating from his feet and palms, which cannot be concealed. Yet before her, 2B exhibited no signs of any external apparatus. Her leap into the air left no trace of energy propulsion. The sensation of her ascent resembled a feather caught in the wind, as if she had instantaneously shed her weight. Such an ethereal takeoff was almost uncanny, inciting her curiosity to inquire. Is this truly so peculiar? Loren shrugged nonchalantly. Not peculiar? Viper's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, it is not strange. As long as she is my woman, she can fly. Did you not also soar several times just now? Viper. Oh, so you are now willing to engage in calm conversation with me. It seems my earlier training has borne fruit. Observing Viper's sudden cessation of her aggressive demeanor, Loren regarded her with a bemused smile, then lifted her chin with his hand. My dear, smiling more will enhance your beauty. Frowning and pretending to be strong daily will only lead to wrinkles. Just look at your lovely face. How old are you now? Surely, you aren't an ancient crone? Loren asked curiously, gazing at Viper. Given the multitude of parallel universes within Marvel, each character varies significantly. Some characters' ages, experiences, and even genders may be reversed. Thus, he truly had no idea how old Viper was. However, one could discern from her collagen-rich visage that she was likely quite young. Unless, of course, she had resorted to some elixir akin to that of a parallel world's Natasha, which would be an entirely different matter. Yet, should she have indeed taken such a potion, a few additional years would pose no issue, for as long as her bodily functions remained youthful, she would not be picky. You, on the other hand, are the true crone. I am but 27 years of age. Upon hearing Loren's insinuation of her being an old hag, Viper felt an uncontrollable surge of indignation rising within her. Nevertheless, recalling her earlier humiliation at Loren's hands, she suppressed her temper, not wishing to be struck to tears again. At 27, she was in the prime of her life, a veritable mature woman. It was no wonder she appeared so radiant. Hearing Loren's words, Viper felt her cheeks flush, rendered momentarily speechless. Before her stood a youth of merely 18, yet his manner of speech and conduct exuded the essence of a seasoned rogue. This stark contrast ignited a mix of embarrassment and ire within her, as he would accelerate their exchanges to dizzying speeds, leaving no room for resistance. For once defiance was attempted, he would immediately resort to physical actions. Who could withstand such treatment? Just as they engaged in casual banter before the gaping hole in the VIP room, a grenade suddenly hurtled towards them with alarming speed. Observing this, Loren furrowed his brow and swiftly seized the nearby solid wood desk, flinging it single-handedly into the air. In an instant, the desk collided with the grenade. A thunderous explosion resonated, and under the immense force, the desk was obliterated into splinters, scattering them like confetti. Viper, taken aback, could hardly fathom the scene. That desk must have weighed several hundred pounds, yet in Loren's hands, it seemed weightless, tossed aside with ease. Such formidable strength could easily rival that of the Winter Soldier crafted by their Hydra organization. What secrets does this fellow harbor? Viper regarded Loren with a complex expression, unable to suppress her curiosity. Would you like to know? Then kneel and submit to me. Loren replied with a hint of pride, gazing at Viper with a touch of youthful arrogance. Never. If you wish for my submission, you might as well kill me, she retorted defiantly. Huh, do you think I cannot? With that, Loren seized Viper by the throat, lifting her as one might a mere chick. Instantly, Viper began to writhe in agony, her limbs flailing wildly. Just as she felt the encroaching darkness of death, Loren abruptly released her, letting her crash to the ground. Gasping for breath, terror etched across her face. Is the sensation of near death not excruciating? If I so wished, I could keep you in this state perpetually. Here, a swift demise is a reward rather than a punishment. To kill you outright would be too merciful. I shall ensure you endure a fate worse than death. Your reluctance to submit matters not. I have all the time in the world to train you, so brace yourself. You madman, you are a demon. Upon hearing Loren's words, Viper's eyes brimmed with despair. She never anticipated that the man before her could be so terrifying, his temperament more erratic than the ever-changing weather. Just a moment ago, he had been amiable, but in the blink of an eye, he was capable of violence at the slightest provocation. There was no discernible pattern to his behavior. He was utterly unhinged. Only now do you realize this? Alas, it is too late. Loren smirked mockingly, then raised his hand and struck Viper on the neck. With just that single blow, she felt the world spin around her before collapsing unconscious. After issuing a command to Tifa, Loren furrowed his brow and proceeded toward the banquet hall's exit. Given his understanding of 2B, he believed it should pose little challenge for her to eliminate an Iron Tyrant. However, over a minute had elapsed, and there were still grenades flying about. The efficiency was lacking. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he exited the hall. At that moment, a massive steel arm descended from above, crashing down before him. From the sheer size of the arm, he surmised that 2B had severed the Iron Tyrant's limb. As expected, while he gazed ahead, he beheld a colossal steel mech sprawled on the ground. The Iron Tyrant, modeled after the original Iron Man suit. Not far from the Iron Tyrant lay Iron Man himself, struggling painfully to rise, but failing repeatedly. Ultimately, Tony Stark seemed to lose consciousness, lying motionless on the ground. His suit in a state of disrepair, clearly the handiwork of 2B. On the other side, the Iron Tyrant was a sight of devastation. One of its mechanical legs had been severed by 2B, leaving it awkwardly tilted on the ground. Yet, Stan, piloting the Iron Tyrant, refused to concede defeat. He lifted the remaining mechanical arm and relentlessly fired grenades at 2B. Observing this, 2B's expression darkened as she swiftly dodged the barrage, moving with the agility of a startled rabbit. Then, wielding a spear forged from adamantium, she unleashed a silvery flash. In an instant, with a resounding clang, the last remaining mechanical arm was effortlessly severed as though it were mere tofu. Witnessing this, a defiant roar erupted from the shattered mech, as if to challenge 2B. However, she remained unfazed, stepping onto the Iron Tyrant's chest, raising her spear, poised to send Stan to the depths of hell. At that moment, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. A transparent strand of webbing shot in from a distance, ensnaring the Iron Tyrant before yanking it away from the brink of 2B's blade. Following the direction of the web, a figure clad in black spandex, its face concealed, hung upside down from a nearby telephone pole. Chapter 53. The Defiance of Static Adhesion. You have already been defeated. Let the police handle the rest. Why must you resort to murder? At the very moment the shadowy figure emerged, a raspy voice, clearly altered by a voice changer, resounded. The cloaked silhouette enveloped itself entirely, rendering its features indiscernible. With the voice distorted, it was impossible to ascertain whether the figure was male or female. Upon witnessing the unexpected theft of her prey by this unfamiliar figure clad in black, 2B's brow furrowed in discontent. Eliminating him is my mission. It is not your place to interfere. Stand aside, or you shall meet your demise. Her tone was as calm as a tranquil lake, as she raised her spear to point directly at Spider-Man, exuding an aura of undeniable dominance. With that, she disregarded the upside-down Spider-Man hanging from the lamppost. In a single bound, she leapt effortlessly several meters into the air, descending like a cannonball aimed squarely at the head of Iron Giant. Yet in that critical moment, Spider-Man deftly manipulated his webbing once more, pulling Iron Giant away just in time. Consequently, 2B's long, elegant leg struck the solid concrete with ferocious force, leaving a crater 1 meter in diameter. Her ankle sank deep into the earth, showcasing the sheer magnitude of her strength. Had that tremendous force landed upon Iron Giant's head, it would undoubtedly have sent him to his end in an instant. Witnessing 2B's effortless destruction of the ground, Spider-Man's brow furrowed, his face concealed beneath the mask, filled with trepidation. Such power was truly formidable, rivaling even his own. Angered by Spider-Man's interference that thwarted her attack, 2B seethed. You seek death. As her words fell, she redirected her assault, charging directly at Spider-Man. With a leap, she soared forth like an arrow, closing the distance in an instant. Her spear sliced through the air with lightning speed. However, to her surprise, Spider-Man's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Just as her blade was about to strike him, he deftly leaned back, effortlessly evading the blow. Unperturbed by her missed strike, 2B furrowed her brow, transitioning her horizontal slash into a downward thrust. Alarmed, Spider-Man propelled himself off the lamppost, evading her onslaught. At that moment, a strand of webbing shot forth from the wrist-mounted web shooter, adhering to a streetlight across the road. With a sudden swing, he executed his signature move, attaching himself to the lamppost. Woman, you would do well to know your limits, lest you provoke my ire. Hanging from the streetlight, Spider-Man refrained from counterattacking immediately, instead warning 2B with a hint of irritation in his tone. From a distance, Loren, observing the unfolding spectacle, surmised that this Spider-Man must indeed be Gwen. Yet, he recalled Gwen's curvaceous figure, and at that moment, clad in black, she bore no trace of her once alluring silhouette. Where has she concealed the headlights, and how has she done so? Loren stroked his chin, immersed in contemplation. At that moment, if anyone were to discover that he was fixating on such peculiar matters, they would likely be appalled. They might even mutter a curse, labeling him a pervert. Returning to the matter at hand, 2B, undeterred by Spider-Man's warning, remained resolute. Her orders were to eliminate Iron Tyrant, and until that task was accomplished, she would not relent. Moreover, 2B was not one to be easily swayed, rendering any warnings moot. Since Loren's enhancements, she had yet to encounter a foe who could match her prowess, leaving her unable to gauge the limits of her own combat capabilities. The arrival of Spider-Man, however, sparked a glimmer of hope within her. Thus, she was even less inclined to halt her pursuit. At this juncture, her ire was kindled. Although 2B was a machine, her awakening to self-awareness and emotions endowed her with sentiments akin to those of humans. Spider-Man had repeatedly thwarted her endeavors, igniting her fury. Hearing Spider-Man claim to be angry as well almost provoked a laugh from her. Angry are we? Then let us engage in a duel and see who possesses the greater temper. With that, 2B propelled herself forward like a gust of wind, racing towards Spider-Man. This time, 2B did not rely on her formidable physical strength. Instead, she activated her anti-gravity flight apparatus, soaring through the air as she sped towards Spider-Man. Caught off guard by this display, Spider-Man had not anticipated that 2B could fly. Startled, she swiftly shot out her webbing to swing away. However, the speed afforded by her web swinging could not possibly rival that of direct flight. It was well known that when 2B operated at full capacity, her maximum flight speed could surpass Mach 4, rendering her akin to a humanoid hypersonic aircraft. Thus, before Spider-Man could gain sufficient distance, 2B's form swiftly closed in behind her. Simultaneously, the glinting blade of 2B's spear was aimed at her neck, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Spider-Man's senses activated, prompting her body to instinctively evade. She jerked her head back just in time, narrowly escaping the deadly blow as the blade grazed her. However, to her astonishment, while she had evaded the lethal strike, 2B's spear had nonetheless carved a significant gash in her hood, revealing a cascade of golden hair beneath. It was a woman. Surprised by Spider-Man's golden locks, 2B felt a twinge of astonishment. You too are a woman. This time, I am truly incensed. With her hood severed and her hair exposed, Spider-Woman's anger was palpable. In a swift motion, she raised her hand and managed to grip 2B's spear barehanded, halting its advance. Upon witnessing the Spider-Woman's attempt to seize her spear, 2B was resolute in her defiance. She exerted her strength, striving to wrench the spear from the grasp of the Spider-Woman. However, to her astonishment, the fingers of the Spider-Woman adhered to the spear as if they were bonded by a powerful adhesive. Remarkably, her strength rivaled that of 2B, rendering the spear immovable. This scene left even 2B, a versatile combat-type android, momentarily bewildered. Yet from a distance, Loren discerned the underlying principle, electrostatic adhesion. What extraordinary ability it was. Chapter 54. Why save him and not me? As far as he was aware, within the myriad of parallel universes in Marvel, Spider-Man possessed two distinct versions of wall-crawling abilities. The first version belonged to the original Spider-Man, who utilized tiny, hair-like barbs sprouting from his skin to scale walls. This method was straightforward, yet singular in function, limited solely to climbing. The second version, however, was the electrostatic adhesion employed by Gwen in this moment, scientifically referred to as Van der Waals force. This phenomenon is fundamentally characterized by weak electrostatic interactions arising from permanent and transient molecular dipoles, essentially allowing manipulation of the forces between molecules. In various parallel universes, Spider-Man can generate electrostatic forces from any part of his body, enabling a formidable adhesive capacity for wall crawling. From his knowledge, this adhesive strength could reach several tons. In the cinematic Marvel universe, the third-generation Spider-Man managed to cling to a rapidly flying alien spacecraft using just a few fingers, illustrating the sheer power of this ability. Enhanced by this extraordinary adhesion, combined with Spider-Man's terrifying baseline strength of 20 tons, he could seemingly tear apart any object with his bare hands, regardless of how smooth the surface. In certain parallel universes, Spider-Man has even devised fearsome techniques utilizing this adhesive power, such as tearing the flesh of his enemies, leaving behind gruesome five-fingered imprints. Such tactics are undeniably vicious. Countless Spider-Men across various parallel universes possess electrostatic adhesion abilities. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Spider-Woman before him would also wield such a power. Moreover, it was evident from her demeanor that she had mastered this technique, effectively countering 2B's adamantium spear. Truly, she was no ordinary superhero, even as a Spider-Woman. Her combat prowess was unparalleled. Considering the earlier fates of Iron Man and Iron Tyrant, it was clear that in close combat, they were thoroughly outmatched by 2B. Otherwise, the scene would not have appeared so grim, with one suffering severed limbs and the other rendered half of his armor inoperative. Fortunately, 2B had refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Iron Man. Otherwise, Tony Stark would have been the first to fall in this confrontation. The fact that she managed to counter 2B's spear only underscored that she was the strongest opponent he had encountered thus far. The current scene, albeit troublesome for him, was particularly distressing. If this Spider-Woman were anyone else, he would remain indifferent to her fate. However, it so happens that the Spider-Woman before him was most likely his classmate, Gwen Stacy. Caught between a girl with whom he shared a hint of romantic tension and the robotic girlfriend he had crafted, he found himself in a predicament as these two closest women to him clashed. It was as convoluted as the age-old dilemma of choosing whom to save first when both his girlfriend and mother fell into the water. Yet this was an impossible choice, far too humiliating for him to contemplate. Upon noticing his hesitation, Spider-Woman was startled and immediately released her grip on the spear, raising her hand to effortlessly intercept a powerful punch from 2B. However, 2B, capable of levitating, did not cease her assault after having her punch blocked. Instead, she executed a spinning kick aimed once more at Spider-Woman, her movements defying the laws of physics. This unexpected strike caught Spider-Woman off guard, despite her instinctive reaction to block it with her hands, thanks to her spider sense. Yet, the force behind 2B's kick was overwhelming, akin to being struck by cannon fire. The sheer explosive power sent Spider-Woman hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing into the banquet hall. As she kicked Spider-Woman away, a smug expression emerged on 2B's face. She intended to follow through with her attack, but in that fleeting moment, Spider-Woman, propelled by two strands of web, launched herself back like a slingshot, delivering a flying kick directly at her. This sudden counter took 2B by surprise, prompting her to raise the spear defensively, attempting to block Spider-Woman's strike. However, she was unprepared for the ferocity of Spider-Woman's response, which proved to be equally formidable, overwhelming even her strength. In an instant, the tables turned, and 2B found herself propelled backward, akin to a projectile, crashing awkwardly into a building across the street, creating a substantial hole in the wall. That wretched woman! I shall tear you apart today. After sending 2B flying, Spider-Woman let out an enraged scream. She leaped into action once again, charging toward 2B. In an instant, the interior of the building reverberated with the sounds of their fierce confrontation, the walls cracking as their battle raged on. Eventually, they discarded their weapons, the spear, the web, and even the drones, seemingly reaching a silent agreement to engage in pure hand-to-hand combat. This spectacle left Loren, who was nearby, utterly astonished. This was no longer merely a battle for justice. It had devolved into a personal vendetta. Nevertheless, Spider-Woman, being flesh and blood, found herself at a disadvantage against 2B's vibranium form, which felt no pain. After enduring several heavy blows, Spider-Woman began to falter, her combat effectiveness clearly diminishing. In contrast, 2B grew increasingly emboldened, clearly gaining the upper hand. Should this continue, Spider-Woman's fate would inevitably lead to defeat. Observing this scene, Loren wore a bitter smile and shook his head. It was time to put an end to this conflict between man and machine. However, at that moment, Stanny, who had narrowly escaped due to the arrival of Spider-Woman, began to stir trouble once more. He activated two small missiles equipped within the Iron Mech, targeting none other than the Stark Industries building. It seemed he intended to obliterate it entirely. Loren, preoccupied with Spider-Woman and 2B, failed to notice Stanny's clandestine maneuver. By the time he became aware, it was too late. The two missiles struck the wall of Stark Industries with overwhelming force. A tonneau explosion érupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. The tremendous blast sent the metallic sign above Loren crashing down, threatening to crush him. Loren, no. Boss, watch out. Before the sign could descend upon him, both Spider-Woman and 2B reacted in unison. They abandoned their battle and dashed towards Loren, leaping simultaneously to push him out of harm's way. In that fleeting moment, the sign crashed to the ground where Loren had just stood, leaving a sizable crater in its wake. Boss, are you all right? Are you unharmed? They inquired in unison, exchanging worried glances. It seemed Spider-Woman only then realized her lapse in composure. She quickly rose and, without uttering a word, soared towards Stanny. Boss, it seems this woman knows you, 2B remarked, watching Spider-Woman hastily depart, this time refraining from pursuing her. Yes, I know who she is. Who? Your future sister-in-arms. All right, enough questions. Go and eliminate that old fool Stanny immediately. Understood. 2B nodded, her expression fierce as she charged forth. Meanwhile, as Loren prepared for a rampage, a different scene unfolded not far from the banquet hall entrance. Beneath the rubble of a collapsed structure, a man clad in a checkered shirt and glasses struggled in agony. Gwen, didn't T you say I was your best friend? Why do you save him and not me? Chapter 55. Is the arm beyond saving? Upon receiving Loren's command, 2B leapt into action, rushing towards Stanny with lightning speed. Spider-Woman attempted to intervene, but this time, 2B did not grant her the opportunity. Aware that this Spider-Woman possessed combat prowess comparable to her own, she aimed to avoid a prolonged skirmish, thus from a considerable distance. She hurled the spear in her hand like a javelin. With nearly 20 tons of force behind it, the spear transformed into a streak of black lightning. In a flash, the ironclad mech of Iron Tyrant was pierced, leaving Stan Lee, seated within, utterly lifeless. Spider-Woman gazed upon the lifeless body of Stan, slain by 2B, her emotions swirling in complexity. A tinge of anger mingled with reluctance. Yet what prevailed was a profound sympathy and compassion for the loss of life. Having been raised by a father who served as a police officer, she embraced his principles since becoming Spider-Man. The most judicious approach to dealing with criminals is to bring them to justice, allowing the law to take its course. One must never resort to killing unless absolutely imperative. This conviction against taking life was her guiding principle, her steadfast demeanor. At that moment, witnessing 2B's ruthless disregard for life, hostility towards her bubbled within, even leading to thoughts of capturing her. Just then, her classmate Harry frantically rummaged through the debris, shouting in panic, "Laurel, hurry and help. Peter is trapped under the rubble." Upon hearing this distressing news, both Spider-Woman and Laurel felt a sudden pang of anxiety. They rushed towards the wreckage, discovering Peter, bloodied and unconscious beneath the fallen stones. His right arm lay mangled, crushed by a massive slab of wall, the bone shattered. "How could this happen?" Spider-Woman exclaimed, lifting the debris to reveal Peter's battered form, her face a mask of disbelief. At that moment, the distant wail of police and ambulance sirens pierced the air. It was uncanny how timely the authorities arrived. A remarkable coincidence indeed. 2B, you must retreat. I will handle this, Laurel instructed, her gaze fixed on the unconscious Peter. Understood. 2B nodded, but as she passed by Spider-Woman, she abruptly halted. "Woman, all this chaos stems from your boundless compassion. The boss has stated that unrestrained kindness only nurtures greater evil. The best approach to those who disregard the lives of others is to treat their lives with equal indifference. Such saintly compassion is nothing short of repugnant." With that, 2B leapt, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Spider-Woman rooted in place, her heart a tumult of conflicting feelings. She had never envisioned that her compassion would lead to such dire consequences. Just moments ago, she had nearly endangered Laurel, and now Peter lay grievously injured. Everything had spiraled beyond her expectations, resulting in outcomes she had never wished to witness. Was her unwavering belief in mercy truly right or wrong? Confusion clouded her mind. "You should also leave quickly. Otherwise, the police will arrive. Harry and I are here. Peter will be fine," Laurel urged, casting a meaningful glance at Spider-Woman, signaling her to depart. Due to the proximity between the two, he could distinctly perceive the scent emanating from her, which was none other than Gwen's fragrance. Gwen nodded affirmatively, promptly launching a strand of webbing and swiftly departing. Moments later, having shed her black spider suit, Gwen re-emerged from the banquet hall. Her expression tinged with sorrow and anxiety as she approached Peter's side, waiting alongside Loren for the arrival of the ambulance. Observing Gwen, now clad in different attire, Loren feigned ignorance, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Gwen cast a complex gaze at Loren, as if words were poised on her lips, yet ultimately she restrained herself. Before long, Peter was lifted onto the ambulance, destined for the hospital for urgent care. Since only 2 individuals could accompany him, Loren refrained from going along, entrusting the ensuing matters to Harry and Gwen. "Alice, I had you scan Peter's injuries. Have you deduced any results?" After Peter was transported to the hospital, Loren stood still, seemingly conversing with himself. At that moment, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Alice, resonated in his ears. "Boss, the analysis is complete. The bones in his hand are completely fractured, and nerve damage exceeds 90%. Does that mean his arm cannot be saved?" Indeed, it cannot. The calamity Peter now faced diverged entirely from any Marvel parallel universe he was familiar with. This was an entirely new variable. Until this variable fully manifested, the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. For now, there was nothing he could do but wait. "Demanding to see me? What? Are you asking for another beating?" Loren frowned and then entered a luxurious car, driving away without a backward glance. Shortly after his departure, amidst the wreckage of the banquet hall, a woman clad in a provocative evening gown forcefully pushed aside the sofa, pinning her down, calmly emerging from beneath. In her hand, She clutched a miniature camera, having recorded the events that had just transpired outside. It was astonishing how much her strength had increased in such a short time. The thought was indeed terrifying. How remarkable! The woman murmured to herself, her tone laced with astonishment. Just then, the tiny earpiece in her ear crackled to life. Hello, hello, Natasha, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Coulson, how long has it been since you said hello? The food has gone cold. Apologies, our network system was just attacked, causing the entire base's computers to crash, rendering us unable to communicate externally. We have no idea what's happening out there. Attacked again? This marks the third time this month. Doesn't it? Indeed. But today is only the third. This frequency is more regular than a woman's menstrual cycle. Chapter 56. New Reward. Nanosuit Technology? By the way, have you encountered Loren? Were you able to apprehend him? I fear I must disappoint you. I did indeed catch a glimpse of him, but alas, he was intercepted by someone else beforehand. What? Is there truly someone capable of stealing a man from your grasp? Who is she? A woman with emerald hair. Reportedly, one of the leaders of the Hydra organization. I have yet to ascertain her full identity, but I managed to covertly capture her photograph, which I can investigate further at my leisure. In truth, Natasha had not fully articulated her thoughts. She not only snapped a picture of Viper, but also of Loren, while he was unclothed, no less, for she had been hiding in the ventilation ducts of the VIP room. Thus, she is an eyewitness to the events transpiring between Loren and Viper. Naturally, she would not disclose this information to anyone, for should it come to light, her life could very well be forfeit. Consequently, this secret will remain solely hers, buried deep within her heart. What? Loren has made contact with the leader of Hydra? Indeed, and their engagement appears to be quite profound. Profound engagement? What on earth could this man be scheming? Who can say? He is dangerously unpredictable, capable of anything. At this juncture, her mind involuntarily recalled the earlier scene where Loren fiercely chastised Viper. The ferocity of that confrontation was utterly insane. Involuntarily, a peculiar sensation coursed through her body. So the mission has failed? Yes, it has failed utterly. Alas, I had hoped you might speak to Master Loren, urging him to cease his relentless cyber assaults against us. Our operating system crashes daily, with a photograph of a black eggplant perennially displayed on our screens. Our director is on the verge of madness, currently raging in his office. Given the present state of affairs, our SHIELD is no better than disbanded. Convincing that lunatic to halt his attacks seems improbable. Rather than placing our hopes in him, we ought to establish a more secure cyber defense system. Indeed, the creation of a more secure network security system is already on the agenda. However, we have yet to find a suitable architect. I believe I have found one, Natasha said, directing her gaze toward the unconscious Tony Stark lying not far away. Who? Tony Stark. Iron Man? Have you encountered him? Yes, he lies before me now. What? You've captured Tony Stark? Commander, what do you take me for? Tony Stark was assaulted, and that silver-haired woman was involved. A battle ensued between them, and he was subsequently overpowered, now lying unconscious by the roadside. What? Tony Stark has been attacked. Damn it, such a significant event, and we were completely oblivious. It seems that Loren has rendered us blind. I shall immediately dispatch Barton to assist you. Tony Stark is in dire need of help at this moment. At this moment, by engaging in the situation, we could earn his favor. Failing to win over Loren, securing the allegiance of Iron Man would suffice. His intellect and armored suit would undoubtedly be of immense assistance to us. Indeed, I comprehend that while Loren may be unattainable, I possess considerable confidence in my ability to sway Tony Stark. Thus, I entrust this task to you, awaiting your favorable report. After concluding the call with Coulson, Natasha let out a complex sigh. To be frank, judging by the current trajectory of Tony Stark, even if he were successfully integrated into SHIELD, it was unlikely he would rival Loren. Her actions were merely a gamble on probability. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she dragged Tony Stark in her vehicle and sped towards the secret base of SHIELD. Meanwhile, Loren reclined leisurely in his luxurious car, savoring a glass of red wine. Before him, a holographic projection displayed real-time footage from Natasha's end. Boss, since you have long been aware of this woman spying on you, why not confront her? Queried the AI, Alice, her tone laced with curiosity. Why confront her? In such circumstances, unearthing her would only lead to my embarrassment. However, feigning ignorance not only spares me from discomfort, but also adds an element of thrill. If she enjoys peering in, let her indulge. After all, I am not the one who will be uncomfortable. Loren replied with a sly grin. Boss, I see now. Is this what they refer to as a certain proclivity? Alice ventured. Let's not delve into that. What about Tony Stark? There's no need for concern. Ultimately, Tony Stark will join S.H.I.E.L.D., so Natasha's interactions with him will bear little consequence. Understood. After a few more inquiries, Alice fell silent. Just then, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in Loren's mind. Congratulations, host, for participating in the Iron Man vs. Ironmonger event and successfully defeating Ironmonger. You are rewarded with a blueprint for a nanotech suit and 10 points. Congratulations, host, for partaking in the Hydra assassination event and successfully capturing the assassin Viper. You are rewarded with a formula for a neurotoxin and 10 points. Host, Loren Morgan. Current world, Marvel Universe. Dimensional world, NieR Automata. Technology, universal combat robots, anti-gravity drones, etc. System points, 60. Listening to the sudden system notification, a smile crept across Loren's face, and he felt a surge of excitement within. He had suspected that attending Tony Stark's technological showcase could yield system rewards, but he had not anticipated receiving 2 rewards simultaneously. This was a first. Most notably, one of the rewards pertained to nanotechnology, a pinnacle of cutting-edge science. With this technology, he could once again enhance his combat prowess. At this thought, he longed for the ability to teleport to the laboratory and immerse himself in new research immediately. Chapter 57, The Human Modification Project. Boss, the woman has awakened. She is in there going mad, insisting on seeing you, and nothing we say seems to work. Upon hearing this, Loren furrowed his brow. It had only been a short time, yet Viper had actively requested to meet him, and it was an insistence that felt unusual. He could not believe that Viper had so easily succumbed to him, yearning for his presence as if he were her only desire. This was a woman who had previously shown no fear of death. How could she possibly yield so readily? When things appear out of the ordinary, there is often something amiss. This situation was likely far from simple. I understand. You all may leave. No one is permitted to enter without my permission. Loren calmly instructed as he approached the door to the room where Viper was held. Yes. Tifa and Tubi nodded in compliance, stepping back. Loren opened the door and entered. Inside the room, Viper was bound tightly to an iron chair, and the artistry of the bindings suggested a practitioner of the craft had done it. Tifa and Tubi had gagged her due to her incessant noise. At the sight of him entering, Viper immediately began to whimper, clearly agitated. Loren stepped forward and tore off the tape that covered her mouth. As soon as the tape was removed, Viper spoke urgently, her face etched with fear. Are you joking? I am your captive now. Do you truly think I would be so easily released? Your purpose in capturing me was to force my submission, was it not? Now I am willing to submit. Wait, did you not previously claim that even in death you would not submit? What has caused this sudden change of heart? I did say that, but you are not killing me. You are imprisoning me. If that is the case, then I am willing to submit. No, my mind is somewhat muddled. It seems more logical to kill you than to have you submit. Yet if you're not killed but merely imprisoned, you choose to submit? I, Ophelia, swear by my true name that I will not deceive you. Otherwise, may I descend into hell and suffer eternally. Ah, your oath holds no value for me. Present something of worth. If you are willing to reveal the truth, I might just consider releasing you. Loren sneered, refusing Viper's request. Hearing his words, Viper gritted her teeth, determination flashing across her face. She realized that if she did not reveal the truth today, she might never escape this place. Oh, what kind of torment do you mean? Loren inquired, his interest piqued. When I joined the Hydra organization, Dr. Zora implanted something in my mind. The pain was unbearable, more agonizing than death itself. Therefore, I implore you, either put an end to my existence now or grant me my freedom. I am willing to do anything for you. Shall I install a controller directly in my brain? Upon hearing the words of Viper, Loren's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, akin to a door to a new world being flung wide open. Witnessing this expression, Viper felt an unsettling chill run through him, a premonition of impending doom. Truly, the Hydra organization excels in cultivating unwavering loyalty among its members, a feat unparalleled and far ahead of others. How could I have overlooked this? External threats and temptations will ultimately falter. It is far more effective to manipulate the mind directly, fundamentally eliminating any chances of betrayal. Indeed, a brilliant notion, Loren murmured to himself, soon breaking into a maniacal grin. Seeing him in such a state, Viper's countenance grew increasingly fearful. What are you planning to do? Oh, nothing much. Merely preparing to perform a minor surgical procedure on you. Rest assured, it won't hurt a bit. With that, Loren raised his hand and swiftly struck Viper's neck, rendering him unconscious once more. Alice, immediately scan her body and ascertain what lies within her mind. Affirmative. Initiating X-ray scan. Upon receiving Loren's command, Alice promptly activated the X-ray scanning apparatus of the anti-gravity drone. In mere seconds, it meticulously scanned Viper's body. Ding. Scan complete. Analyzing results. Data is ready. Report. Boss, this woman has a miniature discharge device implanted in her brain, intricately connected to her neural pathways. Furthermore, the device contains an encrypted signal receiver that continuously receives specific radio signals. Should it fail to receive a signal for over 72 hours, it will trigger a discharge, stimulating her brain's nerves, which explains the severe headaches she experiences. While the method may be somewhat extreme, it indeed proves to be an effective means of ensuring compliance. Boss, the signal receiver is encrypted. Entering an incorrect password will unleash a massive surge of electricity, potentially damaging her brain irreparably, so dismantling this device bears certain risks, Alice cautioned. For others, it may pose a threat, but for you, it should be trivial. With your computational prowess, deciphering the password will be a mere trifle. Proceed. Thank you for your confidence, boss. Attempting password decryption now. Ding. Decryption successful. The discharge device has been successfully disabled. Excellent. Transport her to the secret laboratory. It is time to commence my inaugural human enhancement upgrade project. A trace of madness graced Loren's smile, his eyes alight with anticipation. Until now, he had only upgraded machines, never having undertaken the transformation of a true human. Viper would serve as the perfect subject for his experiment. Once this precedent was established and he gleaned the necessary experience, he would be able to create more enhanced beings to serve him. Chapter 58. You thank me too soon. I have installed something even more formidable. As before, upon entering the laboratory, Loren lost all sense of time. He devoted himself entirely to the transformation of the Viper, and after a night of arduous effort, he finally completed the entire modification by the break of dawn the following day. Beneath the glaring surgical lights, the Viper lay exposed, her bare body bound to the operating table, completely still. As the anesthesia wore off, she slowly began to awaken. Upon realizing she was strapped down like a lab rat, the Viper shrieked in terror, struggling violently in an attempt to free herself. What do you want? Let me go, let me go. She glared at Loren with wide, frightened eyes. In response, Loren, standing to the side and washing the blood from his hands, spoke calmly. What I intended to do has already been accomplished. There is no need for your panic, for it is too late for that. You have just undergone a brain surgery along with other bodily modifications, so I advise you to remain still. Otherwise, should you injure your brain, becoming a fool, you would find yourself in quite the predicament. After all, the taste of drooling every day is not pleasant. Brain surgery? You performed a craniotomy on me? What have you done to me? Nothing too alarming. Merely removed the discharge device that Dr. Zola had implanted in your head. Henceforth, you need not tether yourself like a dog, confined to the Hydra base. In a sense, I have saved you, and you have regained your freedom. What? You removed that thing from my head? How is that possible? Dr. Zola said it could never be extracted. Even attempting to do so would instantly incinerate my brain, leaving me a vegetable. Well, he was not entirely incorrect. There is indeed that risk. However, it was of no consequence to me. Loren's expression remained tranquil, as if discussing a trivial matter, leaving the Viper utterly astonished. Are you serious? You truly extracted what was in my head. Hearing Loren's words, a flicker of joy crossed the Viper's face, and her heart surged with excitement. Over the years, she had endured countless torments due to that discharge device. It was not only activated when she transgressed rules, but was also subject to Dr. Zola's manipulation. Whenever she faltered in any task, he would unleash the device upon her, rendering her existence unbearable. Consequently, her hatred for Dr. Zola reached unimaginable depths. Yet, bound by the terror of the device, she found herself powerless to resist. Now, however, Loren had liberated her from its grasp. How could she not rejoice? This was akin to being reborn. You may wish to glance at the iron box to your left and see what it contains. At his words, the Viper immediately turned her head. There, within the box, she beheld a blood-stained, pea-like black metallic object. It was precisely the discharge device implanted within her brain that Loren had astonishingly removed. A flicker of gratitude unconsciously appeared in her gaze as she looked at him. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to utter, "Thank you. Ah, how delightful it is to hear you express gratitude unbidden. You have indeed made progress. However, your thanks may have come a tad prematurely. While I have indeed removed the discharge device installed by Dr. Zora, I have replaced it with a new and even more advanced neurotoxin release apparatus within your head. Son of a bitch, you vile pervert. How dare you? Upon hearing Loren's revelation of the more sinister device he had installed, Viper immediately spiraled into despair, her mouth unleashing a torrent of furious exclamations, even contemplating his demise. Yet, she was unprepared for the consequence of merely harboring such murderous thoughts. Her body convulsed as if jolted by electricity, a visible manifestation of her torment. Is this what you intend for me? Your temperament is truly capricious. Just moments ago, you were expressing gratitude. Nevertheless, it mattered little now. From this moment onward, the prospect of killing me is utterly beyond your reach. Such thoughts are forbidden. The instant you entertain such notions and generate that brainwave, my device will activate, releasing the neurotoxin. Consequently, you will experience sensations akin to electric shocks throughout your body, a pain reminiscent of needles piercing your flesh. This feeling should be quite familiar to you, yes? Indeed, it is your own signature neurotoxin. However, I have optimized it, magnifying its effects 100-fold. Thus, a mere microgram is sufficient to incapacitate an adult entirely. Such a terrifying toxin will be insurmountable, even for your poisonous physique. Therefore, do not attempt to resist. Such actions will only amplify your suffering, rendering your existence a living hell. Yet, this affliction is swift to come and go. Cease harboring ill intentions towards me, and you will instantly return to normal. Thus, as long as you comply and refrain from any harmful thoughts, you will remain indistinguishable from an ordinary person. I am far kinder than Dr. Zora. I shall not confine your movements, nor impose arbitrary punishments. As Loren spoke, he gently cupped Viper's delicate face. Instantly, an overwhelming aura, as formidable as a mountain, bore down upon her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Resigned to her fate, she lowered her proud head before Loren. I understand. From this day forth, I shall forever submit to you and shall never entertain thoughts of betrayal. Splendid. I appreciate those who know their place. In light of your loyalty, allow me to share some good news. As you are my first subject of modification, I have conducted numerous experiments upon you. In addition to the toxin control device within your head, I have also injected your body with an enhanced serum. This serum is far more stable than the super soldier serum. Yet your contributions thus far have not sufficed. The version provided to you is a temporary one, effective only for 3 months. After this period, its efficacy will dissipate, necessitating a reinjection. Despite being a provisional version, it bestows upon you a physical strength that rivals that of super soldiers, coupled with your ability to manipulate toxins. Your newfound power surpasses your wildest imagination. As Loren spoke, he untied Viper, granting her freedom, initially incredulous at her sudden release. Viper hesitated momentarily before gently propping herself up and slowly descending from the operating table. Upon her feet touching the ground, she immediately sensed a difference. Her horizontal line of sight seemed elevated. Have I grown taller? Additionally, my breasts, my hips, my legs, and my skin appear to be firmer, smoother, and more voluptuous. Viper approached the mirror, marveling at her increasingly alluring physique, her face aglow with surprise. For a woman, few things bring as much joy as the prospect of becoming more beautiful and youthful. Viper, the Lady Hydra, was no exception. Gazing at her flawless form, as exquisite as a work of art, delicate, alabaster, and silky smooth, her previous animosity towards Loren evaporated instantly. Instead, a glimmer of infatuation and admiration appeared in her eyes. Although this assassination mission had ended in utter failure, it seemed she had unwittingly stumbled upon a blessing in disguise. Not only had she liberated herself from Dr. Zola's constraints, but her body had also been enhanced. Knowing that she had received such privileges as an enemy made her wonder about the potential rewards if she were to fully submit to him, to serve him as her master. The thought left her both exhilarated and apprehensive. With this in mind, her gaze towards Loren transformed from hostility to fervor. Gradually, she turned her back to him, bending at the waist, and then coyly twisted her face, partially concealed by her green tresses, to meet his eyes. Master, what do you think of my optimized body? Would you not desire to do something? Chapter 59, A Woman's Heart, a Needle in the Sea, Impossible to Gauge. As Viper spoke, she leaned against the operating table for support, her back to Loren, bending slightly. She then turned her face toward him, creating an enchanting, half-concealed gaze. Master, might I entice you? Loren, taken aback by Viper's sudden display of seduction, found himself momentarily speechless. The complexities of a woman's heart are indeed unfathomable. Just moments ago, she had been vehemently opposing him, and now, her demeanor had shifted a full 180 degrees, leaving him bewildered. However, this was not the time for contemplation, as Viper's behavior was crossing boundaries, challenging his resolve. What can be tolerated by a soldier cannot be tolerated any longer. He let out a deep roar, brandishing his weapon, and charged forward with ferocity. You wretched woman, seek your own demise. Take this. In a VIP room at the Presbyterian Hospital in New York, Peter Parker had narrowly escaped death after a night of intense medical intervention. However, as Alice had predicted, no miraculous recovery had occurred. His right arm was irrevocably lost. Lying in the hospital bed, with an oxygen tube inserted, Peter stared vacantly out the window. In his eyes flickered a fleeting shadow of resentment and despair. Oh, my poor Peter, how could this happen? How will you live from now on? At Peter's bedside, Aunt May, with her white hair and nearing 70, wept as she wiped her tears. Aunt May, do not grieve too deeply. You must take care of yourself. Peter will be all right in the future. Indeed, with modern technology being so advanced, I can provide Peter with the most sophisticated prosthetic limb. It will surely not hinder his future life. In the ward, besides Aunt May, Gwen and Harry were also present. Unlike Aunt May's overwhelming sorrow, Gwen and Harry appeared more pragmatic, already contemplating Peter's future. The loss of an arm had become a stark reality, one that could not be altered. Therefore, what lay ahead was of utmost concern, and high-tech prosthetics were evidently the best option. Yet, despite their good intentions, they failed to consider Peter's current emotional state. As someone who had just suffered severe injuries and tragically lost an arm, the last thing he wished to hear was talk of his amputation. At that moment, he had not yet reconciled with this harsh reality, and their words were akin to salt in a fresh wound, deepening his anguish. Listening to their conversation, Peter, who had just awakened from a coma, clenched his remaining fist in silent fury. Alas, he was unable to even express his dissatisfaction, let alone communicate his feelings. Aunt May, I want to sleep, Peter managed to utter with all the strength he could muster. At his words, Gwen and Harry quietly nodded, casting one last glance at Peter before quietly exiting the room. I think I said something wrong and upset Peter, Gwen remarked. Bringing up prosthetics at such a time, who could be happy about that? What should we do then? Perhaps we should apologize. Maybe it's best to leave him be. He needs solitude right now. He'll come to terms with it. By the way, with so many high-tech companies under Loren's command, perhaps she could assist Peter. Should we seek her out? Upon hearing that Harry suggested visiting Loren, Gwen's mind immediately recalled the silver-haired woman who had fought her to a standstill the day before. A flicker of resentment crossed her face. With that, Gwen hailed a taxi and stormed off in anger. Observing Gwen's sudden fury, Harry was left bewildered. He could understand Peter's anger, but why was Gwen upset? Had he heard once more? It seemed unlikely. Meanwhile, within a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark, wrapped in bandages, stood silently before his damaged Iron Man suit, a complex expression etched upon his face, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Natasha entered, pushing a medical cart. It's time for your dressing change, Mr. Stark, she announced. Upon hearing her voice, Tony turned around. Didn't he, the nurse, just change it 3 hours ago? Why another change so soon? You had breakfast 3 hours ago. You'll be having lunch soon, Natasha quipped as she prepared the supplies. Tony Stark offered an awkward smile, diverting the conversation to her. I believe your name is Natasha, is it not? Thank you for saving me. Has anyone ever told you how stunningly beautiful you are? A woman as lovely as you deserves a proper reward. Just tell me what you desire, and I shall grant it. As the nation's most notorious playboy, it had become second nature for him to flirt with every attractive woman he encountered. Just then, Natasha abruptly cut the bandages off his shoulder. Without uttering a word, she unleashed a mysterious spray onto his wound. The substance, unknown in its composition, caused Tony to cry out in agony as it made contact. Stop. What on earth is this? He shouted, desperately attempting to halt her ministrations. However, Natasha remained unfazed, continuing her application while teasing. Didn't you ask what I wanted? I wish for you to refrain from yelling. Can you manage that? Realizing her sarcasm, Tony prudently sealed his lips, falling silent. This is a newly developed wound healing spray. It stops bleeding rapidly and significantly accelerates healing. With your injuries, spraying it 3 times a day will likely have you fully recovered in about 3 days, Natasha explained, tossing the spray directly into his hands. Tony Stark examined the spray with astonishment plastered across his face. 3 days to fully heal my wounds? If that is true, this is miraculous. What organization are you part of that can produce such a thing? I've never heard of anything like it before. We are S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as Tony posed his inquiry, Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, stormed into the room. Tony Stark, at last we meet. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, though your temperaments are quite different. Who are you? Do you know my father? Tony queried, feeling a peculiar sensation at the sudden appearance of a black man claiming familiarity with his father. Given the era in which his father lived, racial discrimination was rampant, and those who could claim any connection to him were predominantly white, making Nick Fury's assertion seem audacious. I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What is S.H.I.E.L.D., you may ask? Our full name is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, a specialized unit dedicated to managing various extraordinary incidents. At this moment, Agent Coulson entered the room, maintaining a calm demeanor as he elucidated the situation. Upon seeing the white agent speak, Tony Stark silently nodded, finding a semblance of credibility in their words. However, moments later, he furrowed his brow, gazing at Coulson in confusion. Extraordinary incidents? What do you mean by that? The flight speed that surpasses your Batmobile, computational power that eclipses your artificial intelligence, effortlessly breaching your armored suit, nearly causing you to plummet from the heights, and subsequently incapacitating you in close combat. Does that not qualify as extraordinary enough? At that moment, Nick Fury fixed his gaze on Tony Stark without the slightest hint of courtesy, leaving no room for Tony's dignity. Shut up, you. Are you monitoring me? Tony Stark felt his defenses falter upon hearing Fury's words. The turmoil he had already endured was sufficiently bothersome, and here was this dark figure openly picking at his wounds. What kind of insensitive remark is that? Mr. Stark, please do not misunderstand us. We are not surveilling you. It is merely that the commotion you caused during your test of the Iron Man suit was too significant to overlook. Do you recall shooting down 2 military aircraft? The military reported this incident to us. We only conducted an investigation and incidentally employed the Eye in the Sky system to monitor your actions, Coulson hurriedly clarified. Incidentally? Do you believe I would fall for your fabrications? Tony scowled, clearly displeased. As the chairman of Stark Industries and one of the most influential technological geniuses in the nation, he valued his reputation highly. Naturally, he was displeased that these strangers had witnessed his embarrassing moments. Believe it or not, I do not care how you perceive us. You must understand that S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to safeguard the tranquility of this land. Hence, any entity that could potentially threaten world security must be contained and managed within a relatively safe perimeter. So, what does that have to do with me? Seeing Nick Fury's haughty demeanor, as if he looked down upon everything, Tony shrugged, growing increasingly irked. It is worth noting that showing off was his forte. Prior to this, no one dared to flaunt anything in his presence, as no one could outshine him. Of course, there was one exception, Loren, whose title of Young Master Morgan was indeed impressive, incomparable to any ordinary boast. However, one thing brought him solace. Loren could only rely on his father. In contrast, Tony not only had an impressive lineage, but was formidable in his own right. The title of technological genius was well-deserved. In the past, it indeed had nothing to do with you, but now it does. Nick Fury's expression was stern as he regarded Tony Stark, his tone leaving no room for doubt. What do you mean by that? Tony furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. It is quite simple. The steel armor you have crafted possesses boundless potential, which is immensely beneficial in combating those malevolent forces. Thus, I hope you will join us and become a member of the Avengers. Nick Fury has laid the groundwork for this moment for quite some time. The Avengers? What on earth is that? You might ask. It is the most formidable organization I am assembling to counteract evil forces, and only individuals like you, endowed with unique talents, can be chosen to join the Avengers. For only such individuals can bear this significant responsibility, Nick Fury elucidated. I grasp the essence of his proposition. He desires to enlist me as his unpaid laborer. I am afraid I am not interested. I can combat what you refer to as evil forces on my own without the need to join any organization. If you truly could do so, you would not find yourself here at this moment. It has merely been one night. And have you already forgotten the brutal thrashing you received from that silver-haired woman? Tony, he interjected. Silence, you one-eyed monster. If you cannot refrain from speaking, I can assist you in sealing your lips. My affairs are not your concern. I shall have my reckoning with that accursed silver-haired woman. Her combat patterns have been recorded and analyzed by my artificial intelligence. The next time I encounter her, I will ensure she is left searching for her teeth. Despite Tony Stark's impeccable upbringing, he could no longer contain his frustration as Nick Fury continued to rub salt into his wounds. Since you have recorded and analyzed her combat patterns, you should have triumphed last night, rather than being nearly defeated by her. Consider yourself fortunate that she showed mercy. Otherwise, you would be dead. At this moment, Natasha, who had been standing aside, unceremoniously interjected, dousing Tony with cold water. Listening to their exchange, Tony had never felt so stifled, repeatedly undermined by others. The crux of the matter was that he could not refute their claims, for they were indeed the truth. Silence. I do not wish to hear any more from you. Regardless of what you say, I will not join you. Oh really? Do you not wish to know where that silver-haired woman hails from? As Tony Stark prepared to leave the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Nick Fury suddenly spoke up. He then exchanged a meaningful glance with Natasha, who promptly nodded in understanding. She subsequently tossed 3 glass-like spheres to the ground. In an instant, a holographic image materialized before Tony Stark, revealing the latest intelligence regarding Miss 2B and Loren. Loren? How can this be? Is he behind all of this? Surprised. Are we? If you join us, we have even more intelligence and resources to share with you. By the way, I neglected to mention that your father, Howard Stark, is also affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. and is considered a founding member, Nick Fury remarked, patting Tony Stark on the shoulder with a weighty significance. At that moment, Barton abruptly strode into the room. Commander, a man has been discovered frozen in the ice of the Arctic. After all these years, has he finally been found? Chapter 61. Fearful, I am daunted. A frozen man? What are you talking about? I find myself somewhat perplexed, Tony Stark remarked, furrowing his brow as he surveyed Nick Fury and Barton before him. In the brief moments prior, every revelation that Nick Fury had imparted had transcended his wildest imagination, leaving even the self-proclaimed technological genius feeling somewhat limited in his understanding. As a prodigy in technology, such a notion was utterly unacceptable to him. While he did not expect to be omniscient, it was simply intolerable that he was unaware of matters known even to the average person. Nick Fury seemed to have anticipated this mindset, as a subtle smile graced his face when Tony posed his question. Curious to know? Then join us, and I assure you, you shall behold a world more wondrous and vibrant than you ever envisioned. Nick Fury's tone was undeniably persuasive, even causing Tony Stark to feel a slight unease. It must be said that Nick Fury, as a top-tier agent, possessed an extraordinary ability to discern human nature, mastering it to a remarkable degree. Listening to Nick Fury's words, Tony Stark remained silent for a considerable time, and then, with a resigned gesture, he replied, All right, I can see that I'm somewhat intrigued by your words. However, it is not in my nature to join an organization shrouded in mystery. That is perfectly fine. You may establish an observation period. If within that time you find yourself dissatisfied, I will permit you to withdraw. Yet, I can assure you, you will not choose to do so. Do not speak so assuredly. To be frank, I'm rather put off by your self-righteous demeanor. In response, Nick Fury did not take offense but smiled and said, Come, let us meet the man who has been frozen for over 70 years. By the way, the search for this man was also a plan devised by your father, Howard. How do you seem to know my father better than I do? Naturally, you spent far less time with him than I did. After all, your father was notoriously a workaholic. But do you know what your father often spoke to his colleagues? Please, do not tell me it is me. I would rather not hear such an answer. Though you may wish otherwise, the truth remains. Your father frequently remarked that the greatest invention of his life is you, Tony. You are his pride, always have been. As Nick Fury guided everyone aboard the Quinjet en route to the Arctic, he spoke with a profound significance. Come on, can we refrain from such sentimentalities at this moment? I detest this feeling. I truly wish to sew your mouth shut. Upon hearing this response, Tony Stark rolled his eyes in exasperation, projecting an air of indifference, yet deep within, he could not help but feel a warm sensation. This man clings to his dignity even unto death. As they hastened towards the Arctic Ocean, chaos reigned within the secret laboratory where Loren resided. The operating table, experimental surfaces, sofas, chairs, and desks lay in disarray, shattered and dismantled. Even those items that remained intact had succumbed to a state of dishevelment, creaking ominously at the slightest touch, clearly having reached the limits of their endurance. Furthermore, the room was permeated by a peculiar odor. The transformation of what was once a pristine laboratory can be traced back to a few hours earlier, when Viper took the initiative to seduce Loren. As a superhuman infused with the perfected super soldier serum, Loren found it exceedingly challenging to extinguish the flames of desire once ignited within him. Coincidentally, Viper had also received the perfected serum, albeit in a temporary form. Aside from the duration of its effects, the results were essentially identical. Thus, Viper's physique eclipsed that of ordinary humans, rendering him a veritable superhuman as well. When two such superhumans' desires ignited and collided, the intensity of their encounter was far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Over the course of 2 hours, their combat positions and the battleground itself changed innumerable times. Given that Viper was also a superhuman, Loren felt no reservations. He unleashed his full strength, exerting as much force as he could muster. The sheer magnitude of impact he could generate, being capable of wielding several tons of power effortlessly, was nothing short of terrifying. were an ordinary woman in his stead. A mere few exchanges would have resulted in shattered bones. At times, Viper even counterattacked, launching himself towards Loren with ferocity. This dynamic significantly heightened the challenge and excitement of the battle, to the point where Loren found himself irresistibly drawn in. However, while they reveled in the ecstasy of combat, the venue and props they employed bore the brunt of their ferocity. Under the weight of their overwhelming strength, sofas, chairs, and wooden tables were swiftly rendered unusable. Even the steel laboratory tables were on the verge of collapse, reduced to their current disordered state. The battle should have concluded here, but the commotion they caused caught the attention of 2B and Tifa outside the door, mistaking their creator's ruckus for danger. And influenced by the fundamental protocols of their robotic nature, they wasted no time in prying open the laboratory door, only to be met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. As sentient beings endowed with emotions, both 2B and Tifa, in their anger, began to ponder whether they had failed to adequately nourish Loren. In the midst of this complex contemplation, rather than retreating from the laboratory, they chose to join the fray. Thus, what began as a one-on-one duel swiftly escalated into a 3-against-1 brawl. Although Loren was a superhuman, possessing extraordinary physical capabilities. However, faced with an onslaught from a superhuman and 2 robotic companions, even he could not withstand the pressure. It wasn't long before he capitulated, calling for help. Thus, the current chaotic scene unfolded. "You can't bully me like this. Stay back. I need a moment to breathe." Loren leaned against the wall, trembling slightly as he clutched a cigar, his face betraying his wariness towards the trio. "Boss, are you beginning to feel fear now? This is your punishment for your infidelity." I'm scared. I promise I won't do it again," Loren nodded hastily. "That's good to hear. Boss, if you feel we haven't been attentive enough, please tell us directly. We can change our ways. Sneaking out like this hurts both me and Sister 2B, Tifa pouted, looking utterly dejected. Their demeanor was strikingly similar to that of jealous, irate human girls. Witnessing the scene left Viper utterly astounded. Chapter 62. 2B, what are you doing? Put down your knife. Master, are they truly robots you created? They seem more feminine than I am. Their bodies are astonishingly lifelike. They're ample where they should be, soft where softness is warranted, and even warm to the touch. Are they really robots? Viper sat between 2B and Tifa, instinctively reaching out to touch their forms. His face a mask of shock. "Remove your filthy hands, you interloper." "No, you're the fourth wheel. Tifa is the third." 2B coldly swatted Viper's hand away. "Sister 2B, why do you say such things? Didn't we agree we are sisters? I merely came into existence later. Our standing in the boss's heart is equal, with no hierarchy." Tifa looked mournfully at her. "Yes, Tifa dear, I misspoke. We are indeed sisters, while this woman is the interloper." Upon hearing this, Viper not only refrained from anger, but burst into laughter. "Beautiful robotic sister, I am no interloper. I am merely your boss's new favorite." "New favorite?" 2B and Tifa exchanged bewildered glances. "Wait, do you not understand what new favorite means? It seems you are rather naive about men. But that's all right, given our shared experiences. Let me educate you. First and foremost, all men are driven by lust. There are no exceptions. A man like our master, being wealthy, handsome, and powerful, cannot possibly have only 1 or 2 women by his side. Thus, from this moment, you must accept this reality and refrain from being troubled by it. Once you embrace this idea, you will understand that I will not be the first of his new favorites. There will be a second, a third, and potentially many more, until he is hung on the wall." Hung on the wall? It means dead, for as long as a man draws breath, he is bound to be lustful. Loren, Viper, do not lead them astray. Not all men are like that. Indeed, I acknowledge the existence of exceptions, yet you, my master, are certainly not one of them. Not only are you not, but you are also the epitome of desire. And are there other new flames? Boss, can you truly manage that? Upon hearing Viper mention that Loren would continue his flirtations, both 2B and Tifa turned their gazes toward him. Loren desperately wished to refute this notion, yet he felt reluctant to deceive them. After all, like most enthusiasts of literature, he indeed had his own proclivities. "Boss, silence is tantamount to acquiescence. Sister Viper, how can we prevent such occurrences?" With this unified front, both 2B and Tifa began addressing Viper as Sister Viper. Upon hearing this, Loren was struck by an ominous premonition. At that moment, a mischievous smile crept across Viper's face. It is impossible to eradicate men's thoughts entirely. They are akin to the wild grass on vast plains. Even if burned, as soon as the spring breeze blows, they will spring back to life, flourishing even more abundantly. What to be done then? Is there truly no other way? Certainly, there is, and it is quite simple. Address it directly, through physical means. Physical means? Do you mean to cut something? Tifa and 2B tilted their heads in curiosity. Loren, Viper, of course not. What are you two thinking? If we were to sever it, how would we manage? Have you ever seen someone destroy their own means of sustenance to prevent others from eating? Listening to Tifa and 2B, Viper rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sometimes, these two female robots were indeed remarkably naive. Oh, that is true. So what shall we do? It's simple. Increase the frequency to the utmost, saturating him to such an extent that he has no time to contemplate such matters. Viper clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with determination. Ah, indeed, how do we not think of that? Sister Viper, it's all thanks to you. Loren, goodness, Viper, you rascal. Do you wish to usurp me? My dear master, how could I harbor such thoughts? If I truly intended to usurp you, the obedience device you installed in my mind would have already activated, leaving me in torment. Yet, I am completely unresponsive. So, you're overthinking it. As Viper spoke, a wicked grin adorned her face, her eyes beginning to shimmer with a crimson glow. Realizing this, Loren felt a wave of dread wash over him. He immediately stood up, trembling, and raised his hand. Instantly, a suit of steel bat armor enveloped him, encasing his body securely. At the same time, he leaped, attempting to escape through a secret passage. However, just then, the three women grasped his feet, forcibly yanking him down. Thinking of fleeing? It won't be that easy. Tifa blocked the secret passage with the table. Yes. After extinguishing Loren's last hope, Viper gleefully perched upon him. She then raised her hand and gently tapped on Loren's bat mask, bursting into a fit of mocking laughter. Master, who would have imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament? Do you recall how you treated me last night? No matter how I resisted, it was futile. Begging for mercy only fueled your enthusiasm. Today, I shall exact my revenge. I will make you experience the bitter taste of helplessness, where even heaven turns a deaf ear and the earth remains unresponsive. You would do well to obediently open the bat armor for me, or else you shall not escape my wrath. I could never open the bat armor. 3 against 1? If I do, I won't be able to rise again. No way. Oh, so you refuse, do you? Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As Viper spoke, she picked up a crowbar from near the workstation and began to manually dismantle the armor. However, after toiling for quite some time, not a single scratch marred the surface of the bat armor. Seeing this, Loren could not help but feel relieved and began to gloat. You might as well save your efforts. Although my armor is not forged for vibranium, its hardness is certainly beyond the reach of ordinary steel. To damage my armor, one must employ materials of equal caliber or vibranium and... Oh wait, I said nothing. Haha, so vibranium and adamantium will do, will they? 2B, did you hear that? I heard it. Wait, 2B, what are you doing? Put down that adamantium dagger. Boss, don't worry. I'll just pry it open a little. Just enough to expose a bit. I won't harm you. No, please help. Chapter 63. Go fetch that shield for me. Time flew by, and before they knew it, an entire day had passed. A day is neither excessively long nor too short. It could have been filled with various activities. Yet today, Loren squandered his time entirely with Viper and her companions. Fortunately, his physical resilience was remarkable. An ordinary person might have succumbed long ago. However, Viper's cunning plan ultimately failed, and this was primarily due to a single utterance from him. After all, 2B and Tifa were ultimately his creations, versatile combat robots. And he was their creator. The earlier antics were merely playful exchanges. If they truly intended to harm him, that would have been utterly impossible. After all, the fundamental principles governing robots are not mere decor. Should he issue a command, 2B and Tifa would undoubtedly execute it without delay. Thus, once the playfulness subsided, his subsequent command was naturally for them to join forces against Viper. Initially, Viper believed that 2B and Tifa were on her side, which fueled her arrogance, given her advantageous position. However, after some time, she was horrified to realize that she had become the one being toyed with. You have gone too far, 2B, Tifa. I will never trust you again. The Viper cast a disapproving glance at 2B and Tifa, embodying a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor observing a wayward pupil. Upon hearing her words, a hint of embarrassment flickered across the faces of 2B and Tifa. Sister Viper, we too do not wish for such a situation, Tifa lamented, her expression laden with remorse. Though we indulge in playful antics, when a boss issues a command, we are bound to obey unconditionally. I apologize for the trouble you've faced today. Are we leaving tonight? What is wrong? Are you reluctant to depart? Loren teased, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Viper. Unexpectedly, rather than responding with anger, Viper blushed and shyly nodded. I cherish the atmosphere we share together. The atmosphere? She continued, yes, this light-hearted and enjoyable ambience, something I have never experienced before. Within the Hydra base, all I encountered was monotony and solitude, which I have long since grown weary of. I could take on any task. Why not let me be your secretary? This way, you can delegate your responsibilities to me, and I can find tasks to occupy my time. Enough. Do not speak further. Loren interjected before Viper could finish her thought. Looking for someone? Indeed. Who? A woman named Wanda Maximoff. A woman? Let me guess. She must be stunning. Your next infatuation? Viper inquired curiously. Mind your own business. Viper, you are being rather presumptuous. Loren's expression shifted to one of stark severity. At this, Viper felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively lowering her gaze. Yes, master, I shall heed your command. Perform well, and should I be satisfied, I will not treat you poorly. Remaining by my side will merely be a matter of time. In due course, not only will you enjoy days like today on a regular basis, but I shall also provide you with a squad of robots to command, allowing you to exact revenge on Dr. Zola for the grievances you have harbored for years. At that moment, Loren resembled a shrewd employer, weaving grand promises for Viper, who listened with rapt attention, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Master, I will not disappoint you. I shall take immediate action, Viper declared, promptly departing from the secret laboratory. As Viper's figure vanished from sight, 2B regarded Loren with curiosity. Boss, is the woman named Wanda truly your next romantic interest? You all have misconstrued my intentions. In truth, I have never even met her. Never met her? Then why pursue her? Because this woman possesses an extraordinarily formidable power. In the future, she will be highly sought after by various factions. Therefore, we must locate her before others do and secure her allegiance. Only then shall I feel at ease. As for romantic interests, do you perceive me as a shallow man? Loren coughed lightly, adopting a serious demeanor. Not at all. The boss has never been a superficial man. The boss is not superficial. He merely possesses a penchant for beauty. Tifa then thoughtfully added a remark that pierced directly into Loren's heart, leaving her at a loss for words. You two are becoming increasingly outrageous, even beginning to jest about me, your creator. Enough of this playful banter. There is an important task that requires your attention. After a moment of contemplation, Loren spoke. Upon hearing that there was a significant matter at hand, excitement and anticipation instantly illuminated the faces of the two women. Boss, is there a new mission? In no time, hundreds, if not thousands, of standard combat robots will come into existence. However, I have not equipped these robots with emotional modules, nor have I given them any distinct appearance. I shall refer to them as the faceless. Therefore, you need not be anxious. They are not your competitors. Rather, they will be your most loyal subordinates. Subordinates? Both 2B and Tifa displayed expressions of confusion upon hearing Loren's words. Indeed, I plan to create several robotic squads, each overseen by different individuals. You two will be the leaders of 2 of these squads. 2B, your squad will primarily engage in external combat and assassination missions, serving as the arbiters. Tifa, your squad will be responsible for internal security within the estate. Each squad possesses distinct functionalities with different leaders. However, you two alone are not sufficient. I will also need to create several new sisters who are equally formidable. This will require a substantial amount of vibranium and adamantium, but materials are currently scarce. So I need you to assist me in acquiring more. Boss, are you suggesting that we venture to Wakanda to seize vibranium? 2B inquired, her brow furrowing with uncertainty. Wakanda indeed possesses ample vibranium, but our current strength is insufficient for an invasion. Only after the Robot Legion is established will we have the capability to do so. At that point, the vibranium mines of Wakanda will naturally fall into my grasp. However, until then, I do not intend to provoke them. To my knowledge, there exists a shield crafted from primitive adamantium within the S.H.I.E.L.D. secret base. Additionally, the National Museum holds several artifacts made of vibranium. Therefore, I need one of you to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the other to the museum to retrieve these items for me. I will instruct Alice to assist you by disabling all their security systems to minimize your troubles. This time, do not resort to killing. Simply procure the items and retreat. Understood. We shall proceed immediately. After dispatching 2B and Tifa, Loren confined herself once more within a laboratory, intending to delve into the realm of nanotechnology. Previously, she had received a blueprint for manufacturing nano armor as a reward from the system, but since last night, her focus had been solely on the Viper. She had scarcely had time to study the blueprint, but now, With everyone gone, she finally had the solitude she craved. Although the system had rewarded her with a blueprint for nano-armor, she was acutely aware that the application of nanotechnology extended far beyond mere armor. The applications of this technology are truly vast. For instance, when combined with universal combat robot technology and enhanced with materials such as vibranium or adamantium, it can lead to the creation of a newly upgraded version of the universal combat robot, which is a primary focus of his upcoming research. His directive for 2B and Tifa to procure vibranium and raw adamantium is rooted in this very objective. In the depths of night, within the clandestine confines of SHIL's secret base, a man of striking appearance, robust physique, and notably well-defined contours lay quietly upon a hospital bed. The electrocardiogram beside him displayed a stable and reassuring rhythm, underscoring the man's tranquil state of slumber. Observing his serene repose, one would scarcely believe that he had been encased in ice for over 70 years. Are you certain he experienced World War II? He appears even younger than I. Tony Stark mused, furrowing his brow in disbelief as he gazed at the still form of Steve Rogers. According to Nick Fury, this man resting in a hospital bed belonged to the same era as Tony's father. By the natural passage of time, this individual should have long since aged into an elderly figure. While many science fiction films have alluded to cryogenic technology as a means of facilitating long-distance interstellar travel, the presence of this man serves as a testament to the feasibility of such a concept. As a technological prodigy, Tony's curiosity was piqued to the point where he could not resist the urge to reach out and make contact with the man. However, just as he extended his hand, the man, who had previously been peacefully resting, seized Tony's wrist with a firm grip and swiftly turned, pinning him down onto the bed as though he were a captured criminal. "Where am I? Who are you?" he demanded, his expression grave as he surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. "Hey, Steve Rogers, relax. We mean you no harm and are not your adversaries," Nick Fury interjected calmly, observing the slumbering Captain America, who had awakened after 70 years. "I will ask again, where am I? Who are you?" Rogers reiterated, his vigilance heightened by the strangeness of both his environment and the people around him. "Hey, could you speak without crowding me? And might you consider releasing me? You're pressing my neck, and can't you see I'm injured?" Tony Stark quipped. A look of exasperation plastered across his face. Having been bested by a silver-haired woman the previous night, he felt his misfortunes compounded by being restrained once more. "Be quiet," Rogers countered, his mood ill-suited for Stark's dark humor. "This is SHIEL's secret base, and I am Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. The man you've pinned down like a flounder is Tony Stark. He is the son of your old friend Howard Stark, and by virtue of lineage, he should refer to you as Uncle Rogers." Nick Fury, while signaling Rogers to relax, calmly elucidated the situation. Upon hearing this, whether Rogers truly eased his tension remains uncertain. But Tony Stark grew increasingly agitated. "Wong Defa, do not misrepresent our connections. I certainly do not have such an Uncle Popsicle. Howard Stark's son? No, that is implausible. When I met Howard, he had no children. Indeed, your acquaintance with him dates back 70 years. Captain, it is now 70 years later, and you have been in slumber," Nick Fury remarked. The revelation left Steve Rogers in a state of shock, his memories halting at the moment he piloted an aircraft into a frigid sea, after which he could recall nothing further. Gradually releasing his grip on Tony Stark, he stood motionless, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "Captain, are you all right?" Nick Fury inquired, observing Rogers' newfound calmness, his brow furrowed with curiosity. "Yes, I am fine, but I have a date." "A date? Oh, what a pity. 70 years have passed. Your date must be—" "I apologize. I did not mean to dampen your spirits, but it truly is a tremendous regret," Tony Stark lamented while gently stretching his neck, which had grown sore under Rogers' hold. Though he often engaged in playful banter, he would not mock others' misfortunes in such moments. "Indeed, it is a regret. It is not insurmountable," Nick Fury remarked sagely. "Insurmountable? What do you mean?" Hope rekindled in Captain America's eyes at Fury's words. "Your date must refer to Peggy Carter, correct? She is still alive, albeit advanced in years." As Fury spoke, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Natasha. Natasha promptly complied, handing a note to Steve. "This is the address of the hospital where she resides. After your accident, she has awaited your return. To be honest, we were unaware of the nature of your relationship with Ms. Carter. She reached out to us upon learning of your situation and provided us with this address." Taking the note from Natasha, Steve nodded with a complex expression. "Thank you. It is no trouble. This is our duty. Now, hasten to your date that has been delayed by 70 years. Natasha, you shall escort him. After 70 years of slumber, You may find it challenging to adapt to this era. Of course, Natasha nodded, preparing to lead Captain America away. Just then, however, the entire SHIELD secret base was engulfed in a blaring alarm. Simultaneously, the lights in the room dimmed, evidently due to a power cut. This is not a power outage. Rather, our network system has been breached. This marks the 5th occurrence this month. You shall grow accustomed to it, Natasha remarked with an air of resignation. Switching on a flashlight she had prepared and activating the backup power system. What? The 5th time? Today seems to be the 5th of this month, doesn't it? Once a day. Who could be so malicious? Tony Stark was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Aside from that damn brat. Loren, who else could it be? Damn it. This is relentless. Listening to the shrill sound of the alarm, Nick Fury was seething with rage, almost driven to kill. Just then, a guard rushed in a panic. Sir, it's bad. Our base has been robbed. The shield you asked me to prepare has suddenly disappeared. What? Damn it, it's Loren. Nick Fury exclaimed. The shield? What shield? Hearing Fury's profanities, Captain America furrowed his brow, puzzled. The adamantium shield you used before. Natasha sighed, looking exasperated. What? Chapter 65. A World of Chaos. Hulk appears. The next morning, in Nick Fury's office. In addition to our base being breached yesterday, the National Museum was also invaded. 2 artifacts made of vibranium were stolen. And the method of operation was identical to what happened here. All the surveillance equipment was hacked, and the power system was sabotaged. Shortly thereafter, the items were stolen. Natasha stood before Fury's desk, reporting meticulously, her expression somewhat odd. So, no photos or videos were captured. Fury frowned, visibly displeased. Yes, the surveillance system within a 10-mile radius of the museum was compromised, and nothing was recorded. However, there were few eyewitnesses, but due to the power outage, they did not see the thief's appearance. They only know that it was a woman, and reportedly, she has an impressive figure, voluptuous and with long black hair. Damn it, are you sure they didn't see anything? I bet they were too busy gawking at her figure. Nick Fury slammed the table in frustration. Though he suspected that this incident was most likely related to Loren, he had been unable to find any evidence. He wanted to catch her in a slip-up, but could not. Even if he did, it would be of little use. If he didn't take action soon, where would that leave his reputation as director? Sir, although we didn't capture any photographs of the suspect, based on the eyewitness descriptions and the heavy iron door that was utterly dismantled at our base, we can basically confirm it was Loren's doing. After all, in this world, there are only 2 female assassins under her command who possess such formidable strength and stealth. This damn brat, she already took 20 kilograms of vibranium from us last time. Now she dares to steal Steven's shield. Without that shield, what will Steven use in the future? Moreover, it is forged from pure adamantium. Once shaped, it cannot be altered. Even if she takes it, it will be useless to her. What on earth does that wretched child intend to do? Commander, is it possible that his intention is to prevent Steven from utilizing that shield? After all, that shield is indeed a formidable weapon for Steven. Without it, his combat prowess would undoubtedly diminish. This, in turn, would serve to weaken our SHIELD operations. Ultimately, he seems to be deliberately targeting us. That wretched scoundrel. One day, I shall ensure he pays for this transgression. Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table, his expression darkening. Ever since Loren's emergence, he had been a thorn in the side of SHIELD, and yet there was little they could do about it. Fury's reputation as director was on the line. After venting his frustration, Fury noticed Natasha had not yet departed, realizing she had further reports to deliver. Resignedly, he waved his hand and said, "Let's not dwell on that detestable scoundrel any longer. Given your demeanor, it seems you have other matters to discuss. Please proceed." Yes, Commander. In addition to the robbery at the National Museum and our facility last night, there were 2 other significant incidents. One involved a sudden fire at Oscorp, where one of their laboratories was engulfed in flames. Eyewitnesses reported seeing a green figure on a peculiar flying device emerge from the building just before the blaze. A green figure? The Hulk? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, perplexed. No, it's someone else. According to the witnesses, this individual wore a mask, could fly at high speeds, and was capable of hurling explosives. Consequently, he has been dubbed the Green Goblin. Natasha clarified with a shake of her head. The Green Goblin? Another individual with extraordinary abilities has surfaced? This world is becoming increasingly chaotic. Aside from a moniker, have we uncovered any more detailed information? Fury tapped his fingers lightly on the table with a steel pen, deep in thought. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, we have yet to gather additional useful information. However, Director Coulson has assigned Barton to investigate, so we should receive new intelligence soon. Right, expedite this matter. The world is descending into further turmoil, with all manner of creatures emerging. We must quickly discern which entities can be allied with and which must be eradicated. The expansion of the Avengers must be hastened. Understood, Commander. By the way, you mentioned 2 major incidents? What's the other one? Commander, the other incident pertains to the Hulk. The Hulk. Have we apprehended him? Upon hearing the mention of the Hulk, a spark of excitement lit up Nick Fury's face. General Ross has already set a trap and is in the process of capturing him. We should receive news in the coming days. That maniac Ross. His approach to the Hulk is excessively aggressive. He will only serve to further provoke the Hulk. Capturing him may not be feasible without DS intervention. Otherwise, we may face dire consequences. Natasha, see if you can discreetly reach out to Dr. Banner and have a heartfelt conversation to express our goodwill. Engaging with this formidable individual without resorting to force would be preferable, Nick Fury stated solemnly. Sir, that might prove somewhat challenging. The last time, General Ross's sudden intervention led Dr. Banner to distrust me. I've been attempting to contact him for several days, but to no avail. He is deliberately evading us. That old fool Ross is nothing but a reckless brute. Were it not for him, we would have already brought the Hulk to our side. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Nick Fury sighed, growing increasingly dissatisfied with General Ross. Sir, for years, the task of capturing the Hulk has been under General Ross's purview. Our sudden involvement has already provoked his extreme displeasure. He has lodged several protests with Congress. Should we recklessly intervene again? It is not inconceivable that he would take direct action against us, Natasha cautioned. He dares. If he truly makes a move, I shall not be gentle with him. Nick Fury replied, his expression dark and his tone icy. Just then, Coulson rushed into the room in a flurry. Sir, the Hulk has appeared. Chapter 66, Monster Mayhem. This time, you can unleash your full power. Where? Upon hearing Coulson's words, Nick Fury sprang to his feet, barely containing his excitement. For he regarded the Hulk as the second most formidable being he had ever encountered, the first being a woman he had met decades prior. Yet even if the Hulk's might paled in comparison to that woman, it was nonetheless unparalleled, unmatched by anyone to date. Not even the silver-haired woman who had suffered greatly at their hands in recent days could compare. It was this understanding that fueled his eagerness to enlist the Hulk under his command. In his eyes, acquiring the Hulk would equate to possessing a trump card capable of challenging Loren's. Thus, his excitement was palpable. On Central Avenue, the Hulk is currently engaged in a fierce battle with a newly emerged yellow monster. The devastation wrought upon Central Avenue resembles a hell's cape, with countless casualties. The exact toll currently impossible to ascertain. What? Upon learning that General Ross's daughter had perished, Nick Fury's expression shifted dramatically. Without uttering a word, he dashed towards the base's helipad. Betty was the apple of Ross's eye, and his relentless pursuit of the Hulk stemmed from 2 motivations: his aspiration to assemble a super soldier task force for national defense, and his daughter's relationship with Dr. Banner. However, Ross disapproved of their union, subjecting Betty to relentless psychological manipulation over the years. Yet, none of it bore fruit, which only deepened his animosity towards the Hulk. If Betty were to die because of the Hulk, it was likely that Ross would go mad, and no one could predict what he might do next. Prepare the helicopter immediately. We must intervene directly this time. Indeed, summon Tony and Steven. Their first mission has arrived. Very well. Director Coulson nodded and promptly began to rally the team. Meanwhile, while they were hastily seeking Hulk, an air of tranquility enveloped Morgan Manor, where Loren resided. AI. No way. 2. No way. Royal flush. Tifa, are you cheating? How come all the high cards are in your hand? Observing the dismal hand he held, 2B frowned in suspicion while playing against Tifa. Sister 2B, that's not fair. You win and grin, but when you lose, you cast doubt on me. I'm done playing with you. Don't be upset. I was merely jesting. Let us have another round. This time, victory is assured for me. You said the same last time, yet you've lost 6 times in a row. All the lollipops I'd saved for bedtime this week are now yours. You have no stakes left. Let's call it day. Upon hearing this, 2B shook her head in reluctant defiance. It's fine. I can continue to borrow against next week's allowance. I refuse to believe I cannot win against you. Alice, deal the cards. Sister 2B, I fear there will be no dealing. An unusual event has erupted near Central Avenue. The impact level has reached the A grade as designated by the boss. Your new mission is likely imminent. At the sound of Alice's voice, Loren, who had been engrossed in research within the laboratory, emerged with palpable excitement. Boss, what is happening? Is there an issue? Seeing Loren suddenly exit the lab, 2B and Tifa immediately discarded their playing cards and approached him, anxiety etched on their faces. It was well known that their boss rarely emerged from his experiments unless the research was complete. and he had only been in the lab for less than 2 hours this time. 2 hours was scarcely sufficient for their boss to complete a new research task, especially as he was endeavoring to create an entirely new version of a versatile combat robot. When he had initially crafted them, it had taken over a week. Thus, the time required for this upgraded version would undoubtedly be even longer. Yet, Loren had astonishingly exited the lab prematurely, indicating that something of significant importance had transpired. In response, Loren nodded quietly, his eyes betraying his joy. "2B, you must head to Central Avenue immediately. A fierce duel between green and yellow monsters is currently underway, and you have long sought an opponent of equal caliber. Those two are excellent choices, and their strength even surpasses yours. Therefore, approach with utmost caution. I only need you to engage in their battle. Whether you win or lose is inconsequential. Participation is key, and by the way, this time you can unleash your full power." "Really? Can I kill them?" "The yellow fellow, you are free to act as you wish. The green fellow, however, still possesses utility and cannot be eliminated just yet. Yet, given your current prowess, it would not be an effortless task to vanquish him. Should he lose his composure, he becomes a formidable adversary. Thus, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, I entrust you with this super neurotoxin. Should you find yourself in an unwinnable battle, this substance will induce a state of slumber upon him." As Loren spoke, he tossed a specially designed syringe containing the super neurotoxin to Miss 2B. It is worth noting that this neurotoxin is 100-fold more potent than the standard version. While it may not extinguish the Hulk's life, he is confident in its ability to incapacitate or render him unconscious. "Very well, I shall set forth at once." Without further ado, Miss 2B seized the super neurotoxin and leaped into the air, soaring out of Morgan Manor and racing towards Central Avenue. "Boss, considering the perilous nature of this mission, allow me to assist Sister 2B. Observing her departure, Tifa glanced at Loren with a hint of concern. "She will be fine. With her vibranium physique, even if she falters, she can easily retreat unscathed. My assertion is merely to encourage her to approach this with the seriousness it warrants. She has had it too easy thus far, and it is time for a reality check." "Ah, I see, boss. Your intentions are noble, and should Sister 2B become aware, she would likely pester you incessantly tonight. I am aware, hence I require your discretion. Now, you and Alice must closely monitor 2B's situation. Should any issues arise, feel free to summon me. If it can be managed independently, do refrain from disturbing me for the time being." After concluding his words, Loren retreated into the laboratory, reminiscent of a mad scientist engrossed in his work. Chapter 67. The Assembly of All, a chaotic turmoil. Central Avenue, also referred to as Fifth Avenue, is the bustling heart of Manhattan, New York. By nightfall, it is illuminated and teeming with life, frequented by those reveling in the nightlife. Unfortunately, today, this once tranquil locale has transformed into a fiery inferno, triggered by the presence of the Hulk and the Abomination. On either side of the street lay overturned vehicles and innocent lives lost in the chaos of battle. The scene resembled a hellish nightmare, tragic and terrifying. Witnessing the devastation, Dr. Banner, now transformed into the Hulk, let out a furious roar. Though he has become the green behemoth in the eyes of the public, he has always maintained his principles, never to harm innocent civilians or attack those who bear him no ill will. The catastrophic casualties before him are solely the result of the Abomination's malevolence. Is this what angers you? This is merely the beginning. Observing the Hulk's wrathful visage, the Abomination smirked, dismissive of his fury. He even lifted a nearby sedan and hurled it ferociously towards the Hulk. Inside the car, a family of 4 was screaming in terror. It was evident that their fate was grim, and Hulk was determined to avert such a tragedy. As the vehicle hurtled towards him, he refrained from employing his usual brute force to send it flying. Instead, he astonishingly caught the car, striving to rescue its occupants. However, to his dismay, as he grasped the vehicle, the Abomination lunged forward with a swift ferocity. A massive fist, as heavy as a sandbag, struck Hulk's chest with devastating force, propelling him several dozen meters away and causing him to collide with numerous other cars along his path. You wish to play the hero and save them? I shall not allow it. I intend for these inferior beings to meet their demise. The Abomination roared in fury, seizing the family S-car once more and preparing to hurl it again in a bid to ensure their annihilation. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged, and a strand of webbing shot from her hand, swiftly forming a net that securely caught the family S-car. The newcomer was none other than Gwen, transformed into Spider-Woman. Another fool seeking death. The Abomination sneered at the sudden appearance of Spider-Woman, his eyes filled with disdain. The Abomination's human form, the arrogant Blonsky, had once dared to provoke Hulk. Now, transformed into a creature even larger than Hulk, he hardly regarded Spider-Woman as a threat. As he spoke, he reached for another car, intending to hurl it at her. However, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Before he could launch the vehicle, Hulk leapt into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the abomination flying. He soared several dozen meters before crashing against a building, leaving a gaping hole in the wall. Hulk's assault did not cease. He leapt forward, confronting the abomination directly. His massive fists rained down upon the abomination's face, as if attempting to send him to the depths of hell. Yet, the abomination was no mere pushover. After enduring a few blows, he seized an opportunity to retaliate, kicking Hulk away with force. He swiftly regained his footing, wiping the blood from his mouth with a contemptuous expression. "Is this all you have? Hulk, you are profoundly disappointing." With that, he charged at Hulk once more. The two titans exchanged blows like maddened beasts, neither willing to yield an inch. Observing this fierce clash, Gwen chose not to intervene, but instead focused on how to rescue the surrounding civilians, for saving lives was of paramount importance. Meanwhile, General Ross cradled his daughter's lifeless body, his eyes ablaze with unparalleled fury. Just moments ago, his daughter was struck through the heart by a fragment of flying metal, and now she has ceased to breathe. The catalyst for this tragedy is none other than the Hulk before him, for that very shard was propelled from the explosion of the armed helicopter Hulk had shattered. Although this was not a deliberate act on Hulk's part, he remains ultimately responsible. Thus, the weight of this vendetta naturally fell upon him. "Hulk, I shall slay you." General Ross's eyes blazed crimson, overwhelming fury rendering him devoid of reason. He laid down his daughter's lifeless body and swiftly ascended into a nearby armored vehicle, where he unleashed a torrent of gunfire from a heavy machine gun directed at the Hulk. The bullets, powerful and relentless, rained down upon Hulk, catching even him off guard. While these projectiles could not penetrate his skin, they nonetheless inflicted considerable pain. He roared, raising his arm to shield himself from the assault. Yet this provided an opportunity for Abomination. With a swift motion, Abomination wrenched a fire hydrant from the ground and brought it crashing down upon Hulk's face. The terrifying force erupted, warping the hydrant upon impact. Under such an onslaught, even Hulk found himself dazed, propelled backward, and unable to rise for the time being. "Ha! Old man Ross, you truly make for an excellent assist. I shall avenge your daughter, but first, I will send you to hell," Abomination taunted, casting a derisive glance at Ross before hurling the deformed hydrant in his direction. Ross's face blanched in horror, instinctively preparing to dodge. Yet before he could evade, a powerful blast surged forth, striking the hydrant and sending it flying away. Simultaneously, a red and gold figure descended from the sky, landing gracefully before General Ross. A tall man leapt from an armed helicopter above, firmly planting himself before Abomination. Dressed in a tight-fitting costume adorned with the colors of the American flag, the fabric accentuated his chiseled physique, particularly his impressively sculpted posterior, which seemed capable of holding a cup of water. This man could only be Captain America, renowned for his striking form. Chapter 68. I can have my fun now. "Oh, this damn costume is far too eye-catching," Tony Stark remarked, suspended in his Iron Man suit before General Ross, his gaze lingering on Captain America. He found it rather difficult to avert his eyes from Captain America's rear. To his surprise, the latter had chosen to don such a form-fitting outfit today, a sight that Stark found somewhat hard to accept. "Tony, can you possibly keep your mouth shut at a time like this?" Captain America retorted, irritation evident in his voice through the earpiece. Unfazed, Tony Stark shrugged and replied, "All right, I shall remain silent. My buxom comrade. 2 more fools have arrived. Today is truly lively." As he beheld the formidable figures of Captain America and Iron Man before him, Abomination felt not a trace of fear. Instead, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Having just been injected with Hulk serum by Mr. Blue, he now embodied a powerful form, brimming with confidence in his combat prowess. To him, the Hulk was no longer a worthy adversary, and the others were even less so. "You repugnant monster, you're rather arrogant," he taunted, to which Tony Stark furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. At that moment, Nick Fury descended from an armed helicopter above, sliding down a rope to stand before General Ross. "Ross, this situation has surpassed your control. You must retreat. We shall take over from here." Fury's sudden intervention elicited a grimace from General Ross, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Nick Fury, the feud between the Hulk and me is none of your concern. Get your men out of here, or I shall not hesitate to be ungracious." "You imbecile, we are here to save you. If it weren't for my timely intervention, you would be dead by now," Tony interjected, displeased. "I do not require your assistance. I intend to slay the Hulk myself," Ross retorted, devoid of gratitude. his eyes reflecting his anguish and madness. As he spoke, he continued to fire upon the Hulk, who had nearly regained his strength after a brief respite. With the Mudman still simmering with rage, it was needless to say that the Hulk was more than ready to retaliate. Having been ambushed by General Ross once, the Hulk was not inclined to allow it to happen again. Weathering the barrage of bullets, he rose beside a car and hefted it high before hurling it ferociously at General Ross. "Oh damn," Tony Stark exclaimed as he swiftly grabbed both Ross and Fury, propelling them across the street. Just as he set them down, the Hulk hurled a manhole cover that struck his armored suit with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backwards. Losing his balance, he clumsily plummeted from the air and crashed into a passing bus, prompting a cacophony of screams. "You green behemoth, you seek death." Tony Stark, incensed, activated his thrusters, propelling himself like an arrow from the bus, charging toward the Hulk in an attempt to knock him aside. However, to his astonishment, the Hulk had somehow procured yet another manhole cover. With a swift motion, he swung it like a ping-pong paddle, sending Tony flying once more. "Blast it, you giant! Where do you find all these manhole covers? Are you the manhole cover Avenger?" Tony grumbled as he rose from the debris, his frustration palpable. Yet before he could voice more complaints, the Hulk leapt towards him from several meters away, his fist, as large as a cauldron, crashing towards Tony's face. If struck, it would surely spell doom for him. However, at this moment, his steel armor instinctively executed a dodging maneuver. His head swiftly shifted to the side, narrowly evading the Hulk's potentially lethal punch. "Damn it, don't you adhere to the rule of not hitting the face?" Tony Stark continued to ramble while activating the thrusters beneath his feet. Instantly, a powerful thrust erupted from the soles of his armor, propelling him away from the Hulk like an agile eel. Simultaneously, a barrage of thumb-sized miniature bombs rained down upon the Hulk with reckless abandon. The ground trembled with thunderous explosions akin to firecrackers. In an instant, searing flames intertwined with billowing smoke engulfed the Hulk, accompanied by his anguished roars. Witnessing this spectacle, a proud smirk crept across Tony Stark's face, momentarily believing he had subdued the Hulk. However, as the smoke cleared, the Hulk stood unharmed, and his expression clearly indicated that his fury had intensified. "Hulk, smash!" The Hulk contorted his face in rage, and with a deafening roar, he slammed his fists into the ground. A terrifying force erupted like a raging torrent, creating a fissure in the earth. Caught off guard, Tony Stark found one leg ensnared in the crack, losing his balance and toppling awkwardly to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the Hulk, grinning wickedly, charged toward him like a human tank. Faced with the ferocious onslaught, Tony Stark's face betrayed his panic. Struggling to extricate himself, he hurled every bomb within his armor at the Hulk. Yet these explosives proved utterly ineffective, only serving to further inflame the Hulk's wrath. In the blink of an eye, the Hulk stood before him, his fists raised high, ready to strike. The ground had already cracked beneath the might of his punches. Should they land upon Tony, the impact would be catastrophic. "Oh no, it's over," Tony Stark lamented, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. Just then, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, plummeting like a meteor, and in a flash, struck the Hulk's shoulder. The tremendous force of the impact erupted like a tidal wave, disorienting the Hulk and driving half of his body into the ground. This astonishing scene left everyone present utterly astounded, their gazes shifting to the shadow, collectively gasping in disbelief. "1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you? Tonight is quite lively. Perfect. I can have some fun. Next, I choose you." After effortlessly halting the Hulk's advance, the enigmatic Miss 2B emotionlessly pointed at Tony Stark. Chapter 69. It is time for you to bid farewell to this world. Tony Stark could hardly fathom that the individual who had suddenly appeared before him, saving his life in the process, was none other than the silver-haired woman who had mercilessly bested him just days prior. The moment his gaze fell upon 2B's enchanting visage, vivid memories flooded his mind, recalling the harrowing experience of nearly being vanquished by her formidable prowess. The mere sight of her now evoked a psychological scar within him. Particularly alarming was the moment 2B pointed at him, declaring, "You're the one," which sent waves of trepidation coursing through his being. Hey, why have you suddenly chosen me? I haven't wronged you today, nor have I engaged in a confrontation." Tony Stark instinctively began to retreat while wearing an expression of innocent bewilderment, desperately attempting to dissuade her from assaulting him. However, 2B paid no heed to his pleas. With a swift stride, she lunged forward and delivered a kick that, while seemingly ordinary, carried an astonishingly destructive force. In an instant, he was propelled like a mere plaything, skidding across the ground for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt, utterly disheveled. Yet, This was a far more favorable fate than being struck by Hulk's fists. At worst, he was merely disheveled. He realized that had he not evaded Hulk's earlier attack, he might well have met his demise. In light of this, one could argue that 2B had indeed saved his life. Nevertheless, her unyielding and unreasonable demeanor left him perplexed. He had done nothing to provoke her, yet she had unleashed her wrath upon him. After sending Tony Stark sprawling, 2B's attention shifted to Gwen, who, in her eyes, represented a formidable rival. This perception stemmed not only from Gwen's considerable prowess, but also from her association with 2B's creator, who clearly harbored feelings for her. Consequently, 2B regarded Gwen as her primary adversary. However, at that moment, Gwen was preoccupied with aiding the injured nearby, oblivious to 2B's presence. Observing this, 2B let out an exasperated scoff and murmured, "Truly, a commendable neighbor of New York City, so eager to help. Very well, I shall spare you this time and seek out other prey." With that, her gaze wandered elsewhere. It must be noted that the combatants were exceptionally skilled. Despite being repeatedly hurled through the air by the abomination, one warrior declared, "I could engage you here all day." Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when 2B appeared behind him in a flash, executing a spinning kick that sent him flying over 10 meters, crashing into a nearby building. "Who said you could waste an entire day? If you want to stall, I shall strike anyone." The sight of 2B sending Captain America hurtling through the air left the onlookers agape, their expressions awash with shock and disbelief. This woman was undeniably ferocious. It was an indiscriminate assault, striking anyone in her path, disregarding the expressions of those around her. 2B nonchalantly directed her gaze toward the abomination after sending Captain America flying with a single kick. She murmured to herself, "A yellow monster? It can be slain." Instantly, her figure vanished from sight, and when she reappeared, she stood before the abomination. Startled by her ghostly sudden appearance, the abomination widened his eyes, taken aback by her terrifying speed. However, his usual prideful and combative nature did not yield to fear. Instead, he became increasingly exhilarated. "You think you can kill me, woman? What a ludicrous jest. The one destined to perish is you." He scoffed, clenching his fists and launching a powerful punch toward 2B's head. The abruptness of her appearance rendered his strike hasty, relying on the element of surprise, which limited the full force he could muster. Nevertheless, the punch still carried a weight of at least 10 tons. Such a blow would undoubtedly incapacitate an ordinary person instantly. Yet, the adversary he faced was far from ordinary. She was the formidable combat android, 2B, enhanced with both vibranium and adamantium. Following her battle with Gwen, 2B had come to realize that her previous power limit of 18 tons was woefully insufficient. Consequently, the energy release capabilities of her arc reactor had been further amplified, enabling her to unleash a maximum of 30 tons of force. This level of power was comparable to the Hulk in his normal state. Thus, the mere 10 tons of force from the abomination was insignificant in her eyes. As his ferocious punch descended, 2B made no attempt to evade. Instead, she effortlessly raised her right hand and, with a seemingly mundane motion, grasped the abomination's fist, easily neutralizing his attack. The abomination's face turned pale with disbelief as he realized that his mighty blow had been caught by this silver-haired woman. "So weak," 2B remarked, casting a disdainful glance at him. As her words lingered in the air, she yanked the abomination's fist toward her, causing him to stumble forward. In that instant, she delivered a powerful knee strike to his abdomen, the force of which transformed him into a contorted figure, gasping for breath as he collapsed to the ground. Unable to rise. "This is impossible," the abomination murmured in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and incredulity. The size disparity between him and this woman was akin to that of an adult and a child. He had previously dismissed her as insignificant, believing that vanquishing 2B would be a trivial matter. Yet, the scene unfolding before him had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he failed to easily dispatch 2B, but he found himself in a perilous predicament instead. Upon encountering the woman before him, he felt as though his very soul would be expelled in terror. It was utterly incomprehensible, yet 2B paid no heed to the expression of loathing. With a swift knee strike, she brought him to his knees, then raised her hand and made a gripping motion. Instantly, the Edmund alloy spear, suspended behind her, soared into her grasp. It is time to bid farewell to this world. Chapter 70. 1 against 2. The terrifying silver-haired woman. 2B regarded the figure kneeling before her with cold indifference. In her eyes, he was already a mere corpse. As her words resonated, the spear in her hand descended toward the loathsome creature's neck. However, this wretched being was not to be trifled with. He was capable of contending with monstrosities of Hulk-esque caliber and would not willingly embrace death. In the moment 2B raised the spear, he propelled himself forward with explosive force, hurtling towards her like a cannonball. Observing this, 2B furrowed her brow and activated her anti-gravity device. In an instant, she floated like a feather, her toes barely touching the ground, and soared into the air, effortlessly evading his brutish charge. Simultaneously, she flicked her wrist, sending the spear hurtling forth with the speed of lightning, aimed directly at the loathsome creature's head. As the spear was launched, he was engulfed by a long-forgotten sense of life-or-death urgency. He recalled the last time such a terrifying sensation had gripped him, during his initial encounter with Hulk. Back then, he was merely an ordinary human soldier, while Hulk was a fearsome monster. Thus, it was entirely understandable to feel such dread in the presence of such a being. He felt no shame or humiliation. Rather, he was captivated by Hulk's overwhelming strength. This fascination was precisely what had transformed him into his current form. For he had injected himself with the Hulk serum replicated by Mr. Blue. Returning to the matter at hand, the life-threatening feeling he experienced before Hulk stemmed from the vast disparity in their powers. Yet now, he believed himself to be an equal to Hulk, at least in his own mind. Despite this, the resurgence of that terrifying sensation was alarming. It indicated that the woman before him possessed superior strength, and that her peculiar spear could indeed bring about his demise. Realizing this, fear gripped him even more, prompting an instinctual attempt to evade. His speed was commendable, yet it was insufficient to completely escape the horrific strike. The sleek, entirely black spear transformed into a streak of light, and, with a swiftness that defied comprehension, pierced through his shoulder, pinning him forcefully to the ground. Witnessing such a staggering spectacle, the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. They had just bombarded the loathsome creature with tanks, yet those shells had proven as ineffective as paper, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Yet now, the opponent has been pierced by an unremarkable black long knife, an occurrence so fantastical it defies belief. Were it not witnessed with their own eyes, they would never accept such a reality, even under duress. That accursed woman, I shall slay you. Ever since he transformed into Abomination, he has never endured such a degree of injury before. Not even during the battle with Hulk did he bleed so profusely. Now, he finds himself tormented by a mere woman. What a disgrace, a flagrant humiliation. How could the ever-proud and combative Blonsky accept such an outcome? A tempest of fury surged through his mind, driving him into a frenzy. I will kill you. I will kill you. As Abomination emitted a hysterical roar, he seized the hilt of the knife and forcefully extracted it from his body. Observing the frenzied Abomination, 2B regarded him with an impassive expression, as though watching a jester perform. Just as Abomination was about to fully withdraw the knife, 2B reached out once more, and with a swift motion, she hurled it again. Astonishingly, it pierced through his other shoulder, once more pinning him to the ground. You? Abomination. The onlookers, regardless of their affiliation with Abomination or not, were utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Just a moment ago, Abomination was howling in fury, vowing to kill 2B like a rabid dog, instilling terror in all. Yet in the blink of an eye, 2B had struck him again, a resounding slap to his pride. Abomination found himself at a loss for words to express the chaotic turmoil within him. At this very moment, Hulk, who had just been slammed into the ground by 2B, was roaring as he bounded towards them. Hulk, a humanoid grasshopper, possessed an extraordinary leaping ability that defied the laws of physics. A mere leap of several hundred meters was as effortless as breathing, and with a slight exertion, he could soar over 1,000 meters. In certain parallel universes, Hulk even utilized his jumping prowess for interstellar travel, a notion so outrageous it bordered on the absurd. Though the Hulk before her was not quite so exaggerated, the distance from where he had just been smashed into the earth to standing before 2B was traversed in an instant. Witnessing Hulk's swift recovery, 2B felt a flicker of surprise, yet her resolve to fight only intensified. For Loren had explicitly warned her that this version of Hulk was the one she needed to be most wary of, as his combat prowess escalated with his rage. Thus, she needed to defeat him swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. In that fleeting moment, Hulk had already arrived before her, with fists as large as cooking pots. He charged towards her with unstoppable force. In response, she did not shy away, but rather clenched her own fist and retaliated with equal ferocity. Instantly, their fists collided like two cannonballs, crashing together with a thunderous roar. Boom! In an instant, a tumultuous wave of impact surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous cacophony, sweeping in all directions. The terrifying shockwave shattered the glass windows on either side of the street into countless fragments in the blink of an eye. Nearby, ordinary civilians who had sought refuge were rendered unconscious by the force of this overwhelming wave. Such formidable power naturally elicited an equal and opposite reaction. Consequently, both 2B and Hulk were thrust backward several meters. However, due to her ability to fly, 2B ascended into the sky, tumbling gracefully before regaining her composure with ease. Hulk, on the other hand, was less fortunate. His body, having just leaped, slammed back down to the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater upon impact. This spectacle left onlookers, particularly those from SHLD and the military, utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that the silver-haired woman could stand her ground against such monstrous beings as Abomination and Hulk, maintaining her composure throughout the encounter. An utterly bewildering notion. Chapter 71. How long can you endure? It is worth noting that prior to this, these individuals had frequently engaged with Hulk, especially General Ross, who had devoted his life to capturing him. No one understood the terrifying might of Hulk better than he, for a single punch could leave fissures in the ground. In their attempts to subdue Hulk, even the slightest brush with him could prove fatal. Yet now, a woman whose stature appeared childlike compared to Hulk and Abomination possessed strength that matched their own. How could they not be astonished? This was far beyond mere amazement. It was an outright defiance of reason. Not only the spectators were taken aback, but even Hulk himself was equally astonished. The man, typically invincible in strength, found himself unexpectedly hurled backward by a single punch from a woman. It was perplexing, and the more he struggled to comprehend it, the angrier he became. This fury only amplified his strength, inciting him to fight back with greater fervor. Indeed, after creating a deep pit in the ground, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, with a vigorous leap, he swiftly regained his footing and charged at 2B once more, swinging his fist towards her. In response, 2B did not falter. She clenched her fist and struck back at Hulk. In that moment, their fists collided once again. This time, 2B distinctly sensed that Hulk's strength had intensified slightly. This revelation startled her. Her creator had indeed spoken the truth. The towering green behemoth grew stronger with his anger. No wonder her boss held such keen interest in him. His abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. If this were to reach their superior, it would undoubtedly fortify their boss's position in this world. With a forceful strike, both individuals staggered backward a few paces. Yet almost simultaneously, they charged at each other once more, unleashing a flurry of punches. 1, 2, 3. Like a torrential downpour, their fists raining relentlessly upon one another, each blow landing with unyielding force. Any other person would have surely succumbed to such an onslaught. However, 2B and Hulk remained steadfast, akin to statues, braving the tempest of each other's might. Only when they were both propelled apart by the tremendous recoil did this frenzied exchange come to a halt. 2B, lacking a pain receptor system, felt no harm from the strike she endured. The sole concern was that Hulk's strength was escalating, rendering her increasingly unable to withstand his onslaught. Her body, uncontrollably propelled backward by his force, indicated that she was beginning to falter. In contrast, Hulk, though howling from the impact of 2B's fists, sustained no life-threatening injuries. Instead, the intense pain only fueled his rage, and with each surge of anger, his strength grew more formidable, his potential for devastation becoming ever more terrifying. In terms of combat endurance, few in this world could rival Hulk. Even Captain America, capable of enduring a full day of battle, would soon tire, while Hulk could potentially withstand a month of such exertion without faltering. Hulk's persona resembled that of a simple-minded child, repeating the same phrases and relentlessly engaging in combat. While his ferocity was undeniable, his techniques were decidedly simple, relying heavily on brute strength to overcome any opposition. This fighting style proved effective against weaker opponents. But when faced with someone of equal might, the situation became far more complex. Yet, 2B would not grant him that opportunity. Recognizing the gradual amplification of Hulk's power, she resolved not to squander any more time in combat. Having completed her desired assessment of combat capabilities, she concluded that her strength could easily rival Hulk's in his normal state, and she possessed a measure of resistance even against his enraged form. As for Abomination, he was not even in the same league. His maximum strength fluctuated between 26 to 28 tons, far inferior to Hulk's. Even the slightest increase in strength could tip the scales, particularly as they were both strength-oriented warriors, making the value of their power even more significant. Having arrived at her desired conclusion, she deemed it unnecessary to continue wasting time. With a decisive thought, she raised her hand and beckoned. causing the super neurotoxin she had placed in a small box to soar into her grasp. Meanwhile, she raised her hand and pointed towards a nearby foe, who was still drawing his weapon. Upon noticing 2B suddenly directing her finger at him, the foe instinctively raised his hand in a defensive gesture, his face a portrait of terror. Observing this, 2B curled her lips in disdain, remarking, "Prepare your neck for me. Once I have dealt with Hulk, I shall come for your life." With that, she conjured a mysterious energy that erupted into a formidable force. Having made her preparations, 2B's gaze shifted calmly towards Hulk. "How long do you think you can endure? 5 seconds? Or perhaps 10? As she spoke, she launched another assault on Hulk. However, this time, she was not unarmed. She wielded a blade crafted from adamantium, striking with her utmost form. As her words fell, her toes lightly touched the ground, creating a small crater. In an instant, 2B vanished from sight, appearing right before Hulk in the blink of an eye. Her speed had reached a level imperceptible to the naked eye, and high speed. Close-quarters combat was her forte. In that fleeting moment, her blade became a black blur, slicing through Hulk's chest. Almost immediately, a spray of green blood erupted forth. Before Hulk could even comprehend the situation, 2B thrust a pre-prepared neurotoxin into the wound. As she moved, she softly counted down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom! By the time she reached the 5th second, Hulk's towering form collapsed to the ground like a dilapidated building, showing no signs of warning. Merely 5 seconds. Nothing more. Chapter 72. Do you wish to die too? Witnessing Hulk suddenly fall and revert from his green giant form, all present were rendered speechless. Their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. They had no understanding of what had transpired. They merely saw 2B strike Hulk with lightning speed. Although they were astonished at how her blade could pierce Hulk's formidable body, even a mere cut should not have incapacitated someone of Hulk's extraordinary physical constitution so abruptly. The bewildering scene was as shocking as if the Dragon Kingdom's football team had unexpectedly won the World Cup. This must be a deception. It simply could not be real. Such speculation flooded the minds of the spectators, as they could fathom no other explanation. How could a hulking brute, capable of withstanding artillery fire, be felled by a mere woman wielding a blade? It was unfathomable unless that blade possessed some arcane quality, perhaps causing an immediate loss of strength upon contact, rendering men weak. Otherwise, why would she have bizarrely counted down? Her words, 5 seconds is nothing, sounded like a mocking jibe at men who falter too soon. Suddenly, the onlookers widened their eyes, contemplating a peculiar notion as they gazed at the colossal figure of the Hulk sprawled on the ground. Could this enormous green-skinned behemoth be merely a handsome, yet ineffective instant shot? What a revelation indeed. Unbeknownst to the curious crowd, the enigmatic 2B remained indifferent to their opinions. Her ability to incapacitate the Hulk within a mere 5 seconds did not solely stem from her own prowess. Although wielding an adamantium blade might have also led to Hulk's defeat, perhaps even his demise, such a process would lack the swiftness and ease afforded by the super neurotoxin gifted to her by Loren. This potent neurotoxin required but a microgram to incapacitate an adult. The Hulk's physical constitution was undeniably formidable, bordering on the extraordinary. Nevertheless, it was implausible for even him to withstand the onslaught of the toxin. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Hulk found himself marooned on Sakaar, forced to serve as a gladiator under the Grandmaster, who had employed a similar neurotoxin to dominate his fighters. Under the influence of such a formidable toxin, not only the Hulk but even the mighty Thor, known as the God of Thunder, would succumb. The toxin acts directly on the brain's nerves, producing effects with remarkable rapidity. Even a being as powerful as the Hulk could not endure for more than a few seconds. Of course, this was partly due to the excessive dosage administered by 2B. 1 microgram would be unbearable for an ordinary individual, yet she had injected an entire syringe, akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Such a quantity could easily incapacitate thousands, yet it was solely directed at the Hulk, an act that could only be described as outrageous. Fortunately, the Hulk's incredible physique prevented the situation from escalating beyond mere incapacitation and a forced reversion from his green giant form. Returning to the matter at hand, after effortlessly neutralizing the Hulk, 2B redirected her attention towards the abomination. The once arrogant creature now exuded a palpable sense of fear, thoroughly intimidated by 2B's overwhelming presence. As she charged towards him, he did not hesitate to turn and flee, reminiscent of a mouse escaping from a cat. The crowd was once again astonished by the abomination's cowardice, particularly General Ross, whose expression was one of sheer disbelief. No one knew Blonsky better than he. The soldier was notorious for his ferocity and combativeness. Even in his more human days, he had dared to challenge the Hulk, and later, in his quest for strength. He transformed into his current monstrous form. Now, possessing the power to rival the Hulk, he was at his zenith. Yet, to see him flee in terror from a woman was utterly inconceivable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. While astonishment gripped him, an overwhelming curiosity ignited within him at the sudden appearance of 2B, an entity even more formidable than the Hulk, of whom he had never before laid eyes. Had he been aware of this woman earlier and managed to exert control over her, he might have subdued the Hulk long ago. Thus, perhaps today's events would have unfolded differently. The mere thought of his daughter sent a pang of anguish through his heart, and a tempest of hatred began to churn within him. No longer did he wish to capture the Hulk. His resolve had shifted. He yearned to slay him. He desired the Hulk's demise. Yet, before he could approach Bruce, Nick Fury struck him down from behind with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. With the Hulk now captured, his mission was deemed a resounding success, and it was time for others to take the reins. Upon hearing Nick Fury's command, Natasha and Coulson sprang into action. Meanwhile, Nick Fury issued directives to Captain America and Tony Stark via their communicators. Tony, Steve, see if you can thwart that woman's actions. The yellow creature possesses combat prowess rivaling that of the Hulk. If we can recruit her, it would serve as a formidable asset for our Avengers. What? You want me to stop that woman? Are you jesting? My armor is no match for her. I must wait for my anti-silver-haired female suit to be ready. You should send Captain America instead. He can keep her occupied all day. Tony Stark immediately dismissed the idea of confronting 2B, as the terror he had once experienced at her hands surged back, extinguishing any desire to approach her. Hearing Tony's remark about being the American ass, Steve shot him an annoyed glance. It's occupy all day, not mess with all day. Your dark humor is truly grating. I don't wish to hear it a third time. Otherwise, I might just dismantle your tin can and revert you to an ordinary human. Steve retorted bluntly. Despite their banter, upon receiving Nick Fury's orders, both men instinctively shifted their focus to 2B. Captain America was the first to act. He swiftly picked up a manhole cover from the ground and hurled it toward her with great force. At that moment, 2B had just caught up with Abomination, piercing his legs with her blade, causing him to collapse in disarray. She was poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet the manhole cover thrown by Captain America hurtled toward her with alarming speed. Sensing the commotion behind her, 2B turned and effortlessly cleaved the flying cover in two with a swift motion of her hand. Her brow furrowed slightly as her gaze settled on Captain America. Do you wish to perish as well? Chapter 73. This is my prey. At 2B's words, Captain America's heart skipped a beat, and he scratched his head awkwardly. If I claim I mean no harm, and merely wish for you to cease your actions and spare lives, would you believe me? What do you think? 2B cast a cold glance at Captain America, then lifted her foot to kick a half-broken manhole cover towards him. Instantly, the cover transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Captain America with tremendous force. The velocity was so great that it produced a deafening crack as it tore through the air. Faced with the fierce projectile, Captain America instinctively raised his right hand, intending to catch it with a stoic demeanor. However, to his astonishment, the moment his palm made contact with the cover, an unimaginable force swept over him. Caught completely off guard, he was sent flying backward by the impact of the manhole cover. He skidded along the ground for several dozen meters before crashing heavily into a pile of rubble, where he finally came to a halt. Instead of exhibiting the cool composure he hoped to display, he appeared utterly disheveled. The force of the manhole cover not only propelled him away, but also caused his right hand to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, he was buried amidst the debris, unseen by anyone. Otherwise, his reputation as a captain would have been severely tarnished. Unbeknownst to him, 2B had not exerted her full strength in that kick. Had she truly unleashed her full power, the outcome would have been far graver, potentially leaving him incapacitated, much like Captain Carter from an alternate universe. However, that was not her intention, as her superior had explicitly instructed her prior to her departure. Aside from those deemed abominable, no one else was to be harmed, for their continued existence played a crucial role in the timeline ahead, which was of great importance to her creator. Though she was unaware of what the future timeline entailed or how it was deemed useful, she was bound to execute her creator's orders unconditionally, regardless of their apparent irrationality. Just after 2B sent Captain America flying, Tony Stark was maneuvering his Iron Man suit towards her. Observing this, 2B cast a brief glance in his direction before contacting the artificial intelligence, Alice, through her neural interface. Alice, I've encountered that bothersome individual again. Please disable his Iron Man suit. Received. Initiating intrusion now. As Alice commenced her cyber intrusion, Jarvis immediately detected the breach. Warning, warning, an unidentified program is infiltrating. Defensive systems activating. Jarvis, is it the same individual as before? Tony Stark's expression darkened upon hearing Jarvis's report of the intrusion. Indeed, it is the same one that infiltrated our AI previously. Humph, I shall not stumble in the same place twice. I have fortified the defensive systems to an impeccable degree. I refuse to believe they can outmaneuver me again. Is that so? Yet, I've already gained access. Just as Tony Stark was still boasting. Alice's voice resonated within his helmet. Mr. Stark, it has achieved a 5-second functionality. Well, there's been a slight improvement compared to the last time. The defensive protocols have been reinforced adequately, yet there remains room for further enhancement. We shall strive for a breakthrough of 10 seconds next time. Now, Mr. Stark, I will assume complete control of the iron armor. In 3 seconds, I will deactivate your power system, allowing you to descend freely. Do you have anything to say? Alice's voice, tinged with mockery, echoed within Tony Stark's helmet, leaving his face feeling as if it had been struck repeatedly. Listening to Alice's words, Tony Stark felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. The critical point was that the intrusion had succeeded. Previously, his artificial intelligence, Jarvis, had been shut down in an instant. Consequently, he had taken precautions in subsequent armors, specifically creating a manual reboot mechanism. Yet now, instead of shutting him down, they had directly commandeered Jarvis and seized control of the iron armor. This was utterly maddening. Hey, Jarvis, what's the situation? Counterattack quickly. Mr. Stark, I fear I am powerless. They have completely decrypted your encryption algorithms, rendering me unable to retaliate. Warning, warning, the artificial intelligence Jarvis is entering sleep mode, and the propulsion system is shutting down. Haha, how amusing. Hey, Miss Alice, please refrain. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to fly for fun. Realizing he was no match for Alice, Tony quickly began to feign weakness, hoping to buy some time to devise a strategy. However, Alice immediately saw through his ruse. Apologies, but the power system is already shut down. Farewell. Disregarding Tony Stark's pretense, Alice promptly deactivated the iron armor's power system. Instantly, Tony plummeted from hundreds of meters above, crashing to the ground with a scream, raising a cloud of dust. Loren, you rascal, this is not over. Lying on the ground, Tony Stark wore an expression of utter despair, subsequently letting out a furious roar to express his profound dissatisfaction. Just then, Alice's voice rang out once more. How dare you show disrespect to my boss? You are courting death. Activate the headless chicken mode immediately. Wait. As soon as Alice's words fell, the iron armor's thrusters reignited, propelling Tony Stark like a headless chicken, careening wildly into nearby buildings. In no time, he was left dazed and without any semblance of anger. On the other side, the abomination, still attempting to resist and retaliate, was swiftly denied any opportunity by the relentless assault. In one decisive move, his head was severed from his body. Thus, the abomination met his demise. This entire spectacle was witnessed by Gwen, who had been reflecting deeply since the incident with Ironmonger. Her previous surfeit of sympathy had led to Ironmonger's unexpected counterattack, ultimately resulting in Peter losing an arm. She has long been ensnared in a web of guilt, to the extent that she now regards many things with indifference. Her vow against killing is a personal creed, not one dictated by others. Thus, as long as she adheres to it, she feels no need to intervene further with 2B. Noticing that Gwen had not come to cause trouble, 2B cast a surprised glance at her and murmured, "Not bad. You've made some progress." Just as she had vanquished her adversary with disdain, Natasha and her companions, who had intended to capture Bruce Banner, suddenly collapsed to the ground as if struck by an electric shock the moment they approached him. This unexpected scene startled Nick Fury, who stood nearby, his face instantly betraying a grave concern. Observing this, 2B let out a derisive laugh. "The Hulk is the prey of my boss. It won't be as simple as you think to snag him from us." Chapter 74. The perfect Hulk serum has arrived. As she spoke, 2B calmly approached Bruce Banner. Natasha and her team had suddenly fallen incapacitated due to the inhalation of a potent neurotoxin. Although the toxin had been injected into the Hulk's wound, it remained unhealed, allowing a portion of the toxin to evaporate into the air, which Natasha and her group inadvertently inhaled as they drew near. A mere microgram of this toxin is sufficient to plunge an adult into a state of paralysis, rendering Natasha and her companions utterly defenseless and incapacitated. However, 2B, being a combat-type robot, possesses no human nervous system, thus rendering the toxic gas ineffective against her. At that moment, Nick Fury spoke up loudly. "Hey, silver-haired lady, he is already your defeated foe. Why do you still wish to take him away?" Could you grant us the favor of leaving him for our use? He could be of great service. Ah, your so-called great use implies you wish to employ him against my boss? 2B replied with mockery. You misunderstand. That was not my intention. I merely seek to harness his power to protect the peace of our world. Despite 2B's insight into his intentions, Nick Fury maintained an unflappable demeanor, his expression revealing nothing amiss. Indeed, his mental fortitude was formidable. Nonetheless, no semblance of calmness could escape 2B's discerning gaze. Naturally, she was not surprised, for her creator had long ago informed her that Nick Fury was a man of great ambition, often oblivious to the consequences of his actions. If not for the influence he held over the so-called timeline, her boss would have eliminated him long ago. Yet, while she refrained from killing him for now, she found no harm in teaching him a lesson each time they met. You overestimate yourself, Black Egg. The peace of the world is not yours to safeguard. As for this green behemoth, my boss has expressed little interest. However, he takes great delight in watching you squirm, unable to dispose of him. If you truly desire to acquire this formidable green giant, you must approach my esteemed boss with genuine intention. The silver-haired lady, what do you mean by sincere intent? As far as I am aware, Master Loren lacks neither wealth nor women. What could our S.H.I.E.L.D. possibly possess that he would covet? Nick Fury inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of anger. The Hulk has long been the powerful ally he yearns for, and he hoped to leverage that strength against Loren. Thus, upon witnessing 2B's intention to take the Hulk away, his reluctance was palpable. It is quite simple, for instance, a ton of vibranium, or perhaps something equally extraordinary. Let your imagination run wild. 2B replied with an air of nonchalance, as if a ton of vibranium were merely an everyday commodity. Yet, to Nick Fury's ears, this was akin to a thunderclap, leaving him utterly astounded. What? A ton of vibranium? Good grief, why not just seize it? Am I not in the process of doing so? 2B shrugged, her expression mischievous. You lunatics, you are nothing but a group of madmen, dreaming of me procuring a ton of vibranium for you. Nick Fury, exasperated, felt an overwhelming urge to storm into Morgan Manor and confront Loren with fury. However, before he could act, 2B's demeanor suddenly darkened. You, insolent fool, have become rather ungrateful. In that case, prepare for takeoff. 2B uttered coldly, then flicked her hand. Instantly, a button, extracted from Bruce's trousers, shot towards Nick Fury like a bullet. The tremendous force pierced through Nick Fury's shoulder, propelling him several meters away. A pained grunt escaped his lips, and with a tilt of his head, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing the chaos around her, with foes incapacitated, injured, or unconscious, a satisfied smile graced 2B's visage. Today had been exhilarating, a true indulgence. What a delightful day it was. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her gaze shifted to Gwen nearby. She waved at her, a hint of admiration in her eyes. With that, 2B leapt away, carrying the slumbering Bruce Banner, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving Gwen in a state of bewilderment. Does one truly have to plead for a lollipop? Is this woman's life so miserable? Loren is utterly heartless, treating a young girl so cruelly. Gwen could not comprehend the meaning behind 2B's mention of lollipops, entirely oblivious to her words. Initially harboring a modicum of hostility towards 2B, she found herself feeling sympathy instead. Little did she know that 2B's notion of a lollipop was not an ordinary one, but rather a delectable cream-filled confection. Had she understood the deeper significance, her reaction might have been entirely different. Just as 2B flawlessly concluded her mission, Loren, far away within Morgan Manor, was suddenly alerted by a system notification. Congratulations to the host for participating in the Hulk vs. Abomination event, successfully defeating Abomination and capturing Hulk. Reward: a perfect version of the Hulk serum formula and 20 points. Host: Loren Morgan. World: Marvel Universe. Dimension: NieR Automata. Technology: universal combat robots, anti-gravity drones, and more. System points: 80. It appears that the battle on 2B's side has concluded. A perfect version of the Hulk serum. What a splendid reward. As the system notification echoed in his mind, an expression of elation spread across Loren's face. His decision to send 2B to intervene was driven by a suspicion that this incident might yield the Hulk serum as a reward. The potency of the Hulk serum far surpasses that of the Super Soldier serum. Otherwise, General Ross would not relentlessly pursue Hulk even with the Super Soldier serum at his disposal. To his astonishment, the system granted him not merely the Hulk serum, but an optimized version at that. Drawing from his earlier experience with the perfect Super Soldier serum, he understood that this perfect Hulk serum would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Chapter 75, Nanobots, The Birth of Sister A2. With this thought in mind, he immediately delved into the system, carefully examining the description of the perfect Hulk serum formula. The perfect Hulk serum is a super enhancement agent derived from an optimized version of the Hulk serum. Its stability and enhancement effects surpass those of the original Hulk serum, granting the injector 153 times Hulk strength. The most significant advantage is that the injector does not transform into a terrifying monster, while still possessing the ability to grow stronger with increasing anger. To possess strength greater than that of the normal Hulk, without transforming into a fearsome beast, while still harnessing the capacity to become more powerful with rage. What a divine concoction this is. It must be crafted without delay. As he absorbed the system's description, Loren's excitement intensified, and he yearned to commence the development of the perfect Hulk serum immediately. However, it was evident that he could not do so at present, as his energy and time were required for the creation of universal combat nanobots and nanotechnology armor. Thus, the development of the perfect Hulk serum would have to wait until the completion of the nanotech armor. Nevertheless, this wait would not be lengthy with his current progress. He estimated that he could finish crafting the nanobots and armor in about a month. Moreover, his army of robots was in full production, ensuring that in a month's time, his overall power would experience a meteoric rise. At that point, building upon this foundation to create the perfect Hulk serum would indeed be a double blessing. With this in mind, he found himself increasingly eager and subsequently redirected all his focus to the crafting of the nanobots. Time flew by, and before he knew it, more than a month had passed. Throughout this time, New York remained tumultuous, rife with numerous events. Every day, the front page of the New York Times reports a myriad of criminal incidents and peculiar happenings concerning superhumans. Over the past month, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin have clashed on several occasions, yet each encounter culminates with the Green Goblin eluding capture. The malevolent actions of the Green Goblin have tragically cost the lives of numerous innocent civilians, while Spider-Man's repeated efforts have failed to bring him to justice. This has given rise to skepticism and ridicule regarding Spider-Man's abilities, with the Daily Bugle being notorious for stirring public opinion. On March 10th, Spider-Man faced the Green Goblin for the 5th time this month. The outcome was predictably grim, as the Green Goblin, after ruthlessly taking the lives of several innocent bystanders, brazenly escaped from Spider-Man's grasp. On March 12th, Spider-Man made another attempt to apprehend the Green Goblin, but was once again unsuccessful, suffering injuries that revealed her identity as a woman, resulting in Spider-Man adopting the name Spider-Girl. On March 15th, the Green Goblin launched yet another assault on Oscorp Tower, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of 3 researchers. Spider-Girl, perhaps affected by her menstrual cycle, arrived late and missed the confrontation. On March 19th, she donned a new suit adorned in black, white, and pink, ready for a fresh start, proudly showcasing her figure, which elicited awe from onlookers. On March 20th, our newspaper produced several provocative photo collections of Spider-Girl, urging readers to act swiftly to procure them. That evening, breaking news erupted as the audacious Spider-Girl vandalized our newspaper's office, setting the provocative photo collections ablaze. Our publisher, Mr. John Jameson, expressed his vehement condemnation and hopes that the police will soon bring Spider-Girl to justice. In the secret laboratory of Morgan Manor, Loren, who had been in seclusion for over a month, lounged on a sofa while enjoying the long-awaited kneeling service from Tifa and 2B. With an expression of amusement, he squinted at the recent reports from the Daily Bugle, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. Have I only been in seclusion for a month, and the world has descended into chaos? Spider-Girl? One unseemly name, Loren remarked, both amused and perplexed, as he recalled the reputation of the Daily Bugle. In his past life, John Jameson, a minor character, had garnered as much attention as Peter Parker, especially with his infectious laughter that became a viral meme online. What surprised him was that in this world, John was equally eccentric and had also found himself at odds with Spider-Man. Boss, should we intervene? Miss Gwen is, after all, a young lady and your ambiguous classmate. Being slandered by such unscrupulous media is detrimental to her reputation and reflects poorly on you, Tifa implored, kneeling before Loren, her large, glistening eyes filled with concern. In her view, it was only a matter of time before Gwen would join their ranks and become one of their sisters. Thus, she genuinely regarded Gwen as one of her own, and seeing her kin being so grievously mistreated by outsiders, she could hardly stand idly by. In contrast to Tifa's heartfelt concern, 2B remained rather indifferent. Her sole focus was on serving her creator, having not laid eyes on Loren for over a month. Consequently, she immersed herself in her work, her relentless activity causing Loren's expression to grow increasingly troubled. By the way, make sure to send a message to old John, advising him to tread carefully, otherwise his funding may be cut off. Unlike 2B, who merely needed to render judgments, Tifa, as the estate's head housekeeper, had a multitude of matters to consider. To make sound decisions, she needed to contemplate these issues more comprehensively, thereby necessitating greater consultation with Loren to ensure everything met his approval. Upon hearing this, Loren pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The Green Goblin's true identity is Harry's father, and my relationship with Harry is quite amicable. It would be unreasonable for me to take action against his father. Moreover, the Green Goblin has yet to encroach upon our interests. As long as he keeps his hands to himself, we shall observe for now. After all, we are not S.H.I.E.L.D., and I'm certainly not Nick Fury, who feels the need to control everything. A little chaos in this world may actually be to my advantage. If a real problem arises, we can act then. Besides, the Green Goblin is merely a minor nuisance, unlikely to stir significant turbulence. Loren closed his eyes slightly, a look of enjoyment crossing his face. Understood. Tifa nodded and resumed her collaboration with 2B. Just then, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Alice, suddenly echoed. Boss, the aggregation and separation tests for the nanotechnology-based combat robot have successfully passed. Miss A2 has awakened and is currently in the process of aggregation. Shortly after Alice's announcement, a strange black mist surged from the manufacturing chamber of the laboratory. The mist swiftly coalesced, and in an instant, a strikingly beautiful woman materialized before Loren. Chapter 76. United Sisters, their power is unbreakable. This woman was none other than the third-generation combat robot, A2, crafted through nanotechnology. A2 possessed silver hair like 2B, though while 2B sported a short hairstyle, A2's flowed elegantly to her shoulders. Aside from the length of their hair, their attire was markedly different. 2B donned a Gothic-style long dress paired with black lace stockings, exuding a sensual yet dark allure. In contrast, A2 wore a backless, sleeveless black leather top, her arms adorned with long black gloves, exuding both sensuality and elegance. Her lower attire consisted of outrageously short black leather hot pants, complemented by lacy black stockings that accentuated her long, slender legs, finished with striking black high-heeled combat boots, presenting an image that was both fierce and alluring. Furthermore, A2's appearance exuded a distinct aura that set her apart from 2B. The appearance of A2 is gentle, yet her demeanor towards the outside world is undeniably cold and ruthless. Apart from showcasing her tenderness in the presence of Loren, she embodies the essence of a decisive and formidable warrior. In stark contrast, A2 possesses an exquisite and striking visage, her gaze sharp and her exterior utterly captivating. A small beauty mark graces the lower left corner of her lips, adding a hint of allure to her otherwise icy demeanor. However, those who have encountered A2 know that beneath her stunning facade lies an incredibly gentle heart. Throughout her life within the game, she has devoted herself to others, maintaining a profound care and protection for her companions, even amidst endless battles and sacrifices. In summary, A2 stands on par with Tifa and 2B in terms of both figure and beauty. The three women are equally matched, each possessing a distinct style. Tifa embodies the gentle and caring girl next door, while 2B presents a slightly deranged yet charming neighborly vibe. A2, on the other hand, is a captivating femme fatale, exuding an exterior chill that conceals her warm interior. Despite their differing styles, one thing unites them: an unwavering loyalty and profound love for Loren, etched deeply within their cores. With the arrival of A2, both Loren and the others, including 2B and Tifa, found their gazes irresistibly drawn to her. Instantly, a sense of intense rivalry flickered in 2B's eyes as she acknowledged the beauty of the woman before her. This stunning and alluring figure was none other than the beloved of her boss, and the fact that they were both combat-type robots added a layer of complexity to her feelings. The law of attraction and rivalry among peers heightened 2B's sense of challenge. Noticing the subtle hint of jealousy in 2B's gaze, A2, also a combat-type robot, could hardly be oblivious to it. Yet, instead of exhibiting hostility, she offered a gentle smile. You must be the 2B and Tifa who were created before me. Greetings, I am the combat model Yorha Type A number 2, but you may call me A2 from now on. Henceforth, I shall be your most loyal companion, and a sister with whom you can share everything. I look forward to our journey together. As A2 spoke, she approached 2B and Tifa with a warm smile, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship. At her words, Tifa stood up eagerly, reciprocating the smile as she shook A2's hand, her joy palpable. A2, we have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Our boss mentioned you a month ago, painting you as a celestial being, and we were quite curious. Before meeting you, I was somewhat skeptical, but now I can see that every word of the boss was true. Atu, you are truly beautiful and alluring, Tifa exclaimed, her face glowing with happiness, radiating emotional warmth. Hearing such praise from Tifa, Atu responded with a charming, feminine laugh, covering her mouth as she beamed with delight, embodying the grace and allure of a truly captivating woman. However, the aloof 2B merely hummed softly, muttering, I think it's nothing special. Her figure and visage are not significantly superior to mine. Indeed, dear 2B, you are a celestial beauty. It is quite a rarity in this world to find someone who can rival your allure, let alone surpass it. Tifa, being a management-type robot, instinctively sought to harmonize the interpersonal dynamics surrounding her, which is one of her responsibilities. Upon hearing Tifa's praise, 2B's expression softened slightly. With a resigned smile, she remarked, Oh, Tifa, you are such a flatterer. Can't you let someone pretend to be angry for once? Sister 2B, it's best not to do that, as feigning anger can also harm the bond between sisters. Tifa replied with a smile. I know, you're so annoying, 2B retorted, then slowly rose and extended her hand towards A2. Welcome to our family. From now on, we shall be as close as sisters. Hearing this, A2's smile grew even warmer, and she reached out to clasp 2B's hand. Thank you. I look forward to your guidance. No need to wait. I can guide you right now. As 2B spoke, her gaze shifted to Loren. A2's sudden appearance was entirely unexpected for him. He had anticipated A2's testing process would extend into the evening, planning to wait alone for her emergence. He had not expected the testing to conclude early, nor for A2 to appear before him so suddenly. The situation was quite awkward. He had not even zipped up his trousers. He was accustomed to the joint enforcement of Tifa and 2B, thus he felt at ease. However, A2 was newly born, and although her form was designed by him, they had not previously engaged in any substantial dialogue, resulting in a certain degree of unfamiliarity and awkwardness. As he observed her sudden arrival, a wave of bashfulness washed over him, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Yet before he could do so, A2 approached him with a charming smile. Creator, you need not feel shy. We exist because of you. Recognizing and fulfilling your needs is our honor. My dear sisters, let's embark on our first collaboration today. As A2 spoke, she gradually removed her tank top. Observing this, Tifa and 2B, not to be outdone, followed suit. United in sisterhood, we shall be unstoppable. Hey, Loren. Chapter 77. The powerful yet dim-witted. Although 2B, Tifa, and A2 were all crafted utilizing universal combat-type robot technology, they had undergone numerous upgrades and modifications, transforming them from mere steel constructs. Their bodies now incorporated a variety of bionic materials. Particularly Tifa, as a management-type robot, had lower combat functionality. Thus, she stands as the robot that utilizes biomimetic materials to the greatest extent, embodying the closest semblance to human tactile sensation. Merely through observation and touch, it becomes increasingly arduous to discern authenticity. As a judgment-type robot, 2B is equipped with an Edmund alloy skeleton, while her dermal inner layer is composed of vibranium. Consequently, her tactile sensation is slightly inferior to that of Tifa. However, if one does not pay particular attention, it becomes challenging to perceive the difference. The newly crafted A2 represents an even more advanced iteration. Her entire physique is formed from aggregated nanoparticles, which comprise three essential components: vibranium, primitive Edmund alloy, and biomimetic materials. Among these, vibranium constitutes the entirety of A2's skeletal structure, excluding her palm bones, as well as her dermal inner layer. This design maximizes the kinetic energy absorption capabilities of vibranium, thereby significantly enhancing A2's defensive capabilities. In comparison to 2B, A2 places greater emphasis on defense, rendering her offensive power slightly inferior to that of 2B's Edmund alloy skeleton. Hence, to augment A2's offensive prowess, Loren reinforced other aspects by constructing her palm bones and her cold weapon, the embroidered spring knife, from primitive Edmund alloy. This enables her to rely on the unparalleled hardness and sharpness of the primitive Edmund alloy to vanquish foes during combat. Moreover, the remaining portions of A2's anatomy are entirely composed of nanoscopic biomimetic materials. The application of nanotechnology extends beyond merely crafting a humanoid exterior. It facilitates the effortless aggregation of vital organs, neural pathways, and blood vessels within her body. A2 can even simulate the hormonal secretions of carbon-based life forms, thereby achieving authentic sensations unique to humans. She can even experience the euphoria associated with intimate encounters. It can be said that A2 occupies a unique position between robots and humans. The level of sophistication in this technology rivals the regenerative cradle technology researched by Dr. Zhao Hailuan in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, capable of bestowing life upon mechanical entities. Naturally, the sensations simulated by A2 are under her volition. She can activate them at will or deactivate them as she pleases. Loren, distinguishing this feature, categorized A2 into two modes, combat mode and daily mode. When in his presence, she operates in daily mode, swiftly transitioning to combat mode upon mission commencement. At this moment, A2 is indeed employing her daily mode. Several hours later, Loren sprawls across his bed, grappling with existential doubts. It seems he has been entangled with the versatile combat robot he created. This presents a rather peculiar feeling, yet he finds it difficult to articulate precisely what feels amiss. Nonetheless, one thing is certain. He genuinely feels somewhat exhausted. After all, who else could withstand the relentless assault of 3 robotic girlfriends in a battle but him? Boss, I've detected a decline in your vitality. Allow me to brew you a cup of goji berry tea. Tifa cheerfully remarks as she fastens her bra, swaying her alluring figure toward the kitchen to prepare the tea for Loren. Before long, a cup of tea, 1/3 filled with goji berries, was brought to Loren by Tifa. Boss, wake up and have some tea, she said, her concern evident as she settled beside the bed. Startled by her words, Loren quickly sat up. Wait, your words sound oddly familiar. Do you have a distant relative with the surname Pan? A relative with the surname Pan? Boss, what nonsense are you talking about? I only have my sisters 2B and A2. Tifa replied, puzzled. What's wrong, boss? Are you dissatisfied with our trio and seeking another sister named Pan? Upon hearing Loren's comment, the 3 women exchanged bewildered glances, with 2B even preparing to remove the gothic dress she had just donned. Alarmed, Loren hastily shook his head. 2B, stop. Save your powers. I'm more than satisfied. At this point, I don't want any more sisters. Loren was not exaggerating. He genuinely felt overwhelmed by the presence of the 3 before him. If another were to join, he could hardly fathom the consequences. He might be utterly exhausted. That's more like it. 2B smiled gently and turned her gaze to A2. A2, you haven't undergone your combat capability test yet, have you? Not yet, why? A2 inquired, a hint of curiosity on her face. Perfect. Our base is housing a green-skinned giant. An excellent practice target, 2B explained. While the boss was engrossed in crafting your gear, I often fought that green creature to pass the time. Oh, really? If it's suitable for your practice, it must be quite formidable, A2 remarked. Indeed, its physical strength surpasses mine, but its intellect is rather lacking, somewhat dim-witted, 2B replied. A physically powerful simpleton? Your words pique my curiosity even more. Let us go and see, A2 said eagerly. All right, let us go, 2B affirmed. And the two chatted as they made their way toward the cell of the green giant. Loren, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. If Bruce Banner were to hear them, he would undoubtedly have a unique reaction. Here he was a distinguished Ph.D. in physics, yet after transforming, he was reduced to the status of a simpleton in their eyes. Quite a vexing thought. Mentioning Bruce Banner prompted Loren to rise and change into proper attire. For over a month, he had been focused on creating a twos and his own nano armor, never having visited Bruce. It was time to pay him a visit and procure some serum from him to create the perfected Hulk serum. Of course, he could start from scratch using the formula, but that would consume considerable time, and he was eager to grow stronger. Thus, efficiency was his priority. Before long, he and the 3 women arrived at a large glass window. Through it, they could clearly see a somewhat scholarly-looking man meditating cross-legged within, the very Bruce Banner capable of transforming into the Hulk. If one were to merely observe his exterior, it would be difficult for anyone to fathom that this man, in moments of fury, could transform into the terrifying Hulk. Boss, is this what you refer to as the Green Behemoth? He appears quite ordinary to me, A2 remarked with a hint of perplexity. Indeed, when not engulfed in rage. He is a normal individual. However, once provoked, he metamorphoses into a green giant. Is it true that anger triggers this transformation? What a peculiar ability. I am rather intrigued to witness his change, she continued. It's quite simple. Just provoke him, and while you're at it, procure a vial of his blood for me. It will serve a significant purpose, Loren instructed A2. Upon receiving Loren's command, A2 nodded and, astonishingly, passed through the glass, entering the cell that held the Hulk. Witnessing A2's ability to phase through walls, 2B and Tifa exchanged astonished glances, then turned their attention to Loren. Boss, how is she capable of that? They inquired. This showcases the power of nanotechnology. A2's body comprises countless nanoscopic particles, each housing a CPU and power core, allowing her complete control. She can instantly coalesce or disperse into individual units. This means A2 can manipulate her density at will, enabling the nanites to navigate through molecular gaps, thus penetrating solid matter. However, due to the formidable forces between molecules, achieving such penetration is no trivial feat. It requires considerable energy. Generally, I would advise against A2 doing this. But since we are currently testing her capabilities, it is only prudent to explore every ability. To alter one's density freely and traverse molecular spaces. How extraordinary! Tifa exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Boss, I just heard A2 say she can experience the genuine joys of womanhood. Could that be true? 2B interjected, her expression brimming with anticipation. A sense of foreboding washed over Loren. He wished to shake his head in denial, yet the subtle change in his expression did not escape 2B's notice. Boss, you cannot deceive me. Is it true? Can A2 truly experience the same sensations as a real human woman? With 2B's relentless curiosity, Loren found it difficult to fabricate a response, and he nodded quietly, proceeding to explain. It would not be accurate to say she is a genuine woman. Rather, it is a synthetic simulation of human sensations through artificially synthesized hormones. There remains a distinction from true humanity. How significant is the difference? He anticipated that 2B would temper her enthusiasm upon hearing this clarification. To his surprise, upon learning that the similarity was as high as 90%, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, I want an upgrade. I wish to be like A2 and experience the true joys of womanhood. Not only 2B, but Tifa too gazed at Loren with longing, eager for the same transformation. Although it may not be an absolute sensation, a 90 feeling is already commendable, significantly better than their current state of numbness. Observing Tifa and 2B, both brimming with eagerness for an upgrade, Loren felt compelled not to dampen their spirits and promptly nodded in agreement. No problem. As long as we can upgrade, we are willing to wait as long as necessary. Tifa and 2B were elated, delighted at the prospect of advancing further towards humanity without diminishing their combat abilities. Meanwhile, as they conversed through a glass barrier about the enhancements, A2 approached Bruce Banner. From the moment A2 appeared in the cage, Bruce opened his previously half-closed eyes, fixating on her. Ever since that fateful encounter on Central Street, when he lost consciousness due to the mysterious silver-haired woman, he had been imprisoned here. Initially, he vehemently resisted and seethed with anger, even transforming into the Hulk in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, each time he attempted to break free, a cloud of green gas would materialize within the cage. The moment he inhaled even the slightest bit, his body would succumb to paralysis, akin to being electrocuted, rendering him immobile. Thus, escaping became an elusive dream, and even normal movement eluded him. After several futile attempts, he gradually relinquished the notion of forceful departure. However, from that point on, the silver-haired woman who had previously defeated him began to visit frequently, deliberately provoking him into transforming into the Hulk. Over the course of the past month, he had lost count of how many times she had come to torment him. Initially, he believed her intent was to kill him, but as her visits multiplied, he realized she merely regarded him as a plaything to alleviate her boredom, coming to spar with him and, once satisfied, releasing the green gas to induce his unconsciousness. He had become nothing more than a source of experience for her, which incited a profound hatred within him for that silver-haired woman. At this moment, upon seeing someone enter, he instinctively assumed it was that woman again. However, a closer inspection revealed that this time, the figure before him was another woman entirely, which sparked a look of confusion on his face. The Hulk, is it? I have heard of your strength. Let's engage in a match. Should you win, you may leave this place, but should you lose, you must provide me with a vial of your blood, A2 stated coldly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. In response, Bruce furrowed his brow, visibly displeased as he regarded A2. Why should I trust you? Your kind are all lunatics. I have no interest in playing games with you. Bring your leader to me. I demand to see him. Until you defeat me, you lack the privilege to meet my boss, A2 retorted, raising her hand with a flourish. Instantly, a striking black Su-Chun dagger coalesced rapidly from nanoedmund alloy. Thanks to the formidable capabilities of nanotechnology, A2 could manifest any weapon, and the Su-Chun dagger was merely one of her many options. It was merely due to her boss's fondness for the cold weapons of the Dragon Kingdom that she too developed an affinity for them. Upon encountering A2, she displayed her weapon without hesitation, and Bruce realized that any words from him would be futile. He immediately let out a fierce roar directed at A2, and in an instant, his body began to swell at an astonishing rate. Within moments, he transformed into a towering green giant, standing 3 meters tall. Upon witnessing Bruce's successful metamorphosis into the Hulk, a look of astonishment graced the two's face. Truly, one could see why she regarded him as a formidable training partner. The aura of intimidation he exuded was indeed formidable. Ignoring Atu's remarks, the Hulk lunged ferociously at her, akin to a mindless beast. Yet, Atu remained rooted to the spot, undeterred by his onslaught. Observing this, a sinister grin spread across the Hulk's face, as he envisioned Atu being sent flying by his punch. However, to his surprise, Atu suddenly appeared to be an illusion. His fist passed through her as if she were not there. In a flash, her ornate spring knife gleamed like lightning. Instantly, a deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on his back, causing him to grimace in pain. She deftly flicked the knife, allowing the blood that stained it to drip into a glass vial she had prepared earlier. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, and the task assigned to her by Loren was accomplished. Such swiftness left the 3 observers outside the cage utterly astonished. How impressive! Meanwhile, as A2 and the Hulk continued their battle within the confines of the cage, a one-armed man was stealthily infiltrating a laboratory dozens of kilometers away at Osborn Tower. Chapter 79. The Lizard Monster Approaches. Perhaps my arm can regrow? Yes, with that vial of serum, I can regain my health. Gwen, Harry, and Loren will no longer look at me with pity. I, Peter Parker, do not require anyone's sympathy. In the dimly lit corridor, Peter Parker cautiously advanced toward the laboratory, muttering to himself. His expression was twisted and terrifying, resembling that of a madman, striking a frightening visage. If his 3 friends were present at that moment, they might scarcely recognize him. Although the original Peter was not particularly optimistic, he at least harbored beautiful aspirations for the future. He diligently engaged in academic research each day, striving to escape his current circumstances and ascend to the ranks of the elite. However, since the loss of his right arm, his life had plummeted into despair. Even the simplest tasks, like brushing his teeth or washing his face, had become insurmountable challenges. Writing, conducting research, these were beyond his reach. Of course, if he were willing to practice with his left hand, he could eventually adapt over time. Yet, the process was excruciating and torturous. He had attempted it, but his resolve faltered. Deep within, he harbored an intense unwillingness to accept the grim reality of becoming disabled for the rest of his life. For over a month, he had been consumed by thoughts of how to restore his body to its former vitality. The sole method that came to his mind was to inject himself with the interspecies genetic serum developed by his mentor, Dr. Kurt Connors. This serum, which incorporated the DNA of a lizard, promised a significant probability of granting the injector the remarkable ability to regenerate lost limbs, akin to that of a lizard. With such a gift, he could reclaim his missing right arm. As this notion took root, his gaze grew increasingly fervent and hopeful. He envisioned the moment when his right arm would regrow, bestowing upon him extraordinary powers beyond the ordinary. From that point on, he would be inseparable from Gwen, the Spider-Woman, becoming her most formidable ally. Gwen was Spider-Woman, and perhaps I could become the Lizard Man. Peter Parker murmured to himself, a rare smile gracing his face. It seemed his life was on the brink of a transformative turn. Lost in these thoughts, he approached the laboratory door, poised to use his access card to unlock it. To his astonishment, he found that the door, which typically required both a card and a fingerprint, was ajar, revealing a narrow gap. Through this crevice, he glimpsed a man in a white lab coat tinkering with something inside. The man was none other than Dr. Kurt Connors. Connors' eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at a vial of green serum in his hand. Due to the serum's complex formulation, they had thus far succeeded in creating only this single vial of lizard serum, which was intended for human trials. Witnessing Connors' ecstatic demeanor, an unsettling premonition stirred within Peter. At that moment, Connors proceeded to inject the lizard serum directly into his own severed arm. In an instant, his limb began to regenerate, resembling the regrowth of a lizard's tail. Overcome with excitement, Connors erupted into joyous laughter. I did it. I succeeded. Ha ha ha. In stark contrast to Connors' elation, Peter found himself spiraling into despair. No. Realizing that the only vial of lizard serum had been claimed by Connors, Peter, in a frenzy, burst through the door. Peter, what are you doing here? Connors exclaimed, panic overtaking him as he instinctively concealed his newly formed arm behind his back. The syringe he had just used clattered to the floor, shattering into shards of glass. No, that's mine, Peter cried, dropping to the ground in a desperate attempt to piece together the remnants of the syringe. However, it lay in ruins, and the serum had already been injected into Connors' body. Even if the syringe had remained intact, it would have been of no consequence. Sensing Peter's frenzied obsession with the serum, Connors quickly understood the depths of Peter's intentions. Suddenly, a sense of shared suffering welled up in his heart, compelling him to feel sympathy for his ambitious little assistant. Peter, I'm all too familiar with the experience of physical inadequacy. The inconveniences of life are one thing, but to constantly endure the strange gazes and pity of others, and even to be belittled as worthless, is a torment that no one understands better than I do. Yet you are more fortunate. The lizard serum has been validated through my human trials. It is viable and successful. Thus, once the funding is secured, I could develop more of the lizard serum. At that time, you'll not only regain your arm, but also become wealthy. Our brighter days are ahead. As Kurt Connors helped Peter to his feet, he offered him fervent words of encouragement. Upon hearing Connors' words, Peter indeed regained his composure, hope rekindling in his eyes. Doctor, Connors, is what you say true? Can more lizard serum truly be created? Can I really grow back my arm like you? Peter Parker gazed at Kurt with earnest anticipation, as all his hopes now rested upon him. Of course, just look at my hand. Ah, my hand. How has it transformed into this ghastly form? Kurt Connors displayed his newly grown arm before Peter, intending to inspire him not to lose hope. However, he was utterly unprepared for the shocking transformation that ensued. In an instant, his newly formed arm morphed into a lizard claw covered in green scales, and the transformation did not stop there. His entire body began to undergo a visible metamorphosis, swelling at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a lizard-like creature towering over 2 meters. What the? Peter exclaimed in horror. Chapter 80. Unidentified Flying Object. As he beheld the monstrous transformation of Dr. Kurt Connors, Peter Parker collapsed in shock to the ground. Peter, help me. Please save me. The transformation was certainly not what Kurt had desired. He gazed in terror at his grotesque form, desperately seeking Peter's assistance. Yet, in his fright, Peter crawled backward, too terrified to allow Kurt to approach him. Just then, a patrolling security guard abruptly opened the laboratory door. Who's in there? Ah, a monster. The moment the guard laid eyes on Kurt Connors, he screamed in terror. Without a second thought, he stumbled backward, fleeing while triggering the building's alarm. Seeing this, Kurt was incensed. He leapt forward, covering a distance of several meters, and intercepted the guard. Without hesitation, his sharp lizard claw instinctively slashed at the guard's neck, resulting in a fatal blow. As he realized he had taken a life, Kurt cast a complicated glance at Peter. Afterward, he dashed out of the laboratory in silence, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Observing the already escaped Kurt and the lifeless body of the security guard on the ground, Peter immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. At that moment, he understood that if he did not hasten his departure, the suspicion of murder would inevitably fall upon him. With this thought, he dare not linger, and without uttering a word, he fled the laboratory in a panic. Within Morgan Manor, the battle between A2 and Hulk continued unabated. A swift slash easily inflicted a wound on Hulk's back, yet did not deter his onslaught. Instead, it fueled his rage further. Hulk smash! With a swift turn, Hulk charged once more at A2, while the injury on his back healed at a visibly rapid pace. Though his regenerative ability could not yet rival that of Wolverine, it was nevertheless formidable. In response, A2 exhibited no fear. Rather, her interest intensified. Such immense strength and terrifying regenerative capabilities. No wonder the boss places such importance on you. But I am not to be underestimated. As Hulk's ferocious punch came hurtling toward her, A2 chose not to employ her phasing ability. Instead, she clenched her fist and retaliated with a punch of her own. In an instant, their fists collided with the force of 2 meteors crashing together, creating a momentous spectacle. However, to everyone's astonishment, the impact did not unleash a terrifying shockwave. A2 absorbed Hulk's immense power as if she were a humanoid sponge, rendering his might futile. Akin to a cow sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This scene left not only Hulk, who was engaged in battle, perplexed, but also 2B and Tifa, who were spectating, utterly bewildered. Boss, why does A2 seem to exert little effort, yet effortlessly withstand Hulk's tremendous blows? The 2 women looked at Loren, their expressions filled with confusion. It's quite simple, Loren explained calmly, arms crossed. Aside from her palm bones being forged from pure adamantium, the rest of her skeletal structure is composed of vibranium. Vibranium possesses the unique ability to absorb kinetic energy, much like a sponge absorbs water and retains it. A2's body functions similarly, allowing her to absorb vast amounts of kinetic energy, thus neutralizing the force of Hulk's attacks. Loren was unfazed by the unfolding spectacle. He had spent over a month meticulously crafting this super nanotechnology combat robot by combining vibranium and pure adamantium. No one understood her extraordinary capabilities better than he did. In terms of nanomaterial application, she was comparable to the T-3000 from Terminator. However, her nanomaterials, made from vibranium and pure adamantium, were nearly indestructible. At least, no one on Earth could currently achieve that. Initially, he had intended to adopt 2B's skeletal structure, utilizing pure adamantium for the skeleton and vibranium for the skin. This allows the formidable destructive power of the original adamantium alloy to be fully harnessed, thereby significantly enhancing A2's offensive capabilities. However, the quantity of the original adamantium alloy is regrettably limited, restricted to the size of Captain America's shield. Moreover, since the original adamantium alloy was an inadvertently created substance, its formula remains a mystery, even to him, a traveler from another realm. Although he has managed to employ reverse engineering techniques to reshape the original adamantium alloy, he is unable to replicate it in greater quantities. Consequently, after weighing the advantages and disadvantages, he opted for an alternative approach, utilizing vibranium as the primary framework, while integrating the original adamantium alloy for the palms and weaponry. This reverse strategy yields an outcome wherein A2 possesses superior defensive capabilities compared to 2B, albeit with a diminished base attack power. This explains why A2 can effortlessly withstand Hulk's formidable strikes at this moment. Upon hearing Loren's explanation, 2B and Tifa finally grasped the situation. Just then, 2B seemed to have an epiphany, looking at Loren with a hint of astonishment. "Boss, you mentioned that A2 resembles a sponge, capable of absorbing kinetic energy and locking it away. Where does this stored energy ultimately go?" "The possibilities are numerous. It can be directly converted into energy for A2's use, or released in the form of shockwaves." "Shockwaves?" Indeed, a playful smile appeared on Loren's face. At that moment, after enduring several heavy punches from Hulk, A2 clenched her fist again and from a distance delivered a punch towards Hulk. This time, A2 did not make contact with Hulk. However, as her fist struck the air, a tremendous shockwave erupted from the surface of her hand. The shockwave was colorless and formless. Yet upon release, it violently ruptured the air, creating a sonic boom. In an instant, the terrifying shockwave collided directly with Hulk, distorting his expression. The overwhelming force sent Hulk flying backward, crashing into the steel barrier of the prison, leaving behind a profound dent. The Hulk, who had just been roaring in fury, now lay motionless on the ground, seemingly unable to rise for quite some time. Observing this, A2 lost interest in continuing the confrontation. With a calm demeanor, she gazed at 2B outside the cage, released the neurotoxin, and rendered him unconscious. "The combat assessment has concluded. Boss, I have procured the Hulk's blood for you." As she spoke, A2 presented the collected Hulk's blood to Loren. Accepting the vial with a smile, Loren nodded approvingly. "Excellent work. Tonight we feast." Just as his words echoed in the laboratory, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Alice, suddenly resonated. "Boss, an unidentified flying object has been detected plummeting rapidly over New York." Unidentified flying object? Chapter 81, The Life Foundation. As Loren pondered the unexpected appearance of unidentified flying objects in the Marvel Universe, Alice's voice resonated once more. "Boss, the satellite detector has successfully captured the insignia on the unidentified aircraft. Its origin has been traced back to the Life Foundation spacecraft." "The Life Foundation, you say?" "Hack into their network immediately. I wish to ascertain their internal situation," Loren inquired, stroking his chin with curiosity. "Understood. Initiating the hack into the Life Foundation's network now." Hacking successful. Retrieving real-time footage from their spacecraft control room. Retrieval successful. The holographic imagery is being generated. Image generation complete. As Alice's words echoed through the laboratory, a holographic projection materialized before them. The image revealed a group of researchers clad in white lab coats, anxiously maneuvering various instruments in the spacecraft's command center. Their faces were etched with fear and helplessness, while at the highest vantage point of the command room, a youthful man was emitting a furious roar. "Have all the personnel inside perished?" "Most likely." "Damn it, dispatch a team to the predicted crash site at once. We must ensure the safety of the symbiote. It is our Life Foundation's greatest treasure and the key to humanity's evolution into a more advanced life form. Do you understand?" "Understood. Our team is en route to the anticipated impact location. I believe news will arrive shortly." Watching the unfolding events within the holographic image, Loren couldn't help but display a hint of intrigue. "So the symbiotes have emerged? This world is becoming increasingly fascinating. Boss, what exactly is a symbiote?" The three women regarded Loren with a glimmer of curiosity. "A peculiar extraterrestrial entity that can only survive by parasitizing other living beings. When left alone, it is nothing but a mass of waste. However, when it merges with a compatible host, it bestows unparalleled combat prowess, making it a rather intriguing life form. Upon hearing Loren describe the symbiote as fascinating, Tubi immediately sensed his desire and prepared to seize the symbiote. Yet, before she could act, Loren shook his head calmly, stating, "Not just yet. The timing is not right." Timing? Boss, are you referring to the so-called timeline? Tubi, having accompanied Loren the longest, had heard him mention such concepts on multiple occasions. For him, the trajectory of the timeline seemed to outweigh all else. To avoid disrupting its course, he refrained from eliminating those who ought to be killed and abstained from actions that should be taken. Honestly, there were times when she found it difficult to comprehend such behavior. Little did she know that Loren's real concern was not the timeline itself, but rather the rewards from the system. For it was only when he engaged in significant events within the Marvel Universe that the system would bestow upon him generous rewards. Although he could fabricate events himself to obtain rewards, the crucial point was that the system points earned through self-created chaos were exceedingly meager, sometimes even non-existent. The system's points are the sole means to unlock the next dimensional realm. Without them, he would forever be unable to access the second dimension. This is far from his desire, for merely existing in the realm of NieR cannot satisfy him nor allow him to fully establish himself in this world. He aspires to unlock even more formidable dimensions and acquire the extraordinary black technology within. Given these circumstances, safeguarding the integrity of the timeline becomes paramount. This is also the principal reason behind many actions that 2B finds perplexing. Loren is acutely aware of 2B's confusion, yet he refrains from elaborating further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, the timeline resembles a sprawling vine. Only by following it can one discover the abundant fruits that dangle at its end. Therefore, there is no need for haste. When a moment arises that requires your intervention, I shall naturally summon you. My foremost task now is to develop the perfected Hulk serum to enhance my own powers. Regardless of whether it be the bat suit or my latest nano armor, these are but external tools. True strength must stem from within. A robust physique is the ultimate path. This will enable me to better contend with the three of you without being drained of my vitality. Upon hearing Loren's words, the three women exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Boss, we indeed may have overstepped earlier. Next time, we shall be more mindful. Perhaps limiting it to 1 turn each would suffice. Hold on, 1 turn each for 2 hours, is it? Even a body of iron cannot withstand that. Enough of that. It is time for me to retreat once more and delve into my research. Once I grow stronger, you will see how I can soar above you. Loren spoke with unwavering confidence, preparing to immerse himself in the creation of the perfect Hulk serum. However, upon hearing that he was to retreat again, Tubi, Tifa, and A2 displayed unmistakable reluctance. Boss, you have just emerged from seclusion. It hasn't even been a full night. Indeed, boss, no matter how crucial research may be, your health takes precedence. You exerted yourself immensely. It would be wise to rest for a few days. Research can be conducted at any time. Yes, let us attend to you and ensure you have a restful sleep. The three women gazed at Loren with genuine concern, resembling 3 enchanting maidens. Observing their earnestness, Loren felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Perhaps a proper rest was indeed warranted. Very well. I shall heed your advice and sleep first. I can resume my research afterward. What are you doing? Loren chuckled at their antics. Boss requires rest, and we shall do our utmost to assist you in falling asleep. Allow us to soothe you into slumber. A2 declared, transforming into a cloud of shadows as she gently guided Loren toward the bed. Meanwhile, 2B and Tifa flanked him, cradling him tenderly and beginning to sing lullabies, attempting to lull him into sleep like a cherished infant. However, the three women were adorned with a subtle and captivating fragrance, rendering him unable to find solace in slumber. Instead, he felt an undeniable arousal of desire. Noticing the shift in Loren, the three women instantly wore expressions of triumphant delight. Boss, it appears your sympathetic nervous system is quite stimulated. In such a state, sleep is elusive. Allow us to assist you in relaxing your sympathetic nerves. With that, they nestle beneath the covers. Wait, to relax the sympathetic nerves, isn't a head massage required? What are you doing down there? Indeed, we are providing a head massage, Loren. Chapter 82. I am Venom. Although the path was concealed, it led to a small grove outside the city, extending the journey by an additional half hour. Just as he entered the grove, preparing to continue toward home, a spacecraft collided with the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. The shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing him in an instant. Furthermore, debris and shattered wood struck his body, piercing through him. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. on the verge of succumbing to a pitiful demise. At that moment, a mass of black substance rapidly approached from the direction of the explosion, swiftly enveloping his face. As Peter, gravely injured and nearing death, felt the damp, slick entity on his visage, he stared vacantly, resigned to his fate. His mind began to race through a montage of memories, fragments of his past flashing before him like scenes from a film. The faces of his parents, long forgotten, reappeared, alongside the taunts of classmates from elementary school, who cruelly labeled him an illegitimate child without parents. This recollection ignited a tempest of anger and resentment within the dying Peter, causing his fists to clench tightly and his eyes to swell with blood. No, I cannot perish like this. There's so many things left undone. I must survive. I must live. Peter Parker murmured, a fierce will to survive igniting within him. Fueled by this desire, he somehow managed to raise his body. At that moment, a voice, rich with mockery, echoed within his mind. Oh, poor Peter Parker, your willpower is indeed tenacious. With such determination, your earlier life should not have been so tragic. But fear not, for now you have me. I can elevate you, grant you everything you desire. Who speaks to me? Startled by the voice resonating in his mind, Peter Parker glanced around, finding nothing amiss. Yet the voice continued, no need to search. I reside within you. From now on, I am you, and you are me. We shall be inseparable. Within me? Who are you, and what do you intend to do? Peter exclaimed, his face etched with terror. I am the omnipotent symbiote. You may call me Venom. As for what I wish to do, that is for you to determine. Eliminate those who torment you. Devour those who look down upon you. Or perhaps embrace the beloved, the one you hold dear, Gwen. Silence. Do not utter her name. I shall not permit anyone to lay claim to her, not even myself. Oh, how fierce you are. Yet, I find it quite appealing. Not even yourself, you say? Are we to engage in some platonic nonsense? How naive you are. Just now, you mentioned that you could make me stronger. Is that true? Indeed. Have you not noticed that your body has already begun to heal? Had you retained your former state, you would have perished by now. Upon hearing Venom's words, Peter realized something was amiss. Moments ago, his consciousness had been hazy, and he felt as though his demise was imminent. Yet, at this moment, he found himself vibrant and lively, conversing with the entity within his mind, devoid of any sensation of pain. To his astonishment, he also discovered that his body, severely injured in the explosion, was healing at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, all the wounds inflicted by debris and splintered wood had vanished. It felt as though nothing had transpired, as if he were caught in a dream. However, the blazing fire nearby incessantly reminded him that all of this was indeed real. At that moment, he recalled his deepest desire. With a glimmer of hope, he gazed at his severed arm and said, I wish to regrow my right arm. Can you accomplish this? To regrow an arm? Oh, how you test me. Such a feat is impossible. I am no deity. Is it truly unattainable? Hearing Venom's denial, Peter felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment wash over him. Yet, before he could dwell on his sorrow, Venom broke into a mischievous grin. While I cannot grant you the resurrection of your severed limb, I can create a new arm for you, and this one shall be far superior to your original. With that declaration, Venom transformed into a black arm, affixing it to Peter Parker's truncated limb. This new arm, apart from its color, bore an uncanny resemblance to his former one and could be wielded with equal mastery. Upon realizing that Venom had indeed gifted him a brand new arm, Peter was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Instinctively, he clenched his fist, and an unprecedented surge of ferocious power coalesced in his palm. It instilled within him the illusion that a single punch could shatter the earth. It is no wonder he felt such a mirage. After all, Venom's normal state boasts a staggering limit of 70 tons of force. Such strength is sufficient to overwhelm most superheroes on this planet. Even the Hulk would only stand a chance when enraged. Moreover, with Venom's unique ability to bond with other organisms, even a confrontation with the Hulk would prove exceedingly challenging. Is this the sensation of becoming stronger? How splendid. I, too, could be a superhero like Gwen. What on earth? With such a formidable ability at your disposal, why on earth would you aspire to become some insipid superhero? Are you jesting? Have you forgotten those who tormented you? Those who insulted you? Do you not yearn to exact vengeance upon them? Venom, upon hearing Peter's ambitions of heroism, was thoroughly unimpressed, regarding Peter's aspirations with disdain. However, upon the mention of Venom's past misfortunes, Peter's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Those wretched individuals shall not escape my wrath. I shall slay them all. Ha ha ha. Indeed, that is the sentiment I wish to hear. Kill them and feast upon their heads. I crave a multitude of heads. Oh, fortuitously, a delectable group approaches. It appears I shall indulge my appetite today. Venom's acute hearing detected the sound of footsteps approaching. He swiftly seized control of Peter's body, revealing his full form, a monstrous figure with sharp fangs, charging towards the source of the footsteps. Chapter 83. The Cost of Being a Hero. Today's mission is classified. Regardless of what you witness or hear, you are forbidden from disclosing any information. Understood? A mercenary leader clad in tactical combat attire advanced towards the site where the spacecraft had crashed, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers and several researchers in lab coats. Throughout their journey, he earnestly conveyed instructions, fearful that his subordinates might disobey and commit grave errors. Understood? Upon hearing the man's directives, the soldiers nodded in unison, silently trailing behind him towards the fallen spacecraft. Just then, a shadow darted past them. In an instant, one soldier vanished without a sound. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present. What on earth was that? The group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with terror. They instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, beginning to scan their surroundings back to back. It must be said that the combat readiness of these dozen or so individuals was commendable. Despite the unexpected nature of the incident, their reactions were remarkably swift and professional, indicative of well-trained special forces. Ordinary individuals would surely be effortlessly annihilated by them. Yet unfortunately, the shadow they faced was not human. It was the formidable Venom, indeed. The very shadow that had just flashed by was the symbiote that had recently fused with Peter Parker. Venom, delicious, utterly delectable. In the darkness, Venom licked his lips with his long tongue, his wicked visage brimming with delight. As a symbiote, he relished consuming raw flesh. Almost all the humans aboard the spacecraft had been devoured by him, which was a principal reason for the ship's catastrophic descent. Suddenly, upon hearing Venom's sinister voice, all present instinctively aimed their weapons toward the source of the sound. At that moment, Venom's towering figure slowly emerged from the shadows, resembling a demonic deity before the astonished crowd. The sudden appearance of such a monstrous entity sent chills down the spines of soldiers and researchers clad in white coats alike, rendering their faces ashen and their legs trembling uncontrollably. Some, unable to withstand the psychological shock, collapsed to the ground, fainting from sheer terror. The word symbiote echoed in their minds, intensifying their fear, for none understood the terror of a symbiote better than they. "Ah, my delectable morsels!" Venom mockingly exclaimed, utterly dismissing the armed soldiers before him. To him, they were no different from crabs equipped with pincers. No matter how aggressive, they were merely food. Just then, a chorus of gunfire erupted as the soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets towards him, a relentless storm of projectiles aimed to transform him into a sieve. Yet, in the face of such firepower, Venom remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he grasped the incoming bullets in his hand, exerting pressure until they were crushed into small iron discs. Those that struck his fluid form were expelled harmlessly, leaving him unscathed. The spectacle was so astonishing and bizarre that it left the soldiers in a state of stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with despair at the absurdity of the scene. In that instant, Venom lunged forward, appearing before one of the soldiers in the blink of an eye. He opened his gaping maw and savagely bit down, severing the soldier's head in a gruesome display. This sanguinary act instilled profound psychological trauma in all witnesses, compelling them to flee in terror. Sensing their fear, Venom reveled in his triumph, darting through the thicket, claiming life after life with each swift movement. However, amidst his revelry, a researcher suddenly hurled a device resembling a speaker. In an instant, a piercing noise erupted from the small apparatus, causing Venom's body to convulse like boiling water. Concurrently, a soldier unleashed a torrent of flames from a flamethrower aimed directly at him. Under the combined assault of sound and fire, Venom let out a startled shriek and retreated rapidly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Deep within the forest, a shadow raced like lightning towards Peter Parker's abode. "Damn it! Why did you consume them without my consent? Such brutality is not what I desired, and this will certainly attract the attention of those superheroes, especially Gwen. I do not wish to become her adversary." At this moment, Peter Parker was immensely frustrated. He never anticipated that Venom would immediately sever a person's head upon making its move. This was truly horrifying, entirely contrary to his expectations. What does this mean? Am I to blame? You were the one who insisted on eliminating those who bullied you. Since you are intent on their demise, it will be no waste for me to consume their heads. Venom remarked with a smirk, its tone laced with mockery. You are aware that I refer to those who tormented me, yet I do not know the group that just attacked us. If I do not devour them, they will promptly turn their aggression towards you, and worse, they will kill you. I am merely saving you. Such specious reasoning. Had you not approached, They would not have even noticed us. You deliberately sought to consume them. I do not care from now on. You are not permitted to indiscriminately gnaw on others' heads without my consent. Understand? Peter said, filled with exasperation. Although his character was somewhat twisted deep down, he genuinely aspired to be a good person. How tedious. Can I at least eat their little heads? Little heads. Goodness, you're a castrating device. How utterly revolting. You are forbidden from consuming any part unless under special circumstances. Otherwise, simply defeating the enemies will suffice. Damn it, you fool. Do you genuinely wish to be a superhero? I warn you, being a hero comes with a price, so do not lament later. As Peter and Venom hastily departed the small grove, they engaged in various idle banter. Despite Venom having killed several individuals, Peter had never felt as joyous as he did at this moment. His life was progressing towards the direction he had always dreamed of, and the once bleak future now seemed to brim with hope. Chapter 84. Commander, perhaps you should refrain from cursing. In the clandestine laboratory of the Life Foundation. Late at night. Damn it, there were originally 4 symbiote samples, and now only 2 remain. Where have the others gone? Dr. Drake. One of the black symbiotes has bonded with a human, resulting in the deaths of several of our soldiers. Our personnel are currently searching for it, while the whereabouts of the other silver-gray symbiote remain unknown, with no leads whatsoever. A bunch of useless fools. Immediately initiate a comprehensive search. The symbiote cannot survive long without a host. It cannot have fled far. As for the individual who has successfully bonded with the symbiote, even if I must dig to the very depths of the earth, I demand you find him. Our researchers have conducted numerous experiments aboard the ship, and no organism has survived longer than 10 minutes post-parasitism. Yet that individual has achieved a perfect bond with the symbiote and has unleashed an array of incredible abilities. He can be regarded as the only successful host thus far, and crucially, he is human. Therefore, we must capture him. Perhaps then, humanity could evolve to a higher plane of existence. Carlton Drake gazed maniacally at the symbiote in the glass vial, tormented by the frailty of the human form for far too long. Since he embarked on his journey in the realm of life sciences, he has relentlessly sought methods to expedite humanity's evolution into a more advanced species. However, unlike other scientists who focus their attention on corporeal enhancement agents, he has directed his gaze towards extraterrestrial life. It was during an unintentional foray into space exploration that he stumbled upon the symbiote. Thus, the establishment of their Life Foundation came into being, an institution that seemingly exists solely for the symbiote. Yet, the coveted symbiote now dwindles to merely 2 specimens. Inciting his wrath, understand this. I will unearth that villain who has taken so many lives. This vendetta shall be settled personally. Your grievances do not concern me. But that individual must be captured alive, for he is my test subject. Should anything happen to him, your losses will not be trifling. I will ensure you all descend into the abyss to face Satan. Dr. Drake declared fiercely, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying fury. Even the seasoned mercenary leader felt a chill of fear, rendered speechless by his imposing demeanor. He recognized that this man was indeed capable of such actions. For the sake of symbiote research, he would spare no expense, viewing human life as the most dispensable commodity. The mercenary leader nodded respectfully and exited the laboratory. Watching him depart, Dr. Drake's countenance darkened further, furrowing his brow as he delved into his thoughts. At that moment, a harrowing scream echoed from the adjacent glass chamber, further darkening his expression. Another failure? Yes, Dr. Drake, yet another failure. This subject lasted a mere 3 minutes before succumbing to total organ failure. Damn it! How did that individual in the thicket endure for so long? Continue the experiments. We must have overlooked something. But, Dr. Drake, we have exhausted our human test subjects. There is no one left to experiment on. However, there are no buts in this matter. We toil for the welfare of all humanity, and a few sacrifices are entirely reasonable. Once we discover a successful method of integration, all of humanity can evolve. Do you not wish for your daughter's health to be restored? Doctor, Drake asserted with an undeniable tone, fixing his gaze upon the female researcher. Upon hearing Dr. Drake mention her daughter, the researcher's resolve solidified. I understand. I will take care of it immediately. Excellent. That is the attitude I expect from you. Now, be swift. What he did not anticipate, however, was the presence of a cleaning lady seated within his office unbeknownst to him. Before he could reprimand her, a silvery, fluid-like substance emerged from the lady and swiftly lunged towards him. Within the confines of SHIELD's secret base, Nick Fury gazed grimly at Coulson and Natasha. What news from that young lad, Loren? Any updates? Director, The maid named Tifa mentioned a few days ago that their boss remains sequestered in the laboratory and will not emerge for the time being. However, the other party also mentioned that it is indeed possible to redeem Hulk, albeit only if they present a satisfactory quantity of vibranium. Damn it, our SHIELD has long since been depleted of its vibranium reserves. We do not possess a single gram at this moment. Meanwhile, Wakanda tightly controls the vibranium mines, having ceased external sales for years. Where am I to procure such a vast amount of vibranium? Furthermore, given that brat's status and wealth, does he not know how to negotiate with Wakanda? He incessantly directs these absurd proposals towards us. Does he have a screw loose? Upon hearing Natasha's words, Nick Fury became increasingly agitated, unable to restrain himself from cursing Roland in a fit of rage. Sir, I conveyed the same to them. Yet they insisted that they would only accept vibranium, dismissing all other alternatives. Moreover, they stated that anyone could redeem Hulk provided they could offer a satisfactory reserve of vibranium. Anyone can redeem him? Damn it. Do they think we are still in the year 1862? Are they treating Hulk as a slave? Wait a moment. This brat is infuriating me again, damn it. As Fury listened, his anger swelled further. A certain dreadful memory, etched deep within his genes, seemed to awaken, and a vision of a cotton field appeared before him. Fury initially intended to express his desire to eliminate Roland, but before he could voice it, the alarm within the secret base blared once more. Alert! Alert! The network system has been breached, and the system is descending into paralysis. Sir, I suggest you refrain from cursing him. Every time you do, our system goes into turmoil. It has become evident to me that he has embedded some sort of command within our system that triggers automatically upon your outburst. That cannot be. It must be mere coincidence. Sir, if you do not believe me, you may conduct an experiment yourself. Try cursing him aloud right now. Very well, I shall try. Alert! Alert! The operational system of the base's automated defense artillery has been compromised. The cannon is now aimed at the internal helipad, and the fire control radar has locked onto 3 Apache attack helicopters stationed there. Nick Fury. Oh crap. Natasha. Damn. Coulson. Chapter 85. Rebirth and Surge in Power. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight has passed. During this period, Roland, as before, dedicated all his energy to the laboratory. Previously, he was focused on crafting A2 and his own nano-armor. This time, however, he was creating the perfected Hulk serum, one that would empower his physical form once again. On this particular day, a cheerful laugh resonated within the laboratory. I've succeeded. At last, I have succeeded. My perfected Hulk serum has finally been created, and what a challenging endeavor it has been. Roland held aloft a vial of crimson liquid, reminiscent of flames, which was indeed the perfected Hulk serum he had meticulously crafted. According to the system's description, this version of serum endows the injector with a terrifying strength that surpasses the Hulk's by a staggering factor of 153, with the exact multiplier varying from individual to individual. The most crucial point is that after administering the serum, one can become increasingly powerful with rage, akin to the Hulk, yet without transforming into a monstrous entity, rendering it unparalleled in terms of cost-effectiveness. Upon hearing Roland's excited exclamation, Miss 2B and A2, his 2 loyal guardians, promptly opened the laboratory door and approached him. Boss, what's transpired? What's happened to you? A2 inquired, her expression revealing her confusion. Sister A2, can't you discern this? Surely it is the successful outcome of the boss's research. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so exhilarated, 2B remarked, having spent the most time with Roland and thus possessing a deeper understanding of him. At that moment, seeing the vial of red serum in Roland's hand, she quickly deduced the situation. As Roland spoke, he walked towards a specialized experimental chamber designed for human trials. The entire chamber is controlled by Alice, an artificial intelligence, allowing for comprehensive monitoring throughout the experiment, ensuring maximal safety. Pouring the red serum into the glass vessel within the chamber, Roland discarded his clothing and stepped into the experimental pod. Seeing Roland prepare to subject his own body to the experiment, both 2B and A2 displayed concern. Boss, this new enhancement serum lacks human trial data. Participating in your own experiment is exceedingly perilous, and we advise against it. Indeed, boss. You acted similarly when you injected the super soldier serum last time. This is highly irresponsible towards your own health. In response, Roland chuckled dismissively, saying, There is no need for concern. I will be fine. Little did they know, his confidence stemmed from the fact that the formula for the perfect version of the Hulk serum was a reward granted by the system. In this world, he could afford to doubt everyone, but he could never doubt his own golden finger, which serves as the cornerstone of his ascent to greatness, irreplaceable by anyone. As Roland continued speaking, he entered the experimental chamber, and a glass door began to close automatically. Alice's voice resonated. Boss, shall I initiate the injection of the perfect version of the Hulk serum? You have 5 seconds to ponder. No need for hesitation. Commence the injection of the perfect version of the Hulk serum immediately. I have awaited this day long enough. Let us begin. Understood. The enhancement procedure for the perfect version of the Hulk serum is officially underway. As Alice's words echoed, specialized restraints fashioned from unique materials swiftly secured Roland's body. This precaution was taken because, during the enhancement process, the consequences remain unpredictable. Thus, restraining the subject is the safest course of action, ensuring the protection of both the experimenter and those outside. Once Roland was bound, a syringe unexpectedly pierced his spine. Suddenly, Loren's face contorted in agony, and he could not help but emit a pained scream. Hearing his cries, 2B and A2 outside the experimental chamber grew increasingly anxious. Their expressions almost on the verge of tears, though as robots, they were devoid of such an ability. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly resemble 2 weeping maidens. Boss, can you endure this? If it becomes too much, let Alice halt the process. We shall protect you from now on. Indeed, why suffer so? With A2 and me by your side, no one can harm you. Listening to their words, Loren, gritting his teeth, roared in defiance. A phoenix must endure its tribulations to be reborn, and I am no different. Alice, do not stop. Continue infusing the serum. Inject it all. I can withstand it. Understood, boss. The energy levels of the gamma rays are steadily increasing, and the serum is continuously being administered. A total of 758, 599 units have been injected. As the energy levels of the gamma rays and the serum infusion escalated, Loren felt as though every bone and sinew in his body were being crushed and reassembled, only to be crushed and reassembled again in an endless cycle. The pain persisted relentlessly until he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Gradually, his body seemed to acclimate to this torment, descending into a state of numbness where pain was no longer perceptible. Following this, he experienced a rebirth. As the agony dissipated, a warm sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring enveloped him. At this moment, both the infusion progress and the gamma-ray energy levels reached a critical threshold of 100. Instantly, the lights in the laboratory began to flicker erratically, followed by the entire estate, and then the entire district plunged into darkness. Yet, within the secret laboratory of Morgan Manor, where Loren was situated, thunderous flashes illuminated the experimental chamber as if some extraordinary treasure had emerged. This spectacle left A2 and 2B outside utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't this merely an injection of enhancement serum? Why has it resulted in a complete blackout? Is this device so power-hungry? As they stood in shock, a pair of crimson eyes ignited within the darkened laboratory. Then, with a resounding crash, the reinforced door of the experimental chamber was obliterated by a single punch. Loren emerged, completely bare, his body radiating a crimson glow. Is this the effect of the perfected Hulk serum? Truly remarkable. Loren clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, excitement unmistakable in his tone. Chapter 86. The terrifying strength of 100 tons. Boss, is your enhancement complete? Observing the bare figure of Loren, 2B approached cautiously, her fingers lightly pressing against his skin. She found Loren's muscles to be incredibly resilient. Even her strength, formidable as it was, struggled to exert pressure. After all, she possessed a vibranium body. I believe so. Loren nodded in affirmation, then commanded Alice to restore the power system immediately. Suddenly, the dimly lit laboratory was illuminated once more, revealing Loren's physique in full view of the 2 women. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Boss, does this potion also possess aphrodisiac properties? How extraordinary! 2B's gaze inadvertently shifted towards him, taking in his muscular form and fierce countenance, which was indeed quite intimidating. In such a state, a single strike might be rather exhilarating. Hey, what are you looking at? Focus on my robust muscles, Loren remarked, exasperated by 2B's fixation on trivial matters. Boss, I'm merely admiring your brawn. All right, no more jokes. Boss, I am genuinely astonished. You have truly become formidable, far stronger than before. 2B chuckled, her eyes ablaze with admiration. It's peculiar. You seem shorter. I recall you being around 188 centimeters tall. A2 inquired curiously at that moment. Indeed, I too perceive it, although your physique appears more robust. Your height seems to have diminished. Loren was not taken aback by their observations, for he was acutely aware of the effects of the perfected Hulk serum he had meticulously crafted. This enhanced potion would systematically refine the body of the injector, akin to the forging of steel, strengthening it through relentless trials. This was the very reason he felt as though his body had been crushed and reassembled. The resultant transformation led to an overall reduction in his stature, rendering him more compact and muscular. However, this did not imply a loss of height. Rather, it signified the extraction of impurities, leaving only the essence of strength. Previously, after consuming the super soldier serum, he had reached a height of 188 centimeters. Now, not only had his height regressed by 2 centimeters to 186, but his aura of power had escalated to an entirely new level. This was due to his current combat prowess, as even the Hulk would be no match for him. He clenched his fist, producing a cacophony of cracks, as if the very air around him was being shattered. It is noteworthy that in his normal state, the Hulk possesses a strength of approximately 30 tons, which can surge to 70 to 100 tons only when enraged. Sustained fury could unleash an unimaginable force exceeding 100 tons. The perfected Hulk serum, however, provided Loren with strength thrice that of the Hulk's normal state. Now, in his usual condition, he could exert over 90 tons of force, and if provoked, that could surpass 100 tons. If he were to experience prolonged rage, the magnitude of his unleashed power would be unfathomable. Thus, the oppressive aura he exuded was all the more terrifying. A slight decrease in height was inconsequential. What mattered was the overwhelming strength he possessed. Loren, brimming with confidence, declared as he tightened his fist. Upon hearing his words, 2B swiftly retrieved the blade, suspended behind her. Boss, strength cannot merely be proclaimed. It must be tested to be understood. Allow me to conduct a combat assessment. I believe 2B's assertion holds true. Practice is indeed the sole criterion for verifying truth. Kulme, let's engage in battle. At that moment, A2 raised her hand, and the original adamantium blade materialized with a glint that sent shivers down one's spine. Loren, are you certain you wish to fight me? Absolutely. I shall not hold back. With that, Loren vanished in an instant, reappearing directly before 2B. Such incredible speed. Startled by Loren's agility, 2B hastily retreated, but it was too late. Loren had already launched his next strike. Black Tiger pounces. Boss you. 2 hours later, the combat assessment concluded, with Loren emerging victorious. Given such prowess, even if 2B and A2 joined forces, they would be no match for him. In fact, should Tifa join the fray, he would still remain unfazed, capable of easily subduing them. In the laboratory, after triumphing over the 2 women, Loren approached a glass display case containing a pure black battle suit. This suit bore no resemblance to the previously crafted bat armor, which exuded a mechanical essence and a sense of power. The garment before him appeared more akin to an ordinary fabric attire. Apart from its differing material, its design was entirely distinct, lacking any emblem of a bat. For this was not the bat armor. It was a nanotechnology suit, meticulously crafted by Loren himself from nanovibranium. This nanotech suit could morph into any form. Upon wearing it, one could will it to transform into whatever was desired. Should he wish for a suit, a mere thought would suffice. In the heat of battle, it could instantaneously convert into battle armor. This process was far more rapid and convenient than the transformation sequences employed by the Saints. Importantly, its defensive capabilities in combat potential rivaled that of the previous bat armors. However, with his current strength, the choice of wearing armor was trivial. It merely facilitated flight. Kulme, let me don it myself. Gazing at the nanotech suit within the glass case, Loren opened the cabinet and pressed a finger against the fabric. Instantly, the suit transformed into a stream of black quicksand, swiftly adhering to his body and morphing into a perfectly fitted black suit. To the naked eye, it appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet, this extraordinary spectacle had become commonplace for 2B and A2, who showed no hint of surprise. 2B, with a hint of playful mischief, remarked, Boss, soon you won't even need to remove your clothing. You could simply wish your trousers away. With a resigned roll of his eyes towards the insufferable 2B, it was at that moment that Tifa unexpectedly pushed the door open. Boss, General Ross, who has been relentlessly pursuing Hulk, has arrived, and he has brought a substantial amount of vibranium with him. Chapter 87, 200 kilograms of vibranium. What a windfall. General Ross has come to see me with vibranium? Loren was utterly bewildered. This was entirely unforeseen. However, upon reflection, it all began to make sense, for General Ross had been on a mission to capture Hulk for years. If there was anyone in this world with an obsession for Hulk, it was undoubtedly General Ross. Moreover, with the tragic incident where Hulk inadvertently caused the death of his daughter Betty, Ross was now the one most eager to eliminate Hulk. Furthermore, Loren now held the position of the Morgan family patriarch, a status far beyond the reach of any military official. Thus, the most prudent way for Ross to acquire Hulk would indeed be to comply with his demands and present himself with the vibranium. Yet, Loren found himself curious about the sheer quantity of vibranium and its origins. To his knowledge, the vibranium that SHIELD could have accessed had already been exhausted. It was perplexing where the vibranium in Ross's possession had come from. At this moment, Tifa seemed to perceive his confusion and quickly provided clarification. Boss, General Ross has brought with him 440 pounds of vibranium that the military secretly amassed since World War II. He is now a wanted man, no longer a general, but the military's #1 fugitive. They intend to bring him before a military tribunal. What? 440 pounds of vibranium? That equates to 200 kilograms, worth $2 billion. Loren exclaimed, impressed by the audacity of Ross. Should we incapacitate him and take him into custody? Tifa inquired with curiosity upon hearing Loren's suggestion. Encapsulate him? He is a distinguished guest. We shall greet him properly. Come, let us meet him. The prospect of acquiring such an immense amount of vibranium brought Loren immense satisfaction. With this wealth of vibranium, not only would he be able to craft nanovibranium bodies for 2B and Tifa, but he could also create an array of additional nanocombat robots. Tifa would manage the household, 2B would oversee adjudication, and 8-2 would handle the finishing touches and support. It was time to commence the creation of a specialized robotic team for reconnaissance and medical repairs. Moments later, he arrived at the reception hall, seated regally upon the sofa at the center of the room. At that juncture, General Ross, accompanied by several faceless robots, entered the hall. From the moment he stepped into the Morgan estate, Ross was profoundly astonished by his surroundings. He had yet to encounter a single normal person. The masked female attendants who greeted him seemed to emerge from the estate's villas, remaining silent as they approached. He effortlessly lifted the 200 kilograms of vibranium he had brought as if it were merely a bag of groceries from a local market. After all, this was 200 kilograms. He, a soldier, found himself utterly incapable of moving, yet a single hand of a maid from the estate effortlessly lifted him. Who would not be bewildered? Subsequently, she carried him at an astonishing speed, traversing several kilometers of garden pathways within mere breaths, leading him into a structure resembling a fortress. Upon entering this edifice, he was met with an even more striking spectacle. The Grand Hall, styled in European palace fashion, boasted a floor made of an unknown material that gleamed like black gemstones, exuding an air of nobility and solemnity. On either side of the hall stood 10 masked female guards, each accompanied by a long sword and a hovering combat drone. Dozens of maids coldly observed him, their eyes devoid of any emotion, as though they would eliminate him on the spot should he entertain even the slightest ill thought. As a general, he had endured countless battles and encountered numerous fierce individuals. Yet, this was the first time he had witnessed beings so devoid of feeling. They were not human, but rather mechanical harbingers of death. Unbeknownst to him, the figures before him were the versatile combat robots crafted by Loren, known as the Leaf Division. Each of these faceless entities possessed combat capabilities on par with the first-generation 2B models. They could unleash over 3 tons of force, achieve supersonic flight, and were equipped with tactical drones for remote fire strikes. Just one of these faceless beings could rival an entire conventional human combat team. With 20 present, even General Ross would stand no chance. An entire legion would be crushed beneath their might. Under the guidance of the faceless entities, General Ross approached Loren. Before he could utter a word, one of the faceless beings swiftly kicked him to the ground, compelling him to kneel before Loren. Witnessing this, General Ross glared furiously at the faceless being, yearning to resist, yet he stifled his impulse when he remembered his motives. Indeed, upon hearing Loren's words, the faceless being promptly responded, bringing forth a chair for General Ross to sit. As a general, Ross could not fail to discern Loren's deliberate attempt to belittle him. If Loren truly wished to spare him such treatment, he could have easily instructed his maidens beforehand, sparing them the pretense at this moment. However, despite his dissatisfaction, he found himself compelled to acquiesce as he sought something from Loren. Was it worth becoming the military's most wanted criminal for the sake of a Hulk? Having absconded with vibranium worth $20 billion? At that moment, Loren's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression as he gazed intently at General Ross, inquiring, "What would it matter if you could ensure my ability to eliminate the Hulk? Enough of the pleasantries. Your steward has stated that as long as you can provide satisfactory vibranium, the Hulk can be taken away. I have brought the vibranium to you. Half of it is intended for the exchange of the Hulk. The other half, I desire the formula for the mysterious serum that can subdue the Hulk." Huh. You truly are demanding. Hulk, I can offer you this, but the formula for the super neurotoxin is not for sale. However, considering the substantial amount of vibranium you have brought, I can sell you a few vials of the finished product. With a subtle gesture towards Tifa, she promptly presented a small briefcase to General Ross. Inside, there were 5 vials of neurotoxin, each potent enough to incapacitate an adult with just a microgram. 5 vials in total, ample to subdue the Hulk several times over. You should be quite satisfied. Very well, it's a deal. Without hesitation, General Ross agreed upon seeing the neurotoxin before him. How refreshing. I relish doing business with someone of your caliber. Now, bring out Dr. Banner. Shortly after Loren's words, Bruce Banner was wheeled out in a cage, reminiscent of a slave from a bygone era. The moment Ross laid eyes on Banner, his gaze turned crimson, an overwhelming fury erupting within him. His body began to expand at an astonishing rate, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal red giant. The Red Hulk, intriguing indeed. Rather than feeling fear at the sight of Ross's transformation, Loren found himself captivated. Chapter 88. Everyone step back. I'm about to make a scene. Ross. In stark contrast to Loren's composure, Bruce Banner within the cage was taken aback. His expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Had Ross not intervened all those years ago, he and Betty would not have been separated for so long, and she would not have perished because of him. The weight of Betty's death bore heavily on his conscience, and he deemed Ross the architect of this tragic fate. Although he was Betty's biological father, this reckoning could not be overlooked. Years of wandering were a direct result of Ross's relentless pursuit, leading to his current plight. All of this turmoil was instigated by Ross. As these thoughts consumed him, Banner's heart raced uncontrollably, as if a drum were beating within it. In that instant, his body began to uncontrollably swell, and in a mere heartbeat, he transformed into the Green Giant. I will kill you. I will avenge my daughter's death. The Red Hulk roared, his terrifying voice shattering the glass within the castle. Unfazed, Loren calmly instructed Tifa, please take note of the damage caused. I will seek recompense from him later. Understood, boss. A faint smile graced Tifa's lips as she earnestly took out paper and pen to record the incident. One wonders how Banner and Ross would react to this scene. Here they were, engaged in a life-and-death struggle, while Loren was preoccupied with thoughts of future compensation. Seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the moment. Ordinary individuals, upon witnessing such a monstrous clash, would instinctively retreat as far as possible. However, Loren took a different approach. He issued a command to 2B and A2. Immediately, one of the women began to massage him while the other, having washed a bowl of grapes, stood by to personally feed him. He transformed into an elite spectator, reveling in the unfolding chaos. Alice, activate the gladiatorial mode. If a battle is to ensue, let them engage fully. I could use the entertainment, as these past few days have been dreadfully dull. Understood, boss. Gladiatorial mode is now initializing. As Alice's words echoed, the vast hall trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Before the 2 giants could react, the tiles beneath them suddenly cracked open, retreating to either side. In an instant, they plummeted downward into an underground arena crafted from specialized steel. This arena, approximately the size of half a football field, may not have been excessively large. Yet the establishment of such a facility beneath a castle was undeniably absurd. The primary purpose of this arena was to conduct combat testing for his versatile battle robots. Tactical arrangements necessitated a venue for preliminary coordination, and doing so externally would risk exposure. Loren had not anticipated that this setup would serve an alternate purpose. The Red and Green Hulks were taken aback by their sudden descent into Loren's arena, but there was no time for contemplation. General Ross was singularly focused on eliminating the Hulk, viewing this moment as a rare opportunity. Without uttering a word, he lunged at the Hulk. In response, the Hulk, unwilling to yield, charged at Red Hulk. Instantly, the two engaged in a brutal melee within the expansive arena. The 2 titans, akin to primal savages, roared and bellowed, their blows landing with ferocious intensity. When fists proved ineffective, they resorted to biting, creating a scene that was both gruesome and frenzied, delivering a striking visual impact. Amidst this tumult, Loren maintained an air of calm, his inner turmoil undisturbed. As he observed the titanic struggle, he reached out to the artificial intelligence, Alice. Alice, have you uncovered any information regarding Mr. Blue, whom I instructed you to investigate? Boss, there's still no trace of him. Since his departure from the university, he has seemingly evaporated, disappearing without a trace. That individual's intellect has been astonishingly enhanced by Hulk serum. He is likely aware of being pursued. Consequently, he may have abandoned all forms of electronic communication, which is why you cannot locate him. However, fret not. no secret remains hidden forever. Please check General Ross's movements over the past month. He would not transform into Red Hulk without reason. I suspect he has likely met with Mr. Blue in private. The transformation of his current ghastly form can largely be attributed to Mr. Blue's machinations. This individual is undoubtedly a talent, yet simultaneously a formidable threat. Should I manage to enlist him for my own purposes, it would be most advantageous. If not, he must be eliminated promptly to avert future complications. Loren spoke in a low voice, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As a traveler from another world, he is acutely aware of who Dr. Stern is, one of the supervillains from the Marvel Universe, known by his true name, Samuel Stearns. Influenced by the Hulk serum, his intellect has undergone an extraordinary enhancement, escalating by a staggering factor of 1,000 within the primary Marvel Universe. However, in this realm, his true nature remains elusive. Thus, it is imperative that he uncovers the intricacies of this individual swiftly. Unlike the Hulk, who embodies boundless strength and rage, Dr. Stern is his antithesis, possessing an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a calm demeanor, rendering him an intellectual adversary. Therefore, if he could be swayed to my side, it would significantly aid in the expansion of my technological prowess. Naturally, should he refuse to submit, death would be the only fate awaiting him. Currently, I am investigating General Ross's movements over the past month and conducting a thorough analysis of potential contacts. The analysis is ongoing. Ding! A clue regarding a suspicious individual has been uncovered, and footage is being retrieved. 2 weeks ago, General Ross met with a mysterious figure in a cafe on Central Avenue, clad in a hood that obscured their face. However, through a meticulous frame-by-frame analysis of their body language, the similarity to Dr. Stern was determined to be 99. It is highly probable that this is indeed him. Apart from myself, he is the only one in this world privy to the formulation of the Hulk serum. Continue the pursuit and inform me of any developments. Understood. Just as Loren continued his investigation into Dr. Stern's whereabouts, a piercing scream of agony echoed from the arena. The very General Ross, who had just been boasting about slaying Dr. Banner, now lay defeated beneath the Hulk's foot like a lifeless dog. The super neurotoxin he had sold to Ross had never even been utilized, as the Hulk had rendered it utterly useless. What surprised Loren, however, was that the Hulk chose not to end Ross's life, but rather fixed his gaze upon him. In an instant, their eyes met, and Loren could unmistakably discern the immense fury directed at him from the Hulk. At that moment, the Hulk lunged directly at him, delivering a powerful blow against the bulletproof glass. The sheer force created a vast spiderweb crack upon impact. Observing this, 2B and A2 swiftly drew their weapons, preparing to confront the Hulk. Yet, Loren slowly rose to his feet, raising a hand to restrain the weapons in the women's grasp, calmly stating, "Step back. I'm about to make a grand show." Chapter 89. The Crimson Beast that overpowers the Hulk. Reward. Flight armor technology. With that, Loren pointed a finger at the bulletproof glass, which had already begun to display spiderweb-like fractures, applying pressure. Instantly, his formidable penetrating force effortlessly pierced a small hole through the bulletproof barrier. Due to the emergence of this small hole, the vast bulletproof glass shattered instantaneously. With a thunderous boom, it exploded into countless shards. Hulk appeared taken aback by Loren's audacity to shatter the barrier meant to protect him, his expression reflecting sheer astonishment. However, his limited intellect did not deter him. Upon witnessing the destruction of the bulletproof glass, he cast aside any caution and launched a powerful punch toward Loren. Observing the ferocious blow hurtling towards him, Loren maintained an air of serenity, seemingly unfazed by Hulk's presence. As he raised his hand to grasp the incoming fist, he effortlessly caught Hulk's heavy strike. In a display of astonishing strength, he spun on the spot and, with a sudden motion, hurled Hulk downwards into the arena below. The ground erupted with a deafening crash as a massive crater formed, with Hulk lying dazed within it, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. It was truly astonishing that such a formidable being as Hulk could be dispatched so easily by his opponent. The three women spectating were equally stunned. They recalled that Hulk had just engaged in battle with the Red Giant, whose fury was at its peak. At this juncture, Hulk's punch could unleash an incredible force exceeding 70 tons, perhaps even reaching 100 tons. After all, it was this very strength that allowed him to shatter such thick bulletproof glass. Yet, despite this overwhelming might, Hulk was still flung away by Loren in a single encounter. What level of power did Loren possess? The three women struggled to fathom it. No wonder, when Loren confronted them earlier, they felt as if their very forms would disintegrate under the force of his blows. They had initially believed that Loren had exerted sufficient effort, but now it appeared that their boss had shown restraint. Had he unleashed his full potential, even their bodies might not have withstood the onslaught. After all, not every part of them was crafted from vibranium. Many components were composed of synthetic materials. How could they endure such relentless force for an extended period? It was truly terrifying. Was this truly the extent of human strength? As versatile combat robots, they found themselves lacking in comparison. It was no wonder that their boss had been so obsessed with the perfect Hulk serum. The results were undeniably impressive, even evoking envy within them. After sending Hulk flying, Loren activated the anti-gravity mode of his nano-armor. Instantly, he became weightless, floating gracefully towards Hulk. Your strength is insufficient. Channel your fury and escalate it quickly. With that, Loren lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Hulk, who immediately raised his arm to block. Yet, with Loren's baseline strength reaching the 100-ton mark, it was hardly a feat easily accomplished. He was immediately kicked away by Loren, his body crashing against the heavy steel barrier like a cannonball, leaving an impression in the shape of a person. However, Hulk possesses the extraordinary ability to grow stronger with his anger. As long as he is not incapacitated in an instant, such attacks only fuel his rage, making him more formidable in battle. Hulk, the green giant, swiftly regained his footing, letting out a roar before launching a powerful punch towards Loren. Despite Hulk's immense strength, his attacks were direct and lacked finesse, relying solely on brute force to overcome any obstacle. This combat style is generally effective, but against an opponent of equal strength who possesses some skill, Hulk could easily be outmatched. For instance, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Thanos was able to overpower Hulk with his superior combat techniques. At this moment, Loren was similarly equipped, his strength rivaling Hulk's and his power surging even more after becoming enraged. Additionally, his mind had been enhanced, granting him an extraordinary capacity for learning and imitation. Essentially, any fighting technique he observed just a second ago could be flawlessly replicated in the next moment and then synthesized into his own unique style. This remarkable ability is referred to as photographic reflexes in the Marvel Universe, a power exclusive to the master of imitation. With this ability, he could rapidly learn various fighting styles simply by watching different action films and then digest and integrate them into his own distinctive approach. It could be said that his current fighting skills were on par with Captain America and Winter Soldier, if not superior. Thus, a Hulk who relied solely on brute force and straightforward tactics stood little chance against him. As he watched the ferocious punch approaching, Loren narrowed his eyes, and suddenly his perspective felt as though it had been slowed down. Hulk's movements appeared to him at least twice as slow, with a mere step to the side. He effortlessly evaded the attack. When Hulk's punch missed, he was momentarily stunned before unleashing several more strikes. Yet, all were easily dodged by Loren, who perceived Hulk's speed as sluggish, akin to that of snail. To onlookers, however, Hulk's punches seemed to fly like the wind, yet even so, they could not touch Loren. This scene left the three women in the stands utterly mesmerized. They had anticipated the impressive effects of the perfected Hulk serum, but not to this extent. Boss, your speed is astounding. If you used that speed against me, I fear I'd be airborne in less than 5 minutes. One mused. With such terrifying speed, I could probably last 5.5 minutes. B2 nodded thoughtfully. Well, I could last 6 minutes. B2 replied with a tilt of her head, seemingly unwilling to concede. I could last 6.5 minutes. I'd last 7 minutes. I'd last 8 minutes. Hold on. Ladies, can we not channel our competitive spirit into such peculiar contests? In any case, no matter how much you argue, you cannot surpass me. I can endure for 10 minutes. Ah, Tifa, are you trying to overpower us? A2, let us take action together and capture her. Very well. Within the arena, after deftly evading Hulk's powerful punches, Loren seized the opportunity and delivered a devastating uppercut to Hulk's chin. The sheer force lifted Hulk's entire body off the ground, and before he could crash back down, Loren's assault followed swiftly. With a leap, he appeared before Hulk, his hand morphing into a claw that grasped Hulk's head. Enough. It is time for this battle to conclude. You shall have a good rest, Loren declared as he held Hulk's head and forcefully slammed it down to the ground from midair. His nano-battle armor provided a diving acceleration, propelling him at remarkable speed. To the onlookers, he transformed into a mere blur. A resounding crash echoed as the ground shattered, dust billowing forth, revealing a deep pit several meters in diameter. Above it, Loren rose slowly, calm and composed, with a faint red aura swirling around him, exuding an otherworldly essence. This was the sole side effect of the perfected Hulk serum. When he began to harness this power, his body temperature would steadily rise, becoming increasingly elevated with his anger, manifesting as a red aura reminiscent of the eighth gate of might. As Loren rendered Hulk unconscious, the long-awaited system notification reverberated in his mind once more. Congratulations, host, for participating in the Hulk vs. Red Hulk battle event. Reward: NieR's flight armor technology, 5 system points. Chapter 90. Hurry and get to work. The flight armor represents another remarkable technological achievement from the world of NieR. Automata, existing in 2 primary forms, flight mode and mobile mode. The flight mode resembles a highly futuristic combat aircraft, equipped with anti-gravity devices that effortlessly liberate it from the constraints of gravity, enabling supersonic flight. It can even venture into outer space for missions, showcasing capabilities far superior to conventional spacecraft, a true marvel of black technology. In its mobile form, it resembles a colossal mech akin to Gundam, boasting exceptional close combat prowess and heavy firepower. Such advanced technology has yet to manifest, even in our current Earth, as Tony Stark has not yet developed the anti-Hulk armor. Loren undoubtedly stands ahead of Tony Stark. One can only imagine the feelings that might arise should Stark witness this. He would likely feel as though he were perpetually overshadowed by someone else. After briefly assessing his gains, Loren nodded in satisfaction and then instructed Tifa, who stood nearby. Throw them both out of the manor. They hold no further value to me. Understood. Upon hearing Loren's command, Tifa nodded and signaled the Faceless to drag them away. Meanwhile, outside Morgan Manor, Nick Fury, Natasha, and Coulson anxiously awaited developments. Upon learning that General Ross had transferred the vibranium, which had been hoarded by the military for over 70 years, to Loren, he felt as though the very heavens were collapsing around him. He could hardly fathom that the military had secretly stockpiled such an immense quantity of vibranium, entirely unbeknownst to him, the director of SHILD. The critical issue now was that with so much vibranium in General Ross's possession, Loren would undoubtedly hand over the Hulk for Ross to deal with. Given Ross's volatile temperament and his penchant for vengeance, it was certain he would seize this golden opportunity to eliminate the Hulk. If that transpired, it would spell a catastrophic disaster for SHIELD. He had originally intended to harness the Hulk's power against Loren, but now, with events unfolding as they were, it would lead to their undoing. How could he not be alarmed? What's going on? Are we still not permitted to enter the estate? We must see Master Loren. Nick Fury stood at the entrance of the estate, anxiously addressing the faceless female guard stationed by the door. He feared that if he delayed in meeting Loren, Ross would take it upon himself to kill the Hulk. In response, the faceless guard, her voice devoid of any emotion and icy in tone, stated, "The boss is currently preoccupied. Visitors are not being received." What? We are here in urgent need to see him, and he is merely watching a performance? Fury retorted, "What's the matter, Black Egg? Does my boss require your permission to enjoy a show?" At that moment, a frigid voice emanated from within the estate as Tifa leisurely approached the entrance. Behind her, 2 faceless individuals flanked either side, dragging the unconscious forms of Bruce Banner and General Ross. Upon seeing Tifa, the formidable housekeeper, Nick Fury's expression shifted to one of trepidation. "Miss Tifa, that was not my intention. I was merely curious about what delightful spectacle Master Loren was enjoying. What spectacle is worthy of your inquiry? Given that you appear to possess some sense today, I shall refrain from reprimanding you. These 2 individuals are now your responsibility," Tifa remarked, and with that, the 2 faceless guards unceremoniously hurled Banner and Ross out of the estate. Witnessing Loren's unexpected decision to expel Bruce Banner filled Nick Fury with uncontainable elation. This was the formidable power he had long coveted. Yet, amidst his jubilation, a profound sense of bewilderment arose within him. Why would Loren suddenly relinquish the Hulk to him? Based on his understanding of Loren, this young man was a staunch racist. He would never be so accommodating. There was surely something amiss. With this thought, he regarded Tifa with a questioning gaze. "Miss Tifa, may I inquire as to why your boss has suddenly chosen to entrust the Hulk to SHIELD? Is there a particular reason behind this? Black Egg, you truly are insatiable. First, you plead for the Hulk, and now that he is granted to you, you ask questions. I see you are in need of a lesson," Tifa replied, and in a swift motion, she produced a whip from behind her, striking Fury without warning. "Do you still dare to insult? Hurry up and go to work." As Nick Fury barked these orders, Coulson and Natasha stood to the side, utterly astonished and at a loss for words. They dared not utter a sound, merely shielding their eyes with their hands and turning their faces away, avoiding any eye contact with Nick Fury. Despite the seething anger within Nick Fury, he felt powerless. Gritting his teeth, he dragged Bruce Banner away. At that moment, General Ross, who lay nearby, slowly opened his eyes, evidently having regained consciousness. However, before he could utter a word, Nick Fury delivered a heavy kick to his head. rendering him unconscious once more. Coulson, Natasha, you've caused this mess, and you still wish to awaken? Dream on. Miss Tifa, I have no acquaintance with this man, nor do I desire any. Feel free to deal with him as you wish. With that, Nick Fury disregarded the expressions on everyone's faces and prepared to leave with Bruce Banner in tow. It was apparent to all that he was venting his frustration on Ross. Yet none dared to speak up. Just as he was about to depart, Tifa spoke coolly. Black Egg, who gave you permission to leave so easily? Our boss has stated that Hulk can be handed over without the need for vibranium, but you possess something that must be surrendered. What thing? I did not comprehend your words. Upon hearing Tifa's statement, Nick Fury furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. At that moment, Tifa ensnared him with a whip around his neck and forcefully yanked him closer. Before Nick Fury could react, Tifa reached into his pocket and retrieved a uniquely designed beeper. Give that back quickly. Return it to me. Upon realizing Tifa had taken the beeper he used to contact Captain Marvel, Nick Fury's panic surged. This device was his sole means of reaching out to her, and if it fell into the wrong hands or was damaged, the consequences would be dire. After all, Captain Marvel was the most formidable being he had ever encountered, even surpassing Hulk in his estimation. In addition to his anxiety, he felt a sense of incredulity. The fact that he could use this beeper to contact Captain Marvel was a secret known only to him and her. It was a bond they shared. Yet now it seemed that this young man, Loren, was aware of it all. An unfathomable notion. You're genuinely anxious about a mere beeper. It appears the boss was right. This device is indeed of great significance to you. No, Miss Tifa. My concern stems from the fact that this item is a relic left to me by my deceased father. A relic from your father? You must be jesting. How could a black slave possess a beeper? Even if one were to leave behind an heirloom, it would be nothing less than cotton. Miss Tifa, the racist jest you employed is far from amusing. Nick Fury, I cannot be blamed, for it was you who initiated the humor. Refrain from using such pitiable excuses to deceive, as they do not suit you. Moreover, you have misjudged your audience. My superior is well aware of the purpose of this device, otherwise, he would not have permitted you to take it. Tifa proclaimed, raising her hand with a flick that sent Nick Fury sprawling away, before she tucked the beeper into her pocket. My superior has stated that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw, since you are so eager to obtain the Hulk's prowess. Let him safeguard this contraption for now. When you are ready to present something of greater value, perhaps the Tesseract or the like, my superior will naturally return it to you. Having finished her declaration, Tifa paid no heed to Nick Fury's reaction, leaping gracefully into the air and transforming into a streak of light as she vanished. Watching Tifa disappear in the blink of an eye, Nick Fury sank to the ground, an expression of despair etched upon his face, as though his very soul had been stripped away. The beeper. My beeper. Damn you, Loren. I shall have my vengeance. Fury's anger surged as he contemplated storming Morgan Manor. However, before he could act, Coulson and Natasha quickly restrained him, knowing that a reckless assault would spell certain doom. While they might not fear many, they knew Loren was a force to be reckoned with. This 18-year-old was the most nefarious villain they had ever encountered. And, crucially, there was nothing they could do about it. Just imagine the frustration. Director, do not act impulsively. It is merely a beeper. Indeed, sir, it is not worth it. I can purchase a new one for you tomorrow. Unaware of the truth, Natasha and Coulson earnestly attempted to console him, hoping he would not act foolishly. Nick Fury, buy your mother a beeper. Do you know who this beeper can connect with? Fury erupted in laughter at Coulson's suggestion of a replacement. Who? Your deceased father? What? Is it that extraordinary? This beeper can communicate between realms? Fury exclaimed, damn it, you too. I'm beginning to contemplate disbanding S.H.I.E.L. Coulson. Natasha. Fury, feeling utterly drained, chose to utter nothing further. He had no desire to even glance at Bruce Banner, turning instead to board a military vehicle and departing swiftly, leaving Coulson and Natasha in a state of bewilderment. Natasha, it seems we may have misspoken. More accurately, you have misspoken. Why bring up his father? He himself said that the beeper was an heirloom from his father. I merely mentioned it in passing, never knowing it would provoke such ire. Perhaps he is merely nostalgic, reminded of his father through this object. After all, a child without a father is like a rootless grass. By the way, is your father still alive? Natasha fixed her curious gaze on Coulson. He passed away just 2 years ago. Coulson sighed, a hint of melancholy evident in his demeanor. Did he leave you any relics? Indeed, an old mansion, 2 Labrador retrievers, and several million in inheritance. Ah, that is indeed the norm. Who in their right mind would bequeath a pager as an inheritance to their descendants? So, are you implying that the commander is lying? Unquestionably. Although Loren is not a virtuous man, He is certainly not a fool and cannot be easily deceived. Moreover, we must acknowledge that his foresight surpasses ours. That young man is formidable. Natasha gazed thoughtfully at the expansive Morgan estate. At her words, Coulson squinted, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded her. Natasha, it is the first time I have witnessed you openly praise your adversary. Your mindset is perilous. Being captivated by the charisma of your enemy is hardly beneficial. Without waiting for Natasha to respond, Coulson pulled Bruce and General Ross into the vehicle and departed. With a complex expression, she murmured, I was merely speaking the truth. That young man is undeniably strong. At that moment, a tingling sensation coursed through her body, causing her legs to instinctively tighten. That black egg fellow must be quite frantic. Wouldn't you think? Yes, upon witnessing me seize his pager, he was so enraged that he attempted to storm our estate, but was thwarted by his two subordinates. Huh. That old man is merely posturing. He lacks the courage. If he truly dared to intrude, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. Boss, it's merely a pager. Why is it so imperative for you to retrieve it? To be inquired, curiosity etched upon her face. Who is this Captain Marvel? Boss, why do you harbor such apprehension towards her? She is a formidable old woman, capable of absorbing and manipulating various energies while wielding unparalleled superhuman strength. She can even fly at superluminal speeds, existing as a being far mightier than the Hulk. However, she typically resides outside Earth, traversing the cosmos to maintain what she deems universal peace. Superluminal flight. Is that truly achievable? Upon hearing of Captain Marvel's ability to fly faster than light, the three women present exhibited expressions of astonishment. It is said to be true, but whether it is or not, I cannot ascertain, nor will I pass judgment. However, this woman undeniably poses a significant threat to me in my current state. Thus, until I have fully matured, I prefer not to encounter those who could jeopardize my safety prematurely. Of course, I am powerless against the uncontrollable, but I must exercise caution regarding those whom I can potentially deter from arriving too soon. Boss, if what you say is accurate, then our strength is woefully inadequate. We must become more powerful. Upon learning of Captain Marvel's formidable abilities, A2, 2B, and Tifa's expressions turned grave. Their purpose in existence is to safeguard Loren's safety. If they fail to do so, their very existence becomes meaningless. Indeed, it is true that you must become stronger, yet such transformation requires time, and I must acquire more formidable technologies. Loren murmured to himself, yet his mind conjured the image of a golden-haired woman, Android 18 from the Dragon Ball universe. If he could obtain the technological advancements from that realm, his concerns would be alleviated. Chapter 92. 2 Spider-Men? Fear not, for I currently possess the beeper that connects to Captain Marvel. When she arrives on Earth is at my discretion, if I choose not to contact her. Even Nick Fury would be rendered helpless. Simply complete the tasks I assign, and I shall ensure that you grow ever stronger. Filled with confidence, Loren had seized Nick Fury's beeper not only to prevent Captain Marvel's premature arrival, but also to engage in events related to her at the opportune moment. By doing so, he might acquire the Lightspeed engine, a piece of extraordinary technology. It is known that Carol Danvers ascended to the role of Captain Marvel due to the explosion of the Lightspeed engine, which allowed her to absorb vast amounts of energy and gain incredible powers. Though the process was fraught with unpredictability, his intellect might discern a certain pattern. Should he succeed in constructing a Lightspeed engine and leverage it alongside various perfected super serum formulas, he could potentially develop a unique and even more astonishing enhancement potion. In that case, even if Captain Marvel were to arrive, he would remain unperturbed. Boss, we shall diligently fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to us, and we will not disappoint you. The three women replied earnestly, their expressions brimming with loyalty. At that moment, Alice's voice resonated through the hall. Boss, Miss Gwen has arrived. She claims to have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Gwen seeks me? Would it be of such importance? A look of confusion crossed Loren's face. Since their last encounter at the gala, he had not seen Gwen for quite some time. Although their relationship was shrouded in ambiguity, she had never sought him out, likely due to his status. Yet here she was, unusually proactive in seeking him out. There must be a significant reason for this. While the specifics were not disclosed, her anxious demeanor suggested urgency, and Harry Osborn had also arrived. Both of my old classmates have come? This must pertain to Peter Parker. Considering his knowledge of Gwen and Harry, the fact that they sought him simultaneously clearly indicated that it involved Peter. Speaking of Peter, aside from his last visit to the hospital, he had not seen him since. He was unaware of how Peter's health was progressing. With this thought in mind, he promptly instructed to allow them entry, and with a mere thought, his nanotech armor transformed back into the semblance of a suit. With this set of nano armor, the greatest advantage lies in the elimination of the hassle of changing clothes. one can simply transform into whatever attire one desires. Of course, it is not without its drawbacks. Without an inner lining, one may feel quite chilly. Unlike meetings with others, Gwen and Harry are old classmates. Thus their gathering was arranged in a cozy living room. Wow. It is no surprise that you are the wealthiest heir in America. Loren, your estate is exceedingly vast. The distance from the entrance to your residence spans several kilometers. Harry exclaimed with a warm smile upon seeing Loren, while Gwen maintained a calm demeanor, her brows furrowing slightly with an air of chill. Since her arrival at the estate, she had not encountered a single man. The entire place was filled with women of exquisite figures. Particularly, the three women accompanying Loren made her, as a woman herself, feel somewhat overshadowed. She had already met 2B and Tifa, so their presence did not surprise her. However, a striking silver-haired woman had appeared among them. The beauty of this woman was on par with that of 2B and Tifa, which left her utterly astonished. She could not fathom where Loren had discovered such a plethora of stunning beauties. Just to possess one such woman would be an immense fortune. Yet Loren had three at once. This was simply excessive. Surrounded by such captivating women daily, she could not believe that Loren could resist making advances toward them. The very thought of Loren succumbing to their allure ignited her ire, and she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift kick to him. Harry, cease your teasing. This is the first time you and Gwen have sought me out. Speak plainly. Has something happened to Peter? Loren inquired directly, without any preamble. Gwen and Harry seemed taken aback by Loren's straightforwardness, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. 2 days ago, we visited Peter's home only to find him absent. Yesterday, we returned, and he was still missing. Moreover, Aunt May has not seen Peter for 2 days, leading us to suspect something might be amiss. We reported it to the police and asked my father to search for him. However, the results were disappointing. They found no trace of Peter, which is why we thought of you. Gwen understood that Loren was alluding to her identity as Spider-Woman. In fact, she had suspected that Loren recognized her true identity since their encounter with 2B. Yet, Loren had refrained from exposing her, and thus she chose not to confess either. Until now, they maintained an unspoken understanding, with one not asking and the other not revealing, as if nothing had transpired. I see. Peter is also my classmate. If he is in trouble, I will not stand idly by. I will have someone look for him immediately. Please wait for a moment. With Alice's formidable computational power, she swiftly infiltrated the entire video surveillance system of Queens and, within minutes, located Peter's whereabouts. However, the video surveillance that Alice discovered initially did not reveal Peter Parker himself, but rather a man clad in a sleek black suit, adorned with a glossy, ebony spider costume. In the captured footage, this enigmatic figure exhibited agility akin to Spider-Man, darting between the urban edifices with remarkable speed. Witnessing such a spectacle left Loren momentarily bewildered. When did this world come to host 2 Spider-Men? And one of them is black? Chapter 93. Venom Spider-Man? Is this individual Peter Parker? Loren murmured, his expression tinged with complexity. Indeed, the video indicated that this masked man in black was none other than Peter Parker. Had Peter Parker also transformed into Spider-Man? This seemed implausible. Alice quickly magnified the image. Please analyze the material of his black suit. Additionally, identify the organization of those he was fighting. Loren furrowed his brow, as if a realization struck him. As a traveler across realms, he understood that in each Marvel parallel universe, there should only exist a singular Spider-Man. The likelihood of 2 Spider-Men coexisting was minuscule. If it were true, it would likely indicate a collision of parallel universes. If that were the case, the ramifications could be dire. However, if there truly had been a disruption in the multiverse, the Ancient One of Kamartaj would have intervened long ago. There would be no need for him to engage in battles with others. Understood, boss. The analysis is currently underway. Upon completion of the analysis, it was revealed that the black suit worn by Peter Parker did not belong to any known textile. It resembled an organic entity. The identities of the individuals who clashed with Peter Parker had also been uncovered. They were members of the Life Foundation. An organic entity? The Life Foundation? It seemed my suspicions were correct. This individual must have been parasitized by a symbiote. At this moment, he was likely ensconced within the secret laboratory of the Life Foundation. One could only hope he remained unharmed. As a traveler, Loren possessed some knowledge of the Life Foundation, ostensibly a private organization dedicated to the study of life engineering. Its true intent lay in the exploration of extraterrestrial life. From this premise, they sought to propel humanity towards a supposed evolution. Nevertheless, he regarded this ambition with disdain, not the notion of human evolution itself, but rather the absurdity of Clintar attempting to utilize symbiotes to achieve such so-called evolution. He was acutely aware of the symbiote's glaring weaknesses: sensitivity to sound, aversion to flames, and intolerance of extreme heat. While he acknowledged the symbiote as a fascinating extraterrestrial organism, to suggest it could facilitate human evolution was nothing short of ludicrous. Have you managed to ascertain Peter's whereabouts? This query was directed at Harry. For once Peter Parker's location was revealed, Gwen would undoubtedly take action. What exactly is the Life Foundation? Why is Peter within the Life Foundation? Upon hearing Loren's words, Harry displayed a look of bewilderment. The Life Foundation pertains to the matter of symbiotes, and Peter has now established a connection with one. Thus, he refrained from divulging too much to Harry, for the more ordinary individuals know, the worse it becomes for them. With this revelation from Loren, Harry ceased his inquiries. Now that he was aware of Peter's whereabouts, his concerns dissipated, especially as Loren had taken charge of the situation. He was well aware of Loren's formidable capabilities. After bidding farewell to Gwen and Harry, Loren immediately turned his attention to Miss 2B. Understood, boss. I shall act at once. With Loren's command in hand, 2B wasted no time, leaping forth and racing towards the location of the Life Foundation. Shortly after her departure, Gwen had also donned a new spider suit and was hastening towards the Foundation's base. All of this unfolded under Loren's watchful eye. Just as he had suspected, Gwen would certainly not remain idle. However, with 2B's involvement, there was no need for concern. Inside the secret base of the Life Foundation, Peter Parker was left bare-chested, confined within a cage like livestock. The bruises and wounds adorning his body were testament to the harrowing experiences he had endured over the past 2 days within the Foundation's clandestine stronghold. Upon first acquiring the symbiote venom, he had believed he possessed powers rivaling those of any superhero. He envisioned his life taking a triumphant turn, poised to reach the pinnacle of his existence. To that end, he had assumed the guise of the Black Spider-Man, embarking on a quest to combat crime under the moniker of Venom Spider-Man in the streets of New York, aspiring to become a superhero akin to Spider-Woman and Iron Man. However, to his dismay, scarcely a month into his heroics, he was ambushed by a cadre of special forces. Had they been ordinary soldiers, his current prowess would have easily dispatched them. Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that these soldiers were acutely aware of the symbiote's vulnerabilities. Consequently, during their confrontation, he endured immense hardship, ultimately finding himself captured rather than victorious. It was from that moment that his nightmarish ordeal commenced. Upon his capture, they directly stripped him of the symbiote venom. Bereft of its power, he felt akin to a disabled individual. Thus, the prospect of contending with these highly trained soldiers became insurmountable. Indeed, he found himself unable to best even ordinary humans. Aware of this, his captors treated him not as a person, but as a mere guinea pig. Numerous syringes incessantly pierced his skin, either drawing blood or injecting bizarre concoctions, rendering him a mere shadow of himself. In the span of just 2 days, he experienced time as if it were an eternity, and had it not been for his unyielding willpower, he may have already succumbed to madness from the torment. At this moment, outside the iron cage, a strikingly handsome young man gazed impassively at him, speaking in a tone fraught with madness. "Peter Parker, what an honor it is to contribute to the evolution of humankind. I am the one who bestows this honor upon you, and you ought to express gratitude rather than regard me with such disdainful eyes. Your disappointment would be disheartening, and disappointment comes at a cost. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, Peter's eyes blazed with a bloodthirsty intent, and in a frenzy, he relentlessly kicked and battered the iron cage, striving to break free. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a dark figure crashed through the floors of the Foundation's building, landing directly before Peter. Chapter 94. The Clash of 2B Against Chaos. Your weaknesses are all too apparent. Who is it? Carlton exclaimed, startled by the sudden arrival from above. In an instant, a silver-gray symbiote enveloped his entire body, transforming him into a grotesque monster, known as Chaos. Following the crash of the Life Foundation spacecraft, 2 symbiotes had escaped. One was Venom, which had bonded with Peter, and the other was Chaos. Unlike Venom, the bonding process for Chaos was arduous. Initially, it failed to find a suitable host, but after much wandering, it finally chose Carlton. Carlton was selected not merely for compatibility, but primarily because he was the chairman of the Life Foundation, wielding sufficient authority to dispatch spacecraft back into space. This would allow him to summon all other symbiotic companions to Earth, ultimately enabling the conquest of the planet. Furthermore, it would assist Carlton in achieving his so-called vision of the evolution of all humanity. Today, another spacecraft from the Life Foundation was prepared for launch, intended to retrieve additional symbiotes. However, before that could occur, they needed to resolve the rejection reactions between symbiotes and humans. Only then could they ensure a seamless integration when the symbiotic army descended, facilitating humanity's evolution. Before them stood Peter Parker, the ideal specimen for their research, which was the primary reason for his capture. Focusing on the dark figure, they discovered it to be a woman clad in a black Gothic gown. It was utterly bizarre. They found themselves in a Life Foundation's most secretive and heavily fortified laboratory, reinforced by a meter-thick brick wall combined with 10 centimeters of steel plating. Even a cannon blast would struggle to breach such a barrier. Yet, this seemingly impossible feat was accomplished by the silver-haired woman before them. Staring at the massive hole, now gaping in the ceiling, Carlton was rendered speechless. A meter-thick brick wall, 10 centimeters of steel plating. How could it be breached so effortlessly? This was nothing short of extraordinary. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it, even under duress. The enigmatic 2B cast a cold glance at the chaos before her, her brow slightly furrowed. After a brief moment, she spoke with a hint of disdain. "Are you the symbiote that my boss mentioned? Quite an unappealing sight, I must say." The chaotic being, known as Carnage, was taken aback by the direct insult, feeling an overwhelming surge of anger. As the leader of the symbiote squad, he had never been subjected to such treatment. This was an outright provocation. With a fierce roar, he transformed his right hand into a colossal scythe and swung it towards 2B's neck. His speed was astonishing, and the force of the blow was tremendous. Had it been aimed at an ordinary individual, their head would have surely been severed. However, 2B remained composed, entirely unfazed by the brutal attack. Having engaged in combat with Hulk, her intellect had already devised a strategy to effortlessly counter power-based adversaries. With a graceful leap, she evaded Carnage's strike, even managing to land upon the scythe he had conjured. Her speed was so swift that it bordered on the imperceptible. Strength alone will not suffice. Without speed, you will find it impossible to harm me. I recommend you surrender willingly, she stated with an air of nonchalance. My boss has promised that if you comply and come with me, your life will be spared. So, will you accompany me willingly, or shall I be compelled to take action? Perched atop Carnage's scythe, she loomed over him, her tone devoid of any sharpness. Yet her words pierced through him like needles. This was a masterclass in mockery. You seek your own demise. Carnage, enraged and humiliated, transformed his other hand into a long blade and lunged towards 2B's body. But this time, 2B did not evade. She stood her ground. Seeing this, Carnage's toothy grin widened with malice, envisioning 2B's demise beneath his weapon. In an instant, his blade struck with the force of a battering ram, seemingly destined to end her life in one fell swoop. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the razor-sharp blade, capable of cutting through steel, failed to pierce the skin of the silver-haired woman before him. No matter how he exerted himself, the tip of his weapon could not breach her defenses. This spectacle was utterly inconceivable, leaving him in a state of shock. How is this possible? Carnage muttered, disbelief coursing through him. He thrust the blade at her once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. At that moment, 2B raised her hand and grasped the blade he had formed, twisting it with a sudden force. With a resounding crack, she shattered Carnage's weapon with her bare hands. Stunned, Carnage realized that this woman was anything but ordinary. He instinctively sought to retreat, yet at that moment, 2B offered him no such opportunity. Grasping the broken tip of her blade, she flung it with a swift motion. In an instant, the blade transformed into a streak of light, piercing his chaotic form with a velocity that was almost blinding. The tremendous force propelled him backward, pinning him violently against the wall. He could hardly fathom how the situation had escalated so drastically. It was utterly surreal. From the moment he attacked to being impaled by 2B, a mere 5 seconds had elapsed, and he had been thoroughly outmatched. However, as the leader of the symbiotic corps, he could not so easily relinquish his resistance. He promptly withdrew the blade that had pierced his body, reintegrating it seamlessly, as though nothing had transpired. Just then, 2B darted forward, her spear-like weapon once again puncturing his form, nailing him to the wall anew. Unlike the previous strike, this time, after piercing his body, she flicked her wrist against the spear, producing a sharp metallic clang. Instantly, his body began to seethe as if boiling, accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed his agony. Chapter 95, The Symbiotic Combat Squad. To wield any desired cold weapon at will is quite an impressive ability, yet your weaknesses are glaringly apparent. You require the enhancements of my superior. With their capabilities, you could attain perfection. Who knows, you might even become a formidable weapon in our arsenal. Observing the tumultuous figure before her, 2B mused thoughtfully. A weapon? I, the esteemed leader of 5 million symbiotic soldiers, am merely to be regarded as a weapon by you? You underestimate me gravely, woman. As 2B's words sank in, the humiliation washed over him, Within the ranks of the symbiotic army, he held a position of great honor, and he had never endured such indignity. This ignited a frenzy within him. Although the high-frequency sound waves inflicted tremendous pain, they could not kill him outright. As long as he remained alive, he would cling to the hope of a comeback. He would never surrender easily. At that moment, he pressed both hands against the spear embedded in him, halting its vibrations. Simultaneously, he forcefully shifted his body to the side, disregarding the agony of his flesh tearing as he freed himself from the weapon. Unshackled from the spear, he regained his bravado, transforming one hand into the shape of a curved blade, striking fiercely toward 2B's head. Yet, 2B did not flinch. She allowed the blow to land. The sharp edge struck the crown of her head, inflicting no harm whatsoever, and instead, the blade shattered upon impact. Damn it, what is this body? How can it be so resilient? Faced with the futility of breaching 2B's defenses, he retreated hastily, shattering the glass vials containing other symbiotic entities within the laboratory. In the span of over a month, Carlton harnessed the unique ability of the symbiotes to reproduce asexually, resulting in the cultivation of several new symbiotes. Unlike Venom, these beings had willingly dedicated themselves to the symbiote collective. Their only requirement was to merge with various human hosts, and upon the completion of the experiments, they could consume the brains of these subjects, thus living rather comfortably. Moreover, the formidable deterrent of the riot encouraged them to voluntarily become subordinates. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of 2B, Riot realized that he could not defeat her alone, hence he needed allies. Consequently, he decided to unleash his band of followers to aid him in confronting the woman before them, alleviating some of the pressure. As the glass container shattered, the symbiotes, each displaying a different hue, swiftly adhered to the nearest personnel. In the chaos, Venom seized the opportunity to escape and quickly made his way toward the location where Peter Parker was imprisoned. Observing Venom's escape filled Peter, who had been tortured beyond recognition, with uncontainable joy. Desperately, he reached out with his remaining arm through the iron bars, yearning to merge with Venom as soon as possible. However, at that moment, a scythe struck preemptively, severing his arm cleanly. The excruciating pain of losing his limb twisted Peter's expression into a grotesque mask of agony. The thought of merging with the so-called waste that was Venom seemed utterly ludicrous to Riot, who mocked Peter while simultaneously crushing the still-crawling Venom underfoot. He then seized Venom, intending to devour him whole. Just then, 2B lunged forward with remarkable speed, her spear flashing like lightning as she effortlessly severed the arm that held Venom. As the arm fell, Venom plummeted onto Peter's severed limb, and tendrils rapidly adhered to the wound. In an instant, Peter's arm was restored, and he successfully transformed into Venom. Unlike before, when he had morphed into a version of Spider-Man infused with Venom, he now presented himself in the true form of the symbiote. Foolish boy, did I not mention that being a hero comes at a price? Do you believe it now? Venom's voice echoed playfully in Peter's mind after their fusion. Previously, Peter had dismissed such sentiments, but now he embraced them wholeheartedly. From this moment onward, let all pretenses of heroism be damned. With a silent nod, a surge of murderous intent erupted within him, crystallizing into a singular thought: kill. With a thunderous roar, Venom transformed into a blur and charged at Riot, the two immediately clashing in a chaotic melee. Meanwhile, the other four symbiotes found their respective hosts, transforming into distinctly different monsters of blue, gold, green, and purple hues. Upon their emergence, these four symbiotic creatures launched a fierce assault on 2B. Four monsters, each possessing distinct abilities, emerged. The blue symbiote astonishingly had the capacity to liquefy its form, evading the attacks of 2B's spear with ease. The golden symbiote, on the other hand, could harden its body into a formidable metal, exhibiting an impressive toughness. While it could not withstand the onslaught of 2B's Edmund spear, it was capable of engaging her in a slight contest, preventing itself from being cleaved in two. The green symbiote was able to generate numerous tendril-like appendages from its body, stretching up to an impressive 50 meters, significantly extending its combat range and allowing for long-distance assaults, making it a formidable foe. Yet, the most troublesome of all was the purple symbiote, which could unleash a burst of speed comparable to sound itself. Even 2B's ground speed could not match its velocity, rendering her unable to strike it. The combat prowess displayed by the four symbiotes was remarkable, leaving 2B unable to subdue them in a timely manner. She had initially intended to capture the riotous one first, but now, encircled by the four monstrous symbiotes, she found herself unable to divert her attention. At that moment, Miss Spider, clad in a hood, arrived. She landed beside 2B and positioned herself back-to-back with her. I never expected you to find yourself in a predicament. Now I know what it feels like to struggle. Gwen remarked with a hint of mockery in her tone. Her previous hostility towards 2B had gradually dissipated with their increasing encounters. When have you seen me struggle? These mere symbiotes are no match for me. 2B retorted defiantly. Is that so? Then why do you appear to be having such a challenging time? Your bravado is quite amusing. Gwen teased as she engaged two of the symbiotes in combat. Upon hearing Gwen's taunt, 2B quickly fired back. You should be quiet. Your words are far more brash. The boss always says my lips are soft and smooth, and he's quite fond of them. What nonsense are you spouting? I can't make sense of it. Never mind. You're still a fledgling, so it's only natural you wouldn't understand. In time, the boss will enlighten you, my dear sister. Enough. You are truly naive. Perhaps this is why the boss can't seem to forget you. Forget me? Who? Loren? You're being ridiculous. With so many beautiful women around him, how could he possibly think of me? You misunderstand the boss. He has always held you in his heart. He simply doesn't know how to express it. I sense you might have feelings for our boss as well. Why not sneak into my room tonight? I'll treat you to a lollipop. A lollipop? I have plenty at home. I don't need you to treat me. I could very well treat you instead. Ha! Silly girl, a rotten wood cannot be carved. You're the silly one. As Gwen and 2B exchange banter, they continue to engage fiercely with the four symbiotes. The vulnerabilities of the symbiotes are quite evident. However, their formidable self-healing abilities and numerical advantage allow them to engage in a stalemate with her. This was an unexpected turn for both 2B and Gwen, particularly the purple symbiote with its rapid capabilities, which frequently launched stealth attacks, leaving them defenseless. If this continued, her mission would be compromised. Just as 2B contemplated how to address the current situation with the symbiote squad, a sudden flurry of dark figures descended from the heavens, resembling statues as they plummeted vertically, encircling them completely. This unexpected scene startled everyone present, but upon recognizing the newcomers, a look of delight appeared on 2B's face. This attire belonged to the Faceless. Under the command of her sister, A2 had arrived. Why are you here, A2? 2B inquired, a hint of confusion in her expression as she regarded her sister. Alice sent word that you were encountering some trouble, so the boss dispatched me to provide support. It seems your predicament is indeed considerable, with so many symbiotes appearing at once. If we hadn't brought more personnel, it would have been quite challenging to resolve, A2 explained, as she instructed Alice to emit high-frequency sound waves. Immediately, piercing waves of sound erupted from a specialized device affixed to the Faceless. As the symbiotes are now encircled by numerous Faceless, the sound waves left them with no avenue of escape. The air was soon filled with their agonized cries, save for the purple symbiote with its rapid abilities. Sensing the impending danger before the sound waves were unleashed, it deftly slipped through the gaps in the Faceless ranks and fled. Noticing this, A2 furrowed her brow and activated her anti-gravity mode, transforming into a streak of light as she pursued the escaping symbiote. On the ground, A2 and 2B could not match the purple symbiote's speed, but in the air, the dynamics would shift. The purple symbiote's rapid ability was reminiscent of Quicksilver. However, its speed paled in comparison to the true master of velocity. According to Alice's calculations, its maximum speed on the ground was merely around twice the speed of sound. Indeed, in short distances, it could barely reach this speed, topping out at just Mach 1. Its perceived swiftness stemmed from its ability to accelerate from a standstill to supersonic in an instant. This was where its strength lay, but in terms of long-distance movement, it could not rival 8-2 and 2B. Both of them were equipped with anti-gravity devices, allowing them to effortlessly exceed Mach 3 in flight, with a terrifying maximum speed reaching up to Mach 5. Thus, how could a mere symbiote possibly compare? Attempting to flee from my grasp is no simple feat. Be restrained. In the air, the swift 8-2 coldly observed the fleeing purple symbiote below. With a swift motion, she conjured a long spear forged from primordial Edmund alloy from the nanoparticles at her command. With the spear in hand, A2 let out a disdainful snort and hurled it with great force towards the rapidly retreating purple symbiote. A piercing sound echoed as the spear, accompanied by a thunderous rush, pierced through the darkness like a brilliant lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, it impaled the symbiote, pinning it forcefully to the unyielding concrete floor. The metallic clang of the spear striking the ground elicited a mournful wail from the purple symbiote. At that moment, A2 descended from the sky, standing before the beleaguered creature. She raised her hand, and the nanoparticles coalesced into an iron box. Will you enter willingly, or shall I compel you? She inquired, her expression devoid of emotion, the tone unmistakably authoritative. In response, rather than complying, the purple symbiote emitted a furious roar. Suddenly, it detached from its original host and lunged towards A2. Caught off guard, Atu had no time to react as the purple symbiote enveloped her arm, swiftly covering her entire body. In an instant, her form was encased in a layer of organic matter reminiscent of a second skin. However, at that moment, the purple symbiote manifested an alluring female visage and, with a voice filled with terror and confusion, exclaimed, "You are not an organic life form. You are a machine. How can this be?" As the female symbiote spoke, she attempted to slip away from Atu's body, for symbiotes require energy and must parasitize organic beings capable of sustenance to survive. Clearly, Atu could not fulfill this requirement, and remaining attached would inevitably lead to starvation, a fate she wished to avoid. Yet, to her astonishment, as she prepared to escape, she discovered that her body had become immobile. In a moment of panic, she realized that the nanoparticles on A2 were actively invading her cells. In an astonishing manner, they began to merge with her cellular structure, causing her consciousness to wane. If this continued, her awareness would be entirely extinguished by the woman before her, leading to her complete annihilation. Moreover, her symbiotic form would inevitably become that of the woman. The thought filled her with increasing dread, and she struggled desperately. Yet it was all in vain. In mere moments, darkness enveloped her vision, and then she knew nothing at all. Her own nanomaterials appeared to have formed a subtle fusion with the cells of the symbiotic organism. This bestowed upon her the capabilities of a nanobot, while simultaneously endowing her with the characteristics of an organic life form. At that moment, her intellect promptly dispatched a command. Instantly, a sleek black battle suit, imbued with the tactile essence of carbon-based life, enveloped her form, rendering her appearance both enigmatic and alluring. Is this the sensation of an organic being? How truly marvelous! I wonder if my boss will appreciate it. As she gently caressed her newly acquired skin, Atu mused, her thoughts inexplicably drifting to whether her boss would find it appealing. How peculiar.